Chapter 1, Outside the Drunken Immortal Residence. Munchkin recognizes father. It was getting late, the streets were filled with traffic, and it was the evening rush hour. The brightly lit buildings in the city center were slightly cold. Inside the luxurious private room on the top floor alone, there were many top-level people who seemed to be beyond the reach of mortals from the outside world. The person sitting on the main seat looked the youngest, but was also the existence of the strongest aura in the entire room. This drunken immortal residence was one of Gu's many properties, and it was also the most luxurious restaurant in the entire Beijing. With a membership system, only those who were personally gifted a membership card by the Gu clan were qualified to enter. As the person in charge of the Gu clan, Gu Chen started from nothing a few years ago from an elite investment banker and created the Gu clan group. In a few years' time, the company grew bigger and bigger, and jumped to the top of Beijing's rich and powerful list. Now he himself is already the richest man in Beijing. Gu Chen folded his legs and leaned against the back of his chair, glancing at the people around him. Those who had been in the business world for many years were all powerful and calling the shots. In the face of a junior like Gu Chen sitting in the main seat, they didn't take out the slightest bit of their seniority. No one in the audience didn't know that Gu Chen had used only a few years of time to reach the heights that they had fought for almost their entire lives to reach from a nameless kid. Tapping his fingers on the desktop without a beat, Gu Chen's eyes glanced at his assistant, Zhang Fan, who was standing beside him. Zhang Fan understood and spoke at the right time. Everyone, today, Mr. Gu invited everyone over, mainly because he wants to talk to you about the matters of the cooperation proposed last time. Gu Chen followed Zhang Fan's words and spoke. Since the establishment of the Gu group, its attitude towards cooperation has always been the same, and the uncles and uncles should all be aware of how the industry's reputation is. I've brought the proposed contract over today, so why don't you all take a look at it first? Yunchun Uncle Tang has always thought highly of you. The previous cooperation was missed. This time I say what I have to dip your light. Tang Zhanping said smilingly. Gu Chen looked at him and smiled. Uncle Tang overpraised. Yunchen has always taken you and all the uncles as role models. Don't be modest, Mr. Gu. Which one of us has your insight? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. We're getting old. Who says it's not true? Mr. Gu started from nothing and now he's the richest man in Beijing in just a few years. Those legendary deeds are still circulating in the circle. Your ability. We have seen it for all to see. The uncles are among the top figures in Beijing. It is Yun Chen's honor to be favored by all the elders. Gu Chen was indifferent and detached, but did not lose his manners. Zhang Fan took the contract that had been printed in advance and handed out 2 copies to each person, saying as he did so, everyone take a look at the contract first. Last time we went back we made some adjustments according to your requirements. If there's no problem we'll finalize our cooperation this time. The people each looked over the contract. The regulations are very clear. To give them a share is also a little bit, not a lot. Then they picked up the pen that Zhang Fan had handed out along with the contract and signed. Everyone, happy cooperation. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd for a while longer, Gu Chen took the lead and got up. Walking towards the door of the box, Zhang Fan collected the contract signed by the crowd and lifted his steps to follow. The others also got up and followed Gu Chen down the elevator. When they walked to the door, they were suddenly caught by 2 small groups of people and a waiter crouching on the floor. Gu Chen also raised his eyes and looked over. The 2 little dolls weren't very old, but they looked as if they had been favored by the creator. Not to mention that the 2 almost identical faces were really striking. Whose child is this? So small. Adults are not afraid of losing it? Cushioned feet looking at the brilliant buildings in front of them, tied with 2 small pills of the little girl pinched in front of her own brother's corner of the coat. Brother, is it here? The 2 small children were about 4 or 5 years old, and were currently standing in front of the drunken immortal residence looking inward. The little boy's complexion was obviously much more composed, turning back to hold his sister's small hand. This should be the right place. Let's go in and see if Dad is inside. After saying that, he pulled the little girl and prepared to go in. The waiter at the drunken immortal residence saw the 2 cute and adorable little groups of people who looked 80% alike and were clearly dragon and phoenix babies wandering around the doorway. Thinking that the 2 of them were lost, he pushed the door out and prepared to ask if he needed help. Kids, what are you doing here? Why aren't Mommy and Daddy here? Are you lost? The waitress said as she squatted down and looked at the 2 little groups with a smile. The little boy was about to pull his sister inside. When he heard the voice and raised his head, he met the concerned eyes of the waitress's sister. So he smiled sweetly. No, oh sister, my sister and I are here to look for our dad. We found our dad's phone number and I checked here on my own for a long time. The little boy pointed to the drunken immortal residence behind her, then stepped forward. He wanted to pull open the door and take his sister inside, but he was not tall enough, so he turned his head to look at the waitress. Sister, I can't reach. Can I trouble you to open the door for us? The waitress was captivated by the little boy's good-natured smiling face and polite tone, but when she reacted to what he was saying, she heard the little boy ask her to help open the door. "I'm sorry, oh little friend, we're not allowed to just go in here. Tonight only the boss was hosting a banquet for his partners, and those partners were the age of these two children's grandparents, so it should be his mistake, right? Your dad might not be here, or else I'll call a car to send you guys home to ask mom, okay? Brother, is daddy really not here?" The little girl's mouth flattened, her eyes about to drop her little golden peas. The waiter eyed the little boy and tenderly touched the little girl's head. "It's okay, brother, will ask again. Good boy, don't cry." The little boy turned and looked at the waitress and said, "Sister, I'm very sure. I checked, this is the place. I won't remember wrong. Please take me in to look for my dad. I won't bother you guys doing your work, can I?" The waiter looked at the two little ones, so loving interaction. The words of rejection blocked in the throat. Hard to say, but also do not dare to bring the two people in at will. After all, his own boss has a bad temper, and he is very scary when he starts a fire. He brought two small children in case he annoyed him, he might not be able to keep the job that he had found with great difficulty. "Sister, my sister and I searched for a long time before we found this place. Just take us in." The little boy's other empty hand went up and held the waitress's cuff, shaking as if he was pampering her. The waitress looked at the little arm that shook around. Her heart was going to soften. Is tangled, thinking about whether to persuade the two little ones to look elsewhere. However, he heard a cool male voice coming from the side. "What's wrong?" When the waitress turned around, her own boss was standing behind her with a face full of impatience, condescendingly looking down at her and the two little dumplings. Behind them stood Assistant Zhang and all the important people in the business world. Frightened, her brain went down for a moment. "Dad!" Before she could think of how to explain to her boss, she heard the two little donuts behind her let out a cry in unison, suspecting that his ears were out of order, and also suspecting that his brain was scared out of order by the boss. The waiter slowly turned his head. Instead, she saw the little boy reaching out and pointing, calling out to her with a smile. "Sister, look, I told you I wouldn't be wrong. My dad is right here, ah." The waitress slowly turned her head back again and looked in the direction that the little boy's finger was pointing. It was her own boss who was right. Chapter 2, You're my dad. There's no mistaking it. Don't talk nonsense. The waitress was so scared that she immediately signaled the boy to keep quiet, but that little group of people wasn't the least bit afraid. "Sister, this is my dad. I'm not talking nonsense." When Gu Chen heard this, he froze for a split second. Then he heard the people behind him start whispering, "What's going on? Mr. Gu has a baby? No way. I haven't heard that. Mr. Gu got married? Are these two kids mistaken? Hasn't Mr. Gu always been single? Where did he get such a big kid?" Zhang Fan looked toward Gu Chen, who had just hugged a bunch of contracts at the back and hadn't seen the two little clumps, but the sound was really heard. Listening to the chatter coming from behind him, probably figured out what was going on, and cast an inquiring glance at Gu Chen. "I'll go deal with it?" Gu Chen raised his hand to stop. Cold eyes swept over the waiter still crouching on the ground. Seeing his boss's eyes sweeping towards him, his face sinking horribly, the waiter's neck froze and he immediately got up to explain. Mr. Gu, I was just inside and saw these two kids standing and looking at the door for half a day, thinking that the two of them were lost, which is why I came out to take a look." Gu Chen was silent. The waiter was on the verge of crying. "Right. I'm sorry, boss. I really don't know what's going on. The two of them said they came to look for their father, and I didn't know that it was you they were looking for, so I might have recognized you wrong. You don't bother with children." Gu Chen's face darkened even more. "I'm not." The temperature around him plummeted, scaring the waiter. "Right. I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry. Go back to work." Yes, this is going." The waiter left with trepidation. Seeing that Gu Chen was furious, the crowd behind him didn't dare to casually discuss it anymore, and all of them had their eyes fixed on those two small children without blinking. Brother, I'm scared." The little girl hid behind the little boy, timidly revealing her head tied with two small grips, crossing her brother's shoulders to look towards the crowd in front of her. The crowd only saw that the little boy protected the little girl behind him, patted her head for comfort, and then raised his eyes to stare at the man with the powerful aura, and he was not afraid at all. Gu Chen felt strange. This child is so young, but the psychological quality is too much stronger than the gang behind him, also cannot care about anger. Squat down, and the two little group of eyes. "What are your names? Where's mom and dad? Who is it? Why did you come here?" Zhang Fan watched from the side, his eyes rounded. When had Mr. Gu ever had such a gentle side? When had he ever spoken so many words in one breath? The little girl hid behind her brother, her round, bright eyes looking at Gu Chen's face, a little expectant, but also a little scared. Once she opened her mouth, her voice was soft. Mommy said she wouldn't let anyone tell her who she was." Listening to this, Gu Chen felt more and more wrong. It could not be that their mother deliberately taught them this way. and then told them to come out to blackmail people. Zhang Fan then came to Gu Chen's ear and said quietly, Mr. Gu, these two kids can't have been taught to say that, right? I'm afraid it's not because someone did it on purpose. Kids are the easiest to elicit sympathy nowadays. When Gu Chen heard this, he felt that his own guess was probably right, and felt sick and tired of it, and even the little bit of patience that he had left just now disappeared, and frost once again crawled all over his face. The little girl saw her heart to find the person again sunk face, a little scary, flattened her mouth, eye sockets filled with tears, head into the back of the little boy, clutched his backpack. Noticing that his sister's mood was not right, the little boy turned around and gathered his sister into his arms, gently patting her back. Don't cry, good boy. Daddy didn't mean to be mean to you. Brother will explain to daddy, okay? The little girl then lifted her face, softly answered, good, but the tears were still hovering in her eyes. Looking at Gu Chen like that, the little boy soothed his sister and raised his head to meet Gu Chen's disgusted gaze, guessing that his father had thought of something bad because his sister hadn't said who his mom was, thinking that he and his sister were two little liars. Our mom has a special identity. If we say it in this place it will affect her work, not because mom is a bad person. Just now, good boy said that because she wants to protect mommy as much as I do. Gu Chen's brows loosened a little, but he wasn't completely convinced. Mommy didn't want us to look for daddy, so my sister and I snuck out. Meng Bao saw that Gu Chen didn't seem to be able to make it, before reluctantly adding this sentence. Gu Chen was surprised by Meng Bao's calm character, as well as his style of speaking that was completely unlike a child's. If what he said was true, being able to bring his sister alone to find a long way to come here, then it meant that this mother had taught her two children well, and Gu Chen became that much more curious about this woman. Seeing that Gu Chen wasn't as resistant to him and good boy as he was just now, Meng Bao was relieved and continued, if you mind this title, or if you don't want to admit it because you're not sure about the identity of the two of us, then behavioral treasure and I can also call you uncle first. Zhang Fan had been completely shocked by the linguistic and logical abilities of this 4 or 5-year-old child, and stood in place with his thoughts confused. Gu Chen was also amazed that a child of a few years old could think so clearly and logically, and immediately became more curious about the mother of the two children. What kind of woman could raise such a well-behaved and intelligent child? Send you guys home? Gu Chen wanted to meet this woman. Since both children said that he was their father, he should always go and meet their mother and figure out what was going on. The moment good boy heard this, he instantly withdrew his tears and broke away from his brother's embrace, reaching out his little hands to pounce on Gu Chen. Uncle hug uncle, send brother and good boy home. Meng Bao, it's over. The younger sister is going to be split up. Kind of don't want to recognize this dad. Gu Chen looked at the good boy who jumped into his arms. His body was a little stiff, and he didn't know how to put his hand, feeling in front of the body of a soft little group. Two small arms wrapped around his neck, smelling the unique milk flavor on the good girl. Gu Chen, a little indescribable feeling, tried to hold her, one hand around the good girl, holding her to stand up. Gu Chen will be the other hand to Meng Bao, signaling him to lead up. Meng Bao looked at the hand reaching out to him. His palm was broad and warm, and without realizing it himself, he put his own hand up and held Gu Chen. The crowd watched Gu Chen from the beginning of the face full of black lines of gas pressure low outrageous, to now the corners of the mouth slightly smiling, holding a look, greatly shaken, especially Zhang Fan, holding the contract documents stood in place, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 3. It's over. She's unmarried with 2 babies being discovered. Gu Chen felt the different touch from the 2 hands. The left side of the hold Meng Bao, the little guy obedience and the hidden stubbornness, seems to be a small adult in general, want to take this to hide their own happy little emotions. The right side holding a good baby, the little one active, sticky, body neat soft cannot, especially the arms between the neck of his neck, as well as leaning on his shoulder small face. The little girl's big eyes were grape-like and black, staring at him without blinking, hiding anticipation and excitement, but only laying obediently on his shoulder. Zhang Fan, see off your uncles and uncles for me. Zhang Fan, who was named, woke up as if in a dream, immediately turned around to see the guests off, and then sadly went back to the company to deal with the follow-up cooperation matters. Gu Chen waited at the entrance of the drunken immortal residence with 2 small dumplings. The 2 dumplings didn't make any noise, one quietly laying on his shoulder, the other grasping his ring finger and little finger standing there, not speaking or looking at him. A black Maybach drove out from the basement and stopped in front of the 3 people. Secretary Xiao Chun came out of the garage and saw his boss holding one, thinking he was hallucinating, until this moment when he came down from the car and prepared to open the door for Gu Chen and saw 3 people standing in front of him practically. These 2 children look so much like each other, clearly a pair of dragon and phoenix child. But why are they with Mr. Gu? Xiao Chen felt strange, but did not dare to talk too much to ask his boss. Get off the car and then stared at the 2 children a few more eyes. And no, These two children? Xiao Chen suspected that his eyes blurred, rubbed his eyes, before resuming to look at the young boy standing there with a serious face. That bored face, that look. See the ghost? How can I feel like Mr. Gu? Xiao Chen shook his head and looked again at the girl being held in Gu Chen's arms. Uncle! This uncle has been staring at Good Boy. Good Boy is scared. The girl's soft and sticky voice with a bit of nasal sound rang out from between Gu Chen's neck. When Meng Bao heard this, she raised her head and glared at Xiao Chen, who was caught glancing around, just in time to meet Xiao Chen's line of sight. Xiao Chen's body trembled. My God, it's not seeing a ghost. It was a real resemblance. The aura and the feeling were very similar. What are you looking at? Donate your eyes if you don't want them. Gu Chen heard the good boy grunt and turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, impatiently saying, delaying for so long. You want me to wait here for you until dawn? Xiao Chen shuddered and was instantly honest, going around the front of the car to flank Gu Chen and open the door for him. Get in. Putting Good Boy on the back seat, Gu Chen turned to Meng Bao and said, you two sit inside. Asking Meng Bao for the address of the two troops' home, Xiao Chen drove smoothly according to the navigation, occasionally stealing 2 glances at his own boss, who was resting with his eyes closed. In the back seat, Gu Chen thought that just now at the entrance of the restaurant, the 2 children said that their mother had a special identity, and opened his mouth to inquire. Now that there's no one else around, tell us, where's your mom and dad? Uncle, our mommy brought me and my brother up by herself. The good boy was innocent and cute, leaning against the seat and wiggling his 2 short legs to look at him with wide eyes. Where's your dad? Hearing this question, no one answered. The 2 children's heads gradually lowered. The atmosphere was a little sad for a moment. Gu Chen thought that it was probably a scene of a scum man abandoning his wife and children. Seeing the 2 children in a low mood, he did not pursue the question, but only felt that the man was quite something. Xiao Chen is always concerned about the dynamics of the back seat. Heard that the 2 children do not have a father, and the boss thought of a place. Skimmed his mouth, secretly cursed in the heart of the bastard. If he knew that there are so 2 well-behaved and understanding of the baby, I do not know if he regretted it. A sharp ringtone came out from Meng Bao's backpack. Meng Bao touched it and pulled out a pink and tender phone watch, which should have been put in by the good baby. Glancing at his sister, Mo Bo answered the phone. It was his mom. Baby, where did you and brother go? Mommy is back. Oh, also brought you a gift. Oh. Gu Chen looked at the phone watch in Meng Bao's hand. The voice seemed a bit familiar. Mommy, it's me. Mo Bao helplessly held her forehead. Good Boy and I are on our way home. You don't have to worry about us. Yang Mi on the other end of the phone didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with Mo Bo taking behavioral treasure out to play until so late and still not coming home. Nor did she notice that Mo Bo hadn't told her where she had taken her sister. Okay baby, then mommy will wait at home for you to come back to open your presents. Bye. And then hung up the phone. Gu Chen didn't think much about it, and after hanging up the phone, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Tossed all night, the good treasure is a little sleepy, sitting on the seat wobbling, by the Meng Bao to wrap up the leaning on his shoulder. Well, the sister is still the father still have to recognize. The car speed is fast. In the twinkling of an eye to where the navigation destination is, Gu Chen opened his eyes. Into the eyes is a high-grade neighborhood gate. Here we are. You two go home. I'm leaving. Gu Chen carried the 2 children out of the car, and was about to turn around and go back to the car, but he didn't expect his hand to be pulled by someone. Uncle, it's a bit dark inside. My sister and I are scared to go back by ourselves. Why don't you send us home? Meng Bao grasped the 2 fingers that he had been grasping for a while before getting into the car, and for a moment, he was a little reluctant to let go of his hand. However, he had another selfishness. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. Aha! Meng Bao heart quietly relieved, face but not show, pulling Gu Chen, the other hand leading his sister, to the neighborhood inside. Arriving in front of a detached villa, the 2 children stopped in their tracks. Uncle, thank you for sending us home. My mom is at home. Go in and have a seat. Drink a glass of water before you go? Meng Bao's little plan was playing fast and furious in his heart. He thought that he had to let Gu Chen and mommy meet before he could do so. If Gu Chen was really his and Good Boy's dad, then mommy would definitely recognize him. Unbeknownst to him, how could Gu Chen, who had been galloping through the business world for several years, not see the little things in a child's heart? However, Gu Chen did want to meet this mother. He was a little curious about her, so he went along with it, and opened the door of the villa with the key of the Meng Bao. Yang Mi, who was drinking water in the living room and waiting for the 2 babies to return, heard the sound coming from the entrance foyer and hurriedly got up with her cup of water and ran over. Babies, did you miss? When she saw Gu Chen, who opened the door with the key, Yang Mi did not react for a moment. Her voice gradually weakened, and the word mommy was swallowed back with her saliva. Hearing the sound behind Gu Chen, the 2 little balls emerged from the sides of his legs, one on either side, and sweetly shouted, Mommy, snap, click dash. The end of the customized glass water cup slipped from his hands, shattered all over the place. Yang Mi, completely frozen in place, for a moment forgot to reply. Full of brains loaded with, finished, there is a child was found out. Or 2. Chapter 4 Staying Over. The air was silent for an instant. Gu Chen looked at the slightly flustered person in front of him. His eyes crossed a trace of inexplicability, and he quickly spoke out to explain. I met your 2 children by chance in a place. It was a bit late. I was afraid that something would happen to them, so I took it upon myself to send them back. I hope I'm not being abrupt. His voice was a bit cold. His tone was polite and detached, which in turn made a heart hanging high Yang Mi would not. So, it was as simple as that? Mommy! The little Munchkin was happy to pounce towards Yang Mi at this moment, but was immediately shouted at by Yang Mi. Baby, don't move! In the very next moment, a pair of large, powerful hands directly picked up the child and placed it in her arms. It was Gu Chen. He obviously also noticed the mess that was shattered all over the place. Yang Mi also finally reacted to the fact that she had lost her concentration at this time, and seeing the glass she had broken, she hurriedly crouched down to try to clean up the pieces. Thank you. I'll quickly clean it up. The child was playful and delayed your time. Also thank you for sending them back. Meng Bao looked at his mom squatting there to pick up the debris, afraid that she would hurt her hand, but he also knew that he couldn't go over there this time. It might even make mommy worry, so he couldn't help but be anxious in his heart. The little hand that was gripping Gu Chen's suit pants was unconsciously tightened. Gu Chen sensed it, and his eyes couldn't help but soften when he saw that tiny face scrunched up in a ball, blear-eyed and worried. Meng Bao, good. You watch your sister. Uncle, help your mommy. Make sure not to let mommy get hurt. After saying that, his big hand rubbed on Meng Bao's head as a sign of appeasement. Then he put down good boy and directly walked forward to help. God knows, if Assistant Xiao Chen was to see his boss condescendingly squatting here to pick up glass shards, he would really have to poke his eyes out. Gu Chen hadn't thought much about it, but unexpectedly the woman in front of him saw him make a crouching movement, and like she was startled, she stood up in a mischievous manner. No, I'll do it myself. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, and although his heart was strange, he looked at the 2 children who were not far away with bawling eyes, and the movement of his hands didn't stop. I just don't want to make the 2 children worry. Saying that, he even obediently commanded the woman in front of him. There are definitely glass shards that you can't afford to pick up. You take a broom and dustpan. The person in front of her, a simple suit. Just look at the clothing material are worth a lot of money. Between her hands and feet, her reserved temperament was revealed, and she even carried a few points of the air of a superior person, especially that face, delicate features, eyebrows and eyes cool. Face value simply do not know how many circles can beat fresh meat. Yang Mi did not know what she was thinking, actually really got up and went to get a broom and dustpan. Then she watched as Gu Chen cleaned up, not even looking at herself for more than a few moments. Yang Mi was puzzled in her heart, and even began to have a few doubts about herself. Why was this person so calm? How could she say that she was still considered a top-stream actress with face value and figure? If this were someone else, suddenly seeing a star, wouldn't they be jumping up and down with joy? She looked a few more times, after determining that the man in front of her did not pay too much attention to herself. Yang Mi also put her heart down. Forget about it. Compared to this, it's better to be glad that the matter of bringing up 2 children without being married won't be exposed by people. It's getting a bit late, so I'll leave you alone. Gu Chen didn't ignore the woman in front of him the entire time as she was nervous and rushed, and took the initiative to leave. Yang Mi was naturally happy, but the 2 Munchkins were not happy. As soon as Meng Bao heard Gu Chen was leaving, he quickly looked at good boy, but with a single look, the 2 siblings instantly understood the deeper meaning of the situation. Meng Bao, good boy, do you hear me? Dad is leaving. Good boy, I heard you, but I can't let go of Dad. Meng Bao, it's not easy for us to see Dad today, but next time we won't know where to find him. No, we can't let him go so easily. Good boy blinked his big eyes. I'll cry then? Then, the 2 little ones exchanged a quick glance behind Gu Chen. Meng Bao immediately stepped forward and pinched his sister's waist. In that instant, Goodyear immediately got into the act. Her big watery eyes reddened, and they immediately filled with tears. Then, Behavioral Treasure hugged Gu Chen's leg to death and didn't let go of his hand, and again looked at Gu Chen with big, pitiful eyes. Uncle, don't go. Yang Mi was instantly shocked and confused. She had always been strict with her children, and had always been vigilant when encountering strangers. But now, what is this situation with her good boy? When she looked at Meng Bao again, she realized that he was also at the side, although he didn't hug Gu Chen's entire leg like Meng Bao did, but he also extended a small hand to pull Gu Chen's pants leg, as if he was afraid that he would leave. Gu Chen also froze, not expecting such a scene at all. His puzzled eyes couldn't help but look at the woman in front of him, who even in her plain face was absolutely beautiful. There was a hint of embarrassment spreading in the air in front of the 2. Goodyear, uncle. Goodyear can't let you go. Good boy, tears are like no money is smashed on the ground. Yang Mi Si heart is going to be broken. Usually, behavioral treasure seldom cries. Tonight this. Forget it. For the sake of her daughter. It's fine not to have this face. Why don't you stay tonight? I see that my little daughter seems to be unable to let you leave. Yang Mi touched her nose. Her heart was also very unsure, and asked tentatively, although she also knew that already her status, just letting a strange man stay at home for the night was too irresponsible. But Yang Mi still couldn't control her soft heart and wanted Gu Chen to stay and help coax him. Gu Chen didn't expect this, but looking at the little girl's fleshy little face crying white and red, Gu Chen's heart softened for no reason. Previously, he had only felt that this little group was unexpectedly soft and cute, but now he couldn't help but feel heartbroken again. Bending down to pick up the good boy, Gu Chen was a bit at a loss for words again. All he could think of was how he should coax. He could be so fierce in the shopping mall that he could dismantle the enemy's defenses without even spending a single stroke. But in the face of only a few years old baby doll, he is really inexperienced. Not to mention coaxing a baby. He hadn't even fallen in love once. The only time he had an accident was many years ago. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard some tangled words from the child's mother standing next to him. Stay? Gu Chen hesitated. Reason told him that this was clearly inappropriate. He had a special status, and if he was photographed, he might cause another big storm. Maybe this family would even be implicated in the process. But looking at his arms with tears in his eyes, is looking at him with wide open eyes full of expectations of the good baby, and looked at the side of the silent standing, but the small hand is tightly pulling his pants. Do not let go of the cute baby. Gu Chen ghostly nodded his head and agreed. Okay, wait a moment, I'll contact my assistant. With that, he handed the good boy over to Yang Mi, then went to the balcony to make a call, and Yang Mi looked at behavioral treasure who stopped crying after hearing these words. Her eyes suddenly became grudging. Little ancestor The two little ones who had succeeded in their plan were very happy to look at each other, and surprise instantly blossomed in their eyes. Meng Bao, on the other hand, in a place they couldn't see, quietly gave a thumbs up to Goodyear, who was lying on Gu Chen's shoulder. It was getting late, and the pedestrians on the road were hurrying in twos and threes. Even though this was an upscale neighborhood, a low-key and luxurious Maybach parked there like this was a bit eye-catching in the end. Xiao Chen was sitting in the car, and for a while his thoughts were racing. His boss went in for so long, how come he hasn't come out yet? Otherwise get out of the car and turn around. The air in the car is strange and stuffy. Just when he was bored, the sound of his cell phone vibrating instantly rang. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Xiao Chen scurried up from his seat with a jolt, his head directly hitting the edge of the window, the pain causing his face to distort instantly. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was a voice call from his own boss. Instantly, his head didn't hurt anymore, and the air wasn't stuffy, so he immediately pressed the answer button and put his ear in front of the receiver. Hey, boss. Gu Chen dialed the phone on his side, listening to the slightly cheerful ringtone on Xiao Chen's side, his head full of black lines. Yang Mi was holding her laughter beside her until her face was almost purple. This person looked like a pretty decent, even a bit high-strung. However, this assistant what taste? Obviously in his boss is two extremes, not inevitably also too jumpy a bit. Meng Bao, good baby. Looking at the reaction of the mother and son trio, Gu Chen's face completely darkened. When the phone was connected, Gu Yunshan spoke. Go prepare a set of change of clothes and send them over. Then you can just leave. Xiao Chen went cold when he heard this, and didn't react for a long time. Prepare clothes? Then this is not going back? No. What's the situation? Sleeping here? Then those two kids won't really be. It wasn't until Gu Chen spoke again. Do you need me to say it again? Only then did Xiao Chen wake up from a dream, busy nodding his head over the phone. Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll go do it right away. In addition to picking you up in the morning? Well, come and pick me up from the company tomorrow morning. And also, your bonus for this month is gone. After saying this, Gu Chen didn't give Xiao Chen time to react and hung up directly. Inside the car, Xiao Chen digested the information on the phone for a long time. Was this some kind of great secret he had discovered? His family boss was hidden marriage, and he has two big kids? If this was exposed, the circles of Yanjing's upper class would explode. In a few years' time, the richest man in Yanjing, CEO Gu Chen, has a child out of wedlock, and doesn't sleep at night. It's exciting to think about. Wait, what did the boss just say? The bonus is gone? Why? On this ordinary night, a certain assistant drove his car on the way back to the company. Winded. Chapter 5 Confidentiality Agreement. The two children usually didn't have a father to accompany them, and today it was hard to leave Gu Chen behind, so they kept pestering him to play until midnight and didn't want to go to sleep. It was hard to put the unusually excited baby to sleep, and covered the Munchkin with a good blanket. Gu Chen was finally able to rest for a while. he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So bringing up a child is such a feeling, and he also wondered if his own child in the future would be the same. Meng Bao lies under the covers, still feeling a little unsatisfied, so she opens her eyes and asks Gu Chen in a small voice, "Uncle, will I still be able to see you when I get up tomorrow?" "Of course, baby. Since Mom promised you guys to let Uncle stay over tonight, then as long as you and your sister can get up on time tomorrow, you'll definitely still be able to see Uncle. Put your heart in your stomach and sleep well." Yang Mi walked in from the doorway. After calming down the slightly disturbed Munchkin, she handed Gu Chen a cup of warm water in her hand. "Tired? Right, have a drink of water to slow down. Today is really troublesome for you." "It's fine, quite happy. This is the first time I've played with a small child." Gu Chen took the water and politely replied back. The air was a little quiet for a moment. Yang Mi looked at the side face of the man in front of her with a little softness in his coldness, and actually looked a little dumbfounded. Gu Chen drank the water, saw Yang Mi did not reply, turned back to Mo Bao again, tightened the quilt, admonished him, "Sleep well, tomorrow Uncle will accompany you for breakfast. Good night." "Okay, good night Uncle." Meng Bao was finally able to settle down and close his eyes. This way, it's also considered to have a dad to accompany, right? Meng Bao thought, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, gradually entering dreamland. In his dream, Dad recognized him and his sister, played with them, took them shopping, and the family of 4 lived happily together. Listening to the two of them saying goodnight to each other, Yang Mi came back to her senses, feeling a little embarrassed. Surprisingly, she unknowingly stared at others for so long, and I don't know if she was discovered. However, she also felt a little strange, listening to this man's meaning, the babies and he is just a chance encounter. How will be so sticky to him? The good treasure itself naive. Attract people like is not surprising, but that brat how also so cannot give up his appearance? After thinking for half a day also did not think to understand, Yang Mi felt that the brain fee, went forward and kissed the forehead of Meng Bao, signaling the man to follow her out. Seeing that he doesn't look like a bad guy, he doesn't bother to think anymore. As long as the 2 babies are happy, let them go. Gu Chen actually wanted to ask Yang Mi where she lived, but the 2 children were asleep and didn't have the heart to make a sound. Receiving a look from Yang Mi, he followed her out of the room and saw her pointing to a bedroom next to the children's room. Without the 2 children's playfulness, the living room seemed a bit cold, leaving only the small night light on the wall still flickering with a faint light. "I just cleaned up the guest room. Maybe the environment isn't that good. Please forgive me." Yang Mi's deliberately lowered voice fell on Gu Chen's ears, but it sounded unexpectedly good. "I'll be staying in this room. Just come and call me if you need anything." "Okay, thank you. Thank you for your trouble tonight." Gu Chen was not polite, and after saying thank you, he turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, there was also only a dim night light on. Gu Chen scanned the room through the bright light. The room was a bit small, but it was better than being neat and tidy. Gu Chen's impression of the mother, from the initial skepticism of listening to the 2 children stammering and refusing to speak, to now observing all the way over, has changed quite a bit. Assistant Xiao Chan brought a change of clothes over. Was Yang Mi first carried into the bedroom? Put him on the small cabinet next to the bed. Gu Chen took a shower and took out the clothes in the bag to change into. The whole person relaxed lying on the bed. Definitely not as comfortable as his own villa bed, but after all, it is in someone else's home. There is not so much to talk about. Gu Chen will sleep through the night. After socializing for so long, and accompanying the 2 children to play in the middle of the night, he was really a bit tired. Lying in bed, his mind unexpectedly didn't think about the company's business, but reflected the smiles of the 2 children. He slept quite well this night. At 6 o'clock the next day, the sun had already jumped out of the horizon, and Gu Chen's biological clock woke him up right on time. Borrowing the toothbrush and toothpaste from the guest bedroom bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, after dressing and organizing himself, Gu Chen opened the door and came into the quiet living room, where the mother and her 3 children were still awake, ready to send a message to ask Xiao Chen to send some breakfast over. Before going to bed he promised the little group of people to eat with them this morning. Moreover, last night, he really didn't eat anything because he was focused on talking about cooperation, and now he's really a little hungry. The floor-to-ceiling curtains blocked out the light very well, and even though it was already daybreak at this point, there was still not a single ray of light coming through in the living room. Gu Chen walked over, and the AI scanned that someone was approaching and automatically pulled open the curtains. The early morning sunlight sprinkled on him unexpectedly like that, not blinding, warm, with an ironing sense of comfort that traveled throughout his body along with his blood. Just edited. The message has not yet sent out. The security door was thumped by someone knocking. Seeing that the person outside the door had been knocking for half a day, and the 3 people in the bedroom hadn't responded, Gu Chen had to get up and go open the door. This early in the morning, who came to find the 3 of them? Outside the door, Yang Mi's agent, Su Li, knew that it was unlikely that Yang Mi would be awake at this time, and was about to continue knocking on the door. As a result, the next moment, the door rustling sound came, and then, the door, she was dumbfounded. Looking at the strange man who opened the door in front of her, she couldn't even think about where this handsome man who was so human and godly was from. Su Li's expression cracked for a moment. I'm sorry, I went to the wrong door. Thinking she had knocked on the wrong door, Su Li apologized as she backed out. Scanning and testing the interior of the building, she looked up at the door number and stretched her neck to look at the decoration inside the door, then froze. It wasn't the wrong place. Then this man, my dropping ancestor, confirming that she hadn't knocked on the wrong door, coupled with Gu Chen's face that directly killed a bunch of fresh meat in the circle. Su Li subconsciously took him as Yang Mi's boyfriend that she was secretly dating behind her back. Instantly furious, she pushed Gu Chen away, then rushed towards Yang Mi's bedroom in big strides, frantically slamming the door. Ancestor, you're really my ancestor. You hurry up and come out to me. Still have the heart to sleep? Yang Mi sleepily opened the door and looked at Su Li, who had already exploded with anger at the bedroom door, not knowing what had happened. Sister Li, what's wrong? Why are you so angry in the morning? Su Li shook Yang Mi's shoulders back and forth with both hands, wanting to shake her brain out to see what was inside. What's wrong with me? You're still asking me what's wrong? Ancestor, you dare to hide a man at home behind my back? Yang Mi was still unconscious, and when she was shaken by Su Li like this, she became even more confused. What man? It was only when she saw Gu Chen, who had closed the security door and was walking behind Su Li, that Yang Mi suddenly woke up and slammed the door with a bang. Done. Bad. How did I forget about him? Pay for your own soft heart. Last night, after quickly changing her clothes and coming to the living room, she saw Su Li and Gu Chen sitting on the sofa. The atmosphere was momentarily tense with swords, but it seemed like it was only one-sided. Su Li stared at Gu Chen's gaze sharp as if to shoot him through. On the contrary, Gu Chen, legs folded, leaning on the sofa cushions, is flipping through the coffee table on the Yang Mi put there their own period of time ago just shot the fashion magazine. This man's aura is also quite strong. The ability to resist pressure is also quite good. So Bailey's sister staring actually face does not change color? Yang Mi heart called bitter. Face but do not dare to show. Small steps paced to Su Li sat down next to the smile piled up on the face. Sister Li, things are not what you think. I can explain. Explain? How can you explain? My ancestor your career is on the rise right now. I didn't even say anything when the two children were brought around, and now you're bringing me a man home? Su Li was furious, and she was outputting at Yang Mi. Yang Mi touched her nose. She also did not want to Sister Li, it's not what you think. Yesterday Meng Bao sneaked out to play with the good boy. It was him who happened to come across to send home. Originally last night he wanted to go, but also do not know what happened to the good baby. Crying and haunting is to accompany him. I'm not also no way well. You calm down. Calm down. Su Li heard this, the fire more or less suppressed some, but still did not give Gu Chen a good face. Luckily it wasn't really behind her back to bring someone home, but Su Li still had a cold face. Do you know how many paparazzi you have out here? In case you're caught on camera, I'll see how you can explain yourself. Yang Mi could only smile. There was no way. Who made her willing to spoil those two little ancestors at home? Meng Bao and good boy had long been woken up when Su Li entered the room, and now secretly opened the door to the children's room a small slit, eavesdropping on a few people outside. Behavioral treasure holding the accompanying sleeping doll in her hand, following behind Meng Bao. She had not yet woken up. Brother, why is Auntie Lily here? It seems like they are chatting about mom's work. Let's not go out and secretly listen here. Auntie Lily doesn't seem to like daddy. She's not going to kick him out, is she? The more the good boy heard, the more wrong it became, and he was so anxious that he pulled his brother's hand. Meng Bao also heard that something was wrong, but he understood that he couldn't rush out with his sister, or he was afraid that it would affect his mom's work. Alright, since she's speaking for you, let's sign a non-disclosure agreement. I have to consider it for the sake of my family's artist's reputation, and of course for your own good. Su Li looked at Yang Mi who was full of smiles and gave up struggling. Only after all, it was a matter of the privacy of a popular actress. She still had to think of a good way back for her. Snort Gu Chen laughed, thinking that he, the titular Gu de president, didn't take into account his own reputation to stay overnight. In the end, he still had to sign some kind of agreement to protect others. Ridiculous. Not signing. Gu Chen's face was full of disdain, glanced at Su Li. His line of sight once again turned to the fashion magazine held in his hand. Well, I have to say, the shot is pretty good, not a waste of her face value. Su Li was annoyed by Gu Chen's condescending and indifferent attitude. The fire that had just been extinguished directly rekindled. You, sisterly, calm down. Just after saying one word, Su Li's words were interrupted by Yang Mi. Glaring at her, holding her arms and not looking at Gu Chen. Yang Mi was caught in the middle between the two and had a hard time. She could only act as a peacemaker and snorted. Sisterly, he's not a bad person. He won't tell the truth about me having 2 children. I believe him. People's hearts are not the same, oh my ancestor. How do you know what he will be babbling about outside when he steps out of this door today? Can one trust an outsider so easily then? Suli was going to be pissed off at Yang Mi. It won't be. Just because he was able to send Meng Bao good boy back yesterday. His character can be trusted. Don't worry, sisterly. Suli didn't want to care about her. Chapter 6, Encounter 5 years ago. Gu Chen, whose attention had been on putting on the magazine, was a bit surprised when he heard this, pulling his eyes away from the top of the magazine and looking at Yang Mi with a snort. There really weren't many people who could be as innocent as her in the entertainment industry. The 2 lines of sight landed on his face in unison, and Gu Chen managed to collect his smile. Yang Mi, you seem to have a bit of a problem with me? She appeared to have read the mockery in his smile. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Thinking that someone as simple as you doesn't seem to be too suitable to hang out in a place like the entertainment industry. At first hearing this, Yang Mi thought he was complimenting her, but how this sounded was not the right tone. Yang Mi froze, then reacted that he was calling her stupid, but she was speaking for him. Hello. It's not because good boy Meng Bao couldn't let you go and had to drag you here to spend the night. Otherwise I would have let you go last night, okay? You this person. How can you treat your good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs? Yang Mi had a breath stuck in her throat that wouldn't go up or down. Exasperated by Gu Chen's teasing tone, the more the 2 children listened, the more wrong they became. Brother, mommy seems to be arguing with daddy. No longer able to hold back, good boy rushed out of the room with the doll in one hand and grabbed his brother with the other. Meng Bao was yanked by his sister and stumbled. It was too late to stop him, so he could only be forced to run after good boy. When did Goodyear become so strong? Meng Bao thought as he ran. Auntie Lily, don't blame mommy and Uncle Gu. With the doll thrown aside and his brother's hand not being held, good boy ran straight into Su Li's arms headfirst, hugging Su Li's waist and not letting go. Turning to look up at Yang Mi, her big eyes flickered with tears. Mommy, I'm sorry. It's all because behavioral treasure is. He had to bring Uncle Gu home, causing trouble for mommy. Good boy made things difficult for you. Yes, I'm sorry. Su Li looked at the little Munchkin in her arms who was crying with a tear-stained face. In her heart there was only heartache. Where else could she be mean to her? She only had to hold on to good boy's little buttocks and pick him up, placing him on her lap and smoothing out his hair one by one. Oh good baby, don't cry, auntie, don't get angry, okay? On the other hand, Meng Bao was halfway abandoned by her sister, standing on the side, her small hands tightly pinching the panty line of her pajama pants, biting her lip and refusing to speak, only looking fixedly at Yang Mi and Gu Chen. Her small expression was also a little aggravated, but stubbornly didn't let the tears fall from her eyes. Meng Bao, God knows how much it hurts me to watch my sister cry, being so messed up by the 2 children. Su Li was not in the mood to think about any agreement or not. Since Meng Bao and Yang Mi trusted him, she would not say anything. But this man, she just can't stand it. Things ended like this. After making a mess all morning, Gu Chen should also go to the company. Xiao Chen has also been waiting downstairs. Originally wanted Xiao Chen to bring breakfast over to eat with the 2 children. Was so stirred up, the message was not sent. Gu Chen also had to renege on his word. Good thing that Meng Bao also did not think of this thing. He thought that he would have the opportunity to make up for it later. It's getting late. I'll take my leave first. Lifting his wrist to look at his watch, Gu Chen put his long legs together, stood up from the sofa, greeted a few people, and took a step towards the door. Suli, you know it's getting late at this hour. What did you do earlier? How did you not know it was getting late last night? Yang Mi saw Gu Chen get up, want to stand up to see him off. Buttocks just lifted up half. Was Suli a hold down the thighs to press back into the sofa? When she met Su Li's eyes, Yang Mi couldn't muster up the courage to say that she only wanted to see him off out of courtesy. Luckily, Gu Chen didn't care so much, and she was slightly relieved. Although the 2 Munchkins couldn't bear to see Gu Chen leave, they also knew that he had his own things to do and couldn't keep Gu Chen in his house. Good boy sat in Su Li's arms, looking blearily at his brother. Good boy, brother, think of something. Otherwise, the next time I see Dad, I won't know when. Meng Bao was also a bit anxious, and receiving his sister's eye gesture, he suddenly got an idea and rushed to the door, pulling Gu Chen. Uncle, can you leave a phone number for me and my sister? Meng Bao just sat there on the floor, looking at Gu Chen pitifully. Gu Chen was changing his shoes at the door, only to feel his pants leg tighten, and look down to see Meng Bao sitting on the ground, and for the first time, the little guy showed this expression. Oh no, the second time. The last time was last night when he begged him to send him and his sister home. Why? Gu Chen was puzzled. What was the point of asking for his phone number? Because then, my sister and I will feel like we still have a dad, and would no longer be little kids who don't have a dad to want. Meng Bao bit her lip, gathered her courage, and finally managed to say what was in her heart, even though her voice was getting smaller and smaller, so small that it was almost inaudible in the end. Even if Dad didn't recognize himself and his sister right now, he still wanted to gamble on this, on his heart being soft. The small figure sitting on the ground slightly bowed his head, body colored with a little despondent, voice also unconsciously with a crying voice, pricked Gu Chen heart tight. There is a piece of place densely flooded with pain. To say that the aggrieved Baba Mengbao the second time to see, this with a crying voice is really the first time to see. Yang Mi has been secretly observing Gu Chen's reaction. Heard Mo Bao said this. The heart suddenly tightened. She seems to understand why the two babies last night so reluctant to leave this man. In the end, she had neglected their feelings? But back then, Gu Chen actually wanted to ask Yang Mi, who was sitting on the sofa, why he had been raising the two children for so many years and hadn't thought about finding the children's father. But after thinking about it for a long time, he felt that this was after all someone's family matter, and it was not good for him, an outsider, to intervene. Okay, go get the notes? Uncle will wait for you. Gu Chen didn't ask after all, and only agreed to the boy's request of wanting his phone number. Uncle, you just say it, I can remember it. After reporting his phone number, Gu Chen even made Mo Bao repeat it again, seeing that he really remembered it, before saying goodbye to him. Thinking about how Meng Bao brought his sister to the entrance of the drunken immortal residence yesterday, Gu Chen felt that this child had guts and brains, and would surely become a talent in the future. He also wondered if his real father would have regretted choosing to abandon them if he knew he had two such intelligent children. On this side, Yang Mi was absent-mindedly teasing Su Li's good boy in her arms. In fact, her attention was on the good boy, thinking that she hadn't considered whether the two children lacked a father's love since they were young, and she was lost in thought. Suddenly heard Gu Chen and Meng Bao reported that string of figures that he had carved in his mind for 5 years and could not erase, suddenly became pale and bloodless. Good boy saw his mommy's face become wrong. A little worried, softly and tentatively asked, Mommy, what's wrong with you? Yang Mi at this time, but as if she could not hear anything, immersed in her own world. That phone call, if he heard correctly. That's right, it was impossible to hear it wrong. It was him. The brain went blank for a moment. The memories of 5 years ago flooded into her mind, and with a swish of her head, Yang Mi violently stood up and rushed to the door, stopping Gu Chen, who had already opened the door and was ready to leave. Su Li only had time to see Yang Mi's instantly reddened eyes. Wait, you, 5 years ago, were you in the Magic City Hotel, the presidential suite, had a room? Chapter 7, Let's go to the hospital. 5 years ago? Gu Chen couldn't help but freeze when he heard this familiar point in time, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. How did she know that I had a room in that hotel 5 years ago? Looking at the Munchkin on the ground who patted his butt and stood up, and the good boy in Su Li's arms on the sofa, who was only about 4 or 5 years old, a thought slipped through Gu Chen's mind. His spine stiffened, and Gu Chen's fingers gradually tightened their grip on the doorknob, exerting so much force that his knuckles turned white. Fragments of that night 5 years ago flooded into his mind like a floodgate. Was it her? Can't remember. At that time, his consciousness was not very awake, only remembered the woman in his arms, palm-sized small face, skin as white as snow, touch like satin silky. As for her face, over the past 5 years, Gu Chen had dreamed of the scene from time to time, but the face of the person in the dream was always like a layer of mysterious veil, so that people could not see through the features. Gu Chen's brows furrowed, and he quickly detached himself from the memories. Closing the door, Gu Chen turned back. The little woman in front of him was gripping his arm so hard that she was trembling, and her eyes were red beyond recognition. The whole person was extremely flustered and uneasy, and her appearance was suddenly imprinted in the bottom of his eyes, which also pierced his heart. Thinking of the two babies at the entrance of the drunken immortal residence calling out to him as their father, Gu Chen felt that his thoughts should be correct. Yang Mi looked at him eagerly like that, her heart indescribably bitter. Back then, that person left a note with that string of numbers and walked away while she was still sober, but she and he did not expect, just that crazy night, she was pregnant. Over the past 5 years, she's tried countless times to dial that number to ask if he'd still be responsible, only to give up at the last minute. Forget it, 2 babies are so sweet, in case she finds the other is a scoundrel. She couldn't afford the consequences. Let's go to the hospital now. Gu Chen knew that she couldn't panic now. She had to go to the hospital for a checkup and wait for the results to come out. Yang Mi had been in a state of nervousness, and even after Gu Chen gave her reassurance, it still didn't relieve her in the slightest. She was too nervous, so nervous that her limbs were so cold that she was staggering even when she was just standing there. Brother, quickly help mommy sit over here. Good boy looked at Yang Mi, who was in extremely poor condition, and was heartbroken, fearing that she would fall and touch her. Before Meng Bao could make a move, Gu Chen's large, powerful hand had already countergripped onto Yang Mi's right hand that was gripping his arm. Seeing this, Meng Bao immediately ran to the other side and took her left hand. The two of them brought Yang Mi, who had stiffened to the point where she couldn't walk, little by little to the sofa and sat down. Good boy jumped down from Su Li's arms and directly jumped in front of Yang Mi and hugged her legs. Tears were welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Mommy, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare good boy. Meng Bao walked over and gently pulled her sister away. Good girl. Mommy needs time. Let's wait here for a while. While saying this, he stroked his sister's head to calm her down. Seeing Yang Mi sitting on the sofa without saying anything, Gu Chen walked to the balcony and pulled out his cell phone to call his assistant Xiao Chun. Wait, don't go to the company, go directly to the hospital. Tell that side to get ready. It has to be done confidentially. Okay boss, are you not feeling well? No, it's for a paternity test. After the shock of his own boss staying out at night last night, Xiao Chen had thought that he could already cope with any emergencies, but he didn't expect this phone call to split him up again. Understood. For a moment, he suspected that he had misheard, but out of professionalism as well as the threat of a bonus, Xiao Chen still immediately answered. Send up a pair of sunglasses and a hat. Women's style. Something that can block your face. Gu Chen finished his explanation and hung up the phone to stride back to the living room. The high-fashion suit had already wrinkled a bit after this morning's tossing and turning, but he didn't care and sat right next to Yang Mi. Looking at her nervous hands, do not know where to put the look. He actually inexplicably a little heartbroken, but also do not know how to comfort. The can be silent accompaniment at her side. Su Li watched the whole process, also understand the general course of events, looking at Yang Mi sitting there confused and short, sighed. If your current appearance is photographed, the rumors of the entertainment headlines will fly again. Well, relax. How to say that you are also a movie queen level character. Go out later and don't reveal the cracks. Time passes by. The living room is quiet. Only the electronic clock on the wall is ticking as usual. A few people sitting on the sofa have their own thoughts. Yang Mi, what should we do? If it's really him, will he take away the two children in the future? I don't think so. He doesn't look like that kind of person, but that's his flesh and blood after all. Su Li, it's over. Not only do we have to hide the kids in the future, we really have to hide a man too. Meng Bao and Good Bao, we're going to have a father, but mommy doesn't seem too happy about it. What should we do? Could it be that mommy doesn't want to accept daddy? As for Gu Chen, he was deep in self-doubt. For example, in these 5 years, why did she never look for herself? Instead, she chose to raise 5 children all by herself? Xiao Chen brought sunglasses and a hat over to knock on the door, finally breaking the weird atmosphere between a few people. Gu Chen got up to open the door, reached out to take it, and told Xiao Chen to go down to the car and wait. In passing, he took off a long coat from the coat rack standing in the doorway. Gu Chen reached out and pulled Yang Mi up, letting her put on her clothes, brought her sunglasses and hat, and told Meng Bao to go find a mask for her to wear. Going to the hospital, will you be able to walk by yourself after you leave the house? Gu Chen looked at Yang Mi, who still couldn't calm down until now, and was a little unsure of her situation. It's fine, I'll take her in the back. You take the 2 children first. Su Li actually didn't really want to take Gu Chen's car to go, but there was no way. She took a taxi in the morning and didn't drive her own car. Gu Chen nodded and handed Yang Mi over to Su Li. With Su Li following, he did feel quite relieved. The Maybach parked in this neighborhood was a bit eye-catching, but fortunately, it was now office hours, and not many people noticed it. And Su Li and Yang Mi and see this low-key but not lose luxury black business car, both in each other's eyes to see the surprise. It was a luxury car with a few $1 million at least, and it was also equipped with a specialized assistant for transportation. This man, not only is he a talented man, even his identity has taken on a bit of mystery. At least, the worries about Yang Mi at the beginning were a few points less. The 4 of them dressed up tightly went out and got into the car. Gu Chen and Yang Mi sat in the back row with their 2 children, while Su Li sat in the passenger seat. The car drove out a distance. Su Li suddenly thought of a very serious problem. There were few people in the neighborhood who hadn't been noticed, but there were a lot of people in the hospital. She now appears in the hospital like this. What if she is photographed? Su Li turned back, her eyes looking at Yang Mi, but her words were directed at Gu Chen. Otherwise, the 2 of them would just go home and wait for the results. No, she didn't explain too much. Su Li actually didn't quite believe it, but looking at Yang Mi's eager appearance, she didn't have the heart to say what she was thinking, and silently pulled out her cell phone. Let the team rush a statement out first. In case it is really found out there is also a preparation. Chapter 8 blocked by reporters in the hospital. At an inconspicuous small door of Jaha Hospital, the president was waiting anxiously at the door with experts from various departments. Because just now, the president's assistant called over to tell them to get ready, only saying that the boss was going to bring someone over, and didn't say exactly what it was for. Anxious that his beard was going white, he had to call all the section chiefs over to stand by. the black Maybach finally appeared in the line of sight. The dean hurriedly brought his people to welcome it, fearing that he had been slacking off in some way. Mr. Gu, where are you uncomfortable? The car stopped, and Gu Chen had just gotten out of the car when he heard the dean ask him this, frowning as he glanced at Xiao Chun, who was opening the door for Yang Mi. He didn't say such important information in advance, and over there, Assistant Xiao Chen's hand closing the car door gave a start, inexplicably feeling a chill on the back of his neck. What's the situation? Today's weather forecast didn't say that the temperature would drop. Looking at the other side of the car door down the tightly wrapped woman and the two little munchkins, the dean is still a little strange. Who did Mr. Gu bring with him? A relative? Do the paternity test? Be quick. The dean subconsciously went to answer Gu Chen's words, and when he reacted, he was confused. Paternity test? Taking a closer look at the two children who had walked over, the boy's looks were similar to his boss's. How could he say that there had to be a 7 or 8% resemblance? What's the problem? Gu Chen frowned and looked over. Why are 1 and 2 as if they're deaf? No, you come with me. The dean secretly wiped the sweat from the corner of his forehead, and thought to himself that he had almost ruined his own future. This side, after the heroine got off the bus and realized that it was the dean himself who came to receive them, she and Suli exchanged a glance, and both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. This hospital is run by him? No wonder he was so sure just now in the car. Watch your mouth and those of you. What we came over today is not to be rumored, or else you'll give this position to someone else. Gu Chen knew what Suli what, and on the way to the examination room he barked out a warning to the dean. Okay, I know. Prepare that ward on the top floor and get someone to take them both there first. Gu Chen was even afraid that there would be too many people in the testing room and Yang Mi would be at risk of being recognized, so he was prepared to have Suli accompany her to the ward first and wait, bringing the two children to the testing room. Gu Chen first looked after them and drew their blood before finally taking his own. Mengbao good boy is great. Seeing that the two children didn't even cry, Gu Chen couldn't help but praise them. Thank you uncle for the compliment. The two babies returned to him in unison, making the little nurse who drew the blood envious. These two children were so soft and cute that their hearts melted when they looked at them. Moreover, how could they be so well behaved? Which of the other children in this age group who came for injections and blood draws were not as difficult to press as a New Year's pig? Yang Mi was restless in the hospital room, looking at the wall clock hanging on the wall from time to time. The little nurse who sent her over from the hospital prepared a fruit plate and tea for her, but she didn't have the heart to eat or drink at all. Suli accompanied her to the ward and then went out to contact the team to prepare for the follow-up. At the moment only she is alone. I don't know how the babies are doing. Gu Chen picked up the two children one by one on one side and came to the ward, placing them on the bed. Baby. Yang Mi saw Gu Chen return with the children in his arms and rushed straight over, her eagerness overflowing. How was it? Seeing the two children being carried back by Gu Chen with a smile on their faces, Yang Mi's heart finally fell to the ground and looked towards Gu Chen, wanting to ask how the results were. The results won't come out until tomorrow. Don't be anxious. Let's rest here for a bit before we leave. Gu Chen could see how nervous she was, but the results would only come out tomorrow at the earliest. Although the results hadn't come out yet, for some reason, Gu Chen's heart already had a hidden answer. Mom, don't be nervous. Mengbao stretched out her hand for a hug. What Mom needed most right now was companionship and comfort. Yang Mi reached out and picked up Mengbao, looking at Gu Chen with complicated eyes. She had thought about it so many times, thought that he might not be responsible for abandoning the three of them, thought that he would fight with her for the custody of the two children. But how could she not expect such an encounter? I'm afraid that the script wouldn't even dare to write it like this, right? When Gu Chen saw her staring at him, he didn't know what to say and could only go to look at the two children. After all, he was quite surprised to have two children all of a sudden. However, he had always been calm and self-controlled, and never easily lost his temper. At this time, Gu Chen did not know that he had always boasted of being calm and rational, and would soon be directly hit in the face. Two people have their own thoughts. For a time, the atmosphere of the ward is a little subtle, but no one opened their mouths to break. The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Suli panicked and ran in, pulling up Yang Mi to leave. Wait, what's wrong sisterly? Yang Mi was confused. Why did she suddenly pull her to leave? Just now outside rushed in a large group of reporters. I called the security only stopped for a moment. You hurry with me to go. If you do not go they are going to rush up. Suli anxiously pulled her. Reporters? Gu Chen's complexion darkened. It was reasonable to say that he was so well prepared that he wouldn't be known by the reporters, and also rushed over in such a short period of time. If you don't say it I haven't thought of it yet. Did you do it? Suli was really anxious this time, but it was directed at Gu Chen. This hospital was owned by him, so if it wasn't for someone snitching on him, how could so many reporters come in a short period of time? To say that he didn't do it, Suli didn't believe it at all. Gu Chen's face darkened as he listened to this. I'm not that boring. Yang Mi was still a bit baffled by now, and didn't care about the atmosphere of saber rattling between the two men. She directly opened her mouth and asked, then what should we do now? Walking downstairs will probably be surrounded by them soon. Once Su Li heard this, she didn't care about arguing with Gu Chen, and anxiously walked around the ward, trying to see if there was anything she could use to help Yang Mi cover up. Gu Chen directly called the dean. Open the special channel and come over to pick us up. Then he called Xiao Chen to find out what was going on with these reporters. He had a hunch that these reporters should not be running towards Yang Mi, but him, daring to hit me over the head. Looks like they've been quite idle lately. I'll go check it out. Xiao Chen heard the impatience in Gu Chen's tone, and his entire body was jolted. It wasn't a joke when his president got angry. It seemed like he had to find something for these reporters to do. Time is short. Su Li did not hold Gu Chen again, followed the dean, with two children and Yang Mi first from the special channel to leave. Now, Gu Chen's car must have long been surrounded by reporters. Certainly cannot sit again. Fortunately, the two children and Yang Mi specifically covered up a bit when they left the house, so several people directly took a cab waiting at the curb to pick up passengers, all the way back to Yang Mi's apartment. Gu Chen walked right out of the hospital's front door with a black face. Xiao Chen was called by him to deal with this matter. He directly opened the driver's door and drove straight out of the hospital, not turning back once no matter how much the reporter who was stopped by the security called him. Chapter 9, I Might. It's your father. Driving away from the few cars that thought they were well hidden that were not dead set on following him, Gu Chen still drove the car back to Yang Mi's neighborhood. Experiencing such a thing, she should not feel good in her heart. Reason told himself that he should return to the company. Although the group was so big that it could still function without him, he had always been self-disciplined and would not allow anyone to trample on the rules recklessly. But reasonably, he felt as if he should go to accompany her. The low-key luxurious black Maybach was parked there with the engine turned off, but no one could be seen coming down from the car, and the anti-peep film hid the space inside the car very well. Gu Chen quietly sat in the car, tilted his head to look at a certain window of that building. His expression was obscure. He was a little bit withdrawn again. In fact, he didn't know how he could explain to the two children, nor did he know how he should face Yang Mi. When he came out of the hospital, his mind was full of the mother and child, and without realizing it, he drove the car here. After sitting in the car for a while, Gu Chen called Xiao Chen. After checking in and coming over to the apartment to get rid of the car, get a more ordinary one to come. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Gu Chen sighed softly, opened the door and got out of the car, taking the elevator to a familiar floor. Knock knock. The knock on the door sounded. Yang Mi was holding two children in her hands as she wandered to the door, so she told the AI to open the visual doorbell and take a look. After today's incident, it was likely that someone posing as various identities would come knocking on her door. She had to be more vigilant. Seeing that the person coming was Gu Chen, Yang Mi hurriedly opened the door. A little surprised, she thought he wouldn't come before the results were out. Standing in the doorway, looking at the mother and son in the open door, Gu Chen's heart was inexplicably stabilized in this moment. The two little groups in her arms looked blearily at Gu Chen in the doorway, their eyes seeming to have endless words, but no one opened their mouths. Yang Mi saw that Gu Chen had been standing in the doorway without making a move, and moved to the side. Come in and say it. Putting the two little dumplings on the ground, she rubbed her aching arms. In the end, holding the two together was a bit heavy. The two babies have been growing a bit fast lately. She can barely hold them. Gu Chen entered the door, changed himself into the same pair of slippers he wore last night, and followed the three of them all the way to the sofa to sit down. Su Li was sitting close to the balcony and didn't even give him a look, so he didn't greet her. Still did not think about what he wanted to say. Gu Chen could not help but frown. Long and slender fingers pinched the center of the brow, deep pupils with a few points of unspeakable tension. The two children were staring straight at him, and the sight in them was so expectant and enthusiastic. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. The silence was excessive. Yang Mi finally noticed Gu Chen's hands that had nowhere to rest, holding them in one place from time to time and releasing them from time to time. He was also getting nervous. Today's matter, looking slightly unnatural. Gu Chen's words were halfway out of his mouth when he turned his eyes from the floor to Yang Mi, realizing that Yang Mi happened to be looking at him as well. Yang Mi raised her eyebrows and still nodded. Ahem, that, Mengbao good boy, I might. It's your dad. This test we went for today is to verify if we are paternity or not, although we won't know the final results until tomorrow. Your mom and I intuitively feel that you are my children. Gu Chen spoke tentatively while observing the reactions of the two children. Unexpectedly, when the two children heard him say this, they instantly burst out laughing and jumped into his arms together. The children's innocent laughter filled every corner of the living room with sunlight at this moment. This reaction of the two children caused Gu Chen and Yang Mi to be shocked for a little while, and they looked at each other again, unsure. Daddy, I knew you were daddy long ago. so my brother and I just, well, good girl treasure and excited, directly said leaks the mouth. Fortunately Meng Bao eyes and hands fast, a hand over to cover, blocked her next want to say words. However, the words in front of her were still heard by the two. Gu Chen looked at the two little dumplings in amazement, while Yang Mi directly pretended to be angry and questioned out loud. Just what? You guys already knew? Good boy. Explain it to me clearly. Mom, don't be mean to your sister. It was all my idea. It's better for me to say it. Seeing that his sister who knew she had said the wrong thing, her little face changed color in fear. Meng Bao pulled her sister behind him and chose to face her mother's anger alone. Once before by chance I saw my mom staring at her cell phone, so I was curious about what you were looking at, Mom, and took advantage of the gap between you going to the restroom to secretly see the phone number on the phone. Then I could often find out that my mom would secretly look at that string of numbers behind my back and my sister's back. So I guessed that it was my dad's phone number and secretly used the computer to look it up, not wanting her mom to know that she had already identified her dad before she went looking for him. Meng Bao temporarily changed the words that were on her lips slightly, euphemizing them a bit. You guys will know what happened later, Mom. Pretending to be afraid, Meng Bao lowered his head to secretly observe the reactions of the two adults in front of him, while speaking in a smaller and smaller voice. The more Yang Mi heard, the more surprised she was. This brat, was he checking it out before going to find someone? Thanks to her, she thought that he and Good Boy really met Gu Chen by chance, and wondered how there could be such a coincidence. Gu Chen didn't show it on his face, but in his heart, he had already been shocked beyond words. His identity was here, and there were quite a few people who wanted to find out his whereabouts. But even so, the technicians under his hand had never let him down. Not only did he marvel at Meng Bao's beyond normal intelligence, he was also shocked that such a young child could have such meticulous logic. Meng Bao, did you do it all by yourself by checking my location through my cell phone number? Yes. I'm sorry, Dad. I went to check your privacy without your consent. At this point, Meng Bao didn't know how amazing his initial display of talent was. He was just afraid that Gu Chen would hate him and his sister because of it, and stood there weakly apologizing. Mom taught me that I can't do this kind of thing, but I really want to have a dad so badly. No, good boy. You're so talented in the computer field. I can't wait to be happy. How could I blame you? When Meng Bao heard this, she also finally raised her head. The tears in her eyes could no longer hold back the tears that fell, and once again flung herself into Gu Chen's arms. After all, he was still a child. No matter how mature he spoke and acted, he still had a child's nature. Gu Chen stroked his head, and reached out to carry Good Boy onto his lap. Suli, who was sitting next to him, didn't say a word from the beginning, but just watched a few people interacting, and her heart was somewhat mixed. The two babies really lack father's love. If there can be biological father to love, she naturally will not oppose. Besides, this man now seems to be on the child is also considered to be devoted. However, due to Gu Chen treating people arrogantly, Suli still didn't like it. She still couldn't see him. Mommy, Goodyear is hungry. Once this mood relaxed, the feeling of hunger also followed. Goodyear flattened his mouth, touched his little stomach, and voiced a reminder. The crowd then remembered that from the morning's tossing and turning until now, it was almost noon, and everyone had not eaten. It was only when Suli heard this that she finally reacted. I'll go cook. Meng Bao, good boy, come over and fight with me. Although she didn't like this man, but then again the two had a child a few years ago because of that incident. At this time, it was still appropriate to leave space for the two after all. Chapter 10, I'll get you a glass of water. Suli took her baby to the kitchen, and Yang Mi and Gu Chen were the only two people left looking at each other in the large living room. The sunlight penetrated through the window and poured onto the floor, and the temperature in the air gradually rose without her realizing it. Such an atmosphere made Yang Mi a bit overwhelmed, and she lightly coughed to hide her embarrassment. Cough dash. How have you been? Gu Chen glanced at Yang Mi, who was blushing like a ripe apple. He felt that as a man it was better to speak first himself. It's okay, replied Yang Mi with discretion. Why did it feel like a superior caring about his subordinates? It's so official, isn't it? But wouldn't it be too bad to just reply with this sentence? Doesn't it seem a bit too formal? It's fine, don't worry. Yang Mi immediately followed up with another sentence, but after saying it, she felt it wasn't appropriate. Mom, I'm talking about something. Help! There was a short silence, and one sentence made the awkward atmosphere go up another level. Yang Mi wanted to run away so badly, in a flash of inspiration, that, I'll go get you a glass of water. Not waiting for Gu Chen to react, Yang Mi almost fled, crossing the coffee table and running towards the dining room. Looking at Yang Mi's gusty back, Gu Chen froze for a split second, reacting to the fact that she was shy, and with a helpless smile, he reached out and rubbed his brow. Splat! The sound of glass smashing against a hard object and shattering rang out abruptly. Gu Chen frowned, his body reacting faster than his brain, getting up and running at Yang Mi in an arrow step. Yang Mi's reaction was a little slow, looking at the debris on the ground. She finally reacted to what stupid thing she had done. Why was she so nervous? Pouring a glass of water can't even hold the cup steady. After only a few hours with him, he's dropped 2 cups. Shame on you. Yang Mi was so anxious that she crouched down and wanted to pick up the shards on the ground. But her hand, which was just about to touch the glass ballast, was gripped by a large, bony hand. Don't move. The man's low voice line came from behind himself, falling lightly on Yang Mi's ears just like that. She could even feel the hot breath of the man behind her spraying directly onto her earlobes, stinging her body with a jolt, her face instantly turning red. Gu Chen saw Yang Mi panicked and squatted down to pick up the sharp glass shards. Hand movements without thinking, they stood behind her and directly grabbed her hand. The warm and delicate feeling in his hand made Gu Chen's heart tighten, and he finally realized how ambiguous the two of them were at the moment. However, looking at the little woman in front of him, who had her back turned to him and didn't dare to move, blushing to the root of her ears, Gu Chen suddenly felt amused, and covered up the trace of nervousness in his heart. Come over here first, I'll collect it later. In fact, his body's subconscious reaction made Gu Chen confused for a split second, but he didn't think about it that much. Gu Chen held Yang Mi's hand and brought her to her feet, taking her away from the dining room and placing her to sit on the sofa, then turned around and went back to the corner to get a broom and dustpan before returning to the dining room. Yang Mi hadn't recovered from Gu Chen's action of holding his hand and sticking so close to her just now. Her brain was a bit spinning and her heart rate skyrocketed. Inexplicably, she thought of that night 5 years ago, when the two of them were skin to skin and naked, and although she wasn't conscious, the feeling of negative distance was still abnormally clear in her mind. It seems to be a bit hot. Subconsciously patting her face, Yang Mi realized that it was surprisingly hot, and hurriedly shook her head, trying to get rid of those messy images in her head. Gu Chen took the broom and carefully searched for any debris that might have been missed. After all, there were 2 children in the house. In case they accidentally fell, if they didn't sweep it up, it would still be quite dangerous. But with her bubbly personality, how on earth did she take care of 2 children for so many years? As Gu Chen swept the floor, he thought about the image of Yang Mi dropping 2 cups and was filled with questions. Is it really possible to take care of them? Thinking of this, Gu Chen looked at Yang Mi sitting on the sofa and happened to catch the image of her shaking her head. Gu Chen, he really kind of suspected that it was the 2 kids who were taking care of her in turn, and how he looked at them didn't look like they could raise a child. After cleaning up the mess on the floor, Gu Chen put back the broom and returned to the living room. Mommy, Good Boy and Mo Boy ran over from the kitchen, followed by Suli, who had finished making breakfast. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Come over here, I'll talk to you about something. Suli looked towards Yang Mi, who was about to get up to see her off, her face complex. Yang Mi was a little confused. What's going on? Got photographed by a reporter in the morning? It shouldn't be. She had covered herself so tightly. Following behind, Suli entered her bedroom. Suli casually closed the door. Yang Mi, it seems a bit serious. While her mind was wandering, she saw that Suli was staring at her with a serious face. What's wrong, sisterly? Was it being photographed when you went out in the morning? The question in her mind asked out. Yang Mi was also a little nervous in her heart. If she was really photographed, the follow-up treatment might be a little troublesome. No, it's not that. It's you and whoever that is. Suli felt a bit bad to open her mouth. She couldn't intervene in the matter between the two of them, but there was always a bit of worry in her heart. It's fine, sisterly, go ahead. Yang Mi heard that it wasn't the morning's problem, and her heart let out a sigh of relief. She could see that Suli was worried about her, so she simply opened her mouth first so that she could be able to speak up. Then I'll be straightforward. Although the matter of the child is now 8 or 9, but after all, we still don't know the true identity of that person. After a pause, Suli continued, but since he can own such a large hospital in his name, he's probably not a good person. Yang Mi frowned. She hadn't thought of this layer. She was just nervous this morning. His identity shouldn't be simple. You have to be careful when you get along with him. Yang Mi knew that Sisterly could say these words. It was genuinely for her good. She had to appreciate this. I know, Sisterly. Don't worry. I'm a movie queen. With a smile on her face reaching out to hug Suli, Yang Mi had the intention of easing the atmosphere with a playful tone. That person is very likely to really be the father of her 2 babies. No matter what, there is no way to change the blood relationship. She is also helpless. Grow a heart. Seeing her like this, Suli knew that she had listened in. Understanding that her own artist had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, no matter how simple-minded she was, she wouldn't really have no brain at all. Patting Yang Mi's back and returning her hug, Suli sighed and stopped talking. Brother and I are finally children with a father. The good little girl shrank in Gu Chen's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and burying her face in his shoulder, her voice a little choked. The little girl's voice was milky and sticky, with a bit of a crying tone. Hiding her grievances, but she was trying her best to suppress it to prevent herself from crying out. Gu Chen heard in his heart, a little heartbroken. Good boy. In the future, Daddy will be there. Good boy won't cry. Gu Chen soothed the little girl in his arms while stretching out his hand towards Mungbao. Chapter 11. Only had contact with you of the opposite sex. Mungbao stood outside the coffee table and watched his sister jump into his dad's arms. His heart was a little envious, but he couldn't wipe his face. I'm a man. I can't be like my sister. It'll make Dad laugh. A little disappointed and a little aggrieved, but he still pretended to be strong. Only the sight of the two people interacting on the sofa exposed his heart. Gu Chen naturally sought his little mind. After all, he was an old fox who had been in the mall for several years. Seeing through a little kid's thoughts was not worth mentioning. Mengbao, come here, Daddy hugs. Since Mengbao was embarrassed, he took the initiative to open his mouth. When Mungbao heard this, his figure gave an obvious start, his face filled with incredulity. Can I do the same? Gu Chen smiled. Sure enough, he was still a child. After receiving Gu Chen's affirmation, Mengbao bypassed the coffee table and swooped into his arms, but carefully avoided his sister's arm, only leaning vaguely against Gu Chen's shoulder. He was afraid that his sister would get hurt. Gu Chen followed the force of Mengbao's lunge and smoothly wrapped his arms around the boy, pressing his tiny body into his own. Mengbao naturally read his meaning. His nose was a little sour. It's good to have a father. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Gu Chen took a baby in one hand and led the two children to the balcony to look at the scenery. The sunlight sprinkled on the three people, from the back overflowing with warmth. The two children in a good mood, has been laughing and joking. The whole balcony laughter constantly. Yang Mi and Suli came out of the bedroom and saw such a scene. The years are quiet. Yang Mi's mind automatically popped up this word, with gentle eyes. The man's back was wide, a standard inverted triangle figure, but it didn't look exaggerated. On the contrary, it made people feel very secure. Yang Mi looked a little dumbfounded. All these years she had been on her own through all the heartache and sadness, bringing home to her two children always a smiling face. To this day, she thought the brick wall she had worked hard to build was enough to protect her and her two babies, but the moment she saw the scene, all her strength disintegrated and collapsed. She was recognized as a strong woman in her circle, but no one could have imagined that in reality. She was also a little girl who needed to be relied upon. With a smile unconsciously hanging on her face, Yang Mi arched her eyebrows and just looked at the few people interacting on the balcony like that. Mommy, mommy! The two little clumps were the first to spot Yang Mi with a smile on her face at the bedroom door and call out to her in unison. Mommy, Daddy gave me and my brother a high hug. Good boy is so happy. Yang Mi looked over at the Munchkin, and saw that the little group was doing their best to keep their faces stern, and only nodded at her, but the excitement in their eyes couldn't be fooled. Good, as long as you're happy, as long as good boy is happy mommy is happy. Yang Mi was very relieved. Two babies with one more person to love. She was naturally willing. Mengbao looked at Daddy, and then looked at Mommy. His little brain turned fast, and the plan came to him. Daddy, give Mommy a high hug too. The moment these words came out, the smile on Yang Mi's face directly froze. Little ancestor, what are you babbling about? Seeing that Gu Chen turned around, his eyes teasing and his mouth smiling as he was about to walk towards her, Yang Mi became anxious. No, 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 don't. You just play with your sister. Mommy doesn't need to. Mumbai, which will so easily let go of this opportunity to let mom and dad get close, did not wait for Yang Mi to say anything else, grabbed and said, Mommy, my sister and I have played it. It's fun. You can try it too. Daddy is great. No baby, if you and your sister are happy, Mommy is happy. Seeing that she couldn't get through to Mommy, Mungbao turned her target to Gu Chen. Daddy, can you give Mommy a high hug too? My sister and I have Daddy to hold, but Mommy doesn't have one yet. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, not giving Yang Mi a chance to refuse. Yang Mi, what a good baby. I'm directly dying. Her face reddened again, not wanting to speak, seeing that the atmosphere of several people was too good to be true. Suli also let her heart go, and sneaked away as early as when Mungbao told Gu Chen to hug Yang Mi, putting down the Mengbao and good baby that he had been holding. Gu Chen stepped towards Yang Mi, against the light. Yang Mi couldn't quite see his face. The man's aura was strong but not oppressive, walking straight towards her like that, a bit like a scene from a dream. The first request that Mengbao made to me, I'm not too good to refuse. Cooperate? Seeing Yang Mi blushing to the roots of her ears, as if she was about to drip blood, Gu Chen took the initiative to find a reason for her. Nodding lightly, Yang Mi didn't dare to look at him, only feeling her face burning. Gu Chen reached out, hooping Yang Mi's surplus waist, pulling the person slowly closer to himself. The temperature suddenly rose. Yang Mi even felt that she could hear the heartbeat in the man's chest, like a beating drum. Even through the material of her clothes, Yang Mi still felt that the big hand on her waist was a bit hot, and she shyly didn't dare to look up at him. Gu Chen pulled the person closer, looking at the warm and delicate skin of the woman in his arms and the perfect side of the face, breathing a little chaotic. The face in front of him and the face in the dream gradually overlapped, and certain ambiguous images surfaced in his mind, and the veil on the dreamer's face was completely lifted. With a little force, Gu Chen lifted up Yang Mi, and like holding Meng Bao and Xiao Bao, he encircled the person in his arms. How can it be so light? Yang Mi was lost in thought, but suddenly her feet left the ground, causing her to panic, and she subconsciously wrapped her hands around Gu Chen's neck, pressing her whole body against Gu Chen's body. This time, the two people stick closer together, breathing entangled. Yang Mi's face completely red cannot look. To say that just now in the living room he was just sticking behind her, but now the two of them were face to face, and the warm airflow that sprayed onto Yang Mi's neck provoked her to shudder and go limp. Meng Bao and Good Boy looked at mom and dad interacting in such a close way and hid at the side and smiled at each other. Hey, daddy and mommy hugged. Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh out softly when he saw the person in his arms shrinking like an ostrich. At least you're in the entertainment industry? Why are you so easily shy? How can you be so thin-skinned? Gu Chen was amused and at the same time a little puzzled. Shouldn't she usually have a lot of these scenes in her movie shoots? When Yang Mi heard this, she jerked her head up and ran straight into Gu Chen's smiling eyes. This man's smile was unexpectedly good-looking. Yang Mi looked frozen for a split second before she spoke out to explain. No, don't misunderstand. I usually have very little contact with the opposite sex other than filming. Gu Chen looked at her and didn't say anything. Yang Mi thought he didn't believe her, but in fact, Gu Chen was just a little stunned and didn't react before he didn't say anything back. Really? I usually do very few intimate scenes. Well, I believe you. Gu Chen didn't expect her to be in a hurry to explain this to him, and inexplicably felt a little happy in his heart, and his tone softened a bit. I've also only had contact with you of the opposite sex. Yang Mi had just breathed a sigh of relief, and then she heard this coming out of Gu Chen's mouth, instantly tensing her body. Chapter 12, Something Happened to the Company. With Gu Chen's words, the atmosphere between the two instantly heated up, seeing Gu Chen's eyes gradually drawing up as he looked at her, becoming more and more ambiguous. Yang Mi shrunk her head again and said in a muffled voice, "The child is still there." Gu Chen snorted. "Why don't you turn around and take a look?" When Yang Mi heard this, she raised her head again, but where were the two children behind her? They had long since slipped away. Meng Bao, can't disturb mom and dad. Good boy, brother is right. Yang Mi was embarrassed and buried her head back into Gu Chen's shoulder, her arms around Gu Chen's neck tightening more and more. Ding bell, a discordant phone ringing came from Gu Chen's coat pocket, thinking it should be from Xiao Chen. Seeing that the person in his arms didn't respond, Gu Chen had to open his mouth. Haven't hugged enough? How long do you plan to hug? Yang Mi was dumbfounded, and hurriedly let go of her arms, struggled off Gu Chen's body and landed on the ground, without a second's delay, turned around and ran to the bedroom and fled, slamming the door with a bang. Gu Chen looked at Yang Mi's fleeing back. With a smile in his eyes, he watched her flee back to her room, closing the door, locking it, all in one go. Pulling out his cell phone from his coat pocket, Gu Chen turned around and walked to the balcony to answer the phone. It was indeed Xiao Chen who called. Meng Bao and Good Boy hid in the room with the open doorway and secretly watched the whole thing, happy as can be. Seeing her mom jumping off of her dad, Meng Bao gently closed the door to her room and snickered with Good Boy in her room. Gu Chen picked up the phone as he walked. Hello, a cold and deep voice rang out, and he could probably guess what was going on. Boss, there's something going on at the company. Assistant Jiang is taking control of the situation at the company. I'm on my way to pick you up now. Get ready, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Aha. Cutting off the phone, Gu Chen was a bit annoyed. Since these people dared to hit him over the head, he would make this group of jumped-up clowns pay the price. Pinching his brows, Gu Chen picked up the suit jacket that was resting on the back of the sofa and knocked on Yang Mi's room door. There was no response. Yang Mi was lying dead under the covers. The number of times she had died today was as high as the total number of times she had died in the past 20 years. Gu Chen didn't continue knocking on the door and stood in the doorway to talk to Yang Mi through the door. There's something going on at the company. I'm going to take care of it first. Got it. It wasn't until Yang Mi's muffled voice came from the room that Gu Chen went to knock on the door to the children's room, and Meng Bao and Good Boy poked their heads out to see him. Baby, something happened at Daddy's company. I have to leave for a while. Help Daddy take care of Mommy. Can you do that? Okay, Daddy. Can. Good Boy lively. Good Boy calm. The two Munchkins replied in unison. Good boy. Daddy will be back as soon as possible. Gu Chen explained a few things before turning to leave and taking the elevator down the stairs. Xiao Chen arrived just in time and got out of the car to open the backseat door for his boss, his face anxious. Boss, in the morning, you and Ms. Yang went to the hospital with your child, and it was filmed and passed to the internet, and now some people are bringing up the tempo. and the company's directors have some. Xiao Chen was about to say something, but Gu Chen understood the meaning of his words. Go back to the company first. Okay. The space in the car was confined. The atmosphere was low and terrible. Gu Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his body exuding a vicious aura. Xiao Chen drove warily in the front, secretly observing Gu Chen's expression in the rearview mirror. Boss, someone on the board of directors questioned you about having a child in secret marriage, and now they're making a scene in the company. An assistant Yang is already doing her best to stabilize the situation. Not getting a reply, Xiao Chen didn't dare to open his mouth again, only feeling that the temperature around him plummeted, and the water vapor in the air seemed to condense into a needle of ice, piercing his taut nerves pinpoint by pinpoint. Black Maybach in the elevated speeding past, like Mercedes Cheetah, hidden full of danger and unknown, usually to 40 minutes of travel, was Smolchin hard to shorten to 20 minutes, all the way do not know how many red lights. Luckily, his skills are good, otherwise I don't know how many car owners will be scolded. Back to the company. The moment he pushed open the door of the conference room, Gu Chen was dozens of lines of sight brushed all over the place, brows twisted into a Sichuan character, jawline taut, showing the coming and extremely irritable mood. Some shareholders with a small percentage of shares by the expression on Gu Chen's face scared to the atmosphere did not dare to gasp. Who does not know that this only a few years to occupy the top of Yinjing rich and powerful list of men in the business world of thunder and lightning? Dispose of people means cold and ruthless? They were merely pulled in by a few directors to fill in the blanks, but at this moment, they were unable to lift their heads from the man's sharp sight. Grand President Gu, should you give us an explanation for the photos? Without waiting for Gu Chen to walk to the main seat, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle at the front of the conference table had already opened his mouth to question. Li Foren, one of the major shareholders of the Gu Group, had always looked at Gu Chen with disdain, thinking that he was still too young to manage the company well, and had long had the idea of replacing him in charge of the entire Gu Group. Now see the internet people broke out Gu Chen hidden marriage child, he heard after the extreme excitement. Green eyes undisguised shot out greedy light. Li Foren felt that he would definitely be able to squeeze Gu Chen into the coveted position this time. So after Gu Chen walked into the conference room, he simply couldn't wait for him to take the main seat and directly opened his mouth to stir up trouble. The others, seeing that someone had jumped out to be the wrongdoer, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked blearily at the man who didn't appear to be flustered in the slightest. Gu Chen didn't reply to his words, didn't even give him a line of sight, walked straight to the main seat and sat down, his eyes sweeping over the faces of everyone who came to the meeting. Seeing that he didn't have the intention of answering him, Li Foren became anxious. Gu Chen, what do you mean? After making such a big deal, have you considered the future of the company? Li Foren directly stood up in his seat, pointing at Gu Chen's nose. Do you know how much the company's stock price has dropped because of your? Gu Chen finally took his eyes back and glanced at him coldly, without any emotion. Someone beside him saw Gu Chen's face sink horribly, and tugged on Li Foren's clothes. Director Li, sit down and talk. Mr. Gu just rushed over. Don't be like this. Gu Chen glanced at him, his fingers tapping on the desktop without a beat, of coldly watched Li Foren making a scene. Li Foren, since the company was founded in Gu Chen hands under the work, naturally seen his means, the heart is naturally afraid of him. Just now this temptation big let him dashed mind. At the moment by the side of the person a tug, also recovered some sense, exasperated and sat down. Anyone else have a problem? Say it all together today. Gu Chen finally opened his mouth. His tone couldn't be heard as happy or angry. Still calm and collected. It was only his perversity that made everyone present a little nervous. No one dared to speak. Seeing that dozens of people were silent, Li Foren was a bit anxious. Speak up, we're all here today to ask all the questions. Gu Chen laughed at his exasperated appearance. A clown. Chapter 13, taken away by the police to make an example out of him. Gu Chen's face sank violently. The unique and powerful aura from the higher-ups poured out unreservedly, and the enormous pressure pressed the heads of all the people present so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. Li Foren saw Gu Chen's stern face, looking at him as if he was looking at a dead person. A bad feeling gradually spread in his heart. The hand under the conference table gradually tightened and clenched into a fist. How could he be so calm? Can't it be that things can still be turned around now? How can it be? Didn't that person say that the current Gu Chen was a paper tiger? Seeing that everyone lowered their heads and no one supported him, Li Foren couldn't sit still anymore and stood up again. You guys, Director Li, I have some videos and information here that I just received. Why don't you watch it before you speak? Xiao Chen was holding a computer at the side, and inside was the information that Zhang Fan had just passed over. The labeling said that it was proof of Li Fu Ren's crimes over the years. He wasn't sure exactly what it was, but glancing at it made it roughly clear. It should be the financial data of his embezzlement and bribery over the years, as well as some of the many stupid things he had done. Not caring whether Li Fu Ren agreed or not, Xiao Chen connected to the conference room's big screen and directly played the video data. Obscene laughter and the sound of women screaming invaded everyone's eardrums in a flash, and the crowd that was still discussing in whispers was instantly silent. The video was clearly a picture of Li Fu reinforcing a young girl, not to mention that in the folder opened by Xiao Chen, there were not one or two such video clips. Seeing this scene, how could the crowd not guess what was in it? Good guy. Any one of these clips would be enough to put him in jail. Fake. It's definitely fake. This is slander. The moment Li Fu Run saw the video, his face instantly turned white, but he didn't die yet. Thinking of the purpose of coming here, he crossed his heart. He is terminally ill. What are you guys afraid of him for? Li Furen turned back towards the conference room crowd and shouted, Gu Chen, your trip to the hospital for a review this morning was caught on camera and exposed. What else do you have to say? Gu Chen coldly looked at him as if he was crazy and didn't answer. Only the gloomy color of his eyes, and the temperature around him, which seemed to have dropped to zero, indicated that the person sitting in the main seat was about to explode from his hidden temper at the moment. Li Furen, however, thought that his failure to reply was a tacit acceptance of the matter, and was delighted in his heart, but did not show it on his face. Gu Chen, have you ever considered for the company? Now in this situation, you should give up your position. Your days are numbered. I'm still the largest shareholder in Gu's company besides you. You should give up your position to me. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that everyone is here today and just hand over the position? When Gu Chen heard this, he snorted out a laugh. Ha, you can't hide your fox's tail anymore? Not even pretending anymore. Coincidentally at this time, Zhang Fan rushed over with the police and pushed the door in. Director Li, if you don't admit to the crime of violating underage girls in the video, what about these bank flows of embezzlement and bribery? How do you explain that? Gu Chen finally opened his mouth, and with one sentence, he managed to make the two policemen's sights shoot directly to the standing Li Furen. Xiao Chun had opened the document the moment Li Furen stood up. Inside was a record of transferring money, less tens of thousands of dollars, more tens of millions of dollars, adding up to more than $100 million. Seeing this scene, the police didn't even need to ask questions. They directly came over and handcuffed Li Furen, ready to take him away. One of them looked at Gu Chen. I need to take this evidence away together for investigation. Please cooperate. Well, Xiao Chen, take the computer to the police, comrade. After getting the computer, the police turned to Zhang Fan again. You're the one who called the police, right? Go back with me to make a statement. Until the police took away Li Furen, the conference room remained silent. A pin drop could be heard. No one thought that Gu Chen had called the police and prepared such sufficient evidence. They were all a bit dumbfounded for a while. The fact that I'm physically ill is purely a deliberate rumor. I've already had the relevant people involved in this matter brought to court. If there are still objections, feel free to mention them. Gu Chen opened his mouth, his tone low and dangerous. From the time he appeared until now, 10 minutes had not even been spent, and he had directly resolved a major shareholder who was eyeing him. For a moment, the minds of the people present sank to the bottom. No one dared to speak anymore. This move of killing a chicken to warn a monkey was indeed ruthless. It made them save their hearts in awe, and they finally saw once again how ruthless this person's methods were. If you think that a napping tiger is not a threat, then you are very wrong. No objections to adjourn the meeting. The crowd hearing this was simply like immortal music in their ears, and one by one, they couldn't wait to flee in panic. They were afraid that if they were slow to leave, they would be singled out by Gu Chen for public execution. After all, no one knew if they had any leverage on this person's hands. Gu Chen raised his hand and rubbed his brow. A bit of a headache, but it was good that things had finally come to an end, and he thought of the mother and son in the apartment. I wonder what they're doing at this time. Just as he was thinking about it, the cell phone he had fastened on the table rang, and Gu Chen picked it up to see that it was an unfamiliar number. Originally, the unfamiliar number Gu Chen has always been not to answer, but he just gave Meng Bao the phone number in the morning. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Chen still opened the answer button. Daddy! Meng Bao's voice came from inside the receiver, as well as the farther away good boy, who seemed to be tugging at his brother's hand to try to snatch the phone over. Listening to the two children's innocent and soft and cute voice, Gu Chen heart of the haze swept away. Now he has them. Meng Bao good boy. What's wrong? Nothing, Dad. My sister and I miss you. Oh, and Mom. Gu Chen curved his lips and smiled, not thinking that much. Mo Bao saw Yang Mi, who was sitting beside her holding her sister, looking at him on the phone, and with a twinkle in her eye, she reached out and brought the phone to her ear. Yang Mi instantly froze as she watched Meng Bao reach over and move. She didn't know what to say. Having just recognized each other for less than a day, Yang Mi didn't dare to be sure what Gu Chen thought about the child, nor did she know what his attitude was. She thought it was better not to ask about people's personal matters. What if it made them angry instead? Seeing that the atmosphere between mom and dad was about to get awkward again, Mengbao spoke up in a hurry. Dad, mom is just as worried about you as we are. She heard that your company had problems and came out of her room after you left, and has been distracted the whole time. Yang Ni froze again. When did her baby boy read her mind? Did she show it that obviously? Mommy, why is your face red? Good boy looked at Yang Ni's face gradually changed color. A bit inexplicable. Opened his mouth to ask, but did not think that it was being heard word for word by Gu Chen on the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Yang Ni covered the mouth of the good boy in her arms and directly died in place. It's over. How did he find out? Where can I put my face? The cheeks that were still slightly reddened just now directly burst red. Yang Ni only felt that her face was about to burn up. The phone suddenly came from the other side of the very light laughter. Sounded a little pleasant. Chapter 14, accompanying them to dinner. Gu Chen smiled, and the expression on his face softened, a far cry from the harsh look he had just displayed during the meeting. Zhang Chan walked into the conference room with the documents and saw the scene, instantly freezing. Her boss could smile? And so gentle? It was like seeing a ghost. In fact, it's no wonder that Zhang Chang was shocked. Gu Chen had always been an unsmiling, cold person in the eyes of everyone in the company before today, and usually had very little to say, not to mention smiling. Gu Chen looked up at the sound, saw his assistant, asked, "What is it?" Zhang Chang instantly returned to his senses and walked to Gu Chen, spreading out the documents he was holding in his arms on the conference table. "Boss, this needs your signature." Aha! Yang Mi on this side of the phone heard a woman's voice coming from the phone, and for some reason a trace of strangeness came from her heart, and there was even a weird emptiness in her heart. She also didn't hear what the other party said, and actually snatched the cell phone from Mo Bao's hand and directly hung up the phone. "Meng Bao? Good boy, what's wrong with mommy?" Yang Mi reacted to what she had done and was also a little confused, noticing that the two children's eyes looking at her were tinged with a strong sense of disbelief. Her face took on a few moments of unnaturalness. Daddy has work to do." This explanation was a bit feeble, but looking at his mom a bit flustered, Munchkin didn't intend to break it down. "That what? You two handmade homework is not done yet. The day after tomorrow will be school. Don't be criticized by the teacher." Yang Mi couldn't think of anything else for a while, so she just had to urge the two babies to finish their handwork to ease her embarrassment. "It's almost noon. Mommy is going to cook. You guys do it yourselves first, huh?" Yang Mi finished her sentence and left the children's room as if she had fled. "Brother, what just happened to mommy?" Good boy looked at the closed door of the room and quietly asked Mengbao. "I don't know, but it looks a bit awkward." "Good blah. Why do we have to do this kind of handwork though? It's so boring. It's all kid stuff." Good baby looked down at the boring little toys in her hands. She didn't like playing with such annoying and simple things. Seeing her sister's sad face, Mengbao reached out and rubbed the top of Good baby's soft hair. "Good girl, let's do this just to pass the time. It'll put mommy's mind at ease." "Oh," reluctantly fiddling with the things in his hands, Good boy skimmed his lips. "Okay bah, then let's just barely finish it for mommy's sake." Gu Chen swept a glance at the documents Zhang Chang had sent. There was nothing wrong with them. Signed them, closed the documents and handed them to her along with the pen in his hand. "Tell Xiao Chen that you don't need to prepare lunch for me at noon. I'm going out." "Okay boss." Zhang Chang was little shocked again, to know that his boss has never missed work during working hours without any reason. He always eats lunch in his own office. What's wrong with him today? It's not right. It's definitely not right. I have to find time to ask them. All three are Gu Chen's assistants, but Xiao Chen followed closely. Zhang Fan often run out to deal with temporary tasks, and Zhang Chang is generally in the company to sit down. Gu Chen got up and walked out of the conference room and went to his office to change into a clean suit. Afterwards, he took the president's special elevator down to the underground parking lot, chose a black Audi in the parking space, and drove out of the garage. Just now on the phone, he heard Mengbao say that several people were worried about him. For some reason, he wanted to see the three of them. Mother's heart is a little overwhelmed. He didn't want to deal with work at the company at all. He just wanted to see them quickly. Driving past the mall in Gu's name, Gu Chen thought for a moment, parked his car in the street parking space and walked in. The mall manager received a call from the security guard downstairs in his office, and ran downstairs in a hurry to feel Gu Chen's side. "Mr. Gu, why did you suddenly come over today? Assistant Jiang isn't with you?" While wiping the sweat from his forehead, he cautiously asked the man beside him the reason for his visit. The manager saw that Gu Chen seemed to be in a good mood and didn't look like he was here to inspect his work before he quietly sighed in relief. "Help me install a laptop with the highest configuration, the latest model." Gu Chen thought that since the good boy Munchkin was his own child, he deserved some kind of meet and greet gift. There was also the irrevocable 5 years of his absent two children's childhood that could only be made up for through these conditions. In the morning, Mengbao showed a super high computer talent, then send him a laptop as the most appropriate. As for the good boy's gift, he wanted to pick his own following the manager's guidance. Gu Chen arrived at the children's clothing section and took a glance at a pink princess dress, automatically matching good boy's tender, whirling little face in his mind. Gu Chen was satisfied. Wrap up that princess dress and send it to my car along with the computer. Go wait for me downstairs. Throwing the car keys to the manager casually, Gu Chen planned to go buy some gifts for Yang Mi himself. After picking out a few sets of seasonal clothes for Yang Mi, bringing a skincare gift set, and buying Lego and Barbie dolls for the two kids, Gu Chen returned to the car with a large bag of things. Babies, come out and wash your hands for dinner. Yang Mi carried the last of the sweet and sour pork ribs to the dining table and called the two well-behaved munchkins who were having fun in their room to go out for lunch. For the sake of her two babies' nutrition and health, she learned to cook by herself when she was pregnant, and now her skills are naturally practiced to perfection. Today, she had made a big table full of delicious food for the two babies, and she was clapping her hands to appreciate the fruits of her labor. Come on, Mom. The two munchkins had long smelled the aroma of the meal in their room, and at this time, once they heard Yang Mi call them, they immediately couldn't wait to run and wash their hands. The three had just finished at the dining table when the knock on the door sounded again. Yang Mi, instantly alert, rushed to the two children, shushed, stood up and relaxed footsteps to the door from the cat's eye towards the outside. Outside the door, Gu Chen was carrying two hands full of boxes and bags, a little nervous. It was the first time he had bought a gift for a child and a woman, and he didn't know if they would like it or not. Seeing that it was Gu Chen, Yang Mi hurriedly opened the door and welcomed the person in. Looking at the things he was carrying in his hands with some confusion and surprise. The company side is settled? Well, it's settled. Don't worry. Gu Chen put the things on the floor and changed his slippers. He was just at the mall and bought himself a pair of men's slippers. Over by the way, I promised to accompany the child for breakfast last night. Since I didn't get to eat breakfast, I can only come and dabble in lunch. Do you mind? Gu Chen looked up and looked at Yang Mi. Dad, Mom definitely won't mind. Come on you. The good boy and Munchkin sat on the chairs, happy as could be. Yay, Daddy's back with us. It just so happens that we just made it. Come over and eat together. Yang Mi saw the two children smiling like they had no teeth in their eyes. Her heart was also happy with them. Okay. During this time, Gu Chen saw that Yang Mi was hesitant to speak, thinking that she was still worried about her company. Don't worry, the company is really fine. Chapter 15. I'm sorry I missed 5 years. Oh, good. Yang Mi was a little stunned. She didn't expect him to pacify himself again and again. In fact, she was just a little worried about the custody of the two children. Hearing Gu Chen explaining with himself, Yang Mi also stopped thinking. The two accompanied the children to eat together, giving the two children a piece of ribs. Seeing the two of them devouring their food, she couldn't help but smile and admonish. Eat slowly, be careful of choking. Looking towards Gu Chen, who was staring at the two babies, Yang Mi gave him a piece as well. Try it? I think my handiwork is not bad. Good. During the meeting, Gu Chen kept chatting with Meng Bao and Good Boy. Seeing that the two children were happy and the atmosphere was cordial, Yang Mi also felt some relief in her heart. The father's love that had been missing for the past 4 years, Meng Bao and Good Boy had finally experienced. Although the process was a bit bloody, the good thing is that the two children are now happy, and Gu Chen is quite good. Meng Bao, Dad bought gifts for both you and your sister. Go see if you like it. Carrying the computer, Lego and small car model he bought for Meng Bao, and the small dress and Barbie doll he bought for Good Boy, Gu Chen sent the two back to their room. Okay Daddy, then come over and play with us later. Go on. Thanks Daddy. The Meng Bao and Good Boy happily opened the gift boxes one by one, their faces unable to hide their excitement and anticipation. They had a daddy now. Daddy would still bring them gifts. Meng Bao held the latest laptop and loved it, while Good Boy happily jumped onto the sofa with a Barbie doll in one hand and a small skirt in the other. The moment Gu Chen sent the two children back to their rooms, Yang Mi also washed the dishes and came out. She always likes to do things herself when she's at home, and today she didn't let the aunt who usually takes care of the two babies come over, so she wanted to spend more time with the kids. Seeing Gu Chen come out of the children's room, Yang Mi hesitated, but still felt that she should make it clear. I bought you some gifts too. Do you want to open them? Gu Chen opened first. He was afraid that alone Yang Mi would be too embarrassed to talk to him. Thanks, that will come later. You, come over here. I want to talk to you about something. Good. Gu Chen nodded and followed Yang Mi to the sofa and sat down. The two of them resumed the same seat they had in the morning. Only this time there were no more relative speechlessness. Yang Mi bit her lip and ruthlessly spoke. Regarding the custody issue of Meng Bao and Good Boy, I think I should talk to you. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at her without saying anything. I'll be blunt. I can't live without my two children. If you want to take them away, I don't agree. Even if you publicize the news of my unmarried children, even if you will ruin my career, I won't change my mind. I know that since you can afford to open such a large hospital and own your own company, you must also have the skills to make my future ruined, but for the sake of my child, I will never compromise. Yang Mi thought this in her heart, but didn't say it out like this after all. The feeling that Gu Chen gives Yang Mi is very mysterious. She has been mixing well in the entertainment industry for so many years, and she has heard of all those top people in Beijing, but she has never heard of him. Simply look at his style and temperament, and does not seem to be a tycoon, but there must be some financial power in the what if he wouldn't be like this? Things might not be in that fish out of water situation yet. When Gu Chen heard this, he looked at the small woman in front of him with a determined look, and a subtle hint of reluctance hidden in the bottom of his eyes, and actually laughed out loud. In fact, he could slightly guess what she was thinking. Yang Mi just like that looked at that cold and stern as ice like handsome face just like that suddenly reflected a smile, such as the spring light emergence, ice and snow melt, unexpectedly broke into her eyes, could not help but look dumbfounded. This man, is he this good looking when he smiles? Gu Chen was not a bad looking man, and even said that he could overshadow a bunch of young fresh meat in the entertainment circle, but the man was usually too cold, and when he suddenly smiled, Yang Mi really didn't hold it. Don't worry, I have no intention of trying to steal the children. My 2 children, I definitely don't want them to have no motherly love in their childhood. In fact, Gu Chen was a bit surprised at the fact that she had traded her own future for her children. This love was enough to make him admire her. That night 5 years ago was a misadventure, and it's always been a knot in my heart, but I didn't think you'd get pregnant. Meng Bao and Good Boy lacked a father's love in their previous childhoods. I won't let them leave their mother again, and at the same time, I want to say I'm sorry, to you, and to the 2 children. Gu Chen broke into a lot of words. I'm sorry, it's okay, I'm already grateful that you can think this way. As long as the 2 babies are by my side, I'll be able to get through even the most bitter and tiring. Knowing Gu Chen's thoughts, Yang Mi finally let go of her heart completely, and the previous nervousness was gone from her veiny little face. Talking about the child, Gu Chen naturally wanted to know more, so he asked Yang Mi about the situation in the past 5 years. Yang Mi recalled the hardships of these 5 years, but could not help but feel a sour nose, eyes slightly red, and hurriedly lowered her head, not wanting to tell Gu Chen to see. Vividly holding back her tears, she began to recount the situation back then. After that night, it wasn't long before I realized I was pregnant. Yang Mi fell into reminiscence. After carrying a baby for 10 months, I finally gave birth to my Meng Bao Good Boy. At that time, I was also already in a semi-retired state. Coupled with the effects of pregnancy hormones, my entire person changed drastically. It was not suitable to be exposed in front of the camera, and there was no way for me to go back to work. Then I took a 2-year hiatus at home, taking care of my 2 children while studying scripts at home. Since I couldn't go further in practice, I refined the basics a bit. It wasn't until the 2 children were sent to full-care kindergarten by me that I was able to idle and focus on my career, slowly and a little bit touching the circle again and entering the public's field of vision. And that's when things took off. Gu Chen listened, and his heart followed with a slight sourness. Both children are very good, understand things very early, so that I can also put my heart down to give them to the kindergarten care, but the cost is quite a lot. I can only try to save money. Then it finally got better and better, to the point where I could now receive some better scripts and was able to bring the 2 children around to take care of them. So I hired an aunt at home to help me take care of their daily lives. I occasionally have time to come back and stay with them for a few days. Gu Chen, it's hard work, isn't it? It's not hard, and I don't regret it. Yang Mi, overflowing with tenderness and tinged with a maternal glow, replied with a smile just like that. Munchkin and Good Boy knew not to get me into trouble when they were little, and took care of me in turn, and I'm happy to have them with me. That's why I'm afraid you'll take them away from me. It's actually me who can't live without them. The 2 kids have always been my backbone, and I've been busy filming lately. I rarely have time to go home and accompany them. I feel quite guilty in my heart, but it's a good thing that I still have you now. I can accompany them with me. Yang Mi raised her head to look at Gu Chen, her eyes full of fine starlight, bright and shiny, her plain little face without a trace of impurity, white and reflective. Gu Chen just like that froze looking at her, mesmerized. Chapter 16, I'll arrange for the school. Yang Mi was wondering why this man suddenly lost his voice, turned his head to look, and was caught unawares into the depths of his eyes. The afternoon sunlight hit the 2 people who were unconsciously staring at each other, gilding the charming atmosphere with a layer of soft light. Cough dash. Gu Chen finally reacted to his behavior being a bit abrupt, and his large, bony hand made a fist against his lips to cover up his embarrassment with a light cough. That, after you, what are your plans? Not yet. Why? Yang Mi also blushed a little, and hastily misplaced her eyes and looked away. Meng Bao and Good Boy are now grown up, can't always be put in full care. Gu Chen frowned, thinking that since the 2 children had gotten him back as their father, unlike the original state of having no one to look after them, it would be appropriate to make the conditions better. Besides, I see that Manghwa was gifted in the field of computers, so I'm afraid it's a bit of a pity if he's in an ordinary kindergarten. And good boy looks soft and cute, but is actually smart and has a high IQ. Gu Chen's mind flashed back to the little girl's little look as she frowned at her brother, thinking that she shouldn't be as dainty and cute as she looked, but actually had a lot of ghostly ideas. Hearing you say it like that, it really is inappropriate. When Yang Mi heard Gu Chen's words, her pretty white eyebrows wrinkled up. Or how about this? I'll be responsible for the two children's education, or prepare customized courses for them? They should be more suited to directed development, and if they do a knowledge screening, they should be able to gauge which area they're better at. Gu Chen felt that with Mengbao's computer skills, if he started from now on, it would be a lot better than those technicians his company hired. Yang Mi thought about it. If she could have this condition, the future of her two babies would definitely be unlimited. But she was a little hesitant. On the one hand, high-quality development, winning at the starting line from a young age. This was probably the kind of growth environment that every parent would want to create for their family's children, and at the moment, it seemed that Gu Chen could afford to give it. But she wanted her two children to be able to go to school normally like other children and have a happy and blissful childhood. She didn't want to put so much pressure on her two babies. Actually, I still hope that the two babies can live and learn at a normal pace like other children of their age, but they can choose what they like and are good at, and we go ahead and try our best to nurture them. I want them to have happy and joyful childhood memories, not too much expertise intake. Customized education is definitely the best way to educate them, but I want them to have more free time at their disposal. Gu Chen thought it made sense. The physical and mental health of the two babies was more important than anything else. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I'm going to work in 2 days. I might not be able to take care of this side. Yang Mi was a bit constricted. Wasn't it a bit bad for her to mention work at this time? But she had worked so hard for so long, and finally had the hope of touching her dream job. She really didn't want to give up. It's okay, don't worry and go about your business. Mengbao's good boy side has me. I'll take good care of them. Gu Chen knew where Yang Mi's point of consternation was, and told her to just go at ease. He would arrange for the two children. The conversation between the two came to an end. The stone in Yang Mi's heart finally fell to the ground. Her emotions instantly relaxed. The sunlight on the back of the sun is a little hot, falling on the body warm. Nerves tense for a day. At this moment all relaxed, Yang Mi felt a little tired, coupled with the fact that she was originally woken up by Sister Li in the morning, and hadn't slept long enough at all. Yang Mi only wanted to sleep at this moment. I'm going to rest for a while first. If you're not tired, play with the babies for a while, and if you're tired, go take a nap too. Seeing the person in front of her yawning, blocking her mouth with her hand, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears, Gu Chen felt that it was actually unexpectedly a bit cute. The good baby was really carved out of the same mold as her. Okay, you go, I'll go arrange things at school. Yang Mi didn't push back. She only nodded towards him and got up to go back to the bedroom to catch up on her sleep. After seeing Yang Mi back to the bedroom and closing the door, Gu Chen first put away the things he brought to buy for Yang Mi in the check room, and then went to look at the two children. The good boy was holding the Barbie doll he bought in his arms, and the cute boy was pinching a small car model, and the two children were napping in their respective beds, and they were too well behaved to do anything else. Gu Chen thought for a moment and walked in, following Yang Mi's example and giving each of the two children a kiss on the forehead before easing his footsteps and turning to walk out. Thinking that no one was in the living room, Gu Chen went straight back to the guest bedroom, stood on the balcony, and called Jiang Fan. Hey, boss. Jiang Fan, on his side, had just finished his statement and walked out of the police station when he received a call from Gu Chen. Solved? It's solved. The police did a technical appraisal on those materials and determined that they were real, so they detained Li Foreign, waiting for the follow-up procedures to be completed so he can go straight in. Good. Hard work. Jiang Fan, he didn't hear it wrong, did he? His boss said. Hard work? It was really unprecedented for the first time. He couldn't wait to turn back the clock a few seconds to go back and click on the phone recording, so he could show it off to Xiao Chen and Jiang Chang. Hey, no hard work, no hard work. Listening to Jiang Fan on the other side of the phone laughing like a little cutie, Gu Chen frowned straight away, and sure enough, he was redundantly praising that one sentence. What's up, boss? Is there something you want me to do? Jiang Fan listened to the phone had not hung up yet, understood that Gu Chen should still have something to explain to him to do, so he directly opened his mouth to ask. Well, go and tell the Jinghua kindergarten, and bring the two children over in a few days to do the enrollment procedures. Okay, boss. Send a notice over first. Gu Chen added another sentence before hanging up. The mother and son were all sleeping, and Gu Chen, who was not in the habit of taking naps, was actually sleepy at the moment, inexplicably wanting to join their rhythm. In the quiet afternoon, The 4 people in the apartment faded away all the tiredness and fatigue, sleeping sweetly. In the evening, Yang Mi finally replenished her spirit, and washed her face in the master bedroom bathroom before walking out of the room. Gu Chen and the 2 children have long since woken up, but tacitly no one bothered Yang Mi rest, but instead the father and son of 3 playing together happily. The door to the children's room was open, and Gu Chen was sitting on the plush white shag carpet, with his back against the bed and a laptop in his arms. He watched the cute baby lead the good baby to put together a Lego puzzle, interjecting a few words of guidance from time to time. Yang Mi came to the door of the children's room and saw just such a scene, and couldn't help but color her eyebrows with a smile. It's so nice. Father and son also found her standing in the doorway leaning against the doorframe with a big smile on her face, calling her to go over and play together. Just as she was about to step inside, the doorbell rang, and Yang Mi's footsteps lurched. Who could it be at this hour? Chapter 17, Admission Notice from Jinghua. Glancing at Gu Chen, Yang Mi spoke. I'll go open the door first. Good. Coming to the door, the AI opened the visual doorbell. It was a stranger. Yang Mi was a bit puzzled. Who is it? Hello? Express. The person at the door was dressed in all black, duck-tongued cap covering his face, and was looking down at his cell phone. Put it at the door. I'll pick it up later. Yang Mi was a little worried. Recently there were quite a few cases of home invasion and murder under the guise of delivery. She was still a little scared. Sorry, this needs to be signed for by you personally. It looks like a document bag. The man held a bagged item in his hand and shook it. Gu Chen walked behind Yang Mi at this time, thought of something, and told her, I'll do it. Yang Mi looked at him. Okay. In fact, what she wanted to say was to be careful, but she also felt that he was a big man. It should not be a problem, so she held back the words that came to her mouth. Gu Chen pushed Yang Mi a little farther away, so that she was hidden in the dead center where the people at the door couldn't see, and only then opened the door. Hello, MS. Yang's delivery. The person outside the door was indeed a courier, which made Yang Mi breathe a sigh of relief. Getting the paper bag, Yang Mi shook it. She didn't seem to have bought anything recently. This express delivery is. Open it and take a look? Gu Chen opened his mouth to signal. He already knew what it was. Good. Yang Mi turned around and went to the standing cabinet to find the knife used to open the courier and cut it open. The invitation notice from the Jinghua kindergarten appeared in front of her. Yang Mi was still a bit stunned. How did she receive this kindergarten's notice? It couldn't be. Yang Mi was startled, and raised her eyes to meet Gu Chen's smiling eyes, instantly realizing, this person, what a come on. She had heard of the Jinghua kindergarten, an aristocratic kindergarten in Yanjing that even rich people could not necessarily get into. She knew that with her ability, even if she was more powerful in the future, it would be impossible for her to receive a notification letter from there right now. Not to mention that no one in the outside world knew that she had 2 children. It must be his handiwork. After figuring it out, Yang Mi was even more shocked. This man was really a bit impenetrable to her, but to be able to give her 2 babies such a good learning environment, Yang Mi was naturally happy in her heart and couldn't wait to go tell her 2 children. Meng Bao, good boy. Guess what surprise daddy has prepared for you? The 2 children ran out of the room and gathered around her and Gu Chen, looking curiously at the paper slip in Yang Mi's hands. What is it, mommy? Mommy, quickly tell us please, mommy. The good boy even started to pout, remembering that the flesh on his little face was trembling and cute. It's the acceptance letter of the Jinghua kindergarten. Oh, at the beginning of the school year you won't have to go to the previous full daycare lot. By then daddy will accompany you longer. Nah. Gu Chen could tell that Yang Mi was really happy, and her mood followed suit. Wow. Thank you, daddy. The 2 babies directly swooped into Gu Chen's arms, and good boy was even more quirky as he wrapped his arms around Gu Chen's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Boo dash. The living room was filled with laughter, and for the first time, the apartment looked like a complete home. After dinner, Gu Chen sat on the sofa cuddling his laptop. He didn't go to work all day today. There were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. Yang Mi also nestled herself in the sofa to read the script. Sister Lee had searched many people and made many connections to get her a portion of it, so that she could prepare for it first. There would be auditions in the next few days, and she would be able to give a good performance then. The 2 children also returned to the room, each going to play with their favorite toys, leaving the space for the 2 adults. The confined space was quiet and silent, with the 2 occupying a couch each. The crunching sound of the keyboard and the clattering sound of turning pages blended together unobtrusively as the 2 people went about their business. The picture is exceptionally harmonious, actually like a couple who have been married for many years have the same tacit understanding. No one is disturbing anyone, but they are silently accompanying each other. Finally finished with the documents on hand, Gu Chen looked up at the time. The hands of the hanging clock were already approaching 9 o'clock. Removing his gold-rimmed, half-rimmed, anti-blue light glasses from the bridge of his nose, he rubbed his distended brow. Gu Chen raised her eyes to look at the small woman who was shrinking into the sofa. still focused, but then caught a glimpse of the name of the script in her hand. It looked a bit familiar, and Gu Chen took out her cell phone to send a message to Jiang Fan. Go and check out the information on River of Stars. Jiang Fan replied back in seconds. Okay boss. The next second, Jiang Fan sent another message. Boss, if I remember correctly, it seems to be a newly invested play by the company. Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll go check it now. Gu Chen didn't reply. Staring at Yang Mi for a few minutes like that, Ding Bell, the cell phone in his hand, thought for a moment. Gu Chen returned to his senses and looked towards the dialogue box. Boss, I've checked it out. It's indeed our new casting, and it's in the casting stage. I also incidentally checked the background of MS Yang, organized into a document sent to your mailbox. You remember to check. But there's one thing. It seems that MS Yang's acting career has not been very good in recent years. Got it. Gu Chen tapped his finger on the screen a few times and returned a message to Jiang Fan. Look, do you want to talk to the director on the side of River of Stars to help MS Yang? Jiang Fan had found out that Yang Mi was actually having a bad time recently, but picking the highlights only revealed part of it to Gu Chen. The rest was placed inside the document, wanting Gu Chen to read it himself. After all, it was someone's privacy. It wasn't good for him to blatantly say it. No need. Good boss. Gu Chen looked at Yang Mi's current appearance of working so hard, coupled with what he had learned over the past few days. If he really helped, it would probably be disrespectful to the fruits of her efforts, so he wasn't going to intervene this time. But it doesn't mean it will be ignored. Always keep an eye on that crew's movements. After he sent this signal, he didn't say anything else. Yang Mi only detached herself from the drama when Goodyear came out to find Gu Chen with her sleeping doll in her arms. Daddy, will you tell me a story tonight? Good boy wants to listen to a bedtime story. Good girl has been thinking about this day for I don't know how long. Yesterday she was too tired and fell straight to sleep. Today she can't miss it again. Listening to the little girl's soft and sticky milky voice, Gu Chen's whole heart softened, and he agreed very quickly. After saving the file, Gu Chen closed the computer and placed it on the coffee table. Thought of something, turned his head to Yang Mi and said, then I'll continue to intrude tonight. Is that okay? Yang Mi froze and slowly nodded her head. It seemed like she, at all, had the idea of letting him leave, but the fact that Gu Chen asked for her opinion in advance made Yang Mi very receptive. Still very polite. Temperament and etiquette were online, and she was very relieved to have Meng Bao and Good Boy handed over to him to bring up. Watching Yang Mi nod her head, Gu Chen smiled faintly and followed Good Boy into the children's room. Yang Mi, help! The man's face value was also online. It was Gu Chen's first time telling a story to a small child. He was a bit overwhelmed and his mind went blank, not knowing what to do for a moment. In the business world has always been the thunder and lightning. At this moment in the face of the two little dolls, even appeared to be a little overwhelmed. Still in the Meng Bao see his dilemma. Get out of bed stomping ran to the small bookshelf, pulled out a storybook into the hands of Gu Chen, and then ran back to the bed to lie down. Daddy, just read from the book. Chapter 18, he doesn't have her contact info yet. Good. Meng Bao, Good Boy, close your eyes. Daddy is starting. Gu Chen took the storybook and sat on the small sofa against the wall. The name of the story is Firefly Looking for a Friend. Holding the children's book in his hands, Gu Chen unconsciously softened his voice. The first time he told a story to a small child, a strange feeling flashed through his heart. Fireflies don't have friends, and one night, the fireflies brought them with them. The low magnetic voice was gentle and tender, and the two children accompanied the voice and quickly entered dreamland. Listening to the smooth breathing in his ears, Gu Chen eased his movements, closed the storybook and put it back in its original position. Then, tucking in the corner of the quilt for the two babies, he turned off the light and gently left the room. Yang Mi was nestled on the living room couch talking on the phone, and when she saw Gu Chen come out, she waved at him, signaling him to go over. Okay, sisterly, I'll hang up then. See you tomorrow? Hanging up the phone, Yang Mi looked at Gu Chen, a little embarrassed to speak. What's wrong? Do you have work tomorrow? Seeing her wanting to speak, and hearing that it was her agent Suli on the other side of the phone just now, Gu Chen probably guessed what it was about, so he took the initiative to open his mouth and ask her. Well, tomorrow I'm going to go with Sisterly to talk about cooperation. Saying this, Yang Mi looked up at Gu Chen and saw that his face was calm before continuing. I want to ask, do you have time tomorrow? Can you help me take care of the two children? This time, the work came as a bit of a surprise. Yang Mi's nanny aunt for the two children had gone back to her mother's home, and couldn't come back for a while, otherwise she wouldn't have been so abrupt. Gu Chen verified the conjecture in his heart, recalled his work schedule. There was nothing important, so he nodded his head and promised. Yes, don't worry, I'll take care of the two of them. That's great, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Munchkin and Good Boy asleep? Thinking about the way he tiptoed out, Yang Mi felt a little funny. Well, sleeping quite fast, Gu Chen replied. The two babies were probably tired from playing during the day, and they both fell asleep before Gu had finished speaking. Yang Mi curved her lips when she saw that there was still a gentleness in Gu Chen's voice that hadn't dissipated. Unexpectedly, this man is quite a father. No wonder the babies like him. After finally taking care of everything, Yang Mi was also a bit tired. Tomorrow, we have to get up early to talk about cooperation. It is expected to be another big battle. And Gu Chen said hello, went back to the room to wash up and go to bed. The night is getting thicker, the road outside the balcony. Even cars rarely pass by, only the street lamps are still standing there, lit with a weak light. The whole city seems to fall into a deep sleep. Quiet down. The small lamps on the wall gave off a soft light, spreading on the man standing on the balcony, blowing in the wind, adding a touch of softness to the lines of his cold, hard back. Before dawn, Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes when he heard the sound of Yang Mi getting up and washing up. He had always been a light sleeper. Touching up the cell phone placed on the bedside, he looked at the time, 5:30 sharp. So early? Putting his hand on his forehead and closing his eyes to ease his mind, Gu Chen also lifted the covers and sat up from the bed. Since he was awake, he didn't want to go back to sleep. It should take a bit of time for her to wash up and put on her makeup until she left the house. Gu Chen planned to simply wash up and make a breakfast for Yang Mi and the two babies. She was in a hurry and shouldn't have time to cook, so since she promised to take care of Mang Bao and Good Boy, she would start with breakfast. It would be good to bring her one by the way. When Gu Chen opened the door and came out, Yang Mi's room door was also open, and she was sitting at the small table by the balcony doing her makeup, her back to him, only turning on the light on the makeup mirror. The bright white light shimmered brightly on her small face without a single blemish, lining the person inside the mirror white and clean. Why are you up so early? Did I disturb you? Looking at the man who appeared in the mirror at the door of her room, Yang Mi froze for a moment and turned back to ask him. Nope, woke up from my sleep. I'll go make some breakfast. Later you clean up and eat some before you leave. Oh, good, raising a smile at Gu Chen. Yang Mi suddenly thought, you can cook? Well, a little bit. Gu Chen laughed. His voice was a little low and deep, falling a little nice in his ears. You get busy first. Okay, thanks. Oh. Yang Mi turned back to continue applying her makeup. Gu Chen looked at her for a few seconds, went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, taking out a few eggs, and a bag of sliced bread and a box of ready-to-eat lettuce leaves. Ding! The last fried egg was served on a plate, and the toaster popped up with toasted bread. Gu Chen found the salad dressing on the rotating spice rack, assembled the sandwiches, cut them up, plated them, and brought them to the table. Yang Mi had already put on her makeup and changed her clothes, a mauve little perfume suit, coiled a rounded pill head, and sat at the dining table munching on her script. It wasn't until Gu Chen put the dinner plate on the dining table and clinked it, that she suddenly woke up and looked up. Gu Chen froze. He knew she looked good from the first time he saw her, but he didn't expect the little woman with makeup to be this stunning. Blowing face, long and curved eyelashes, almond eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, cherry mouth. Every detail is as perfect as a fine carving. At this moment full of confusion with him looking up, which like two children's mother? This was a wonderful young girl. Ahem. Dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Coughing lightly to ease the embarrassment, Gu Chen hastily glanced his eyes to the side and pushed his sandwich towards Yang Mi, only to have the tips of his slightly reddened ears reveal his heart. Seemingly feeling that it wasn't enough, Gu Chen went back to the cooking table and grabbed a cup, pouring Yang Mi a cup of milk, and bringing down the coffee machine ground coffee and bringing it to Yang Mi along with it. I don't know which one you're used to drinking, so I prepared them all. Oh, good. Thanks. Ha. You join us. You eat first. I'll wait for Ming Bao's Good Boy to get up and eat together. Yang Mi was a little confused as she looked at the excellent selling breakfast. What about the promise of knowing a little? This is what it looks like to know a little. By the time Meng Bao and Good Boy got up, Yang Mi had already been out for a while. Daddy, where's mommy? Behavioral treasure was still holding that little bear, rubbing her eyes and looking at Gu Chen, who was sitting on the sofa looking at the computer. After you guys went to bed last night, mommy got a call from work and got up this morning to go to work before I had time to tell you. Is it okay for daddy to stay home with you and brother today? Good Boy flattened his mouth. Okay, ba. Although she also really wanted mommy to be home, but now that she had daddy with her and didn't have to be with just the nanny aunt anymore, she reluctantly accepted it. Right? Find your brother and go wash up. Daddy will make you guys breakfast. The Good Boy ran back to the restroom with his short legs to brush his teeth and wash his face with the Munchkin. This kind of life seemed not bad. Gu Chen retrieved his thoughts, and his eyes fell back to the computer screen, which was the paternity test of him and the babies, and the results showed a definite parent-child relationship. He wanted to share the results with Yang Mi, but he took out his cell phone before suddenly reacting to the fact that he didn't have her contact information yet. Chapter 19, taking two babies to customize their clothes. After finishing breakfast and tidying up his room, it was already 10 in the morning, and Gu Chen took his two babies out to the mall. After promising himself that he would take care of the children last night, Gu Chen called Xiao Chun from the balcony before he went to bed, telling him to make an appointment with a well-known designer contracted by the company to go to the mall today to measure the two children's figures and prepare to design clothes. He originally wanted to appoint the designer to his villa in the city center, but the customized clothes more or less needed time. Then he planned to directly old the mall, pick a batch of finished clothes, and arrange a batch of customized by the way, and then let people clear the mall in advance. Mangbao and Good Boy for the first time to go out with their father, naturally very happy, until they sat on Gu Chen's back seat. The two little face because of the excitement of the red also did not recede, pulling Gu Chen to ask questions. Good Boy, Daddy, where are we going? To the mall. Daddy is looking for someone to customize clothes for you. Oh, is that far away, Dad? Not far. Are you happy, Munchkin? Happy. The two milk dolls wiggled their little legs in the back seat and answered in unison. Before the fear of two children in the back seat by themselves is not safe. Gu Chen also specially called Xiao Chun early in the morning to yesterday's black Audi to install two children's seats, but also prepared snacks and water. At the moment, Good Boy was holding a bag of potato chips and clicking and biting it, his mouth stuffed and bulging, and he was a little bit slurred. Thank you, Daddy. Mungbao was holding the tablet he brought from home and was messaging Yang Mi to report on his trip. Mommy, Daddy is taking my sister and I to the mall. Oh, you work at ease. I'll take care of my sister with Dad and wait for you to come back immediately. Yang Mi was following her agent Su Li at the moment, preparing to meet the director and production team of Star River. Sister Li, our appointment is at 10 o'clock. Why haven't we seen the director come over? Seeing that the needle was about to jump to 11, Yang Mi was a bit anxious. It won't come, right? She has been preparing for this movie for a long time. Wait a little longer. Maybe there's a delay on the road. Su Li also has no bottom in her heart, but she does not want to give up. In order to take this drama to find how many contacts not to mention Yang Mi's efforts she has seen in the eyes. The two waited anxiously in a 5-star hotel box not far from the mall. Gu Chen arrived at the mall with the two children, drove the car into the basement and parked it, and took the special elevator straight to the top floor children's clothing area. The manager had already been notified and was waiting at the elevator door with just the two sales left behind. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he hurriedly raised his smiling face and greeted Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, you're here. Sister Cindy has already arrived and is waiting for you in the store. This is the young master and young miss, right? So cute. They look good too. With this face value, there's sure to be a hit when they go to the movies. Gu Chen's eyes swept over without a trace of warmth. The manager knew that he had said the wrong thing, and in his heart, he wanted to punch himself twice. What kind of blind ass kissing is that? No. What I mean is that both babies are very pretty. Look at this mouth of mine. I said the wrong thing when I was excited. Don't mind it. Lead the way. Gu Chen didn't like the flattery and directly spoke to interrupt. Munchkin Goodyear had little stars in his eyes. Wow, Daddy is so handsome. Following the store manager's guidance, Gu Chen walked into the store while holding a Munchkin. Cindy was sitting on the sofa surveying the store. Most of the clothes inside were designed by her. Almost all of them were placed in the most conspicuous position, and her heart was quite satisfied. For being called here so early in the morning that she couldn't sleep in, she was pretty upset, but that anger dissipated a bit when she saw how the store was set up. Hearing the movement at the door, she looked sideways and Gu Chen's two Munchkins on the left and right instantly attracted her attention. Her eyes lit up and she directly got up and rushed over. Gu Chen, where did you abduct such two babies from? The Munchkin and Good Boy eyed Cindy rushing over from the sofa, knowing that she had no malicious intent and not afraid of her startled appearance. Instead, they rushed to greet her in unison. Hello, sister. Sister, you're so pretty. Obviously in the coaxing people to be happy in this regard. Good Boy better. Small mouth sweet like smeared with honey, instantly captured Cindy's heart. A hand picked up Good Boy, to stick with the little girl's pink and tender face. Mine. With a single word, Gu Chen stopped Cindy's movements and looked at him with a shocked expression. Yours? Mine. Biological. You were single when we last got together. It's only been a month. Cindy's whole body was bad. This old man wasn't lying to her. Was he? He can't be. He, Gu Chen, was never one to joke around. Looking down at Mangbao, and then at the Good Boy she was holding in her arms, the 7-part resemblance corroborated Gu Chen's words, and Cindy's entire being was petrified. Said good together single, you secretly off single even if the baby is so big. Called you here not to watch the fun. Gu Chen looked at her in disgust. Why are you so startled? Don't scare the Munchkin Good Boy. You're going to customize clothes for the two of them? No? Gu Chen frowned. Okay. Come on babies. Sister will measure you. Thank you sister. Hard work sis. Cindy's heart was melting, and she didn't care how in the world Gu Chen had been hiding it for so long, devoting herself to the two babies. By the time everything was done, It was almost 12 o'clock. Gu Chen lifted his hand to look at his wristwatch and stood up. The two children had been measuring up and down for an hour in conjunction with Cindy, and they were tired and hungry. And Good Boy had even plopped his entire body down on the chair and refused to get up. Good boy Munchkin, what do you want to eat? Daddy will take you guys to eat something delicious. Mengbao's eyes turned. He had just secretly looked at the positioning of Mommy's cell phone in the car. She had been at a nearby 5-star restaurant that hadn't moved, so he searched for that address on his tablet. Daddy, I heard this restaurant is delicious. Can we go eat this? Gu Chen glanced at the screen and then at Goodyear, wanting to ask her wishes. Mengbao secretly gave her sister a wink, and Goodyear understood in seconds. Daddy, I'll just listen to you and my brother. Okay, behavioral treasure doesn't pick day. Climbing down from the chair, Good Boy buried his entire body into Gu Chen's arms, secretly revealing his eyes, looking towards his brother with a bright smile. Mengbao's face did not move, and quietly gave Good Boy a thumbs up behind his back. Good Boy is awesome, worthy of being his sister. Her heart is in the right place. Gu Chen wanted to invite Cindy over for dinner as a thank you, but he didn't expect this workaholic to be inspired after seeing the two babies, and now he was going back to rush to make the clothes, and only said that Gu Chen should give her more money as a thank you when the time came. Gu Chen also did not force, with two children directly downstairs and drove to the hotel. In the box Yang Mi mood is a little low, waiting for almost 2 hours, but also do not see the director over. She really want to give up, if not to see Su Li here to accompany her. She absolutely cannot wait so long. Ding! Su Li's phone suddenly came to life. She looked at the caller ID and hurriedly answered it. Hello, Ed Director. You've arrived? We'll come to pick you up right away. Chapter 20. Our casting requirements are very high. Su Li hung up the phone while pulling up Yang Mi, who had her head down and was in a low mood at the side. Quickly follow me to pick up the director. When Yang Mi heard this, her entire body felt like it was coming back to life as she hurriedly stood up. Quickly, go! Gu Chen parked the car and opened the door to carry down the two children in the back seat. Before he could walk to the entrance of the restaurant, he saw the image of standing at the door with Su Li talking to a few people, but it looked like it wasn't going too well. Mengbao and Good Boy looked at each other. They hadn't seen such a humble mom before, and were a little heartbroken. Director, think about it. A few artists from Xiaoyang's side and I have been studying your script this whole time, so at least give it a chance. The director and production team of Starry River did not have a very good attitude towards Yang Mi, and seeing the slightly nervous-looking person following Su Li, they did not have a good face either. In this case, let's go in and talk while we eat. Do you think it's okay? Su Li's body slightly leaned forward, putting her posture to the lowest. She really didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. In any case, she also had to fight for resources for her own artists. Sister Su, as you know, our drama is really a big production. The casting requirements are very high. The director frowned and spoke, his tone not too good. MS. Yang just debuted with some heat, but there hasn't been much work in recent years, and the whole person has almost disappeared from the public's view. The artists under her hand are also in a lukewarm state. You're making it hard for us to do this. The two sides were in a stalemate when Gu Chen walked over with his two babies. What's wrong? Mr. Gu, why are you here? Is this? The director was a bit surprised. Why was Gu Chen here? And what was up with these two kids? But the director didn't dare to offend Gu Chen. After all, he was the biggest investor in River of Stars, and he had to rely on his resources to eat. We're discussing the casting of River of Stars with MS. Yang and MS. Su, you came over for dinner, right? How about this? This meal is on me today. Mr. Gu, please give me face. The director saw him appearing here with his two children in tow and guessed that he had probably come over for lunch, and in order to curry favor, he offered to treat him to a meal. Auntie, Mengbao suddenly shouted out to Yang Mi, holding his sister's hand, and ran directly to Yang Mi's side. Yang Mi was a bit stunned, not expecting the two babies to call her like this, but quickly reacted that this was protecting her privacy, and couldn't help but be a bit touched, secretly reddening her eyes. Gu Chen's face sank a little, but he also understood that the Mengbao did this so as not to affect Yang Mi's work, and was a little heartbroken. The two babies know too much, only 4 or 5 years old, will be so well versed in the ways of the world. Is how much aggrieved? He should think about how to solve this problem, early to give her and the two babies an identity that does not need to hide anymore. Gu Chen was thinking about these things in his mind, but the director was not calm beside him. What did those two kids call Yang Mi? Auntie? Then what was their relationship with Mr. Gu, and what was her relationship with Gu Chen? Finished. Thinking of this, a cold sweat crossed the director's forehead and he hurriedly compensated with a smile. That, Mr. Gu, let's go inside and talk about it. There are many people outside, and if they're photographed, a few people's identities are afraid. Once Su Li heard this, she hurriedly picked up. Yes, let's go in and talk. Go in and talk again. Well, this meal is on me. Gu Chen nodded his head and took the lead as he stepped inside, with the director and production team following behind him, and Yang Mi and Suli following at the end with their children. Taking advantage of the fact that no one could see her, Suli pinched the Munchkin's little face. At such a young age, he was really smart. Gu Chen and the two babies, Yang Mi and Suli previously set the box cannot be used again, and the waiter said to change another larger. Several people one after another into the seat. The director thought in his heart, Gu Chen and Yang Mi, no matter what the relationship, look at this steak will not be too raw. Why do not you sell him a personal favor? Why don't you sell him a favor so that he can remember his own goodness, in case he contributes more to the investment? What's more, Young Honey debut acting skills are obvious to all. These years to train the artist is not hot, but their own strength does not say. Only lack of an opportunity. Figuring this out, the director gave the producer a look and spoke. Ms. Yang, just now I thought about it. This drama can cooperate with you, but I can only give supporting roles, and require the artist to audition, and only sign after the audition. This is natural. The director is willing to give me and my artists this opportunity. We know how to be thankful. We don't dare to ask for too much. The supporting roles are enough. Not to mention the audition is a necessary part. I also don't want the efforts made by myself and the people under my hand to be misunderstood by those who don't know about it as not having the strength and relying on connections to get into the group. This is something you can rest assured about. Director. Having resolved the matter of cooperation, Yang Mi was indeed somewhat happy. However, she could also guess that the director's big change in attitude before and after was mostly due to Gu Chen's favor, and she was grateful while being even more curious about his identity. How come even the director of Star River had to sell in face? What was this man's origin? As the meals came up one after another, Gu Chen asked the waiter to add a few dishes that the two babies could eat, and took out the sealed and sterilized exclusive tableware from inside the bag he carried up and set it in front of the two children. The cute baby was sky blue, and the good baby was light pink, which was very much in line with the two children's personalities. Gu Chen felt that the tableware outside was not clean, and since he wanted to take care of the two children, it was better to bring his own tableware over for peace of mind, so he naturally made this move. Yang Mi, Su Li and the director were stunned. Yang Mi, no way. How is this man more attentive than her? Su Li, okay, this matter of being a father to two babies has passed. Director, Gu Chen, you can do such a thing? These two kids shouldn't be his, right? Noticing that the eyes of everyone present fell on him, either in shock or doubt, Gu Chen frowned and his voice turned cold. What's wrong? What's the problem? No, haha, I just didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so sweet. The director laughed awkwardly twice, almost biting his tongue. As the director's words fell, the atmosphere of the large box became awkward. Auntie, wants some water. Goodyear sighed in her heart. What's wrong with these adults? There are no words here? How did they learn to be humane for so many years? She still had to be relied on at critical moments. Hearing this, Yang Mi hurriedly took the thermos cup Gu Chen had brought from home and poured some water into the two babies' cups. It's hot. Blow on it before you drink. Now the director was even more confused, quietly glancing at Gu Chen, then glancing at Yang Mi, his eyes sweeping over the two babies one by one. This action is so skillful? Taking care of a small child so skillfully? Yang Mi looked. Something's not right. Chapter 21. Give me your contact information. Without waiting for the director to figure it out, the waiter opened the door to deliver Gu Chen's new additions and asked the crowd if they wanted to order some wine. Gu Chen was driving and couldn't drink. The director and producer had to go back to prepare for the filming of Star River, so naturally they didn't dare to drink either. The director didn't drink, but Yang Mi and Su Li couldn't wait, so they let the waiter send tea up to replace the wine with tea, previously stirred up by the reporters breaking into the hospital, and then busy with Yang Mi talking about cooperation. Su Li relaxed at this time, before suddenly considering Gu Chen's identity. Several people at the dinner table each said polite words. The man on the main seat did not say anything, but his aura was powerful and his movements were honorable and elegant. Su Li secretly observed him, and a flash of light flashed in her mind. It cannot be associated with that low-key luxurious black Porsche. To the acceptance letter from the Jinghua kindergarten that Yang Mi talked to her about later, there was also that magnificent hospital, as well as the fact that Meng Bao and Good Boy had found him at the drunken immortal residence. Su Li became more and more certain of the speculation in her heart. Yanjing upper surnamed Gu's company, just that a Gu's group. The president is the richest man in Yanjing, but usually act low-key, never in front of the media to leak a little news, very few for the public to know. Originally thought he looked young. How also did not connect him with the richest president, but now that the director has to sell his face, even if this speculation is no longer outrageous, it's definitely him. Su Li was shocked, before finally realizing that her artiste was hugging the golden thigh, and was happy for her from the bottom of her heart, but didn't intend to break the ice at this dinner party, waiting to go back and then secretly say to her. Gu Chen noticed the director's eyes looking at him from time to time and couldn't help but frown. Instead, he realized that the guide was not only looking at him, but also at Yang Mi, and then at the two children, before finally turning his eyes back to him. Startled by the line of sight that Gu Chen swept over, the director's words that had just reached his mouth made him swallow directly along with his saliva. I have to say, this gaze is still quite scary, but looking at Gu Chen's reaction, the strand of wrongness in his heart became even stronger. What the hell? His eyes just now still carried a few warnings for him. Thinking of this, the director's words that he wanted to ask out ended up being put back, intending to rot in his stomach. Yes or no? No matter what the outcome was, it was not something that an ordinary director like him could bear. After mixing in the entertainment industry for so long, it was not easy to get to this point. He didn't want to be singled out by some business bigwig one day to fix him. After finishing the meal in a cordial atmosphere, Gu Chen directly sent his assistant to the front desk to settle the bill. Let Mr. Gu break the bank. Next time I'll definitely invite Mr. Gu back. The director brought the producer to say goodbye to Gu Chen Yangmi in front of the restaurant. Ms. Yang, I'll find time to talk to you in detail about the subsequent cooperation. Please wait for my news. Tomorrow night at the latest. Gu Chen took the two Munchkins and drove himself back to his apartment, while Yang Mi rode in Su Li's car and walked separately from them. The two teams arrived home 10 minutes apart, one after the other. The two children had gone out to play all morning. At the moment they were all exhausted, and as soon as they got home, they went back to their bedroom to take a nap. Su Li sent Yang Mi home, hesitated to tell her about her guess about Gu Chen's identity, but finally chose to shut up. Forget it, what does an outsider like her care? After all, it was a matter between the two of them, and she herself only needed to be sure that the man was a good father and was good to the child and to Yang Mi, and that was enough. If there really is a day when they can't go on, so what if he is the richest man? She, Su Li, was the first to not let go. Besides, saying this now is not rushing to stack buffs on him. It's better not to know. Saves Yang Mi from being abducted. That night, Yang Mi received the cooperation matters from the director, which was a lot faster than she thought. Back in her bedroom, she had a meeting with Su Li and a whole team, and finally decided to fly straight to another city tomorrow to enter the group to shoot the movie. After it was finalized, Yang Mi breathed a fierce sigh of relief, but then she started to worry again. The two babies were going to report to Beijing tomorrow. If she is not there, then probably have to trouble him again. Looking at the time displayed on the bottom right corner of the computer screen, 23:48. At this time, he should be asleep, right? Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yang Mi woke up at the right time and opened the door to her room after washing up. It just so happened that Gu Chen came out at this time, and was a little surprised to see her get up so early. Not sleeping more? Yang Mi shook her head. No, it just so happens that I have something I want to talk to you about. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. This early in the morning, what could there be? Afraid of disturbing the two babies' sleep, Yang Mi moved to the side, signaling Gu Chen to go inside the room with her to talk. Gu Chen nodded and squeezed into the room between the doorway and Yang Mi. What's wrong? He asked. I communicated with the crew side last night. I'll have to fly out of the city today to enter the set for filming. That's good. Congratulations. As expected, Gu Chen said objectively, not even surprised by this ending at all. But today is the day that the two babies are going to report to Beijing, China. I'm afraid I can't go to see them off, so I'll have to trouble you again. Yang Mi was a little embarrassed, but she really had no choice. She couldn't delay a bit on the crew side. Don't worry about this side. Leave the two kids to me. I'll just send them over today. You work at ease. Gu Chen finally understood what Yang Mi was looking for him to do, remembering that he had forgotten to tell her about the personal report yesterday. There was news from the hospital yesterday. Well, is it? Yang Mi hears this and is a little anxious to know the answer. Looking at Gu Chen, who only stared at her and smiled, and didn't say anything, she finally realized that it was her own brain that was confused. If it wasn't his, he wouldn't have been able to still take the child out to play yesterday. The stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Yang Mi was even more relieved now. Great, it's finally settled. The matter over at the theater group had already been finalized. She had to leave later, and now she had to get ready and pack her clothes and daily necessities. This time, she didn't know how long she would be filming over there. Thinking that she would be separated from her two babies again, Yang Mi's heart was filled with reluctance. But there's no way. No matter how much she can't let go of Mangbao and Good Boy, she still has to go to work, or else she really can't afford to feed her children. Although she had now recognized Gu Chen as the father of her two children, she didn't intend to rely on him, and still decided to rely on herself to raise her two children. One point was that she had been brought up alone before and had gotten used to it, and the other point was that she didn't have any substantial relationship with Gu Chen. If you want to talk about the relationship, it was at most that one night 5 years ago by mistake, and now the two of them respect each other as guests is already the best ending Yang Mi can think of. She wants the two babies to have a happy and healthy childhood, and now she can only work hard to earn money to support the family. She can only entrust the two babies to Gu Chen for the time being, at least for now. He seems to be a very qualified father. He was not expected to support the family, but he could still bring up the children. Do you want to leave your contact information? Gu Chen said this, still a little embarrassed. The hand behind his back tightened. This is still the first time he and the opposite sex to ask for contact information. When the appraisal results came out yesterday, I wanted to tell you first. Suddenly I realized I didn't have your phone number or your WeChat friends. Plus the kids woke up and stirred things up a bit, so I forgot about it. It's good to communicate about the kids in the future if you have a contact. Right, I almost forgot about this. Yang Mi immediately took out her cell phone and directly broadcast the string of numbers she had saved for 5 years, leaving her cell phone number on Gu Chen's phone. The micro signal is also this one, so you search for it when the time comes. Gu Chen's gaze suddenly fixed on the interface of her cell phone, and after pausing for a moment, he nodded. Good. Chapter 22, reporting to Beijing. Yang Mi's flight was at 10 in the morning, and she had to be at the airport at 8:30, so it was a good thing it wasn't too far away. But she definitely didn't have time to send the two babies to report to work, and only had time to say goodbye to them. At the dinner table, when the two babies heard that their mom had to go to work for a long time again, their mood was obviously a bit lost, as if even the delicious breakfast tasted like chewing wax. Afraid of affecting mommy's mood, good boy hard to hold back tears, will bite the lips white, small body is also gently trembling. Yang Mi saw it in her eyes, naturally hurt in her heart, but she had no choice. It was hard to get this opportunity to enter the group. It was the best resource in the past few years. If she missed it, then she really couldn't afford to raise two babies. After having breakfast, accompanying Good Boy and Mo Bao to pack up their new school bags and stationery, and getting tired of the two babies for a while, several people left the door at the same time. Gu Chen drove Meng Bao and Good Boy to report. As Yanjing famous noble kindergarten, Jinghua site is naturally in the city center. Yang Mi, on the other hand, got into the nanny car that Suli drove to pick her up and drove towards the suburbs. Soldiers split into two. Everyone's heart is a little reluctant to part, including Gu Chen. He didn't know why his heart was tightening, just thinking that he would have to take care of the two babies alone for a while. He felt as if there was some emptiness. Pinching his tie and adjusting his cuffs, Gu Chen turned back to the two babies, trying to hide this inexplicable emotion. Is your seatbelt fastened? We're about to head out. Buckled up, Daddy. Meng Bao glanced at her somewhat sullen sister and gently took her hand, handing her a soothing look and shaking her head. Good boy, good boy. Don't let mommy go to work and have to worry about us. Goody Boy glanced at his brother and understood what he meant, leaning back in the seat and tilting his head for a moment, forcing the moisture back from his eyes. Okay, Daddy, it's time to go. The little girl, still with a slight nasal sound, softly opened her mouth, so well behaved that she didn't look like a child less than 5 years old, at a time when other children of the same age could not hold in their urine. These two babies could already control their emotions and pacify adults in turn. As he watched the careful behavior of the two children, Gu Chen felt a sense of loss in his heart that became more and more obvious. Perhaps he was too worried about the two children's bad moods. He found himself an excuse. In the beginning, in order for the two children's education not to be too bad, Yang Mi had done her best to buy this apartment in a location close to the city center, so it was actually not far from the Jinghua kindergarten. It was only a 10-minute drive before Gu Chen delivered the two babies to the place. Considering his own identity is not convenient to personally go to send, Gu Chen called Xiao Chen in the morning to bring the two children to go in for admission procedures. At this moment, Xiao Chen people have been waiting for a period of time in front of the school. In the line of sight finally appeared the boss's not-so-eye-catching Audi. Xiao Chen immediately beat up the spirit. God knows he had been waiting here before 7 o'clock, afraid that being late would be deducted by the boss. Seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, he didn't even dare to eat breakfast, and waited for almost an hour before finally expecting the target person, boss, stepping forward to open the backseat door for the two babies. Xiao Chen took the opportunity to greet Gu Chen. Well, do a steady job. Gu Chen couldn't help but exhort. He couldn't go himself, but when it came to the two children, he was a little uneasy anyways. Got it. Guarantee to complete the task successfully. Xiao Chen hemmed and hawed. He did his job, and the boss was definitely relieved. Good morning, Uncle Xiao Chen. The two babies came down from the car and greeted him. Then one side held his hand, two pairs of big eyes unblinking looking at him smiling. Xiao Chen's heart instantly melted, and holding the two babies, he stepped into the campus and went to find their homeroom teacher. Teacher Wang, I'm counting on you to take care of the children. No problem. Don't worry. being told by the principal that these two children were going to be added to her class. Teacher Wang thought that this must be another child from some powerful family. As a result, she couldn't help but frown when she saw the two dolls with ordinary clothes, but she still had to get by on face value, so she smiled at Xiao Chen. It wasn't that the two children didn't have nice and extravagant clothes, especially the time Gu Chen took them to the mall. They bought a lot, but the children didn't care much about any of this, especially since mommy had also taught them that they couldn't just show their wealth when they went out. Xiao Chen handed the two children over to their homeroom teacher in person, and then put his heart down to go back to the office to talk to Gu Chen. Seeing that Xiao Chen had left, Teacher Wang released the two children's hands and walked ahead by herself, not waiting for them. Meng Bao frowned, but thinking that he had just arrived here and mommy was still flying out to work, it was not good for him to take the initiative to pick a fight, so he didn't say anything, only silently holding his sister ran all the way behind Miss Wang to the classroom door. The two babies chased after Mr. Wang, running, breath slightly chaotic, standing in front of the classroom door slightly slowed down, before stepping into the class. Originally thought that Ms. Wang would let them introduce themselves, or would directly introduce them to the other children. Meng Bao and behavioral baby also prepared a little in advance at home. Unexpectedly, Ms. Wang pointed to the two small empty benches at the far side and directly let the two children sit over. Good boy is a little disappointed, but she can also see that this teacher does not seem to like themselves and their brother. The heart cannot help but flooded with doubts. Where did she get offended? But she and her brother had just come here. The other children sitting on the chairs were still chattering and making a mess, and when they saw Ms. Wang bring two children in, their eyes fell on Meng Bao and Good Boy. Wow, are these their new classmates? They are so good looking. The students were all attracted by the face value of the two babies and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Alright babies, today is the first day of school. Little Wang teacher would like to ask you, what did you do at home during the vacation? As if treating the two babies as if they were transparent, Teacher Wang directly started the lesson. The children's attention was instantly diverted by the teacher's question, and one or two of them chattered and grabbed the answer. The kindergarten classes were all very loose, and the teacher would also bring the children to play games. After all, children that young don't need to be stressed out that much. Meng Bao and Good Boy thought those games were so childish, so they played on the side by themselves. Hello, my name is Xiamu. Can I play with you guys? A little girl saw that Meng Bao was really good looking, so she took the initiative to come up and talk to him, wanting to join him in Good Boy. Meng Bao looked up at her with little expression on his face. The toy wasn't his own in the first place, and besides, he wasn't being selfish, so he moved to Good Boy's side, giving her a spot. It's okay. The other girls saw that Xiamu Xian had smoothly added to the two babies' camp, and instantly all flocked towards the Munchkin. I want me too. I want me too. I want to play with little brother too. And me too. Mo Bao was confused, and Goody Bao was even more confused and a little angry at the same time. She never knew that her brother attracted girls like this. Big brother was hers, not with anyone else. The small hand pulled Mo Bao's sleeve and tugged. Brother, let's go to. What's your name? Chapter 23, Fighting on the First Day of School. Before Goodyear could finish his words, he was interrupted by a not-so-polite voice, and couldn't help but get a little annoyed. Frowning at the source of the voice, a small fat man pushed aside the wall of people that automatically formed when the girls gathered around and walked over, followed by several other boys. Goodyear looked at the little fat man wearing small gold locks and silver bracelets. His entire body was covered in designer labels with some disgust. This person is so rude. But on the first day of school, Good Boy was just like Meng Bao. He didn't want to cause trouble here, so he pulled Meng Bao and prepared to go to the side to play. But before they could move, that little fat man unexpectedly came directly over and blocked the way, blocking Meng Bao and Good Boy in the corner. What are you doing? Meng Bao pulled Good Boy behind himself to protect him, somewhat displeased, coldly glaring directly at little fatty. The little fat man was looked at by this sight for a moment and his hair stood on end, subconsciously took a step back, and only after reacting did he manage to stop. The little fat man called Qian, is Qi's group's young master, is also the only son of the family, usually by the family spoiled lawlessness. His family and Xia Mushuan's family is a family friend. From swaddling clothes grow up together, often play together. At this moment, seeing that Xia Mushuan was attracted to Meng Bao and no longer played with him, his heart was a little upset. As a result, all the little girls in the class went to play with Meng Bao, and he and the other children could only watch from the sidelines. He and the other children could only watch. They instantly felt that Meng Bao had overshadowed them, so they were ready to find Meng Bao's trouble. But Meng Bao's sight was too intimidating. When did the little pampered young master ever receive this kind of aggravation? The anger in his heart grew even more. After reacting, he directly rushed to Meng Bao ready to give him a little lesson. Who told you to attract all the girls in our class? Brother, be careful. behaving behind Meng Bao and watching Qian swing his fist towards his brother's face. Behavioral treasure was a little nervous and subconsciously voiced out a reminder. Naturally, Meng Bao also noticed Qian's movements, directly dodged with a sideways turn, grabbed the fist he swung straight over, and yanked it with force. Yanked the little fat man to a stumble, almost fell face first to the ground, rushed forward several steps before stabilizing his body. This will be the little fat man's fire all stirred up. Qian angry hair are standing up, rolled up his arms and sleeves and rushed up, and Meng Bao twisted together. Mo Bao did not Qian body size, but wins in the shape of flexible. Plus he did not want to get into trouble so that mom and dad worried. They did not use full force. After a few rounds, both of them still had colors on their faces. Ah, I'm so angry. Qian saw that he could not take advantage of a little. Angry directly screamed, listening to the good treasure's straight frown. This little fat boy, how so annoying. Obviously he himself want to fight the result of the fight, but also shouted up, going up to see his brother's injuries. Good treasure heartbroken. Brother's face was scratched by that little fat man, several bloody marks. Look at all the pain. Qian saw that he couldn't fight, grabbed a few little boys around him. You guys beat him up for me. A few little boys, upon hearing this, swarmed up and surrounded Meng Bao. Seeing this situation, good boy was so anxious that he was about to cry, rushed forward and wanted to pull them away to help Meng Bao, only to be grabbed by Qian, who was watching from the side, and threw his arm, dropping the person to the ground with a force. The good treasure could no longer hold back and cried out with a wow. Even if she can usually hide her emotions well, she is still a small child. This fall, her buttocks solidly pierced on the ground. It really hurts. Meng Bao saw his sister being bullied. His brain buzzed and instantly went to his head. Little fatty, don't you move my sister. Also don't care if it will cause trouble for mom and dad. Good boy directly 3 times put down a few small followers surrounding him. Rushed a good boy in front of the person, pulled up and carried into his arms to pacify. Listening to his sister's crying, tears falling down like money, he knew that his sister must have been hurt by the fall. Otherwise, good boy usually, even if he cut his hand and pointed out the blood, he would just flatten his mouth and ask him to blow on it. Meng Bao's face sank violently, looking at Qian, who stood to the side and still wanted to make a move. He placed his sister behind him and rushed up and pinched his collar, about to hit him with his hands. What are you doing? Teacher Wang appeared in the doorway, looking at the class in disarray with a shocked face, especially when he saw Qian, who was being tugged by the Munchkin's collar with a horrified look on his face. Teacher Wang's entire body was confused. Little brat, that's Mr. Qi's precious son. It's only his first day here and he's causing me trouble. Quickly walking in front of the 2 men and slapping Mo Bao's hand away. Mr. Wang yelled at Mo Bao. What are you doing? I've only been gone for a short while and you're fighting. He started it, and he bullied my sister. Meng Bao also no longer cares about what respect for teachers. Inviting parents is unavoidable. Then don't blame him for contradicting this teacher who scolded him without distinguishing between right and wrong. If you don't mess with him, he'll make a move against you. It's only your first day here and you dare to cause trouble for me. Do you not want to stay in my class? Teacher Wang doesn't care what Meng Bao said or who's right or wrong. Mr. Qi's son is being bullied, and if she doesn't handle it, she'll lose her job. I didn't. Don't believe me. Ask them. Meng Bao's eyes were red with anger, and her face was now slightly swollen because of the punch she received from a few young boys surrounding her. You guys? Who started it? Teacher Wang looked to the several children surrounding him at the side. When the little girls saw this scene, they were all too scared to speak, lowering their heads and backing away, while those few little boys had just been cleaned up by Meng Bao, and were even more unlikely to help Meng Bao speak. Teacher, I'll testify. He's the one who hit Qian first. Yes, it was him. Listening to the testimonies of the children in the class one by one, Teacher Wang looked at Meng Bao and sneered. Hear that? What else do you have to say? In fact, when she saw Mo Bao being so determined, she hesitated for a split second in her heart, but after seeing the injuries on Qian's face and Mo Bao's face, it was obvious that Qian was a bit heavier, so she didn't give it a second thought. Good baby pulled Mo Bao's hand. She was also a little scared now, but she fell so painfully that she still hadn't slowed down yet. Meng Bao calmed her sister first, then turned back to look straight at Mr. Wang. I said no means no. You're here to turn black and white and favor him without investigating the facts. You don't deserve to be this teacher. Teacher Wang was stunned by Meng Bao's eyes and only reacted when he heard this, instantly being infuriated and laughing. Is it still your turn to say whether I'm worthy or not? Come back to the office with me. I'll call your parents over right now to properly teach you what manners are. Calling the other teachers to help manage her class. Ms. Wang led Qian and told Meng Bao and Good Boy to follow her back to her office. When Xiao Chen came to do the paperwork for the 2 children, the parents' phone number left behind was Gu Chen's. When Gu Chen received the call, he was in a meeting in the conference room, and seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he directly hung up, not realizing that the caller persevered and called a second time. Which one? Teacher Wang froze a little when she heard the low voice coming from the receiver. It didn't seem to be the voice of the man who had just sent the child over. Chapter 24, Are you deaf? Still trying to make a move? Hello? Seeing that there was no reply on the other side of the phone for a long time, Gu Chen gradually became impatient and was ready to hang up the phone. That one. The parent of Meng Bao's good boy, right? I'm your child's homeroom teacher. Your child beat up someone else's child in kindergarten. Please come over to discuss a solution. Teacher Wang finally reacted, not caring whether or not she made the right call or not, and directly stated her purpose. The aura around Gu Chen's body suddenly turned cold, scaring the crowd in the conference room so much that they didn't dare to breathe. Got it. Come over right away. Gu Chen directly hung up the phone, threw the meeting to Jiang Fan, and took Xiao Chen out of the conference room in stride, leaving the crowd staring at each other. What's going on here? It was the first time they had seen the president leave a meeting in the middle, and it seemed like he was still angry. When Gu Chen received the call and heard that Mo Bo had gotten into a fight with someone, he almost instantly wanted to retort back, although Meng Bao was a bit darker. He never took the initiative to cause trouble for Yang Mi, let alone directly hit someone. However, on second thought, he thought that maybe he was bullied and hit back, and instantly tensed up, taking little Chen all the way to the kindergarten entrance in a racing car. Under the leadership of Xiao Chen, the aura is strong and powerful directly towards Mr. Wang's office. Before they could push the door, the woman's overwhelming cries and curses inside came into the two men's eardrums. Look at the beating you gave our family in. This face is all broken. If anything happens to her, can you afford to pay for it? How can you be so cruel at such a young age? How could you hit her so hard? I'll call my husband. I'll tell you two to get out of Beijing. My brother didn't start it. It was your son who bullied us first. The sound of a good boy's voice rang out, but it couldn't drown out the woman's cries at all. Gu Chen frowned straight away as he listened, his face sinking as if it was about to drip water. Kicking the door open, he saw a woman dressed as a flamboyant woman rushing in front of his two babies and about to raise her hand to beat them up. Behavioral treasure was already so scared that her eyes were filled with tears, and she was being protected by Meng Bao, but she was still stubbornly glaring at the shrew-like woman. Stop it! Gu Chen directly yelled out in one sentence. The sudden appearance of the man in the doorway and the loud noise from the door that was kicked and slammed against the wall scared that woman's hands shook and her body trembled, and that slap managed to collect in front of the two children. Gu Chen saw the two babies almost beaten by an adult. Do not dare to imagine if he came a second later, that slap if it fell on the Mengbao body, to hit a child in the face with the force of an adult. Gu Chen didn't know how he should explain to Yang Mi if it really happened. At this moment, the two emotions of fear and anger were intertwined, rushing across Gu Chen's brain, stabbing his temples, directly approaching the office in large strides, picking up the two children, and pushing the woman out with one hand, not even caring about the calm reasoning that he had been one to maintain. My child said no. Are you deaf? Still want to make a move? Directly a sentence roared dumbfounded the opposite side of the arrogant woman. Gu Chen looked to the two babies in his arms. Does it hurt? Did you get scared? Looking at the bloodstains on Meng Bao's face and his swollen face, as well as the tears in his eyes but still stubborn, Gu Chen's heart throbbed with pain. Meng Bao thought that Uncle Xiao Chen would come over to deal with this matter, but did not expect to kick the door and was actually Gu Chen. At the moment the person is still a little frozen. I'm fine. I'm just. After saying a few words, Meng Bao realized afterward that she was being held in her dad's arms, and was being gently soothed. Oh, Daddy, I'm fine. They bullied my sister. That's why I fought back. I didn't initiate any trouble. Tears broke the dike. Broken beads of tears kept sliding down from Meng Bao's big round eyes. He couldn't hold back any longer, lying in Gu Chen's arms and bawling, but still explaining things clearly in a broken voice. It was the first time that behavioral treasure had seen his brother cry like this, and the tears swirling in his eyes could no longer be held back as he flopped onto Gu Chen's other shoulder and cried as well. Daddy, good boy, my butt hurts. It hurts. He pushed, good boy. Seeing the two children aggrieved like this on their first day at school, Gu Chen's heart ached and he gently patted the two crying babies in his arms as a sign of comfort. From the words of the two children, he guessed the general idea and figured out the cause and effect, and couldn't help but cast his eyes on Mr. Wang. You said my child hit someone? Teacher Wang had long been stunned by this scene. She looked at this man with an unusually strong aura and inexplicably felt a bit weak. It's just a moment of anxiety. Plus at that time the children all identified it as, and, that's just not investigated clearly. Didn't check clearly you let other parents' hands to beat my child? This teacher you still deserve to be? When Gu Chen heard this, it became clear that the teacher in front of him had no intention of properly resolving this matter, and that he was only looking for him to pressure the two babies to make amends and apologize to the chubby little man. Mr. Wang also did not expect the father of the two children is not the morning sent to report that person. Now really some panic. At this time, Xiao Chen rushed in with the head gardener in a flurry of wind and fire. and the woman who was pushed by Gu Chen and crashed into the desk also finally came back to her senses, as if she had the courage to yell directly at the head gardener. Director Lu, you kindergarten, how what quality of people are admitted? Look at my son was bullied into what? Do you still want to do this position? Mrs. She, you don't get excited. Have a good talk. A good talk. The head gardener wipes the sweat from his forehead while looking at teacher Wang, who was cowering in the corner. What the hell is going on, teacher Wang? It's only the first day of school, how did it get like this? I just saw the two kids fighting and wanted to call both parents to negotiate what to do. I don't know how it became like this. Wang teacher looked at the situation, which still dare to tell the truth, stumbled and thought of a lame excuse, want to muddle things through, but it was Mrs. Chi who couldn't listen to it, not me. Mr. Wang, didn't you tell me to come to school because my child was beaten? I'm having my face done at the beauty parlor, busy as hell, you know? Either your school gives me an explanation for what happened today, or I'll have my husband get your Thai kindergarten cancelled. It's up to you. I've already notified my husband to come over. He'll be here soon. Having been pushed by Gu Chen, she now also had anger in her heart with no place to vent it, and she caught Mr. Wang in the act of scolding him. When the headmaster heard this, he probably had an idea in his mind, frowning as he thought of a solution. When he heard Gu Chen speak directly, Teacher Wang, my child has already said that someone bullied good boy before he fought back. But you don't even investigate the matter clearly and want us to apologize. Principal Lu, right? You are at least the best kindergarten in Beijing. How in the world did you recruit such a teacher with no teacher ethics? Gu Chen was really furious, and directly turned his spearhead towards the headmaster, who was scratching his head to think of a countermeasure. Chapter 25, Who bullied my son? Director Lu was dumbfounded. Just a few children fighting. Why are you all looking for my trouble? And, what is this man in front of me? This kind of temperament, just that body top luxury customized suit, can be seen Bu Fan, but why has she never seen him before? And it was also the parent of her kindergarten student. With a thud, Headmistress Lu suddenly thought of something, and her heart violently fluttered. Could it be that family that suddenly transferred over? Just then, the sound of running thuds outside the door came from far and near, loud enough to imagine how big this ton is without seeing the person. Gu Chen frowned and turned back, and the two babies lying on his shoulders also looked up. A man with a face full of crossflesh, even in an expensive suit that still couldn't hide his hooliganism, appeared in the doorway, his mouth still yelling, "Whoever bullies my son, I'll peel his skin off." Gu Chen stood up with his two children in his arms, and saw that the man, who had no one in his sight, rushed directly towards the little fat boy who was being held in the arms of that arrogant and domineering shrew. No wonder. It's not a family that doesn't enter a family. Xiao Chen glanced at his boss's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and silently pinched his sweat for that family, which will probably die a miserable death. Director Lu, Gu Chen was completely enraged, gritting his teeth and squeezing out a few words from his mouth. His gloomy and stern gaze then landed on the head gardener Lu. Little Wang, why don't you hurry up and check the surveillance? Figure out what's going on. Lu Gardner simply want to cry. This man is obviously not a good to mess with. The two children or the upper directly named inserted over. Even she is not clear about the real identity, but also only give her a Yang Mangbao. Yang good treasure name, mysterious, but that Chi's temper is also notoriously bad. These two he can't offend anyone. Can only tell Wang to hurry to monitor out. After all, the two children have injuries. The little girl has been saying that the fall pain, or have to first find out what happened before. Mr. Wang heard this before finally reacted. Busy with the phone, ran out to adjust the monitoring. It was only when Qi Wenwu heard Gu Chen's voice that he finally turned his eyes over, and was shocked by the icy coldness that emanated from Gu Chen's body. Suddenly, he seemed to feel that the man holding the two children inexplicably looked a little familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he'd seen him before. Mr. Gu, Zhang Fan just transmitted the surveillance video from the class. Do you want to take a look? Xiao Chen asked Gu Chen with his cell phone. Zhang Fan had just stood beside Gu Chen in the conference room, so he had heard some of it when teacher Wang called. With his knowledge of Meng Bao and Good Boy, both children didn't seem like children who would actively cause trouble, so he felt that there was definitely a problem. So he simply organized the information after Gu Chen left the conference room and asked Zhang Cheng to come over and take his place in the meeting. He himself returned to his desk and used his laptop to directly hack into the kindergarten surveillance system, intercepting the clips and sending them to Xiao Chen's cell phone. Mr. Gu, are you Gu Chen? Qi Wenwu heard Xiao Chen call General Manager Gu, and finally reacted to who this man with a powerful aura really was, and could not help but tremble. The entire Yinjing surnamed Gu. The only figure that could make people scared of him seemed to be the man who thought that he had jumped to become the richest man in Yinjing in a few years' time. Lu Gardner at first only feel that this name is somewhat familiar, but how can not think of who it is? Chi Wenwu, I didn't hear that Gu Chen got married and had a child Fortunately, just now he was only concerned about checking Qian's injury, did not say something big in front of him, but looking at him full of hostility. Shouldn't it be? Is his son bullying his child? Or did this shrew's nonsense mess with him? Thinking of this layer, Chi Wenwu instantly broke out in a layer of cold sweat, instantly scattering the Qian he was holding in his arms, nodding his head and bending over to try to shake hands with Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you. Ha ha, I didn't expect to see you here. Gu Chen frowned and paid no attention, only patting the backs of the two children in his arms and turning his head to Xiao Chen. The tone was nonchalant. Not a trace of emotion could be heard, but Chi Wenwu could hear the impatience and viciousness hidden in those words, snappily retracted the hand hanging in mid-air, and the person also retreated to the side of his wife and child. The headmaster Lu, who had been thinking hard about Gu Chen's identity, finally searched for his counterpart in his mind, and instantly whitened his face in fear. Xiao Chen connected his cell phone to the computer in teacher Wang's office, and just after clicking on the video, the voice of the little fat man Qian instantly came out. What's your name? Once these words came out, coupled with the obvious siege stand on the video screen, how could the adults present still not understand? Headmaster Lu, this is the end. Can't afford to mess with either side. He wanted to slip away so badly. Several people watched the 10-minute-long video in silence. The atmosphere in the office was low as if the air was going to freeze. And the second the video was finished, it was as silent as water. And the crows were silent. Gu Chen slowly raised his head, and his oppressive vision swept across the faces of the three members of the family, waiting for them to give themselves an explanation. When Mr. Wang came in from the outside, he saw this kind of scene, so scared that his legs were as heavy as lead, and he stood in the office doorway, not daring to move a step. Seeing that things had come to a head, Mrs. Qi's face had risen to the color of pig's liver, but she still stretched her neck and refused to apologize. My son was hurt even worse. What has that face been beaten into by your child? Mrs. Qi tried to talk about her child's injuries. She didn't know who Gu Chen was, and although she was afraid of the aura that emanated from him, she just assumed that he was just a company boss like her husband, only a little younger and more handsome looking to have such an aura. She tried to cheer herself up. Shut up! Chi Wenwu was about to be infuriated by this shrew and his family. If it was someone else's child who took the initiative to hit someone, this would be a little easier to say. But it was clearly Qian who was the first to bully and move first, so how did she have the face to still raise a fight with someone else? How could she dare to mess with that god when he couldn't even apologize? People are bad. The family have to drink the northwest wind to go. Chi Wenwu hated to sew up Mrs. Qi's mouth at the moment, and she also took the injury to speak. People's children obviously did not really move. Your son around others to fight has not been beaten, not to mention the shame, but also moved the face of the young master. He was afraid that Gu Chen would have them thrown out. Which pot is the wrong pot? I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, the child's mother is just a housewife and doesn't know your status, so don't bother with her. This time it's true that my son made a mistake. We are willing to bear the medical expenses and moral damages. What else do you want? I promise. Qian, you get your ass over here. Apologize to the two little kids. I'm usually just too spoiled for you. I'll skin you when I get home. Qian is a pampered young master. When have you ever seen this kind of scene? Has long been hiding behind Mrs. Qi voice did not dare to issue a little. At this moment heard his own father called himself over. Scared, legs soft, directly sat on the ground. Chi Wenwu turned around to see that his son didn't move, hated him and rushed over to him, mentioning the person in front of Gu Chen. Right. I'm sorry. Chapter 26, whose skin you said you wanted to strip off. Meng Bao and Good Boy looked condescendingly at Qian, who was being carried over by Chi Wenwu in Gu Chen's arms, without saying a word. Meng Bao, he bullied his sister. I don't forgive. Good Boy, he hit his brother, and slandered. I don't forgive. Seeing that the two children were silent, not even willing to give a look to the shivering little fat man below, Gu Chen could not fail to understand his brother and sister's little mind. Seeing that Meng Bao and Goodyear's emotions had almost eased, he leaned over and put the two children down, then stood up and glanced at Chi Wenwu. Mr. Qi, president of Qi's group? Who did you just say you were going to skin? Gu Chen deliberately bit the words Qi's group very heavily, without a hint of putting Chi Wenwu in his eyes, along with ignoring his humble apology. Chi Wenwu's face suddenly turned white, and cold sweat fell like water down his fat and greasy face, hitting the ground drop by drop. Meng Bao and Good Boy took a step back in unison, their faces filled with undisguised dislike. At this moment, Chi Wenwu hated to rewind time back to when he had just entered the door. Why was his mouth so fast? Why did he say everything outwardly? He even had the heart to strangle himself. Ahahaha, a moment of fast talking. I'm a person who usually talks like this, and I can't compare it to a high-caliber person like you. Mr. Gu, having no choice, Shi Wenwu could only try to muddle through the matter with a snort. Who would have thought that Gu Chen wouldn't eat this set of words at all? And it was clear that he wanted to bring him down today. Since Mr. Shi is forgetful, I'll help you recall your memories today. Xiao Chen, tell Jiang Fan to go and check now if there is anything that needs help in Mr. Shi's company. Mrs. She finally reacted that her son had messed with a big shot, reacted to what a stupid thing she had just done, and at the moment, she couldn't care less about her face, and was busy running over from the back trying to apologize. Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry. You see, it's just kids messing around with each other. It wasn't that big of a deal. You have a large number of adults. Do not bother with small children. You see what you need to compensate us or promised. There is no need to rise to this level, is not? Shi Wenwu heard this, the whole person's mind dizzy, almost back over the gas. Stupid. Don't come and make trouble if you can't speak. You shut up. As soon as he pulled his wife away, Shi Wenwu's cold sweat flowed even faster, and the whole person looked like he had been fished out of the water. Mr. Gu, the child's mother doesn't have much culture and can't speak. Don't be angry. Gu Chen didn't even give him a look, and directly cast his eyes toward Teacher Wang, who stood in the doorway pulling on the doorframe to keep from sitting on the floor. Teacher Wang, please give me an explanation. First, during class time, where did you go when you weren't in class? Second, a few kids were fighting. You didn't see the whole thing, so why can you bite the bullet and say that it was my kid who started the trouble? Third, indiscriminately favoring Qian, causing psychological harm to my two children. Who will bear this responsibility? Seemingly in a questioning tone, Gu Chen spoke with a loud voice. Every sentence justified. Every word that landed in Mr. Wang's ears was like urging for his life, pressuring him to not be able to lift his head at all. I was having some stomach pains and thought that the kids were already playing together, so I went to the restroom, and when I came back and asked the other children, they all said that it was your child who moved first, which is why I brought them to the office and got you and Xian's parents to come over. Teacher Wang's voice is getting smaller and smaller. As for favoritism, of course, it's because at that time, she thought that Meng Bao behavioral was just an ordinary trust relationship to insert into the class, naturally not as well connected as Qian. What's more, it's not like this hasn't happened before, but there's nothing wrong with her favoritism towards Qian. Instead, Mrs. She will all settle things beautifully, and the fire won't be burned to her. But now, how dare she say what she thought was all this? But she also did not expect to be able to get connections to send her child to the most famous aristocratic kindergarten in all of Yanjing. No matter what kind of status she could not afford to mess with. Gu Chen frowned as he listened. Even if Teacher Wang didn't say anything, he could hear that she was afraid of offending Shi Wenwu, so she favored Qian, directly directing his fire at Headmaster Lu. Headmaster Lu, this matter I hope your kindergarten can give me a statement. A teacher with no teacher morals like this seriously affects the children's heart health. I suggest either she gets out or you don't open this kindergarten. Such an unqualified teacher who doesn't care about her students. If she is still allowed to stay here, she may have to harm many children. Also, Qian seriously disrupts the classroom order, ganging up and bullying his classmates. Staying in this kindergarten of yours, do you want him to be a signboard to recruit students? The matter is already so clear. You have an idea in your heart as to whose problem it is. If I see the two of them show up in the garden again, I don't mind letting this kindergarten change its name to Gu. When Shi Wenwu heard Gu Chen's snappy questioning of Ms. Wang, he knew that there was no way this matter could end well today. Thinking that his family's business, which had been in operation for so many years, might be destroyed in his hands, his entire body seemed to have been drained of strength, and he slowly slid to the ground against his desk. Hearing that Gu Chen wanted his son to be expelled from the kindergarten, Shi Wenwu finally reacted, wanting to plead with Gu Chen again, but his legs were so weak that he collapsed forward the moment he stood up, directly onto the ground. After Gu Chen and head gardener Lu finished explaining their demands, he let Xiao Chen stay here to take care of the aftermath, while he himself pulled up a child with one hand and took them out of the office, not even leaving a glance for the people in the room. Teacher Wang wasn't much better compared to Shi Wenwu, and there were only two words circling in her mind. Finished. After Gu Chen brought the two children out of the office, he picked them up with one hand. How could he not expect that something like this would happen to the two children on their first day of reporting to work, especially behavioral treasure, who was pushed and dropped in a way that he saw on the surveillance, fell so solid, also do not know whether the body will be broken, and Mengbao face injury, a blood scar nail marks. In case of broken phase, the two children's health problems are a big deal, not to mention how they can't explain themselves. Mengbao and good treasure see Gu Chen face has been black, thought he was angry, looked at each other. After all, Dad left for a while, and I guess he was just called back by Mr. Wang when he arrived at the company. Mengbao was the first to speak. Daddy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fight with them, and I've tried very hard to collect my hands, but then he dropped my sister, and I didn't control myself for a moment. Gu Chen saw the child held in his arms with a small face wrinkled, obviously aggrieved but still apologizing with him. His heart was tight and uncomfortable, and before he could speak, he heard the little girl on the other side of the room also speak. Daddy, they said that brother attracted all the girls in the class, so they went to hit brother. Brother, he didn't start with anyone first, and then it was to protect me that he got hurt. Can you stop being angry? Chapter 27, Chance Encounter with Qin Luan at the gate of Jinghua. Daddy knows. Daddy isn't angry with you guys. It's my fault for not protecting you guys. Gu Chen marveled at the fact that the two children were so understanding, obviously aggrieved and hurt, but afraid of him getting angry. He had been carefully observing his expression. His heart was aching. Let's go to the hospital to check our bodies first, then go home. Okay? Okay. Only after Mo Bao and Goody Bao determined that Gu Chen really wasn't angry, did they finally put their hearts down and brought a smile on their faces, resuming their usual soft and adorable ways. The morning was spent in this farce, and when Gu Chen came out with Mang Bao and Xiao Bao, it was close to noon when school ended. Today is the first day of school. The children only use half a day of school to adapt to the atmosphere of the school. At the moment there are already many parents or assistants or nannies come over to wait at the school gate ready to pick up their children. A Ferrari convertible sports car parked in the parking space in front of the school. The girl in the car, white skin, beautiful, melon face, with a sunglasses, sitting in the car staring boredly at the entrance to the school. Beautiful car, attracted many people stopped to watch. Someone recognized the number plate of the car. Qin's group's daughter Qin Luan. Miss Qin's car. Big Miss Qin? I heard that Miss Qin isn't married. Why is she here in front of the kindergarten? She's not married, but her brother is, so she's probably here to pick up her niece and nephew. Qin Yuan is indeed for his sister-in-law to pick up the child home. She just flew back from abroad. Jet lag has not been reversed back. Why brother and sister-in-law every day are too busy to eat, so she had to pick up her niece. She was lying on the steering wheel, biting a lollipop in boredom, and her eyes fell on the entrance of the school and looked inside. Suddenly, her line of sight suddenly appeared a slender man, holding two 4- or 5-year-old cute children, cold face toward the school entrance. Seems a bit familiar. As soon as she took off her sunglasses, Qin Luan narrowed her eyes towards the man to take a closer look. Just as the man seemed to have sensed her line of sight and also looked towards her. Qin Luan, Gu Chen? It's really him? But how did he appear here? And holding two munchkins? Qin Yuan was confused for a moment, spat out the lollipop in her mouth, opened the door and got out of the car, tossed it into the trash can by the side of the road, and then walked over towards Gu Chen. It wasn't very nice to eat a lollipop to see him, like how childish she was. Gu Chen, waving towards the man, Qin Luan quickly walked over. Why are you here? What are these two children? Looking at the two little watery lumps in Gu Chen's arms, Qin Luan was a bit confused. She had only gone out to play for a few months. He wouldn't have such big kids, right? But why did this little boy have a bruise on his face? Got into a fight with someone? Well, I heard that Miss Qin went out on vacation, Gu Chen asked without answering, diverting Qin Yuan's attention with a single sentence. I just came back last night. I haven't rested yet, so I came to pick up the kids for my sister-in-law. My niece is in kindergarten here. Oh, good. What happened to the injury on this child's face? Looking at the cute baby with injuries on his face that still can't hide his super high face value, Qin Yuan is a bit puzzled. Nothing, if MS. Qin doesn't have anything else. I'll leave first. I'm in a hurry. Oh well, see you next time. Gu Chen hugged the two children and crossed over to Qin Yuan's Ferrari. Coming in a hurry, he didn't bother to change his car, and directly asked Xiao Chen to drive the Maybach and came over. When he came to the car, Gu Chen remembered that there were no safety seats in the back seat of this car, and hesitated a bit. Daddy, my sister and I are very good. We won't fall off in our seats. Just drive with confidence. Meng Bao saw Gu Chen's concern and took the initiative to speak. The safety seat was for small children. He and Good Boy were no longer considered small children mentally speaking, and definitely wouldn't be moving around like other children, so it would be the same if they didn't use the safety seat. When Gu Chen heard this, he thought about it and had no other choice but to carry the two children into the car and drive towards the hospital where the paternity test was done. This time, the two children didn't seem to be seriously injured, so he didn't ask the dean to prepare in advance, and took the two children directly to the past. Jin City, Yangmi plane just landed. From the airport out to sit on the crew to pick up her special car. She was a little tired from the morning flight, but her mind was full of two children, and when she got into the car, she picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Gu Chen. When she was able to turn on the internet before the plane landed, WeChat popped up with an ad message from Gu Chen, and Yangmi clicked agree. I've landed. How are Mengbao and Good Boy? Since there were still outsiders around, Yangmi was not in a position to call Gu Chen directly, and the fewer people who knew about her unmarried child, the better, of course. After waiting for a few minutes, Gu Chen didn't call back, thinking he was busy, so she put down her cell phone and leaned back in the seat to close her eyes and take a nap. After sleeping late last night and getting up early in the morning to catch a flight, plus being a little excited about receiving her favorite script, she was now a little tired and off her feet. When Yang sent a message to Gu Chen was holding the two children towards the school gate, heard his cell phone ringing in his coat pocket, but was in a hurry to go to the hospital, so he didn't care, and thought to look at it again at the hospital. As a result, he waited and forgot about it. Driving to reach the hospital, Gu Chen directly walked in from the special channel. Since the last time after being surrounded by reporters, the special channel has been open and unlocked, but the hospital invited bodyguards to guard. Usually will not go in others. Moreover, the special channel is more hidden. Few people will find the past. Taking the two Munchkins directly to the top floor of the exclusive ward, Gu Chen rang the bell and called the nurse, letting her treat the child's face injuries, and then took out his cell phone to call the dean. Bring the orthopedic surgeon over to the top floor ward. The dean received the call and was filled with confusion. When did it come? Why didn't he get notified? Still, he called the orthopedics department and called the director of orthopedics, who had just gotten out of surgery, to his office, then went upstairs with him. After Gu Chen finished the call, he scratched the screen and saw the message sent by Yang, and his hand paused in mid-air. He did not know how to reply to her. It was only the first day she left. Both children were injured, and he had only promised her yesterday that he would take care of the two children, but it was only the second day, and this happened. After thinking about it, he decided to be truthful, so he edited the text message to tell her what happened from beginning to end. Even said that he had already let the director of the garden to dismiss the teacher in Xi'an. He brought the two babies to the hospital as being examined, afraid that she is not assured, but also accompanied by two photos to send together. Yang sitting in the car, originally only want to close their eyes to rest for a while, but did not want to really sleep over. When she opened her eyes, the car had already driven into the basement. When she picked up her cell phone from the armrest on the side of the seat, Gu Chen's message box caught her eye. Yang hurriedly scratched open the phone and clicked in. The first thing she saw was a photo of the two babies and a close-up of the Munchkin's face. Her heart thumped, and she hurriedly went to read the large paragraph of text. Understanding the cause and effect. The nanny car also finally found a parking space. She impatiently got off the car, pulled Su Li and took the elevator upstairs. She wanted to go back to her room to call Gu Chen, finally swiping her card and entering the door. Yang bag didn't even put it down and instantly dialed the video call. Chapter 28. A pair of dragon and phoenix babies were transferred to the class. Cotton swabs dipped in alcohol rubbed back and forth on the wound to disinfect it. Even though the little nurse was able to ease her movements, the irritating pain made Meng Bao still somewhat unable to hold it together. Gu Chen was staring at the nurse treating Mo Bao's face. Seeing Mo Bao clenching her teeth and not crying out in pain, the cold sweat on her forehead was falling drop by drop. He felt a little self-condemnation in his heart. The ward is quiet. Only Mo Bao inhaled cold air hissing sound, as well as cotton swabs stained in the flesh of the friction sound. The phone ringing suddenly rang, even seemed a little sudden. As soon as the phone was connected, Yang anxious face appeared on the screen. How are the babies doing? Where's Meng Bao? Quickly let me take a look. Meng Bao had just finished disinfecting the wounds on her face, and when she heard her mom's slightly nervous inquiry, she almost couldn't hold back the tears that were about to fall again. Luckily, Good Boy had already taken the phone for himself first, and Meng Bao took a slow breath and forced back the tears in her eyes before she got out of bed and came to her sister's side. Mom, I'm fine. I just got scratched a few times. It doesn't hurt much. Mom just went out to work. Can't cry out in front of her. Can't let Mom worry about him. Mommy, brother was hurt to protect me. Don't blame brother. The good treasure is afraid that when Mommy sees the injury on her brother's face she will think that her brother took the initiative to fight, and she hurriedly opens her mouth to explain for Meng Bao. Mommy, it's really okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't worry about me. Mommy knows. Daddy already told me what happened. Meng Bao, you did the right thing. Yang understood after seeing the text that Gu Chen sent that the bullied ones were the two babies of the family, where there were other thoughts, only full of heartache and worry remained. My sister is the little princess of our family. You can stand up for your sister when she's being bullied. Mommy is proud of you, but Mommy wants you to ensure your own safety before fighting back, because you are also Mommy's unique baby. Understand? Got it, Mommy. Meng Bao solemnly nodded his head and replied. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Qin Luan watched Gu Chen drive away with the two children, and the doubts in her heart grew. These two children were his, but I haven't heard that he's married? In addition, he usually that stranger do not enter the appearance, not even a woman around. How can have such a big two children? If they are really his children, then is she? No chance? Thinking of this, Qin Yuan's delicate face expression cracked a little. No way. he had to go to the garden manager to find out the situation. In the head gardener's office, head gardener Lu slowed down for half a day before finally clearing his head. This morning, the constant shock had left him in a bit of a trance. Knock knock. The sudden sound of knocking on the door made head gardener Lu sit up from his chair with another jolt of shock. Looking towards the exquisitely dressed young woman standing in the doorway, head gardener Lu secretly sighed in relief, nearly scaring him to death. Reacting to the fact that it wasn't Gu Chen who had gone and returned, head gardener Lu looked at the woman who had approached him with some annoyance in his heart. But the students who were able to come in here had more or less some status and power in their homes, and he didn't dare to offend them at all. You are? Maintaining basic politeness. Head gardener Lu really wasn't in the mood to put himself in a mood to receive anyone with a warm attitude again. Hello gardener Lu. I'm Chen Sinny's aunt. Chen Yafeng is my brother. Oh, hello Miss Chen. May I ask what you're looking for me for? Miss Chen family? Come to find him for what? What's going on today? How come all the people looking for him are big shots? I've come to pick up my niece. I seem to have just seen Mr. Gu going out from your place and holding 2 children? Xin Liyuan was so eager to know the answer that she didn't even try to maneuver, and directly asked without hiding. Head gardener Lu frowned as she looked at her, somewhat unsure. Yes, you know Mr. Gu? Ah, yes. I just want to inquire with you about what his relationship is with those 2 children. I haven't seen him with children before. I'm just a bit curious. Looking at Qin Luan's eager and somewhat shy appearance, head gardener Lu finally reflected and broke out in a cold sweat. This woman clearly liked Mr. Gu. This woman is obviously fond of Mr. Gu. He almost lost his life again. Thinking about this point, Lu Gardner whole person is not good. Temper is even more direct up. I'm sorry Ms. Sheen. The question you want to ask involves the privacy of our garden students and parents. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. After thinking about it, he felt still uneasy. She mustn't run to Gu Chen and say that she had told her the news. Miss Chen, I would advise you not to pry into things you shouldn't. Xin Liyuan wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by the sound of the class bell, and before she could ask, she was sent away directly by head gardener Lu. Miss Chen, it's already time for school to end. You'd better go pick up your niece. Take care and don't see me off. Xin Luan did not expect to be driven away by head gardener Lu in such an unceremonious manner. She was furious, but she had to maintain the cultivation of a lady and turned around to leave. Xin Luan felt that she had lost face and hadn't inquired about any information, and was even more unwilling to do so, but she herself cannot help, can only first swallow this breath. Furiously carrying the bag out of the school door on the car, banging on the car door, smoothly from the bag to touch out an orange-flavored lollipop, tear open the wrapper stuffed into the mouth, vicious bite a few mouthfuls. Xin Luan only feel a little better mood, then continue to lie on the steering wheel waiting for their nieces to come out. Chen Senny carrying a small school bag out, a glimpse of the aunt's conspicuous Ferrari sports car, eyes bright, striding his small short legs directly rushed over. Auntie you're back, open the door, get in the car, close the door. A series of actions in a single breath without the slightest delay. Chen Xine poked her little head in front of Chen Luan, blinking with a pair of big eyes as she looked at her. Yes baby, how was school today? Chen Luan pulled out another lollipop and tore open the wrapper to hand it to her. Looking at her little niece's innocent and cute smiling face, her mood instantly improved a lot. Not bad. The lollipop was strawberry flavor, Chen Sinny's favorite flavor. Bending her eyes into a crescent moon, Chen Sinny took the candy from her aunt's hand, and came up to give Chen Sinny a kiss on both sides of her face on one side before stuffing the candy into her mouth. Thank you auntie. Auntie, a pair of dragon and phoenix fetuses have been transferred to our class today. Dragon and phoenix fetuses? Xin Liyuan instantly came into the spirit. The one Gu Chen was holding in his arms seemed to be a dragon and phoenix fetus. And then? What happened? Both of them are good looking, but that brother, he got into a fight with the boys in our class and was called by the teacher to the office to call his parents. Xin Xine was a bit worried. She saw that brother's face was all scratched up. She was worried that he would break his face. That would definitely be a waste of that divine face. A fight? Because of what? The haze in Xin Xine's heart was swept away. She didn't expect that the news she hadn't inquired about with all her efforts, but she got it so easily on her little niece. Chapter 29, Tell Mudwa to go back to his country. Because that boy was so good looking, he attracted all the girls in our class over to him. No one was playing with the boys, so that little fat boy, Xian, fought with him, and pushed his sister down. Then he was called to the office by Mr. Wang. As a result, Mr. Wang never came back, and the little fat boy Qian didn't come back either. I don't know why. Chen Sinny biting the lollipop, eyes darting around, not very old, but a lot of thoughts. Why? Children can't see the twists and turns of this, but it doesn't mean that Chen Sinny doesn't understand. With that man's means, still need to know why? It is estimated that those 2 people will not appear in this kindergarten in the future. TSK, still really, as always, ruthless. Qin Liyuan was really happy. She had been able to determine from her little niece's description that it was those two children who were being held in Gu Chen's arms. Xine, Auntie told you you must play with those twins in kindergarten and be obedient. Why? Qin Xine was a bit confused. Although she did want to play with them, she didn't understand what it meant when it came out of her aunt's mouth. Well, don't you care? Anyway, just play well with them and one piece is all. When the time comes, Auntie will give you a reward. Qin Liyuan didn't know how he should explain, so he just let Xine listen directly. It wouldn't do any harm anyway. This way he could take the opportunity to get close to Gu Chen. Whether he was having a child in secret marriage or if he had some hidden agenda, she had to find out. Oh, good blah. Qin Liyuan put on her sunglasses and drove her car, heading towards the Qin family villa. Gu's hospital. The dean called the director of the orthopedic department and waited for him to come over for a gap. Then he felt that it wasn't right. A direct phone call rallied the elite doctors of all departments, and rushed directly to the top ward on all floors. Meng Bao and Good Boy just hung up the phone with Yang Mi. She put down her luggage at the hotel, and after making sure that there was nothing too big for the two babies, she was relieved. The crew was in a hurry. Yang Mi basically belonged to the halfway into the group, so she even gave up resting and directly took Suli straight to the studio, returning the cell phone to Gu Chen. The two babies had just climbed back onto the bed and sat down when they were stunned by the dean who barged in with a bunch of doctors. Not only the two babies, Gu Chen and the little nurse who had just finished packing up the sterilized cotton balls and a bunch of items were also startled by the team of at least 20 doctors up and down the room. Dean? Didn't he say he was injured? And the result? Just like this? Looking at the wound on Meng Bao's face that had already been sterilized and band-aided, the dean as well as the doctors he had brought here had a moment of silence. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry in for an examination? Oh yes, Dr. Liang, go take a look. Although it was just a scratch, the dean still didn't dare to slack off. After all, whether or not this position was secure or not, it all depended on Gu Chen's mood. The doctor who rushed over did a full body check on the two babies, making sure that there were no other injuries, before talking to the dean about the conclusion. Looking at one by one turn over to do the examination of the doctor. The two babies have some face, glanced at each other, can see the other eyes of doubt. Why is it not quite the same as the uncle and aunt brought by Uncle Dean last time? Has there been a change? When all the checks were finally over, Gu Chen completely let go of his heart, sent the doctors standing in a room out, and returned to the hospital room. The two babies had been tossing and turning all morning, and were both a bit tired, so Gu Chen had already laid down in rows and burrowed under the covers by the time he returned. Seeing that it was past noon, and several people hadn't eaten yet, Gu Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Chun, asking him to send some light meals over. The two babies looked at their dad who was sitting there sending messages and secretly made eye contact. Good boy, brother, should we ask dad? Meng Bao, ask. Good boy, you ask? Meng Bao, okay. Daddy, the uncle and auntie who just gave me and Good Boy a checkup seemed different from last time? Is something wrong? Gu Chen heard Meng Bao call him before he raised his head, and after hearing what the problem was, a dark color flashed in his eyes, but it faded in an instant. It's probably because they were busy and didn't come over just now. After a pause, Gu Chen continued, you two sleep for a while, and dad will ask Uncle Chen to send lunch over. Okay. Meng Bao guessed that her dad didn't want them to know and deliberately changed the topic, and didn't pursue the matter any further. Searching for a children's story on his phone, Gu Chen read a passage to the two babies and put the two to sleep. Listening to the two gradually smooth breathing, Gu Chen softened his voice, slowly stopping to stop telling the story. Staring at Meng Bao's cute band-aided face for a while, he thought about the question that Meng Bao had just asked him, and his complexion was a bit grave. He didn't expect the two babies to be so sensitive, and the hospital had indeed changed some people. Since the last time he was photographed, he felt that something was wrong. Those reporters, even if they got the news from the internet, would not have appeared in the hospital so quickly and blocked a few people upstairs. So he told Xiao Chen to secretly check the hospital's medical staff. The results really found out that the doctors were hiding a mole, so the entire hospital was completely purged once. Nowadays, the entire hospital is completely under his control. The ward was excessively quiet. Staring at the two babies for a while, Gu Chen got up and gently left the ward. Xiao Chen carrying kanji and small dishes just from the elevator out. Head-on bumped into the boss as walking out of the ward. Just want to greet. Was Gu Chen a look to stop? Xiao Chen froze. What's going on? There won't be another reporter who knows the news. Then his little life is not guaranteed. Falling asleep. You keep an eye on the door. Don't let messy people in. I'm going to go talk to the dean about something. Okay, boss. Xiao Chen was standing there thinking nonsense. Inexplicably heard his own boss deliberately lowered his voice, only then reacted to the fact that he didn't make a mistake, and instantly relaxed. Dean's office. Where is Manhwa now? Gu Chen opened his mouth and asked the dean. Still in the meter country. Back then you let him go to the meter country for further study. And he hasn't come back over there. It's been so long. It's time to come back. Gu has subsidized him for so many years. It's time to repay him. Yes, I'll pass it on to him. The dean agreed. But in his heart, he didn't think so. What a good medical genius, just so by his words driven to the rice country. He was heartbroken at first. The reason for this is not that you think that people stay here useless, asked people to go abroad to study, and now you think it's useful? You can call them back whenever you want? If they don't want to come back, can you tie them up? Gu Chen naturally didn't know what he was thinking, and when he agreed, he gently nodded his head and went back to the hospital room to take care of the two children. The sun crossed the midday and sank to the west, and the sunlight at 2 o'clock in the afternoon crossed the greenery on the windowsill and reflected the windows on the clean white walls, making the time warm and beautiful. The two children slept this nap for a whole hour before waking up one after another. Daddy, hug! The little girl just woke up with a milky voice with a nasal tone, and Gu Chen couldn't resist her pampered look at all. He fished out the soft little body of the good little girl from the quilt and held her in his arms, patting her back and gently soothing her. Hungry? Eat something? Looking at the yawning Munchkin rubbing his eyes, Gu Chen felt that the years were just as good as they were. Okay. Chapter 30, The Sister is Hopeless. After taking care of the two babies for lunch, Gu Chen followed suit and ate some, but wasn't satisfied with the flavor. He didn't eat well at lunch, so he was going to cook something nutritious for the two babies in the evening. Meng Bao and Xiao Bao spent the afternoon in the hospital, waiting for the doctor to come and do a full body checkup to make sure there were no problems, before Gu Chen took them away. The last time I made breakfast, Gu Chen did not find any ingredients in the refrigerator. Presumably Yang Mi did not have time to add the last time I made a meal. After navigating to the nearest large supermarket, Gu Chen drove the two babies to purchase ingredients, took a shopping cart, put the good baby in the car, one hand pushed the car, one hand holding the Meng Bao. Father and son, 3 people into the underground supermarket. The father-son-daughter combination with super high face value made the people passing by couldn't help but turn around and peek at them frequently, marveling at the fact that such a handsome man could bring a baby and also take a baby shopping in the supermarket. Many girls pulled their sisters aside and whispered, their faces full of excitement. Gu Chen held the Munchkin and asked the two children what they wanted to eat. When it comes to eating, the good baby is very energetic, sitting in the car wiggling his little legs and biting his fingers to report a string of dish names. Want to eat stewed prawns, salt and pepper ribs, kung pao chicken, cola chicken wings, burgers, steak, fries, pizza. Daddy, want to eat lots and lots, eh? Meng Bao stood aside with complicated eyes. I told you to order food. I didn't tell you to make a wish. This sister is hopeless. Gu Chen looked at the good baby who was breaking her fingers and searching for her favorite food, and couldn't help but laugh out softly. Good, as long as baby wants to eat, Daddy will make it for you. But today you can't eat so much at once, and you need to mix meat and vegetables. So good boy, also pick some green vegetables, okay? After counting the names of the dishes that Goodyear had just reported, there was only meat and no green vegetables. Gu Chen reminded him, after all, picky eating is not a good habit. Okay, BA. Then good boy picks 1, cola chicken wings, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and then let brother and dad pick some. The menu was finally finalized. It was pine nut corn for Meng Bao, cola chicken wings for good boy, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and Gu Chen added stewed prawns and stir-fried lettuce, according to the order of the ingredients, and for the two babies picked some small snacks without additives. Gu Chen pushed the good baby, with Mo Bao to the self-service checkout counter. Drive home. The supermarket is a bit far from home. The two babies fell asleep in the car, just as Yang Mi called. She arrived at the hotel in the morning and went straight to the theater group. Even lunch did not have time to eat, but fully committed to work, but did not feel hungry. At this time, she had just finished shooting a scene and took advantage of the break to call Gu Chen. She was a bit worried about her two babies, especially after what happened in the morning. Gu Chen was driving his car and glanced at the video interface display. Seeing that it was Yang Mi, he connected his headset and picked up. Resting? A low, magnetic voice came from the earpiece, and Yang Mi's face flushed slightly. She was still wearing the makeup of the crew. Although she was a supporting actress, she had a lot of parts. The one she had just finished shooting was a rival scene with the main character. The woman on the screen was slightly powdered, slightly different from the makeup she wore the last time she woke up early to talk about cooperation. The crew gave her makeup, is a youthful college student, ponytail high bunched up, air bangs, almond eyes, cherry lips, eyeliner is very thin, along the end of her own eyes towards the outward extension of a small tail, appearing people playful and cute. A student dress, wearing in her body actually did not have a trace of sense of incongruity, like she is really just a college student. Gu Chen secretly looked at her a few times between waiting for the red light, but she couldn't take her eyes off of her. Just finished shooting one. Mangbao good boy asleep? Hearing his deliberately lowered voice, she probably guessed. Well, just bought groceries at the supermarket, probably tired of playing, fell asleep in the car. Oh, hard work. Yang Mi was a little embarrassed. She always felt a little weird being alone with Gu Chen, and she didn't know what to say. It's fine. I did 2 checkups at the hospital this afternoon. The doctor said there's no problem. Mangbao is just bruised. Good boy is also fine. Don't worry. Good. There was another short silence. Yang Mi was hesitating to find some more topics to talk about when she heard the field manager calling her. Instantly relieved. I'll get to work then, and I'll call with the babes tonight. Good. The phone hung up. Gu Chen frowned slightly. She seemed tired. Another red light. Gu Chen looked at the countdown of over 100 seconds, picked up his cell phone, and sent a message to Zhang Fan. The crew is busy? Zhang Fan was in his office organizing the documents he was going to sign for his boss today when he heard his boss's exclusive message ring and picked up his phone to look at it. Not really. What's wrong, boss? After waiting for half a day and not waiting for a reply from his boss, Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. His boss seemed to be a bit out of sorts lately. Gu Chen looked at Zhang Fan's reply and pondered for a long time, only putting down his cell phone when he knew that the car behind him was honking its horn to urge him on. The car drove into the neighborhood and parked in the parking space of the apartment building. Gu Chen woke up the 2 children and carried a pocket of things up the stairs. The 2 babies were very well behaved. He was cooking in the kitchen and they were playing on the side. They didn't just let him do it alone, and they didn't run off to the side to play. Moreover, Gu Chen could see that the 2 children helped out in a reasonable and orderly manner, so they shouldn't normally do this kind of thing. It was really a bit heartbreaking. The 2 babies shocked him too many times. He didn't know what experience made them able to be so understanding at such a young age. At 7 in the evening, after dinner, Gu Chen accompanied the 2 babies to play in the children's room. The living room seemed a bit cold without Yang Mi in it, and Gu Chen felt a bit uncomfortable after dealing with paperwork for a while. When he came to the children's room with his computer, Gu Chen looked at the 2 babies and saw that their moods didn't seem quite right, and they weren't as lively as they used to be. He hesitated to give Yang Mi a call. When she called in the afternoon, the 2 babies were asleep, and she was busy, so she didn't wake them up. However, after such an incident, the 2 children should also want to be comforted by their mother, and Gu Chen was a bit uncertain about what to do. He was afraid that Yang Mi was still busy with her work, and calling her directly would disturb her. While he was hesitating, Yang Mi's call came in, and Gu Chen quickly picked it up. Had dinner? The background should be a hotel room, and the plain white face that appeared on the screen no longer had the makeup it had in the afternoon. Gu Chen guessed that she should have eaten dinner at this time, but she didn't expect her to shake her head. Not yet. I just came back and removed my makeup and took a shower. What are the babies doing? Gu Chen frowned, didn't say anything, and turned the phone to the 2 babies sitting on the carpet building blocks. The Mangbao and good baby looked up as early as when they heard Yang Mi's voice, and now that they saw her in the video, their eyes both lit up instantly. Mommy! Mommy! Chapter 31, I don't like it here. Babies, did you miss mommy? Yang Mi looked at the 2 little faces that raised their smiles in unison, and the fatigue from a busy day was instantly swept away. Seeing that the 2 children were still in good condition, she also let go of the worries in her heart. Mangbao, come here. Mom, take a look. Mommy, I miss you so much. Meng Bao thought of what happened at school today, and also thought of mommy not being around. A little aggravated, and his eyes secretly reddened a little. Mommy also misses you and your sister. I'm sorry, baby. When something like this happened, mommy wasn't able to be by your side. Yang Mi felt a little guilty. Now the 2 babies must be the most need of comfort, but she is too far away. There is really no way to rush back. The atmosphere was a bit low for a while. Yang Mi didn't know what else she could do to ease the emotions of the 2 children. It's okay, mommy. Daddy is so handsome today. You didn't even see it. Yes, mommy. Daddy looks like a superhero today. Seeing that Yang Mi was a bit overwhelmed, Mangbao and good boy took the initiative to open their mouths to calm down. Gu Chen hooked the corner of his mouth when he heard this. It seemed that he still gave the 2 children a good impression. Really? Then tell me about it? Yang Mi came to be interested, switching over to the video side to lie down on the bed, propping her phone up on the bedside with a smile on her face. The teacher called the parents. My brother and I thought it would be Uncle Xiao Chun coming over. At that time Qian's mom almost hit brother. Dad directly kicked the door in. Super handsome. The good boy's voice was sticky, with a little milky sound, but he told the story logically and clearly, and even complimented Gu Chen. Gu Chen was on the sofa, listening to the adoration and pride in behavioral child's voice, watching the little girl colorfully talk about what happened during the day, and a certain softness in his heart was suddenly touched. In the past few days of recognizing the 2 children, they could always bring him many surprises. Still want to hit your brother? That's so uncharacteristic. What happened afterward? Actually, Yang Mi was really a bit angry when she heard the other parent trying to fight with a child, but luckily she didn't really hurt the Munchkin, so she suppressed her anger and wanted to know what happened afterwards. Her time in the morning was too tight, and she couldn't be known to be on the phone with the two babies in the theater group, so she only saw the simple story sent to her by Gu Chen, and didn't get the full picture of what happened. At this moment, when she heard the two babies mention it, she also wanted to know more carefully. Later on, Daddy had Uncle Xiao Chen get the head of the garden, and Uncle Jiang Fan even sent the surveillance footage, so everyone knew that I didn't start it. Good boy took over his sister's words and continued to speak. Speaking of which, he really admired Dad. Then Daddy said that he didn't want to see such a teacher with no teacher's morals a second time in the kindergarten, and told the director to fire both the teacher and Qian. Right, Daddy said. If I see the two of them show up in the kindergarten again, I don't mind making this kindergarten change its name to Gu. Good boy stood up, following Gu Chen's tone at the time. His little hands crossed as he repeated Gu Chen's words. Yang Mi and Gu Chen on both sides of the phone were amused by Goodyear's appearance, and Mo Bao bowed his head and held his forehead. Conspicuous bag. Handing the cell phone to Good Boy and giving the mother and son free space to be alone, Gu Chen walked out of the children's room with his laptop in his arms. The faint light of the night light added a touch of warmth to the cold and silent living room. Gu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, stared at the green plants on the TV cabinet and thought for a while, then leaned over and opened the computer on the coffee table. He called up the WeChat dialog box, found Jiang Fan, and instructed him to search for some special snacks in Jin City. Find some restaurants with good flavors in Jin City and order a meal for 2 people. Look up Ms. Yang's hotel address and contact Agent Su to pick it up. Okay boss, I'll get on it. Jiang Fan received the message and was a bit baffled. When did his boss become so considerate? He even cared whether others had eaten or not? Not to mention Ms. Yang, actually thinking of getting to bring a copy to the agent as well? Taking his cell phone and thinking about it, Jiang Fan contacted a few of his classmates who worked in Jin City all year round and asked them to make a list of snacks and a list of restaurants for him, chose a few more exquisite meals, and called an errand boy to have him send them to Su Li. Sister Li, our boss told me to prepare some dinner. I'll send it over to you and Ms. Yang later. You remember to receive it. After making a call to inform Su Li, Jiang Fan continued to devote himself to the company's affairs. Who knows? He was the only one in the company who hadn't gotten off work yet. No, I have to pull Jiang Cheng back. Gu Chen finished sending a message to Jiang Fan and gauged that it was about time, so he got up and returned to the children's room. Mommy, I don't want to be in this kindergarten anymore. I don't like it here. Before she reached the door, Gu Chen heard some hesitant and aggravated words coming from the good girl inside. Mom, why don't my sister and I go back to our old kindergarten? Good Boy was also a bit depressed. Yang Mi and Gu Chen both understood that for such a young child, after experiencing something like this, even if they acted happily and didn't mind it, there must still be sadness and grievances in their hearts. However, Yang Mi felt that such a setback could teach the two children to grow, so she decided to listen to their own reasons first. Why is that, babies? Because the classmates and teachers here don't seem to be very welcoming to my brother and I. Looking at the two babies sitting there tugging at their fingers, somewhat sullen, Yang Mi's heart was about to break. When had she ever seen the two children speak so carefully? Knowing that it was today's events that broke the hearts of the two children. But Yang Mi also knew that such things don't happen often, especially since Gu Chen's aura today had already shocked the teachers and leaders of the school. What she needed to do now was to channel the two babies so that they wouldn't be traumatized or have too much psychological pressure. This was a good learning opportunity to teach them to look at things from a different perspective. Babies, Mommy asked you a question. Oh, when the two Munchkins heard Yang Mi say this, they both looked at her with rounded eyes and curious faces. When you were in kindergarten today, weren't there a lot of little girls who wanted to join you and play games with you? The two babies thought about it for a moment as if that was indeed the case and nodded. Yes, Mommy, one at first and then they all came to me and my sister later. Yeah, the fact that they want to play with you shows that they want to join you and get to know you. It's just that some of the other boys will feel left out. But if you take the initiative to get to know them, will things turn around? So if you and your sister think about it in a different way, will you still think that the other kids don't like you? Meng Bao and Good Baby suddenly thought clearly, and a smile finally appeared on their faces. I know, Mom. Then my sister and I will still go to school tomorrow. I will get along with the kids. Don't worry. Okay, baby, Mommy believes in you. Chapter 32 Daddy, aren't we brave? When Gu Chen heard this, the corner of his lips hooked and he pushed the door in. The two children saw Gu Chen come in and smiled wryly. Mommy, Daddy is coming over. You two chat for a while. Yang Mi's brain went down for a split second when she saw the two babies in front of the camera who had already run out of sight. Looking at the man wearing a high fashion suit, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, temperament reserved, walked from the door to the sofa and picked up the cell phone. Yang Ni was a little dumbfounded. Why is this man so good looking? I didn't expect you to be so methodical with the education of your 2 children? Gu Chen looked at Yang Mi, who was blushing slightly in front of the camera, and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with this? Caught a cold? It's okay, it's the 2 babies who know too much, saving me a lot of heartache. Silently cursing herself in her heart for being unproductive, Yang Ni replied slightly embarrassed. Thank you for today, solving such a big problem. It's okay, how to say that Meng Bao and Good Boy are also my children. This is what I should do as a father. You don't need to always say thank you to me. It's me who owes you and the child. Gu Chen heard the word thank you from Yang Mi's mouth again, a little helpless. How come she was so polite with herself? Oh, good. There was a short silence. The 2 of them didn't know what to say when they were face to face, let alone a video. Is the theater group busy? I see that you seem to be in a hurry all the time. Gu Chen recalled that someone had called her when she called in the afternoon, and that she hadn't eaten so late in the evening, so she couldn't help but be a little puzzled. It's okay, mainly today is the first day I've arrived, plus I'm halfway into the set. I always have to make up some shots. I'll be fine in a few days. Yang Mi is indeed a little tired, but there is no way. The first day of work, always want to let the director and producer feel that they are not perfunctory, is trying to work hard. So as soon as she got off the plane and put down her luggage, she went straight to the set and went over there, making up for an hour, and the rest of the time she kept filming, and she didn't even bother to eat lunch or dinner, but she was fully engaged in her work, so she didn't feel hungry, only that the physical exhaustion was still a bit irresistible. Well, I just asked the errand boy to send some food over for you and sisterly, all local specialty snacks, figuring that you shouldn't have the time to experience these. I asked Zhang Fan to ask his friends over there and selected some to send over to you. Eat something later before you sleep, otherwise you won't be able to sleep well in the middle of the night with an upset stomach. Yang Ni was a bit touched. Besides the 2 babies, no one would even care if she was comfortable, slept well or ate well in these years. Gu Chen was the first. Sniffling, Yang Ni returned a light smile to Gu Chen. Good. There are still some details that I need to find sisterly to write. Then I'll go first tell the good boy Munchkin to go to bed early. You also rest early. Good night. Good night. The phone hangs up. Gu Chen immersed in Yang Mi just that smile inside. Plain white small face. A pair of small pear swirls. Looks like the whole person is very cute. Good boy with her. There are pear eddies. The little girl is also very cute. Smile is very infectious. Is a little melting his heart. Called back the 2 children who were playing hide and seek in the living room. Gu Chen took care of them to brush their teeth and wash their faces, and then went into bed under the covers. The fixed bedtime story session. Gu Chen had already done it very skillfully. Seeing the 2 babies lying down in their respective cots and covered with quilts, Gu Chen pulled out a storybook from the small bookshelf and read it. Early the next morning, Meng Bao and Good Boy did not use Gu Chen call to get up, very actively get up to wash, and then the 2 little hand in hand to the dining room to sit and wait for dinner. The well-behaved little look instantly adorable Gu Chen's heart. Every day looking at the 2 babies, he was in a better mood. People are no longer as cold as before, or that not too eye-catching blackouty. Gu Chen drove the 2 babies to the door of the kindergarten. Get off the car to open the door for them. Will be 2 people carried down. Before Meng Bao went inside the kindergarten's gate, he suddenly turned around and ran back to him, looking up and asking him, Daddy, aren't we brave? Looking at the hopeful light shining brightly in the boy's eyes, Gu Chen squatted down and held the 2 babies in his arms, giving one of them a kiss before answering. Of course, you and your sister are the bravest little kids and proud of mommy and daddy. Meng Bao smiled, took his sister's hand and solemnly promised, Don't worry Daddy, I will definitely protect my sister and won't let him be bullied. Bye Dad, see you tonight. Watching the backs of the 2 little clumps run into the school, Gu Chen smiled and drove off. The 2 babies were a little nervous as they walked into their class holding their good boy. Brother, do you think we'll be ostracized by the kids? Behavioral baby wrinkled her little face and asked Mo Bao Bao. She was so scared in her heart. It shouldn't be, right? Whatever, let's go in and talk about it. Brother will protect you. Good boy. In fact, Meng Bao's heart also has no bottom, but he is the older brother. He has to protect his younger sister. And yesterday has promised mom and dad, and today has just been praised by dad as the bravest child. Meng Bao's heart is full of determination. The 2 children entered the classroom hand in hand. Apprehension peaked when they met the other children in the class, but neither of them backed down. There was a moment of silence in the class before a warm welcome erupted. Welcome back to our class. I was worried that you guys wouldn't come. Yeah, I love you guys so much. The tension in their hearts finally faded as Meng Bao and Good Boy looked at the children who all ran to them in the class, looking at the boys who bullied him with Chi and yesterday hiding behind everyone, not daring to look directly at them. Meng Bao thought about it and took the initiative to walk towards them. Hello guys, my name is Meng Bao. My sister's name is Good Boy. Can we make friends with you? those few small children saw Mang Bao walking over. They were still a little nervous, afraid that he would come back with a vengeance. But in the end, they didn't expect that he would take the initiative to stretch out his hand, touched and didn't know what to do. A few of them directly swarmed and hugged Mang Bao. Mo Bao was a little confused by this sudden embrace. Hand in midair stiff for half a day. Do not know where to put, but he did not refuse. But also suddenly feel that there are friends to play together seems to be not bad. Later, a few children gathered around chatting. Mang Bao realized that they have been bullied by Qian, and do not dare to resist. In fact, at that time, know that they did wrong, but there is no way. Mang Bao generously forgave them, said this matter is not their fault, and they are nothing. A few small children to play together again. The class came to the new Xiao Xiao teacher. The new teacher is very nice, has been taking the children to do the game, but also play with them into a piece. Unlike the original teacher Wang, always face, the children are very like the new teacher. Chapter 33, Bringing Two Babies to a Banquet. It went on like this for a month. Mang Bao and Good Boy adapted to life in kindergarten and also made many new friends in kindergarten. Yang Mi took the two children's emotional changes in stride and was no longer as worried as she had been in the beginning. Moreover, she could see that Gu Chen took good care of the two children, no worse than when she was there. In her heart, she felt more grateful to this man, and was ready to bring him and the children back from Jin City with some gifts after the shooting here was over. After work, she would often call the two babies. Sometimes Gu Chen would be next to her, and he would chat with her for a few moments, caring about her work and life and whether she was unhappy. But most of the time, he would leave the phone to the two babies, leaving them alone. Yang Mi understood that he was afraid of her embarrassment and did it on purpose. On the weekend, Gu Chen woke up early with his two babies and called Zhang Fan to deliver the small dress that he had customized with Cindy a few days ago. Tonight, he was going to attend the Zhou family's banquet, and just in time, he also took the two children to see and show their faces. He will never admit that there is also a part of the reason because this roommate of his got married early, and also has a beautiful family career, often showing the baby in the circle of friends, and showing the family in front of him. Zhou Jiyan is Gu Chen's college roommate, but also the eldest son of Yanjing's old family Zhou family, and now helps his father Zhou Jingwu to take care of the Zhou group's large and small affairs. Zhou Jiyan started his own business when he was in college, and at that time, the two of them were quite opportunistic, with Gu Chen providing the brains and Zhou Jiyan having the connections and resources. In Gu Chen's guidance, he quickly rose, and now only rely on themselves to have today's achievements. Now, Zhou Jiyuan's company and Gu's still have a lot of cooperation, including the Zhou group also with Gu's cooperation, both sides of the mutual benefit and win-win situation. Even in the Zhou's about to transfer out of Yanjing top rich list, but also rely on Gu Chen planning, and then rose again. In this way, Gu Chen and Gu should be the benefactor of their Zhou family. Zhou Jiyuan's character is good, and the Zhou family is also of good character. Gu Chen is generally willing to give this face. However, this time, he was prepared to take the two babies with him, so he asked Cindy in advance to rush the clothes, and asked Zhang Fan to send them over today. Mang Bao's is a set of sharp little suit, with a bow tie. The good baby's is a white diamond-encrusted princess dress, with a small crown on the head of the hair card. Live free of a little princess. Cindy from time to time over to look at the two little group of children, to give them the measurement of data. After all, small children are growing very quickly. She was afraid of not allowed. The good thing is that the two children's clothes are very well fitting. Gu Chen looked also quite satisfied. He picked a set and the baby almost the same style of suit to change, played a black tie with dark lines, with two children out of the door. At 5:30 p.m. He left the house and arrived at the venue at 6 p.m. Gu Chen held a child on one side, followed by Zhang Fan, and stepped into the hall. The two babies had inherited all the advantages of Yang Mi and Gu Chen, and their face value was naturally nothing to worry about. Now that they were dressed up like this, they were more like the young masters and young ladies of the aristocracy. And now that they stepped into the venue together with Gu Chen, a bigwig in the business world, they directly caused the crowd to gasp in amazement. Wow, whose kid is this? His face value is so high. Can't you see Mr. Gu Chen standing in the middle of the two kids? But isn't Mr. Gu unmarried? Where did he get these two kids? I'd have to pass out from happiness to have two kids with such high values. When Zhou Jiyan saw Gu Chen appear at the door with the two children, his heart was also filled with doubts. When did this bastard get married? He hadn't even gotten the news. After perfunctorily talking to the company president who came to talk, he moved to Gu Chen's side and quietly asked him, "These two, your illegitimate children?" Gu Chen shot an eye knife over. Zhou Jiyan closed his mouth. He was afraid that this master of bad luck to his company down. With his understanding of Gu Chen, this man absolutely can do it. The two chatted about the company's affairs, and Zhang Fan brought the two children to eat and drink on the side. "Good boy, Uncle Zhang Fan, want to eat that strawberry cake?" "Meng Bao, uncle, Want to drink water? Zhang Fan was busy but happy. Usually a small Chen and two baby contact more. Originally thought that the two children will recognize life. Do not love to talk to him. Did not expect Mang Bao and Good Treasure actually familiar with hate. Quickly with him to fight. Qin Liyuan heard that Gu Chen would come over today, and brought her niece to the banquet hall early. Her brother and her sister-in-law were too busy to attend this kind of party, so they told her to bring Qin Sini. Until now, when she saw that he had brought two children along, Qin Liyuan was so angry that her teeth were about to be clenched. Qin Sini in the kindergarten with the two children out is not bad, but has not been probed. Qin Liyuan want to know the problem. Qin Liyuan can only give up. She also does not expect a simple child can set words out. Today originally wanted to take advantage of the banquet in Gu Chen to ask clearly, but did not expect him directly with two children too. She was not afraid of what others would say. She wants these two children to suffer a bit today. Finding her best friend, she took her niece to a less crowded corridor, where Qin Liyuan planned to ask her best friend to help her. Can you do it, Wan? I have heard that Gu Chen is notoriously cold. Don't put yourself. It's okay, Xiao. I've already decided. There's no need for you to do anything else. Just pretend something's wrong and take Zhang Fan away. At that time, even if it's found out, it has nothing to do with you. Qin Liyuan thought she had thought of a seamless solution, and now she was full of wanting to pay for the practice. How could she think of the consequences of being found out by Gu Chen? Zhang Xiao saw that Qin Luan was already this determined, so she had to agree. Alright then, you be careful. She always felt bad about this. Her heart was furry. Returning to the lobby with her niece and Zhang Xiao separated, Qin Luan walked towards Gu Chen with the juice. Mr. Gu, long time no see. Ms. Qin, what's the matter? Gu Chen frowned. He was a little annoyed that this woman took the initiative to find him every time. Well, regarding the cooperation between Qin and Gu that wasn't negotiated before, my big brother specially instructed me to come and talk to Mr. Gu again. I wonder if Mr. Gu would be so kind as to give me a face? Qin Luan performed very well. Not a single crack. Gu Chen thought she was really sent here by the Qin family's youngest master, and the last cooperation he knew. It is indeed a bit of a pity to give up. A little thought, agreed to her request. Then Mr. Gu, let's find a cleaner place to talk. Gu Chen followed Qin Luan to the outdoor garden, and before leaving, he explained that Zhang Fan should bring the two children around and watch them at all times. Qin Liyuan also told Qin Sini to go and play with the two children. Zhang Fan was a bit overwhelmed with the three children this time. However, Meng Bao would help him take care of Good Boy from time to time, which made it a lot easier for him. After all, they were classmates. The three children quickly played together, which made Qian, who was sitting in the corner eating cake, look at it and get a little angry. Even if he snatched the little girl at school, he would be attracted to him at the party, viciously stuffing a mouthful of cake into his mouth. Qian visualizes the cake as a munchkin and bites especially hard. Zhang Xiao came to Zhang Fan's body, pretended to accidentally bump into him. The red wine in his hand also spilled on the two of them in the process. Zhang Fan's eyes instantly turned cold, and his measuring eyes also fell on the body of this woman in front of him. Chapter 34, Zhang Fan is deceived. Zhang Fan's face was subtle as he stared at the red wine stains on his chest and pants that clearly didn't work, and then at the panicked woman in front of him. Touching porcelain? But it doesn't look like it. Who touches porcelain and still looks like a thief? Zhang Xiao was also nervous in her heart when she saw the staring in front of her. It was the first time she had done this kind of thing on purpose, and if it wasn't for her good relationship with Qin Liyuan, she wouldn't have agreed to it. Stiffly opening her mouth, Zhang Xiao's fingernails were poking the soft flesh of her palms, her voice shaking a little. Right. I'm sorry, why don't I accompany you to buy a new set? Zhang Fan froze and looked up at the woman in front of him who didn't know where to put her hands. Although his heart wasn't happy, his manners and etiquette wouldn't allow him to be catty about such trivial matters. It's fine. I'll just take care of it myself later. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he subconsciously looked in the direction of Meng Bao and Good Boy, the two children he had to watch. Otherwise he was not at ease. Zhang Xiao was a bit anxious. Her mission was to trick Zhang Fan away, but if he kept refusing to leave with her, then Qin Luan would definitely get angry with her, although she knew it was wrong, and was even a little scared to run away. But there was no way. She had already promised Qin Luan, so she could only grit her teeth and stick to it. Pulling out the pre-prepared tissues from her bag, Zhang Xiao's heart crossed and she pulled out one and dabbed it on Zhang Fan. Here to help you wipe. How you have to take into account my reputation. I don't care. I have to trick him into going with me. Even if it's just for a little while, I'll have an explanation when Wan asks me later. No, wait. Zhang Fan was so scared that he backed up, causing the two children to look over curiously as well. Since you don't want me to compensate you for your clothes, I'll help you wipe it off. Don't. So many people are watching. Zhang Fan's head was too big. How could this little girl not listen to what she said? Then I'll accompany you to the restroom to take care of it. It's definitely not comfortable for you to wear it like this. Jiang Fan hesitated. What she said is indeed true. So wet on the body sticking is certainly uncomfortable. But more difficult for Jiang Fan is the woman in front of her disregard for the occasion on the hand. And the two children boss personally explained to look after. In case he left this accident. He really cannot afford this responsibility. Meng Bao and Good Treasure also quickly noticed the movement of Jiang Fan's side. See his face difficult look. Meng Bao took the initiative to speak. Uncle Jiang Fan, you go, I can take care of my sister. But Jiang Fan was still a bit uneasy. He didn't even know why. He always felt that there was something strange somewhere, and couldn't tell where the problem was. It's fine, just go wipe down your clothes. It won't take long. I'll just wait for you here with my sister. Don't run around. Meng Bao gave him a promise. Yeah, Uncle Jiang Fan, don't worry, my brother and I will be right here. Good Boy also spoke at the right time. Alright then, you guys stay here obediently. Uncle will be right back. Seeing that the two children had said so, Jiang Fan thought that it really wouldn't be delayed for long, so he would just move faster. And with so many people in the banquet hall, there shouldn't be any trouble, so he agreed. After all, the wet part is a bit embarrassing. He is really a bit embarrassed to walk around with two children under the audience in the hall with this outfit. It's a bit embarrassing. I'll take you to the restroom side. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly took over and was going to lead Jiang Fan in the direction of the restroom. However, she made a detour on the way and pretended not to find it, delaying a bit. Jiang Fan was a bit anxious, and as he followed her and watched her go around and around, his tone got a bit colder. This young lady, can you find it or not? Why do I feel like going around in circles here? If you don't remember, then we can always ask the waiter to point the way. Zhang Xiaoxiao's back stiffened when she heard this. Even her steps looked a bit unnatural, and she stumbled over her words. Almost there, right in front. Jiang Fan looked at her instantly stiffened spine. A trace of suspicion crossed his heart, feeling that something was wrong. Could it be that his tone was too impulsive and scared her? Sighing, Jiang Fan finally said, alright, don't be afraid. I'm just a bit anxious. I don't mean to blame you. Seeing that the person leading the way in front of him had obviously relaxed a bit, he thought that he had guessed correctly and didn't think much of it. Softening his tone, Jiang Fan touched his nose, a little embarrassed. In addition to Jiang Cheng, and the work handover, his other moments have not much contact with women at all. The mother fetus solo 20 years let him face this scene a little overwhelmed. It's okay, originally the fault is mine. I'm really sorry. Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly apologized with Jiang Fan. For a moment she couldn't tell if she was apologizing for splashing red wine on him or apologizing for lying to him. Meng Bao and Good Boy had been sitting on the sofa in the lounge area playing after Jiang Fan left, and on the coffee table in front of them were the cupcakes and drinks that Jiang Fan had brought them earlier. Qian followed his parents around. Qi Wenwu and Mrs. Qi were talking about cooperation with the bosses of other companies. He was a little bored, so he secretly looked around. Seeing the twin siblings sitting on the sofa leisurely wiggling their little legs and eating the pastries, his little face reddened with anger. After being expelled from the Jinghua kindergarten a month ago, Qian followed his parents home and was beaten up by Qi Wenwu, saying that he wasn't motivated and would only cause trouble for him. Qian didn't dare to resist. Although the whole family had protected him before, none of them dared to stop Qi Wenwu this time, and he could see that his father was really angry. He put all the faults and punishments he had suffered on Meng Bao and Xiao Bao, and had always felt that if the two of them hadn't been transferred to Jinghua, he definitely wouldn't have suffered so much. At this moment, seeing Meng Bao and Good Boy sitting there peacefully, Qian was furious, glancing at his parents who were entertaining their parents whose attention was not on him, and in a flash of brilliance he slipped directly to Meng Bao and Good Boy's side. Good Boy is pinching the small bow tie pinned on Meng Bao's shirt, while happily holding the cupcake into his mouth. His little legs were wiggling and his whole body was full of joy. The cupcake was orange, her favorite flavor. When she glimpsed that annoying little fat man was probing and leaning towards her and her brother, Good Boy's hand movements gave a start, and the little hand that was pinched towards her brother's bow tie directly poked Mo Baobao's shoulder. Mo Baobao's mind was thinking that she hadn't talked to her mom on the phone yet today, and she kind of missed her, pondering whether she should ask her dad for his cell phone to make a call over there when the party was over. With his back to Qian, who came over angrily, Mo Bao was poked by his sister's small hand, a little puzzled, looked up to see his sister looking at the position behind him, a little tense with emotion, and subconsciously turned back to look. Brother, why is he here? It's probably because his father was also invited over by Uncle Zhou to attend the banquet. Oh, but he seems to be heading our way? It's fine, don't worry about it. Dad is still talking about work, and with so many people around, he shouldn't dare to cause trouble. Meng Bao was a little disgusted to see his sneaky appearance, but with so many adults watching, he guessed he wouldn't dare to do anything to him and his sister. He didn't want to cause trouble for his dad, but Meng Bao obviously overestimated Qian's intelligence. How could he not expect Qian to actually dare to make a move on him and Good Boy in public? Qian saw that the two people had already discovered him, so he simply stopped sneaking around and walked straight over. Crossing his waist, he stood in front of Meng Bao and Good Boy, looking angrily at the two people through the glass coffee table. Simo Bao and Good Boy did not even give him a look, only self-concerned about talking. Qian stomped his foot, trying to attract the attention of the two. The guests saw a few small children gathered in the lounge area, and just assumed that they were playing around together, and didn't pay much attention to them. Meng Bao glanced at Qian and lowered his head again to feed the cupcake to the good girl. Her sister had eaten a lot of snacks today, so she couldn't ask her to eat too much at night. Qian's little face turned red when he saw that Meng Bao wasn't paying attention to him at all. Hey, why are you two here? Chapter 35, Munchkin smashed and injured. What's it to you? Mobo finally opened his mouth, but his voice was icy cold and his face sank. Does this little fatty not have a brain? He didn't think about why they couldn't come if he could? Qian was dumbfounded by Meng Bao's words, and his anger grew even more, directly rushing out of his head. His eyes swept to the crystal drink cups placed on the table, and directly picked up one and threw it at Meng Bao. Qian Sinny, who was sitting next to him and watching the entire program, was startled by his action and covered her eyes and screamed. Ah! Meng Bao and Good Boy also completely did not expect Qian to actually dare to make a move, and were completely unprepared. Seeing the cup flying towards himself and his sister, Meng Bao couldn't react in time, and as soon as he pushed Good Boy out of the way, he himself wasn't able to completely dodge it, and the cup directly smashed into the corner of his forehead. There was a moment of darkness in front of his eyes. Meng Bao only felt a warm liquid running down from his head. His vision was somewhat reddened. Being pushed away, Good Boy fell on the sofa, also confused for a moment. Seeing his brother's head left with blood, hastily pounced over to Meng Bao in his arms, staring blankly at Qian who stood there a little dumbfounded, his eyes filled with tears, his emotions a little collapsed. What are you doing? Qian also do not know. He was just angry. Hot brain threw the cup out, completely did not think of the consequences. At this moment also some panic, face white standing in place. Children's hand strength is not much. The cup smashed over the force is not big, but the crystal cup itself weight is not light. Even if it just grazed and smashed in the corner of Meng Bao's forehead, but also because of the hard edge, will be Meng Bao's smashed flow of blood. The smash wasn't heavy, and Mo Bo was only dazed for a moment. Noticing that he was conscious, he shook off his head and reached out to pull on Good Boy's sleeve to calm her down. Slowly sitting up from the couch, blood still seeping from his forehead, Meng Bao looked straight at Qian, who stood there shaking slightly. What happened last time was originally your fault, and today you still come over to pick a fight? No, I don't. No. Qian was already too scared to say a complete sentence. He didn't expect things to come to this. He just wanted to come and teach his siblings a lesson. No, you smash people? The Good Boy was so angry that he wanted to pounce on him and whack him with his little fists, but he was pulled back by the Munchkin holding his hand. Where is there such a person? Good Boy glared at him with a puff of anger, the ends of his eyes glowing red, and was a little disheartened to be pulled back by his brother. Meng Bao, however, knew that on an occasion like today, if he and his sister moved, he might get his dad into trouble, but that didn't mean that he was good to be messed with as well. This dead fat man had messed with him time and time again. Sooner or later he would get his revenge back one day. Meng Bao's eyes were cold, looking at Qian with a stern and dangerous look. Qian is used to smooth water. Where have seen such a scene? All of a sudden was shocked, did not hold back, actually directly sit on the ground, reacted and immediately got up, eyes also red. Instead, let a face of upset Meng Bao froze. This courage? The banquet hall of the crowd finally found this side of the wrong, slowly gathered around. The sound of discussion gradually rose, but no one dared to go forward. On Gu Chen's side, realizing that the opposite side seemed to be deliberately stalling for time, his face vaguely began to show impatience. Seeing that she brought the words back again, he finally opened his mouth to interrupt. His tone was not considered good. Ms. Qian, I've already understood this matter, and I'll trouble you to butt heads with my assistant for the follow-up. Pinched the suit button and stood up to tidy up. The sudden corridor outside came not a small movement. Some kind of bad idea in Gu Chen's heart suddenly flashed. Regardless of Qin Liyuan, who was still trying to make an effort to retain her behind him, he quickly walked towards the banquet hall. Qin Liyuan looked at Gu Chen's back as he left, stood in place and stomped her feet, clenching her teeth as she chased after him. As Gu Chen neared the hall, he heard the noise of the crowd in that direction. With his heart growing more and more uneasy, Gu Chen hurriedly increased his speed and rushed over. The image that appeared in front of his eyes caused his blood to instantly rise, and his breath around his body instantly dropped to the freezing point, his face sinking frighteningly. Get out of the way. Instantly, the people around him backed up several meters away. Most of the people who had come to this banquet were the younger generation in the circle, and almost none of them had seen Gu Chen before, but that didn't stop them from being shocked by this intimidating man, and they even exchanged glances, especially the thousands of famous women who looked at Gu Chen with glowing eyes. Gu Chen was oblivious to all this. He froze and looked at the two children surrounded in the center. His heart couldn't help but feel a twitch of heartache. Mengbao's face is still blood. One hand covers the head, one hand holding the good boy. Standing in place is confronted with another child, blocked by the crowd, did not see the back, but he vaguely guessed who was on the opposite side. Mengbao good boy was never a child that would cause trouble, smart and well-behaved, especially on an occasion like today. They would definitely take the initiative to pick a fight in order not to cause trouble for themselves. Where is Jiang Fan? Wasn't he told to watch the two children? Where did the person die? With a tyrannical aura surging through his body, Gu Chen rushed straight to the two babies. Meng Bao, how are you? Gu Chen stared at the wound on Meng Bao's head, and his tone actually showed a trace of imperceptible trembling. It was also the first time that Meng Bao and Goodyear had seen their calm and self-possessed father lose his temper like this, and they hurriedly held his hand on one side. Gu Chen looked at the two children and couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. Meng Bao shook his head slightly and spoke. Dad, I'm not seriously injured. I'll be fine for now. You don't have to worry. Only then did Gu Chen let go of his heart and turn to Qian, his eyes rolling with anger, his aura appalling. Qian usually is spoiled by the family lawlessness, which has seen this scene, directly scared to sit on the ground, shivering, can no longer hold back, began to bawl. Yang Mengbao and I so terrible. The eyes of this adult is also terrible. Qi Wenwu and Mrs. She finally found this side of the strange. Turn around to see their son disappeared. Heart at the same time thumped, pushing through the crowd and seeing Qian sitting on the ground bawling. How could they not understand what had happened? Qi Wenwu was so scared that he almost went into cardiac arrest. This little brat, causing him trouble again. The lessons of the previous 2 days weren't enough. Gu Chen, just holding the hands of the two children, stood there to look at the ground sitting Qian. Did not say anything. At this time to see Qi father and mother finally found over. The body's aura is also more somber, not waiting for Gu Chen to open his mouth, only to see Qi Wenwu lifted a hand on the ground, Qian on the ground to him to slap. Angry straight clenched his teeth. You bastard. You're here to cause me trouble again, aren't you, Mrs.? She stood still and froze for a while before she reacted and stepped forward to protect her son, her eyes red as she glared at her husband. Qi Wenwu, are you crazy? Qian is your own son. You want to beat him to death. Instead of crying, Qian was slapped by his father and confused. Now snot and tears face to face, scared straight to Mrs. Xi's arms, where there is before the mighty, while hiding, while crying. Qi Wenwu heart is also in pain. That is his son. And then asshole he cannot afford to punish too heavy. Last time, even if it was expelled from the capital, but also just towards his buttocks hit a few slaps. Want to call him a little longer to remember, but he is clear. If he does not take advantage of the Gu Chen has not yet spoken to hasten to eliminate his anger. It is estimated that their entire family business will be buried in the hands of Qian. Can only be ruthless in the body of Qian under the heavy hand? Surrounded by the crowd to see this scene, sighing. I thought I would see the two parents' confrontation scene, but look at the appearance of Qi Dong. Obviously is afraid of the man in front of although he understands that Qi Wenwu is saving his family and career. But the angry Mrs. She obviously lost her mind. At Qi Wenwu is a burst of scolding. Gu Chen coldly watched Mrs. She go crazy, without the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Having touched his child, don't expect him to spare their family. Although he hated parents who physically punished their children, and even scoffed at such family education, those who messed with him would have to pay the due price. Of course he wouldn't put his hands on a child, but how Qi Wenwu did it was none of his business. Chapter 36, Take your whole family to compensate. Seeing the Qi family couple arguing in the hall, Gu Chen directly opened his mouth to interrupt. Mr. Qi, the voice wasn't loud, but it was permeated with authoritative pressure, calling a halt to the quarrel between the two almost instantly. Qi Wenwu's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was busy coming before Gu Chen in a low voice to admit his mistake. Mr. Gu, the child is still young and unintelligent. Don't bother with him. We'll pay compensation. Any condition will do. Gu Chen's face was expressionless. Compensation? Yes. Medical expenses, moral damages. We'll pay for it all. Gu Chen laughed coldly. Snort. Can't say anything else? All you can think about is settling with money? Or do you think I'll lack this much money? It's okay, just don't regret it. Qi Wenwu's head instantly buzzed, and a thought suddenly arose in his heart. It's over. Gu Chen was afraid that he wasn't going to let his family off the hook, not even if he apologized in such a humble manner. Qian has already taken the initiative to cause trouble for the second time. The first time I didn't ask you for compensation. This time, Gu Chen's tone was light, but the words he uttered were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, directly splitting on Qi Wenwu and Mrs. Chi's body. Gu's and Chi's all cooperation from today directly terminated. Gu's to provide Chi's all the financial chain will also be all interrupted. As my 2 children's medical expenses, Chi total, can be compensated? Chi Wenwu's eyes went black, almost directly planted on the ground. Gu's and his broken cooperation. Other enterprises will certainly not dare to have business dealings with his company again. Gu Chen's move is equivalent to cutting off all his funds. Gu Chen, this is to completely set off his Chi family's family background. Mrs. Chi also finally reacted. No longer holding her son's heartache, crawling over from the ground to grab Gu Chen's pant leg, was frowned by. Gu Chen avoided. Mrs. Chi falls to the ground, tears falling straight from her eyes, unable to tell if she's in pain or scared. Mr. Gu, General Manager Gu, Qian is still young. You're a big man. Don't bother with children. Let our Chi family live. Chi Wenwu looked at the lady fell on the ground, remembered the last time in the kindergarten she a few words directly will Gu Chen anger, and quickly went forward to cover her mouth to prevent her from speaking, for fear that Gu Chen angry ruthless directly will be their Chi family bottom of the rake thoroughly. Now at least there is a Chi family's old house. Sold out can also change some money to maintain life. If all was Gu Chen took away, his family will really have to sleep on the street. Gu Chen looked at the little white-faced Mengbao by his side, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Regarding all matters regarding the termination of the cooperation, I will send someone to go and deal with it. Mr. Chi, I hope you will cooperate. Zhang Fan finally finished dealing with the stains on his body before coming out of the restroom, but his heart tightened the moment he stepped into the hall. His boss's height of 1.18 m was exceptionally conspicuous in a crowd of people, and the anger overflowing from his body was about to lift the roof off the room. Seeing everyone gathered together, he also knew that something must have happened, and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. How could it be like this after only leaving for a while? Not daring to hesitate, Zhang Fan hurriedly came to the boss's side and lowered his head again and again. I'm sorry, boss. It was my negligence. When she looked up and saw that there was still blood on the head of the Munchkin Gu Chen was holding in his arms, her heart couldn't help but cool down again. Glancing at the puffing baby and lying on the ground full of snot and tears Qian, as well as Qin Seni standing at the side of the scared little face white, smart as Zhang Fan, he instantly understood what had happened. Gu Chen glanced at him faintly, seeing that there were still undried water stains on him. His eyes turned cold. Zhang Fan's face turned white, and he hurriedly explained what had just happened. But the more he explained, the more that something was wrong in his heart. When he finished speaking, he raised his head and glanced at Gu Chen, seeing that the other party was narrowing his eyes, and the color of his face was getting deeper and deeper. His heart couldn't help but thump. Boss, things aren't right. Gu Chen's face was as gloomy as water. If this matter was really targeting his 2 children, then he would definitely not let go of the mastermind behind it. You go and call up the CCTV and find out everything. This is all definitely not a coincidence. If you don't find out, you don't have to come see me again. After saying that, Gu Chen directly held the 2 children to leave, just in time to meet Zhou Jiyan's father and son who had heard the news. Zhang Fan greeted the 2 of them and immediately went to adjust the hotel's surveillance. At this time, hiding in the crowd, Zhang Xiaoxiao quietly left the scene and sent a message to Qin Luan. Over here. Zhou Jiyan quickly rushed over with his father, Zhou Jinghua, after hearing about this matter from the housekeeper. After all, it was a banquet organized by his family, so he had to step in to give Gu Chen's explanation anyways. Just bumped into Gu Chen in the corridor. Zhou Jiyan saw the slightly pale Mengbao, angry, and quickly called out to the family doctor to deal with. Gu Chen didn't refuse, and the doctor came over quickly, but he still planned to take the 2 children to the hospital later. Zhou Jiyan's face wasn't really good. The purpose of the banquet that his Zhou family organized this time was to promote cooperation with all the bigwigs in the business world. Now that this had happened, it was a slap in their faces. Exchanging a look with his father, Zhou Jiyan instantly set his decision. Everyone, I, Zhou Jiyan, also hereby declare the line that my Zhou family, as well as all the industries under my Zhou Jiyan's name, will also cut off all financial dealings with cheese. My best friend's child has suffered in my place. This explanation I will definitely give. Butler, have someone take Mr. Qi and the others away. They are tired and need to leave first. Qi Wenwu really couldn't hold it together this time. His brain fainted and he directly sat on the ground with a soft leg. It's over. This is all over. 2 of the industry's top companies have announced the termination of cooperation with his cheese, which is equivalent to giving his company a death sentence. Seeing that Mengbao was not in good shape, her lips were a bit dry and cracked, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Gu Chen decided to take the 2 children to the hospital first, and left the matters at the scene to be handled by Zhou Jiyan. I don't want half a word of today's matter to appear in the media or newspapers. If someone reveals it behind the scenes and I find out, the consequences will be the same as the Qi family. Remembering something before he left, Gu Chen turned back with his 2 children in his arms and reminded the crowd of people who were staring at the scene in disbelief, thinking about what happened to the Qi family, as well as the attitude of the Zhou family. How could anyone dare to talk behind their backs, and could only quietly suppress this matter in the bottom of their hearts. Taking the child with him, he quickly found a parking space, and Gu Chen drove to Gu's hospital. Jiang Fan had already contacted the dean in advance to tell the doctors of various departments to get ready, and sent a message to Gu Chen to inform him. The car drove on the road at breakneck speeds. Gu Chen drove while paying attention to the state of Mo's baby. Seeing that he was still conscious, the tension and worry in his heart eased for the most part. It was good that he didn't really hit his forehead directly, just bumped it, otherwise he really didn't know how to face Yangmi. In a month's time, he had let Meng Bao suffer 2 injuries, and he felt guilty in his heart. I'm sorry baby, Dad didn't protect you. His tone was full of self-blame and regret. He shouldn't have gone to talk to that Qin Luan about any cooperation. I don't blame Daddy, it's Qian who is too much. The corner of Meng Bao's forehead was a little numb with pain, but she still read the worry and guilt in Gu Chen's tone, and still endured the pain to comfort him. And I just protected my sister. Didn't let good baby get smashed. I'm very happy now Daddy. Gu Chen listens to Meng Bao's deliberately feigned relaxation. His heart is even more sour and guilty, and secretly vows to protect his siblings in the future. Chapter 37, Qin Luan punished for closed-door reflection. Meng Bao is the best. A little man. Gu Chen rarely reddened his eyes, swallowed the choking sobs that were almost overflowing, and praised Meng Bao from the bottom of his heart. After treating the wound in the hospital and coming out, it was already dark. Little nurse helped Meng Bao's simple wipe dealt with a handful of blood. 2 children are also stained with blood. After changing into the clothes sent over by Xiao Chen, Gu Chen left the hospital with the 2 children, went to the drunken immortal residence to finish dinner, and drove back to the apartment. Meng Bao was injured. It is not convenient to take a bath by himself. When Gu Chen helped him to scrub, he was still a little squirming, blushing, causing Gu Chen a burst of laughter. He was only so young and had a sense of shame. After accompanying the 2 babies to play in the room for a while, Gu Chen received a call from Jiang Fan, guessing that it was the result of today's matter. So he went out and came to the balcony in the living room to answer the phone. Boss, today's matter was indeed premeditated by someone for a long time. I've already found out who was behind it. But, speak straight. Gu Chen's tone was light. Not much emotion could be heard, but Jiang Fan, who had followed him for several years, smelled danger from it. It's the Qin family's eldest Miss Qin Luan. Her? Yes. I found the surveillance video and recording of the private meeting between Qin Luan and the woman who bumped into me in the hotel corridor, and I'll pack it up and send it to your mailbox now. Jiang Fan also felt unbelievable. How could he not expect that woman to intentionally lure him away? At that time he only thought it was because she bumped into him and felt embarrassed. In fact, she was completely nervous because she lied to him. At this moment, remembering her sentence of sorry, he felt that it was really a bit ridiculous. There's no need to send me. Send it directly to Zhou Jiyan. I'll communicate with him. Okay boss. Hanging up the phone, Gu Chen stood on the balcony and blew the wind for a while, pondering in his heart how he could put disclosing the identities of his 2 children on the agenda. But after thinking for half a day, he didn't think of any good ways. When he thought of how many times Meng Bao and Xiao Bao had been injured and how he had been unable to protect them, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Opened the address book, found Zhou Jiyan's phone, called over, the other side answered in seconds. Hello, Gu Chen? Well, Jiang Fan checked the surveillance. I told him to send it directly to your email. Good, I'll go to the study now. Zhou Jiyan had drunk a lot of wine from socializing today, and had just come back from the banquet hall at the moment, and was about to go to the bedroom to take a rest. He had just finished changing into his pajamas when the phone rang, and after hearing Gu Chen say that he had found the surveillance, he had to turn around and go straight to the study on the 2nd floor. In fact, as the organizer, he was also looking into this matter, only that the speed of the people under him was far from catching up with Gu Chen, and at this moment, when he heard that he had already found it, he simply did not bother to look into it. It was Qin Luan who did it. What? Gu Chen's words made Zhou Jiyan freeze in place. Her? Wasn't it Qin Yefeng's sister? How could it be her? Well, you're on your own. Gu Chen directly dumped the matter for Zhou Jiyan to wrap up and hung up the phone. Zhou Jiyan held up his cell phone in puzzlement, ruminating in his head as he walked towards the study. How could she, a first daughter of a wealthy family, do such a thing? Usually looked not like this kind of person. The most crucial thing was that there was cooperation with the Qin family. But thinking of Meng Bao's forehead corner being smashed and bleeding, and also thinking of Gu Chen's gaze that wanted to kill at that time, Zhou Jiyan shivered. There was cooperation and it didn't work. Who could be as comfortable as Gu Chen's thigh? I can't afford to mess with him. To the study to open the computer to watch the surveillance video, to understand what happened. Zhou Jiyuan to Qin Yefeng called. The next day, Gu Chen sent the two children to the kindergarten. Returned to the company, Zhang Fan knocked on the door and came in to give him a cup of coffee. Boss, this morning everyone is spreading the word that the Chen family's eldest miss was punished by General Manager Chen for a month of closed-door contemplation. But there is no specific reason exposed yet. Only in the rumor is that Miss Chen offended someone who was known by General Manager Chen, and went home last night to lock up the person. Just like that? Yes, it's all being rumored like that. Gu Chen frowned. That's how Zhou Jiyuan did his business? Qin Yuan had put her hands on two children, and she wanted to muddle through with just a punishment of a closed door? Zhang Fan saw that his boss did not look too good, and silently retreated. In the morning to the crew, Yang Mi realized that today's drama of the female third place Shinhiru will also enter the group shooting. Shinhiru in the circle has always been a pure goddess persona. In the past 2 years by a fairy drama suddenly fire up, Yang Mi in recent years did not receive what drama, and she has not met. Listening to people say that she does not seem to be like the company to her pure persona general, but arrogant and domineering, and rely on some unknown means to get to the top. Yang Mi only listened to the staff chatting about her mentioned that soon, and did not take her to heart, taking advantage of the makeup time to continue to study the script. Through a month of living together, the cast and crew of Yang Mi's amiable and not play the big name of the temper unanimously praised, and acting skills online, shooting her single shot or seldom to start over, so she and the group has been good people. In the dressing room and the group of makeup artists talking happily, Yang Mi heard a noisy sound from outside. Before she could figure out what was happening, the door of the dressing room was pushed open by someone. Shinhiru stood in the doorway and scanned around, not very satisfied with the environment of the dressing room, her brows slightly knitted up, her face full of impatience. When her line of sight landed on Yang Mi, who was also frowning and looking at her, Shinhiru's line of sight clearly froze. Not expecting to meet with the person who stole her second female role so soon, Yang Mi was startled by the sound of the door slamming on the wall, looked up and saw Shinhiru with her agent, small assistant and a group of bodyguards. A line of more than a dozen people standing at the entrance of the dressing room to survey. The heart is a little disgusted. This person is so big row. Do not know also thought that she is the heroine. People heroine is not so high profile and she is so rude. This company also gave her a pure goddess persona? Except for her face, there's nothing else to like about her. Maybe the room will collapse at some point. Ignoring her pretentious appearance, Yang Mi turned back to continue discussing her makeup with the makeup artist. Shinhiru saw Yang Mi did not pay attention to her. The heart of a fire, the eyes instantly vicious up, but thought also did not say anything. Walked in to find his seat, called the makeup artist to go to her makeup. Yang Mi does not care about these things, only looked at Shinhiru a glance and retracted the line of sight, then also did not find her instantly become sinister line of sight. Today's shooting was a martial arts scene. Yang Mi came early, so she went out of the dressing room before Shinhiru, and went alone to find the martial arts instructor first to help guide her movements. Mr. Dang, this backflip I always feel almost interesting. Will you help me look at it? Okay, you do another one. In the face of a humble and studious student, the teacher is always willing to devote his heart and soul to teaching. Yang Mi belongs to this kind. Mr. Dang likes her indomitable spirit of striving for excellence, and responds to her requests. Chapter 38 changed her script. After Shinhiru finished putting on her makeup and changing her clothes, she also came to the practice room and saw Yang Mi doing the repetitive movements over and over again and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Che, not self-important. The practice room was a converted dance room filled with mirrors, which the crew temporarily borrowed. Yang Mi and Mr. Deng saw Shinhiru from the mirror came in through the door and looked at them for a while, but there was no other action, so they didn't care about her. Only teacher Deng saw Shinhiru's expression as she rolled her eyes, and instantly felt some displeasure in her heart, but he heard that she and the director, forget it, he didn't want to get into this mess. Shinhiru did not have a scene today, but was still arranged by the director to come here to follow Mr. Deng to learn. She was a little reluctant to see the two did not pay attention to her, but even more furious, Wrestling walked in. Mr. Deng took into account her status and did not bother with her, but only synchronized according to the curriculum to teach the two movements, give guidance, but he is very obvious favor Yang Mi. Yang Mi followed Mr. Deng to learn the movements, listening attentively to his explanation of each move, but also from time to time to follow some small movements in order to improve. On the other hand, Shinhiru, who was so weak and unfocused, often rolled her eyes when Mr. Deng turned back. She thought no one would see it, but in fact, it had already been reflected clearly by the mirror, and it all went into teacher Tang's eyes, and her disgust for her increased, so she directly ignored her, and no longer taught her properly, only letting her practice by herself on the side, and instructing Yang Mi with her own full strength. Yeah, careful, good, great, thank you, Mr. Deng. Seeing that the two had completely left her out to dry and ignored her, Shinhiru could no longer suppress her temper. slammed the props in her hand, walked back to the side resting seat and sat down, calling for her agent and little assistant. No more practicing. What the hell? Broker stood aside and watched the whole process. The heart is also anxious, even if you understand that in fact the fault is in Shiniru, but after all, it is their own with the artist. She cannot say anything. Especially Shiniru has been relying on some of the circle with the big brother relationship good, completely will not put them in the eye. Usually what she said is what? The broker and the small assistant did not dare to offend her. Can only be coaxed? At this moment, Shiniru began to lose her temper again. A time also have no idea. Thought, can only ask the small assistant to go to call the director to come? He is here to appease her emotions. Hope that the director to finally be able to subdue her. Eru, don't be angry. Take a break and say. The agent handed over a bottle of water. Tired after practicing for half a day. Drink some water first. Shiniru's eyes glared. I don't drink this kind of crappy water, don't you know? Besides, don't you know how to unscrew the cap when you hand me water? Still waiting for me to open it myself? Broke her heart, screamed bitter face but did not dare to show the slightest. Can only put the water back. Go Shiniru's suitcase out of a bottle of mineral water she often drink. Unscrewed the cap and handed her. Seeing Shiniru took a sip, only slightly relieved. The director saw the little assistant rushing over to him in a panic, thinking that something had happened, but it turned out to be that Shiniru had lost her temper and they had no choice but to call him over to coax her. Sighing, putting down the work in his hands, the director followed the little assistant and rushed back to the practice room in a flurry. Entering the door, he saw Shiniru sitting against the wall with a dissatisfied face. The agent stood by the side of the atmosphere, did not dare to breathe, while Yang Mi and Mr. Deng in the center of the room were practicing martial arts moves. The director rushed forward to coax her. I owe my little ancestor how to give birth to such a big atmosphere. Director, I don't want to practice anymore. What do you think you're doing by letting me suffer here? As soon as Shiniru saw the director coming over, her face switched to aggression for a second and she pouted at him. No practice, don't be angry, okay? Blame me. I shouldn't have let you come here. I thought this side is easy and quieter. I want you to come and rest. The director looked at Shiniru, tears in her eyes, delicate, about to cry out, which still want to say anything to her, and immediately everything according to her. Yang Mi rest break looked at the wall of Shiniru, face shy. The director sat beside her holding hands to appease the appearance. The heart also has a judgment. No wonder. Mr. Deng, let's continue. Frowning and turning her head away from them, Yang Mi just wanted to do her own thing and continue communicating with teacher Deng about the shortcomings in her movements. Shiniru's afterglow glimpsed Yang Mi's sweaty head, still training hard. The corner of her lips hooked. Her plan came to life. She pulled over the director to whisper, and her body leaned up, grabbing the director's arm from time to time and shaking it, brushing over certain areas of the bulge. Humph, aren't you practicing hard? I'll tell you to do this useless work for nothing. The director, which can stand this stimulation, full of mind as a certain night. Shiniru was pressed by him under the foxy look, straight gasping, red neck. Shiniru and what he said, what requirements are, nodded yes. Cannot wait to find in no one's place. The scene will only be scheduled in the afternoon. Yang Mi followed Mr. Deng in the practice room to practice the morning movements. Even Shiniru and the director of a few people do not know when to leave. She didn't care to think about that. She just wanted to do her part and hurry to finish shooting and go to the office to call the two babies. Last night, she wrapped up already at 2 in the morning. And today she woke up at 6 to practice her martial arts moves. And it's been a long time since she's videoed with her 2 babies. And she doesn't know how it was yesterday when she went to the banquet with Gu Chen. Her heart has been hairy. After coming out of the practice room to eat lunch and returning to the dressing room to fix her makeup, Yang Mi met Shiniru coming from the parking lot. She revealed a meaningful smile, causing Yang Mi to be puzzled. What's wrong with her? Why are you smiling with her? Without thinking too much, Yang Mi went into the dressing room. The martial arts scene was about to start shooting later. She was in a hurry. Before she finished her makeup, the director came to the dressing room to look for Yang Mi. Yang Mi thought he was here to rush herself to the scene. Director, I'll be ready in a minute. It's fine, no rush. I'm not here to rush you. The director's face was a bit unnatural and hesitated before continuing to speak. Teacher Yang, the fight scene in the afternoon needs to be adjusted. Originally it wasn't you who beat Iru's character well. Now it's changed to her tying you up successfully. Ah, but then you'll be rescued. Yang Mi was a bit confused. Why the sudden script change? Why? Thinking so in her heart, she also opened her mouth to ask out. Nothing. It's just that the screenwriter's side has changed. I came to inform you. The director didn't dare to look at Yang Mi's eyes. He also knew that it wasn't right for him to make such a change. But, who made him unable to fall under that little goblin's compulsion? He just agreed to her in a brainwave. And by the time he reacted to the fact that something was wrong, it was too late, and he knew to come and talk to Yang Mi. Yang Mi looked at the director's weak-hearted look, suddenly thought of something. Her face sank violently. I don't agree. Chapter 39, being rumored and smeared on hot searches. Yang Mi thought of what the director had suddenly come and changed the script because of, and without thinking, she directly disliked it. I can't act with such a change. She couldn't tolerate such a forced intellectual degradation that insulted the character's persona. What is it? The female number 2 who brought a system to cross over to save the male and female main characters. She was kidnapped just because you said she was kidnapped? What do you take the audience for? Little cutie. What? The director also did not expect that Yang Mi, who had been very obedient and hardworking since entering the group, would openly dislike him back, and after freezing for a split second, his face sank as he yelled at Yang Mi. You have to act even if you can't. I'm the director and I'm in charge. Without giving Yang Mi the chance to retort again, the director directly left in a huff. Yang Mi. The sudden change made Yang Mi some atmosphere, and when the makeup artist finished her makeup, she quietly sat on the chair and did not go to the scene. The cell phone that was fastened on the table suddenly remembered a familiar ringtone. It was Gu Chen. What's wrong? Calling me at this hour? Gu Chen looked at the slightly tired face that appeared on the screen, and sensing that Yang Mi's mood was not right, he opened his mouth to ask, to see if you're busy and if you've had lunch. Why aren't you happy? Yang Mi heart sad. There is no one can let her talk about. Coincidentally, Gu Chen this sentence asked to the point. Do not know how. Yang Mi this box of words is considered to open. Did not care about the previous embarrassment. The director chanting, just came over to inform me to change the script. Then what? Then, I think he changed too much. A little insulting to the audience IQ. I do not agree. Do not want to act. He said I do not act also have to act. Ugh. But he's not acting because. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. It has nothing to do with me. But he changed a person who traveled with a system to become a female general into an innocent little white flower who says she's tied up. I really can't stand to change it like that. It's already conflicting with my original intention of picking this script. Gu Chen silently listened to Yang Mi's tirade, consoled her for a few moments, dialed the company's fixed number, and called Jiang Fan to come in. Turning off the microphone, Gu Chen instructed Jiang Fan to contact the director. Go find the director of River of Stars and tell him that if he dares to change the script again, he won't want Gu's investment. Jiang Fan led the order and went out to do this before Gu Chen turned the mic on. Don't be angry. I'll give you a surprise later. What surprise? Yang Mi was a bit puzzled. What kind of surprise could this man give her? It couldn't be bringing the babies, right? But looking at his background, he was still in the office. It shouldn't be? We'll find out later. The director's side was filming the female lead scene when he suddenly received a call from Jiang Fan and was a bit puzzled. Hello, Assistant Jiang? What's the matter? Well, Mr. Gu just asked me to inform you that no matter what the reason is, if you dare to change the script again, Gu will directly withdraw its funding. After saying that, he didn't wait for the director's reaction and directly hung up the phone. In front of outsiders, Jiang Fan's faction was still pretending to be quite sufficient. The director hadn't reacted to what this meant after hearing this, and stood in place a bit dumbfounded. Withdrawal? Why? What script? Suddenly remembering what he had just said to Yang Mi in the dressing room, the director slapped his head and wanted to give himself 2 slaps. It was really dim. According to the state of that day, Yang Mi and Mr. Gu's relationship was definitely not ordinary. How could he change the script recklessly just because of a shinniru? Giving a word to the assistant director to tell him to look at the scene, he ran to inform the stage manager and screenwriter that the script would not be changed, and then ran back to the dressing room in a frenzy. The people at the scene looked at each other in disbelief. No more changes? Didn't he just come out of MS Yang's place in a huff and had to change it? MS Yang, I'm sorry, the script won't be changed. I was confused just now. Ha! After Yang Mi and Gu Chen hung up the phone, she was already thinking about whether or not to break the contract, but when she saw the director suddenly rushing over and saying that the script would not be changed, she was still a bit confused. The director, however, thought that she was refusing to forgive herself and was too anxious to speak. It's just not changing it. It's my problem. You don't get angry. Oh, okay. Yang Mi finally remembered that Gu Chen said he wanted to give himself a surprise. So this was it. Thank you for the surprise, chirp. JPG, grabbing her cell phone, she sent a message over to Gu Chen before Yang Mi followed the director back to the studio, where she needed to make up the special effects for the later stages of her scene. When Shinniru heard that the script would no longer be changed, she was so angry that she smashed the things in the lounge. She was not willing. Why did she work so hard to get something that changed just like that? It was all her fault. She was the one who stole her role as the second female lead. Since she had worked so hard, she would destroy him. With madness in her eyes, Shinniru grabbed her cell phone and found the hidden number. Looking at Shinniru, who was acting opposite herself, glaring at herself all the time, as well as deliberately making things difficult leading to reshoots time and time again, Yang Mi felt puzzled. What the hell? The director's decision wasn't her decision, so what's the point of taking it out on her? Yang Mi was shooting with a group of actors on the set until the evening without resting, and at the same time, a piece of news on an entertainment software was unconsciously put on the top of the hot search. The news not only rumored that Yang Mi played a big game on the set and slept with her to get the second female part to steal the role of the third female, but also matched photos under each paragraph. Although the photos were not clear enough, anyone with a clear eye could see that it was Yang Mi. Zhang Fan received the news when it was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening. He was working overtime with his colleagues in the company. Listening to his colleagues said that the entertainment software hot search has been flying all over the sky, cannot help but be curious, and went over to take a look. When he found out that the one who was rumored to be deliberately smeared was Yang Mi, Zhang Fan's brain buzzed. His boss never pays attention to these things, and probably doesn't know about it yet. Flustered, he took out his own cell phone and logged into the software, taking a screenshot then sending it to Gu Chen. Boss, MS. Yang has been rumored and is now on the hot search. Yang Mi's side had just finished shooting the night scene and was about to go back to the hotel to rest when she was stopped by Shiniru. Humph, Miss Yang, relying on sleeping with her to get to the top and stealing my second female role, so powerful. Yang Mi frowned. Who did that and who knows it in their heart? Miss Shin behave herself. She's crazy. She has to be crazy to say something like that. Not waiting for Yang Mi to go back to the dressing room to change her clothes, her manager Suli appeared out of nowhere and grabbed her by the arm and was about to leave. What's wrong, sisterly? What are you in such a hurry for? Ancestor, you rumors are flying all over the place and you're still asking me why. Hurry back with me and hide for a while. What rumors? Yang Mi hadn't even taken her cell phone after filming all afternoon, so naturally she didn't know about the rumors that she was being spread. Suli took out her cell phone to show her, and the headline read, famous actress played big shot on set, relying on sleeping together to get to the top. Yang Mi instantly remembered Shiniru's words just now, and finally understood what she meant. It turned out to be waiting here to plant evidence. And pure national goddess? These 6 words are the only ones that have anything to do with her, right? Yang Mi angry cannot, but she knows that now this time cannot be temperamental. Was caught in the handle is even worse to explain, only to hurry to take their own bag to change their clothes to follow behind Suli ready to go back to the hotel. Unexpectedly 2 people from the nanny car there is a dozen steps away when, suddenly scurried out of some very tightly covered people, toward the face of Yang Mi body splashed full of a cup of coffee. Ah. Chapter 40, another hot search. Yang Mi was shocked and screamed out. Suli also did not expect that there would actually be people hiding in the parking lot waiting to splash coffee. Froze for a moment before Yang Mi protected behind her, her eyes vigilantly toward those who blocked the face of the people. Before Suli opened his mouth, the parking lot around the sudden burst out of another group of people wearing black suits also covered tightly another group of people. Yang Mi was blocked by Suli behind. At this moment to see the sudden emergence of these black-suited people around, thought that they were the same as the last wave of people to find him trouble. The heart is even more nervous. These people seem to have come from a bad place, afraid that they have seen her rumor hot search specially here to wait for her to come out. Only these people at the back seem to be different from the previous wave? Putting her hand into her pocket and pressing the screen, Yang Mi pondered whether she should secretly report the matter to the police before it became serious. But they have not substantial action, only splashed her a cup of coffee. The police is estimated to be calculated according to civil disputes. Their own rumor things are afraid to be more people know. When the company is more difficult to pressure the hot search. I'm hesitating. The man in black went straight to the group of people who had previously thrown coffee and rushed over. Only a few breaths of work will be all of them suppressed. Standing on the side of the protection of Yang Mi nervous Suli, as well as just ready to pull out a cell phone alarm Yang Mi Chi looked dumbfounded. What is this situation? They were here to help her? But why did they suddenly appear? It's hard not to. Before Yang Mi could think about it in detail, one of the black-clothed men walked straight towards Yang Mi. MS. Yang, we are the bodyguards that Mr. Gu arranged to secretly protect you. Just now the incident happened suddenly, letting MS. Yang be frightened. I'm really sorry. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Reacting to the fact that it was someone Gu Chen had arranged to come over, Yang Mi finally let go of her heart. But listening to what he meant, was he following her around all along? But she never realized it. I'll take them for interrogation first. Is MS. Yang going back to the hotel? I'll send someone to send you? Okay, thank you then. Yang Mi thought that she had just left the theater and went through such a thing. Maybe someone would be waiting for her on her way out. If she could have a professional bodyguard to escort her for a bit, maybe it would be safer. So she didn't be polite with him and agreed to do so. MS. Yang doesn't have to be polite. It's our job. The bodyguard captain's tone was indifferent and detached, but this appropriate sense of distance made Yang Mi feel very comfortable. The 2 men who were sent to send Yang Mi back to the hotel did not get into her nanny car, but instead drove an inconspicuous black car from the parking lot and followed her car not far behind. After a morning of learning to fight, and an afternoon of filming, she didn't even have time to eat dinner, and after leaving the theater and being spilled coffee, Yang Mi's entire body and mind were unusually tired. After simply wiping the coffee stains all over her face and body in the nanny car, Yang Mi leaned back in the seat to rest, her thoughts confused. She didn't dare to look at the hot news, not for fear of those keyboard warriors' mockery, but for fear that this hard-earned opportunity and her own hard work for it would go down the drain, and also involve the team behind her. She also has a baby and a good baby to raise, cannot afford the consequences. Suli saw Yang Mi's state is not right, also do not dare to disturb her. Only would in team emergency meeting, want to find a solution as soon as possible. The parking lot is empty and quiet. What just happened in addition to the presence of a few people was not seen by others. Just when everyone thought it was just a small episode, the parking lot half a person high in the corner of a flower bed, a black suit carrying a small camera. People look at their own recorded material, hook lips a smile, quietly left the scene. Not waiting for Yang Mi back to the hotel, a video was transmitted to the entertainment software, with another rumor news together to occupy the hot search list too, and at this time the car of Yang Mi still know nothing about it. I can't believe that a few years ago when I was just starting out I was still powdering her, but it turned out to be a bit of that. I don't want to eat it. Yuck. Disgusting. Playing a big game on the set? She deserves to be exposed. Is it possible that she messed with a big brother who slept with her and was exposed? What the upstairs said isn't impossible. After all, this is a capitalist's world. The circle is in chaos. Still stealing our family Iru's scene. Don't even look at what she is. Has anyone seen the newly exposed video of Family? I saw it. It says she's bullying her fans. No, that whole bunch of bodyguards. They grabbed the guy and took him away. They even took him away? This is a society with the rule of law. No one called the police? And bodyguards? Didn't she just come back to this movie? What a big show. Those who don't know would think she's a first-tier actress. Under the news on the hot search list, it was obvious that someone was leading the tempo, and seeing the malicious comments flooding the comments defending Yang Mi, no one dared to come out and say that it was a rumor. Finally returned to the hotel. Suli is anxious to find connections to press the hot search, but no results. Yang Mi went to the restroom to wash her face, looking at her own face in the mirror, obviously white. The heart is blocked hard. The incandescent lamp set in the roof of the bathroom shines down from above, appearing to Yang Mi's face more and more pale. The end of the eye is also slightly red. Suppressed all the way to the emotions finally broke out in the small space of no one. Tears cannot be stopped. Yang Mi thought of his comeback road will not be good, but did not expect that this is only just a month ago to be such a rumor. I do not know in the end is offended by who. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the work. Yang Mi looked at herself in the mirror with a tear-stained face, and suddenly had a flash of light and understood something. After drying her tears and washing her face until she could no longer see that she had just cried, Yang Mi opened the door and went out to look for Suli. Sisterly. I remembered. Shan Iru. Gu Chen played with the two children for a while before receiving another message from Zhang Fan. Boss, is it convenient to answer the phone? MS. Yang has been hacked on the hot search. Taking his cell phone back to the bedroom, Gu Chen stood on the balcony and dialed the phone out, and the other side answered almost in seconds. What's going on? It's not even fall yet, but the night air has dropped the heat of the summer, and on the balcony facing the river, the evening breeze is blowing, but it can't extinguish the trace of anxiety in people's hearts. Just now on the hottest entertainment software in China, someone broke the news that Yang played a big game on the set, with a few pictures attached, and someone mentioned in the comments that Yang relied on sleeping with her to get to the top and stole the role of the female third. Although it's obvious that someone is hiring mercenaries to brush the comments to bring up the tempo, some netizens who don't know the inside story have been incited, and no one dares to come forward to explain for Yang anymore. I'm already tracking down the mastermind behind this, but there are no results yet. Chapter 41 Suspect Shiniru. Well, as soon as possible. In addition to preparing to lower the hot search, tell the technical team to work overtime and triple their wages. Yes, I'm going to notify. In addition, Yang sighed. Zhang Fan felt that the person in question must not be feeling well right now, so he wanted to ask Gu Chen to comfort her, but he couldn't say it explicitly. After all, he wasn't sure what kind of emotion his own boss had for Yang Mi in the end. I know. I'll arrange it. Hearing Gu Chen say this, Zhang Fan was actually unexpectedly relieved. Gu Chen counted the time in his mind. Yang Mi should have already returned to the hotel, so he walked out of the bedroom with his cell phone and knocked on the door of the children's room. Mengbao, good boy. Daddy's coming in? Without waiting for him to grip the door handle, Mengbao had already opened the door. Daddy, Mommy, she isn't. Looking at Mengbao's little face wrinkled into a ball, as well as the computer that was open on the small table in the room, The page was exactly the hot search that news. Gu Chen understood that the two babies already knew what had happened. Daddy will solve this matter as soon as possible. First gave the two babies commitment, before opening his mouth to pacify. It will be fine. Dad has called Uncle Jiangfan to investigate this matter. There will soon be results. But mommy is over there by herself. She must be very sad. Good boy was also anxiously spinning in place. So what we need to do now is to be there for her. Daddy call mommy and we'll stay with her, okay? Gu Chen intuited that Yangmi must be feeling helpless right now, so he subconsciously wanted to take the two babies and fly directly over to accompany her. But on second thought, there must have been many reporters surrounding the outside of her hotel by now, so going over there by himself would definitely add to the trouble. So he came to look for the two babies, wanting to give her a call, so that he could at least let her know that the two babies were worrying about her, and divert her attention for a while. It should be much better. Yes. The two babies had light in their eyes and immediately gathered around Gu Chen, answering in unison. Yangmi had just come out of the restroom and finished talking to Suli about what happened between herself and Shiniru in the morning. Both of them suspected that it was her doing, but struggled to get any evidence, and were sitting on the bed thinking about what to do. Now let the studio to issue a statement is certainly not the best choice, but if you let the hot search this fermentation continues, even if the final cleared the suspicion, her future is also ruined. Gu Chen just opened the chat box with Yangmi, and before he could call the video over, a call came in first. It was Jiang Fan. Results so soon? Gu Chen frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart, reaching out and scratching the answer button, bringing the phone close to his ear. Boss, MS. Yang was just splashed with coffee at the entrance to the set. Jiang Fan had just finished informing the company's technical team about working overtime and opened the hot search to take a look. A video that had just been shot not long ago hung in the second position on the list, and the title, Yangmi's bullying fans at the entrance of the theater group was filmed, and the 3 exclamation points behind it, just like that, barreled into the bottom of Jiang Fan's eyes. After watching the video and the comments, his brain buzzed. Jiang Fan picked up the cell phone that had just been placed on the table, and without even thinking about it, directly called Gu Chen, and without waiting for Gu Chen to open his mouth, he directly told the matter. What? The steeply sinking voice line pulled Jiang Fan's sanity back a bit, swallowed, quickly ran through the passage in his head, and told the matter as it was. The hot search list has just been topped with a video of the scene where those bodyguards you arranged to catch the wave of people who threw coffee when Ms. Yang came out of the set and was about to get on the car. The video should have been edited. There is no picture of Miss Yang being splashed, only the bodyguards catching people, and the title is Miss Yang bullying her fans. And now the comments section below is already full of curses. Where are the bodyguards? Not a single bit of information has come through. When Gu Chen heard that the bodyguards had already caught the person, his heart dropped a little, and he patted the backs of the two babies beside him as a sign of appeasement. Meng Bao and Good Boy were very close to Gu Chen, and vaguely heard Jiang Fan's words, and were on the verge of crying out in anxiety. Jiang Fan had just reported with Gu Chen when the bodyguard happened to send a message to Jiang Fan, asking what to do about catching those people. Just sent a message, waiting for your word before handling. Trial. Send them directly to the police station after the trial. Yes, it hadn't been long since online public opinion started, and someone was blocking the entrance of the theater group and throwing coffee. It was obvious that someone was behind it, so interrogating those who did it might give us a clue. Hanging up the phone, Gu Chen dialed the video directly. The ringtone rang for a long time, so long that Gu Chen was already numb, thinking that Yangmi wouldn't pick up. When the phone connected, looking at the screen, usually energetic little woman, that small face is now written full of fatigue and loneliness. Gu Chen's heart severely throbbed for a moment. This unexplained emotion, he did not know where to fight, and did not think about it, opened his mouth to ask about her current situation. How are you? It's okay. The studio and the team are already pressing the hot search, and Li's sister discussed it, now cannot come out with a statement. Not the best time. Well, my side is also checking. Jiang Fan said that you were thrown coffee? When I came out from the theater group, I was stopped and suddenly splashed over. Those bodyguards were arranged by you for me? Yes. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I arranged some in advance. I didn't expect that I still didn't catch up. Very timely. Thank you. Without them there might have ended up evolving into something. Yangmi pulled the corners of her mouth, trying to comfort Gu Chen, but she really wasn't in the mood right now, and the smile she squeezed out was even harder to see than crying. Gu Chen didn't care about that either, and was only worried that her body couldn't handle it. Don't worry. Jiang Fan has already gone to check, and the results should be out soon. Good. Thank you all. Yang Mi was a little embarrassed, but thinking that he was a big shot in the business world, maybe he would have more channels than her and check faster, so she didn't be polite with him. No need to always say thank you to me. This is what I should have done. Not to mention that I invested in this script, so I should be responsible for checking it out. Yang Mi suddenly remembered Shinru's matter, thinking that if it was really her doing, then Gu Chen's direct investigation of this line should be much faster, so she talked to him about it. Right, didn't I get my script changed today and then later changed back when you called it off? That female third. Today when I went back to the dressing room to change clothes suddenly said something shady. You suspect she did it? Well, but I don't have any proof. She didn't have a conflict with me for a day on the set, and only spoke that one sentence. Good. I'll ask Jiang Fan to check this way. Wait for my result. Handing his cell phone to the two babies who had been waiting beside him for a long time, Gu Chen went to the living room and brought up his laptop, sending a message to Jiang Fan. Check Shinru, the female third of Star River. Jiang Fan is busy in front of the computer, looking for half a day, but cannot find a clue. The other side seems to be looking for a very powerful hacker, cannot find a single crack. Suddenly received a message from his boss. His eyes lit up, immediately ran to check the new clues. Chapter 42, Yang Mi discovers Munchkin's injury. Mom, don't be sad. Good boy and I will stay with you. Meng Bao looked at Yang Mi who was obviously quite haggard. Her heart ached. Finally waiting for Gu Chen to finish his question, she took the cell phone and immediately opened her mouth. Looking at the two little groups of people crowded in front of the camera with worried faces, Yang Mi was in a much better mood and finally revealed her first smile of the night. Mommy is fine. Babies don't worry. How about going to the banquet with Daddy yesterday? Was it fun? As soon as the words fell, Yang Mi's eyes landed on the corner of Mobao's forehead that was plastered with gauze, and her pupils suddenly shrunk. Mobo, how come you're hurt? I'm fine, Mom. I accidentally fell yesterday and bumped some skin. Don't worry about me. Mobo's eyes flashed, not daring to look at the screen. He didn't want his mom to know that he got his dad into trouble again yesterday, and subconsciously chose to hide it, but his squirming little movements were thoroughly seen by Yang Mi. Good boy. You won't lie with Mommy, right? Mommy. The two little index fingers of the good boy's hands stirred together, biting his mouth and not knowing whether to say or not. His face was written with a tangle. Gu Chen. Yang Mi was really anxious. The two hot searches hadn't caused her to lose control of her emotions so much, but the wounds on the Munchkin's face completely pulled off the nerves she had been straining, and for the first time, she directly shouted her first name at Gu Chen. I'm in. Gu Chen had just returned from messaging with Jiang Fan when he heard Yang Mi calling out to herself, her tone agitated, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Meng Bao forehead. What's wrong? Realizing that she didn't control her emotions, Yang Mi's tone slowed down before she resumed speaking, but her tone was still a bit shaky. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not looking after the two babies. Yesterday's banquet, I was held back by a partner and left Jiang Fan in the hall to take care of the two children. I didn't expect him to be tricked into leaving in the middle of the day, and was approached by the small child who fought with Meng Bao last time. Meng Bao is very good, afraid of the public to give me trouble, did not fight back. When I noticed something wrong, rushed back. Meng Bao has been injured. Gu Chen thought of how he rushed back to the hall yesterday to see the two children standing in front of the coffee table with their heads covered in blood, and his heart was also a little afraid. If that cup hadn't just grazed some, if he had arrived a little later, he didn't dare to imagine how he would have taken that consequence. After rushing to the hospital, the doctor said that it was just rubbed a blood vessel. The injury is not serious. I have already let that family pay the price, to ensure that in the future it will not happen again. I'm sorry. Looking at the camera, usually breath-cold and stern man at this moment does not care about the image to apologize to himself. Yang Mi also cannot afford to lose his temper with him again. Just the heart is also very afraid. Coupled with today's events, she was a bit unable to hold on. She didn't eat dinner, and her stomach was also a bit vaguely aching. Her face instantly turned 1 point whiter, and a fine cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Gu Chen and Meng Bao both noticed that something was wrong with her. Seeing her unconsciously covering her stomach, they instantly understood that she hadn't eaten dinner again. Gu Chen used the computer to contact Xiao Chen, telling him to go and prepare some light meals for Yang Mi, and told the runner to send them to the front desk of the hotel. Mom, don't worry about me. This time it was an accident. Dad didn't expect it either. I promise there won't be a next time. Meng Bao saw that Yang Mi was not in a good state. He quickly opened his mouth to comfort him. He was afraid that Yang Mi was under too much stress and worrying about him again. She would not be able to handle it and collapse her body. Gu Chen also reassured him that he would pay more attention to the safety of the two babies, and only then did Yang Mi finally let go of her heart. The hands of the clock pointed to 12 o'clock. The whole world seems to have fallen into a deep sleep. The night breeze from the open window blew in, driving the half-open, half-covered white curtains, like the elves of the night, in a dance. The two babies accompanied Yang Mi on the phone for a few hours, finally could not withstand the sleepiness of the body, lying on the cot to sleep. After saying hello to Yang Mi, hanging up the phone, and carrying the two children back to their respective beds, Gu Chen gently took the computer back to his bedroom. Jiang Fan sent a message over. saying that the bodyguard had already asked those people what they said, and only told them that Gu was investigating the matter, and they all confessed. However, they were also paid to do the job, and did not know the identity of the person who hired them to do the job, and only contacted them through the Penguin account, and did not meet them offline. Gu Chen stared at a message sent over by Zhang Fan and sneered. Don't know? He would like to see. This kind of little trick still wants to get in his way? Ridiculous. Send the evidence to the police station along with the person, and you follow the account and continue to check. Make a video that will overwhelm public opinion and send it out so that netizens can analyze it with their own brains. Instructing Zhang Fan to keep checking down, Gu Chen opened the news and video and watched them over and over again. The hot search lasted all night, and the number of people paying attention in the comments section stacked up in waves, and it was actually even worse than the scolding the night before. Many of Yang Mi's fans rushed to comment under her account for her to send a statement to hurry up and explain, but she never saw herself on the line. At 8 in the morning, when the number of people interacting with the platform was the highest, a video crushingly took over the platform interface, and even other software was broadcasting this video as well, instantly suppressing the heat of the video that smeared Yang Mi. The video showed Yang Mi's daily routine on the drama set, the time she spent traveling between the set and the hotel, the reputation of the several dramas she released, and so on. There were even close-ups of her tirelessly practicing her martial arts moves over and over again in the practice room, as well as the surveillance of the coffee being thrown in the parking lot, all presented truthfully before everyone's eyes. Many people swiped the video at the same time on the subway on their way to work, and it was even on the big scrolling screen at the mall. Many netizens directly asked in the comments section what was going on, and within 2 minutes of the video being sent out, the comments had reached tens of millions of comments, and the number of retweets had broken the platform's highest record. Some netizens watched and found something wrong, and the content of the comments gradually turned into everyone going against the previous hot search for clues according to the timeline, and began to analyze. The news about playing big names doesn't seem to hold up, right? Look at the staff's expression, it's not feigned at all. I'm a psychological counseling expert. I can prove that these subconsciously made micro-expressions can't be faked. There's also the one who said that she relied on sleeping with her to get to the top. People were filming in the group in front of them at that time, and even the exact time can be tuned out. It must be fake. I told you that my honey boo wouldn't be such a person. The comments defending her earlier were attacked by tens of thousands of people, causing me to almost get depressed. Did no one notice that surveillance video? Obviously someone brought up the tempo about bullying fans. Wow. Obviously people are the victims. That is to say, how can you call someone bullying a fan when you're suddenly covered in coffee and you're frozen? This sudden change in style pulled back the sanity of many netizens, who directly began to analyze the timeline of Yang Mi's activities, and in the end, some people compiled an entire complete table, refuting all the points of that news on the Hot 100 list. In just 2 hours, Yang Mi's account fan count rose by millions of people, and when Yang Mi realized the platform's dissimilarity and boarded to check it out, her brain instantly went down, and she froze and opened her mouth to call Suli to come over to see it. Sisterly, Chapter 43, Fan Count Up? What's wrong again, ancestor? Suli was busy contacting her team. She had been looking for ways to suppress the hot search since last night, but after staying up all night, she hadn't come up with any practical conclusions. Before the effort to sign down a few endorsements, has also been looking for over. Test the reality. Are speculated at any time to run away from the mind? Is annoyed scratching his hair, listening to Yang Mi called her. Suli subconsciously returned a sentence. You come. You help me see if this fan has gone up, or has it dropped off. Suli finally realized that Yang Mi's state was a bit dull, and hurriedly looked up, her eyes falling on her. The person sitting on the small sofa by the window was holding up her cell phone in a daze, her plain white face full of bemusement and incredulity, pure black full-body loungewear, tied a loose low-pill head. A few strands of hair from the side of the face slipped down to fall on Yang Mi's distinct collarbone, the whole person shrinking in the sofa holding legs, home dress pants with Yang Mi's movements up a few points, revealing slender white ankles and calves, appearing to her whole person more petite, permeated with a lonesome. Suli was startled. How only a moment did not look to sit there. Don't think about it, ancestor. Hurriedly get up from the table, stepped to Yang Mi's side, sat down, took her shoulders. This time the fans drop some as normal. You do not worry, such as the team side to solve this matter, sister, and then find a good script for you. Sooner or later we'll rise back. Suli was full of worry, not even looking at Yang Mi's cell phone screen that she was staring straight at, only focusing on hastily comforting her emotions. After all, no one would have expected Yang Mi's fan base to increase instead of decrease at this time. No, this is a plus sign. Yang Mi's brain could no longer think and stumbled out a complete sentence, instantly drawing Suli's eyes over. What's up? Suli reached out and snatched the cell phone in Yang Mi's hand. The red numbers were as blinding as light. and actually called the two to redden their eyes and store up tears. It's up, and Youngmi just the same state. Suli also some cannot believe. How did it go up? This is different from what was imagined, right? Shinru didn't sleep for a night, thinking that Youngmi was about to fall off the pedestal and never have the power to turn around again. She was so excited that she built a small number on the platform last night and secretly paid attention to the news data and the netizens' tirades against Youngmi. After staying up all night, Shinru was preparing to go to the bathroom to take a bath and comfortably make up a sleep. Yesterday, in order to let the director change the script, the incident was sudden. She didn't even prepare that thing. Although she took a bath afterward, she always felt uncomfortable. Yesterday, it was already the middle of the night. Shinru was only busy watching Youngmi's embarrassing appearance. She didn't have the mood to take a bath, and at the moment, she couldn't wait to soak herself in the bathtub immediately. While waiting for the bathtub to drain, Shinru couldn't help but pick up her cell phone and take another look. She couldn't wait a moment. When she thought of her hard work yesterday and the director's temporary reversal, she hated her guts and placed all these faults on Youngmi, only wishing to see her blocked right away, but just turned on the platform interface. A video straight into her eyes. Release time is 2 minutes ago. The comments forwarding likes have been over 1 million. Obviously 2 minutes ago. Public opinion is still a one-sided trend. How do you put a waterwork? Changed direction? Shinru is not willing, and even swiped a few articles. Are this the exact same content? With a trembling hand, she opened several entertainment software in a row, and even the ones that she hadn't usually touched were downloaded to see, but the results were all the same video. A hand will be thrown out of the cell phone far away, until it hit the edge of the sink crushed. Shinru's heart is still shocked waves. The expression is also hideous, uncharacteristic. How can you find out such a lot of evidence? Shinru a second ago also complacent feeling has stepped into the edge of success. The results of the next second was the video from the head of the pocket, a pot of cold water poured down. Straight call her inside and outside the cold, a complete smashed the cell phone, unloaded part of the fire. Shinru finally thought of fear. Can so quickly find evidence to refute? That her team is certainly not simple. If it is found to be their own instruction to do, she did not dare to imagine that if it is exposed, their own this national goddess of innocence persona certainly cannot keep, and will even be blocked by the whole industry, will be directly into her. Panic under her heart. She anxiously wanted to touch her cell phone to contact her little assistant, but suddenly saw the pile of debris on the floor, the fire even more, only to rush out of the bathroom back to the room to find a spare machine locked in the cabinet, plugged in the charger, turned on the phone, and logged into WeChat. Make sure it's done clean? It was only when she heard the little assistant promise with conviction that she would never find herself that Shinru finally put her heart down. Yes, after all, it had been done this way before, and the efficiency over there was quite high, and it hadn't found itself on her until now. But before is used in then their own curiosity small body, this time but Youngmi. It's okay. Anyway, it is a small assistant in the penguin contact. Offline has not met. I do not believe that someone will be able to catch the handle. There will be no mistake. Finally put down the heart. Shinru returned to the bathroom, threw a bath ball into the bathtub, staring at the up and down roll, dissolved the water, dyed pink liquid small ball, froze out of focus. I didn't expect her to be able to get out in one piece so easily. She also took the opportunity to gain so many fans. Shinru naturally not willing, but for a moment and a half cannot think of any way. Already she removed all the clothes, stepped into the bathtub, stayed up all night, and mental tension a hand. At the moment the spirit is completely relaxed. Shinru soaked in the bathtub, brain hate to think about how in the end to destroy young honey, and unknowingly slept. The director last night also paid attention to a night of public opinion things. See the comment area when someone said Youngmi accompanied sleep on the throne and robbed the female third scene. The heart is already clear about the cause and effect of this matter. It must be Shinru, that little demon who found someone to do it. Estimated Gu Chen. He also hesitated in the heart in the end how to do. Fought for a long time, cannot make a decision. Simply observed the movement of the night. To see Youngmi's side of the delay, did not take a position. Gu Chen also did not come forward. The heart cannot help but some contempt. It turns out that between Mr. Gu and her, it's nothing more than that. The matter is so big, did not come forward to solve. Maybe see her trouble caused too much. Simply do not want to care about her. Give up. Without waiting to see the newly released video, the director wanted to make trouble for Youngmi, telling her not to go to the theater recently. In this way, can save the crew trouble, not to mention, but also indirectly suppressed her, even if the matter is resolved later. Also can continue to pinch her. Making up his mind, the director found Su Li's phone number in the address book, ready to inform her, but the result was that before the phone was broadcast, a call came in. Chapter 44, You Stay Away From Me. Ginger, Assistant Jiang? Why are you free to call? The director stiffened when he saw the caller ID. glad that he was lucky he hadn't dialed Su Li's number out. Picking up the phone, he was already in a cold sweat, and hurriedly nodded his head and smiled, still not daring to slack off even on this end of the phone where Zhang Fan couldn't see him. Gu Chen paid attention to the night, and in the morning after making breakfast for the two babies, Zhang Fan had already spread the video all over the internet. He was always relieved that Zhang Fan was doing something, but he only thought of the director's side, and after a little thought, he still called Zhang Fan, telling him to say hello to the crew, and that it would be best to put some pressure on them. And that's how the director received Zhang Fan's call. "Director, I heard that you have a good personal relationship with an actress in the crew?" Zhang Fan's tone was light and even contained a hidden smile, but he heard a chill down the director's spine and instantly stiffened his body. Whereas Assistant Zhang's words, "There must be someone chewing the cud behind his back. We all work in the theater group. Take care of each other is inevitable." Zhang Assistant do not listen to the villain nonsense. Seems to be afraid of directly as a sentence is not inevitably pale. The director immediately followed by a supplementary sentence, but will be small mind completely exposed. Zhang Fan in the heart of a cold laugh. Straight open mouth. Put away your mind that can't get on the stage. Manage the lower half of your body. Gu's investment in this script is not for you to use your position on the set for personal gain. You know better than me what happens when you mess with Mr. Gu. I can let you go at any time if you get tired of sitting in this position. As the last sentence exited, Zhang Fan's voice sank violently, knocking word by word on the heart of the director on the other side of the phone, scaring him so much that he sat back in his chair with his butt. Yes, I understand. You and Mr. Gu don't worry. Before the words fell, Zhang Fan's side had already hung up the phone before the director let out a fierce sigh of relief. Almost, just almost, if he had dialed out that call, it was estimated that the rest of his life would be over. Thinking of Shiniru that little, the director was furious. If she did not mess up so many things, why would he be warned by Zhang Fan like this? The original find out Su Li's phone carefully exit. Another turn out Shiniru's phone. Not the slightest hesitation directly call out. Shiniru was about to slip into the water when she was awakened by the ringing of the phone, frightening her to sit up from the water with a jolt. Raising her hand and wiping the water on her face, Shiniru, who came to her senses, had a moment of fear, almost drowning herself at home. Touch over the cell phone placed aside. See, the caller ID is the director. Shiniru paused for a moment. What is looking for her at this time? Cleared her throat, clamped up her voice, picked up the phone and softly opened her mouth. Director? Why are you calling me at this time? I took yesterday's vacation with you? Speak properly. As soon as yesterday was mentioned, the director directly chopped his head off. Also, be honest with me lately. Shoot well on the set. Don't get involved in this and that. Stay away from me. Stay away from Yang Me too. The director had just been reprimanded by Zhang Fan and was holding fire and fear in his heart, which he was now venting on Shiniru. Hello? Shiniru was inexplicably scolded. People are confused. Just wanted to open his mouth to ask the director what happened to himself. Did not expect the phone has hung up. Calling early in the morning to scold me. Almost threw out the cell phone in his hand. His eyes glanced at another cell phone broken into crumbs. Shiniru hard to resist the impulse. Angry fist smashed into the water. Water splashed all over his face. Hanging on the side of the bathrobe and slippers are also wet. The water in the bathtub is also cold. Shiniru want to get up out, but do not want to step out of the bathtub when a foot stepped on her own splash out of the water. A moment of inattention, directly kneeling and fell to the ground. This is a body of anger nowhere to vent. And fell this fall. Shiniru angry red eyes directly cried out. Get up, also do not care about wearing clothes. In the bathroom will be able to smash things smashed all over. In the heart of the young me scolded again, only to be considered to give up. This anger even lasted a day and a night. Shiniru cannot even eat, until the next morning to get up and pack up ready to go to the crew. The small assistant from the outside to pick up the phone back. Sister Iru, the crew just called and said. The little assistant looked at Shiniru, deliberately woke up early and called the makeup artist to come over to draw an exquisite makeup. Thinking about the content of the phone call, the heart is afraid. Do not dare to speak. Say what? Words cannot say complete. Mouth don't donate. Shiniru had been holding fire. See, the little assistant stammered. Directly flipped his face. Say you don't have to go. The little assistant was so scared that he was about to cry. Said the words in one breath. Stood on the side of the atmosphere, did not dare to breathe a little. His eyes were red. What did you say? When Shiniru heard this, her tone instantly drew up a degree, scaring the little assistant to the point of trembling. The agent saw this and rushed over to pacify her. Did you hear it wrong? It was not easy to suppress Shiniru's temper. The agent turned around and asked the little assistant, who was shrinking like an ostrich at the side. The small assistant shook his head. His voice choked. No, I also purposely asked again. They just said that they don't need to go. The voice is small, but still like a thunderbolt exploded in Shiniru's ears. Her emotions became more and more agitated, coupled with the fact that she didn't eat anything for the whole day yesterday. She didn't even speak, her whole body shivered, and she directly fainted from anger. Iru! Sister Iru! Brokers and small assistants saw Shiniru's eyes rolled over and collapsed to the ground. They rushed forward to help her, and seeing how she couldn't wake up by calling her, they could only call the emergency number and dragged the person to the hospital. Yangmi and Suli in the platform found that the number of fans rose, shocked for a whole minute before coming back to God, looked at each other. Both saw each other's doubts. Yangmi took back her phone, exited and re-entered that software, and found that the entire network exclusively broadcast that one video about her life on the crew and the record of all the traces of her work over the past few years, and finally figured out the willingness of her fan number to rise. Looking at all the comments in the comments section where netizens spontaneously started to analyze her work trails, Yangmi's head was filled with, this move, really high, but her studio wouldn't have been so efficient. I'm afraid it wasn't Gu Chen's side that made the move, right? Just as she was staring at that video with this thought, Gu Chen's phone call came over. Hello. Yangmi picked up with a hint of hesitation. She didn't understand why he would help himself like this. Could it be because of the two children? You saw the video, right? What's the situation now? Gu Chen asked knowingly, but he just wanted Yangmi to say it herself, because then the breath she was blocking in her heart could really be spat out. Well, I'm much better. Thank you. Not to be polite with you, it's from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Listening to the small woman's quiet voice on the phone, Gu Chen slightly hooked her lips. It sounded like it should be better. Why are you helping me like this? Chapter 45, surrounded by reporters. Shiniru injured. Yangmi still couldn't hold back and asked her doubts. Suli sat on the side and also came closer to listen. The two children can't go to your side to accompany you. There's some anxiety. Solve it as soon as possible, and save them from following and worrying. Gu Chen did not know why he was like this. Saw the two babies sitting at the dining table obediently eating. Seemed to have found the answer. Set out. In normal times, these explanations he never bothered to give. Yangmi sighed in relief. Really he is for the children. Then he will be relieved. Yangmi herself didn't even notice why this strange emotion relaxed because of his explanation. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, the director's call came to Suli's cell phone. So Yangmi said goodbye to Gu Chen and hung up the phone. Sisterly? Do you think it's convenient for Ms. Young to come over when? There are 2 scenes to shoot today. The director's voice was filled with caution, afraid that Suli and Yangmi would complain to Gu Chen if they were unhappy. He now understood that Yangmi couldn't be messed with. Yangmi heard the director's meaning and directly took the cell phone in Suli's hand. Director, this is Yangmi. I'm at the hotel now. About half an hour can arrive at the theater group. Please wait for me a little bit. Goodlu ms. Yang, no hurry. You come over and pay attention to safety. Hanging up the phone, Yangmi returned the phone to Suli. The two looked at each other, helplessly smiled. Understand that they are borrowing Gu Chen's light. Yangmi in her heart thinking how to return such a great favor, while simply put on a makeup, and Suli went out to rush to the theater group, in order to be on the safe side, but also covered themselves up tightly. When Shiniru woke up, her eyes were white. She was a little confused, not clear where she was. Sister Iru, you're awake? The little assistant looked at Shiniru on the hospital bed and opened her eyes, rushing forward. Where is this? This is the hospital. You just fainted. The doctor said that you have low blood sugar, coupled with emotional excitement. You need to rest well. Shiniru did not speak again, slowed down the head that was still a little dizzy, propped up the bed and sat up. The little assistant rushed to help. Coincidentally, the agent came back with the laboratory report, and was opening the door to come in. Seeing Shiniru sitting on the bed, a nervousness even forgot to close the door. She just got the news from the crew side, saying that Yangmi has gone back to continue with the group, and at this moment, when she saw Shiniru, she was afraid that she would think of this matter again. Iru woke up. How is it? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Nothing. What's the situation on Yangmi's side? Shiniru looked at the syringe poking in her hand, frowned slightly, a little impatient, and then remembered the online public opinion repercussions of the fermentation. Couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. She, afraid of what's coming. The agent and the little assistant looked at each other. No one dared to speak for fear of stimulating Shiniru's nerves. Seeing that both of them refused to speak, Shiniru instantly became angry. Say you guys, mute. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, the agent clenched his teeth and spoke out. She just went back to continue filming. The director personally went out to pick up, and there are fans waiting at the entrance of the set to apologize to her. When Shiniru heard this, she didn't care that she was still losing fluids. She directly got off the bed, and the needle in her hand directly fell off with her movements, and the beads of blood fell down her hand to the ground as if they were disconnected. What did you say? On what grounds? The agent was stunned by her action. putting the lab sheet in her hand down and rushing to pull her. On what grounds can she go back but kick me out? Why should she and not pay anything to get all this? Chen like crazy. Agent and small assistant cannot pull. Only to listen to her sentence by sentence cursing Yang Mi, dirty words unpleasant to the ear. In the end, because the emotion is too excited, the mind a burst of dizziness, only finally was rushed to the medical staff to hold down and the too reasonable to carry her to the bed. A shot of tranquilizer before completely quiet down. No one noticed the half-open doorway of the ward. Someone had already recorded the entire process, quietly left. By the time Chen woke up again, the video had already been posted online and widely circulated, and the number of views had already reached tens of millions by the time it was discovered by a few people. Her company specially built pure national goddess persona directly collapsed, not a trace. Vicious face was made public. In the ward scolded the broker, scolded assistant, scolded peers, but also personally said their own process of getting to the top. The netizens were sighing, sympathizing with what happened to Yang Mi, and within a day Yang Mi's fans went up by hundreds of thousands, and all of this was only known after Yang Mi wrapped up her work and returned to the hotel. After Chen came to her senses, she looked at the video that had gone viral on the internet before she finally panicked, and the company also sent someone to find her after learning about it, saying that she had broken the contract to compensate for the huge amount of liquidated damages. Brokers and small assistants also no longer defend her. They have long been fed up with her anger. See, the company are ready to give up on her. Directly tear the face. Felt out the pillow side has smashed the screen of the cell phone. Chen trembling to the previous to have given their own capital bosses to call one by one, but no one to pick up. This time completely confused. Lift the covers out of bed. Chen directly rushed out of the hospital room. Even the hospital gown did not think up to change. Cloaked hair. Face white. I wanted to take a car to find the nearest boss to help. The results of her, even the door of the hospital have not yet gone out. Was the door squatting a large number of journalists surrounded. Chen looked at the flash and camera towards his surrounded over. Only finally reacted to the after knowledge of how wretched he now looks. But want to go to cover up has been too late. By the reporter dragged to ask her questions. Ms. Shen, have you seen the video? May I ask what your thoughts are now? May I ask if the content in your video is true? I heard that your company is ready to terminate your contract. Do you have anything to say? Some people say that your state in the video is not right. Can you explain? Chen held her head and scurried around, but never rushed out of the reporter's circle, listening to a line of questions like a tidal wave coming over into her ears. She could not bear it completely, covering her ears and tilted her head back and screamed. Ah! Her eyes fell on a male reporter closest to her. Chen reached out her hand and pushed him away. The male reporter was momentarily inattentive and was pushed by her, almost falling on the people behind him. This action caused public anger. A bunch of reporters will Chen circle in the center cannot move, and even some cameras opened the camera in various platforms throughout the live broadcast. Chen completely exploded. In the group of reporters rampage, I do not know who pushed a hand, fell in front of the hospital flower pool edge, forehead directly hit the edge of the flower bed tiles, instantly flowed blood. Chen also finally stopped going crazy, raised his hand and wiped a handful of warm liquid flowing down from his head. Both eyes rolled over. The body fell straight backward, but no one came to help her. Chapter 46, I want to add some drama to you. After all this fuss, Chen finally got herself hospitalized, later was diagnosed with mental illness, discharged from the hospital, was sent to the outskirts of Yanjing, a dilapidated mental hospital, to recuperate. As for what happened last night, the live broadcast and the subsequent video released by various news media after a night of public opinion fermentation, but collapse of Chen persona pushed to the forefront of the matter. The person who ultimately had no possibility of turning over again also changed from Yang Mi to her. A day later, Yang Mi was cowering in the dressing room, letting the makeup artist play with her face as she pleased. She was biting into the rice ball she bought at the convenience store downstairs in the hotel in the morning and chewing on the script with all her heart. Today was the morning scene, and there were still 10 minutes left before she had to go out and start shooting. Due to time constraints, she didn't even have time to eat after waking up, and simply washed up before getting in the car and coming straight to the theater set. After Suli brought the public opinion storm over, the newly hired little assistant Xiao Tao came over to Yang Mi, full of joy. Honey, guess what? Deliberately selling a small secret. Suli looked at Yang Mi's confused little face and hilariously laughed. Cough dash. Shun Yesterday, she was surrounded by reporters in front of the hospital, and as a result, she went crazy and charged straight through and got herself back hospitalized. Suli cleared her throat, her eyes couldn't hide her happiness, and she purposely bit the word crazy extremely hard. Now the entire network is the live replay and video footage of last night's scene. The comments section that lively feed. Although she knew that she shouldn't have laughed at others, even though she was a bad person who had slandered Yang Mi, Suli just couldn't stop being happy. The little assistant also smiled with arched eyebrows and took over Su Li's words and continued. Not only Ah's sister. I heard that she suddenly rushed out of the hospital last night because the morning was fired by the crew, angry, fainted and sent to the hospital. After waking up babbling all the bad things she did and disclose. And also personally said their own in order to get to the top accompanied by the boss. Also was photographed and passed to the internet. And now her agent and assistant do not care about her. Xiao Tao, be careful of the trouble coming out of your mouth. Yang Mi did not lightly wait for Xiao Tao to finish before opening her mouth to stop. Xiao Tao spat out her tongue and made a zipper movement. He laughed twice. The makeup artist also laughed out loud. Sister honey, it's fine, there's just a few of us in this room. I've long seen that she's not happy with her. She usually doesn't bully us little girls. Yang Mi smiled, didn't say anything, listening to Suli a few people chatting happily. She herself was also happy from the bottom of her heart. After all, this matter was resolved. He did not suffer harm, but instead gained a lot of fans. It is also considered a blessing due to the disaster. These days the crew and the other actors had a much better attitude towards her. And those who couldn't see her halfway into the group in the past also became respectful, especially the director, who was close to serving her tea and water. All of this was done silently by Gu Chen for her. Somehow thinking of him, Yang Mi felt her face burning a little, looking up at herself in the glasses. It was good to see that she couldn't see her blush with the makeup on, but the tips of her ears that were flushed with thin powder were exposing her thoughts. For Shinny-Ru to be able to bring herself to this point, Yang Mi was still somewhat surprised. After all, if she could become so popular so quickly in the entertainment industry, she shouldn't be so brainless. After asking her doubts, she only saw Su Li and Xiao Tao smiling at each other before telling her the reason. Honey, you don't know. She has now been diagnosed with mental illness, guessing that the blow was too much to bear. Mental illness? That's too tragic. Yang Mi also a small regret a little, but she did a lot of evil. Really unforgivable. Then also relieved, seeing that it was almost time for the appointment with the director. Yang Mi put down the script she was pinching in her hand, swallowed the last bite of rice ball, called on Su Li and Xiao Tao, and got up and left the dressing room. When she arrived at the set, the director saw her coming and personally got up to greet her, giving her the script before starting to shoot. Yang Mi herself had already penetrated the script, so her solo scene wasn't difficult to shoot. One line passed. However, for the rival scene with the male lead, due to some minor deviations, the male lead couldn't get into the scene for a long time. Or Yang Mi helped him adjust his state before completing the shooting. After filming a few, when Yang Mi returned to the chair to sit and rest, the director suddenly came over with a flattering face, one hand holding a cup of brewed tea, the other hand pinching a script. What's wrong, director? Is there a problem with what you just shot that you need to make up for? I have no problem. Yang Mi's afterglow glanced at the director who came over, only thinking that there was a problem with the scene she just did. She busily sat up straight and opened her mouth to ask. No Ms. Yang, you drink tea. Oh good. Thank you, director. Yang Mi received the disposable paper cup in the director's hand, cupped it in her hand and placed it on her knee, but did not drink it. The director did not get annoyed when he saw her like this. His face expression became more and more fawning, smiling like he couldn't see his teeth, making Yang Mi's heart hairy. You have something? Just say it straight. It's like this. Mr. Yang, I'm thinking of adding some scenes for you to increase your exposure, so I'm coming over to discuss this with you and see what your opinion is. Yang Mi was a bit confused. Why did he suddenly want to add drama to her? But thinking of his magic change last time, Yang Mi shook her head without hesitation and rejected the director's good intentions. No need, director. It's fine the way it is now. Please take the trouble. Thinking of the director's recent 180-degree change in attitude, Yang Mi felt that it should have been Gu Chen who said something, and that she deserved to go and thank him, so she didn't wait for the director to reply, and resumed speaking. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. Okay, you're busy. The director wiped the sweat coming out of his forehead and got up to go back to the temporary awning not far away. Yang Mi watched the director leave, and after thinking about it, she took out her hand and ignored the other people's eyes all falling on her either intentionally or unintentionally, and directly called Gu Chen. Seeing her like this, Su Li sat next to her and shook her head slightly. I'm afraid I'm going to get caught up in this. Gu Chen had just arrived at the company and was in a meeting in the conference room. The man with the cold brows and stern eyes folded his legs, frowning as he listened to the person in front of him report on the quarter's results, his eyes fixed on the notebook page in front of him, which was densely packed with data. Mr. Gu, this is the sales department's results for this quarter. A crisp ringtone interrupted the middle-aged man's report. Gu Chen raised his hand to stop it, and picked up the cell phone that was upside down on the desktop, and the people in the conference room looked at each other in disbelief. Their boss usually meeting is the most taboo, someone fiddling with the phone, not to mention the ringtone ringing, is the vibration sound, will also instantly be his eyes swept. Today is really an exception. He actually broke the rule himself. The crowd watched as the coldness on Gu Chen's face quickly shattered after he picked up his cell phone, and the aura around him softened. They couldn't help but be curious, and even couldn't wait to bunch up their ears and go over to listen to it, to see who in the end had such ability. In the end, eyes blearily watched as he slid open the answer button. Chapter 47, Your calls aren't even interruptions. Gu Chen was surprised that Yang Mi would call her at this hour. After all, she had waited for her to finish her work before calling, and it was basically afternoon or evening by then. In her heart, she also wondered if something had happened, and ignoring the fact that there were still so many people in the conference room, she directly answered the phone. Hello? The low, sexy voice came from the receiver, and Yang Mi suddenly reacted to the fact that he was afraid to be in the company at this time. Would he be disturbing his work? Gu Chen, am I interrupting your work? Listening to Yang Mi's voice tone on the other side of the phone, Gu Chen knew that it shouldn't be anything urgent, so he let his heart go. Signaling Zhang Fan to suspend the meeting, he got up and left the conference room, leaving behind dozens of people in the conference room, sitting there full of shock before discussing it in whispers. Did you hear that? Female? Here. Heard it. I thought I heard it wrong. What do you think her relationship with Mr. Gu is? I wouldn't dare to guess, but looking at General Manager Gu's reaction, it should be extraordinary. Zhang Fan cleared his throat. All quite idle? The conference room was instantly silent. The gossip in everyone's hearts could only communicate with each other through their eyes. After Gu Chen left the conference room, he relied on the window at the end of the corridor, one hand in his pocket, one hand cupping the phone to his ear. No, it's not a disturbance when you call. Yang Mi listened to that seemingly titillating yet incomparably normal tone. Suddenly her heartbeat accelerated, and she actually didn't know what word she should pick up, so she directly skipped the topic. Thank you. Although she was calling to thank Gu Chen, but when the phone was actually picked up, she really didn't know what to say, and only stifled these few words. Gu Chen heard Yang Mi's dilemma, the corner of his mouth hooked, letting out a soft laugh and taking the initiative to speak. Why are you suddenly saying thank you again? Didn't I say no to you? No way. You helped me so much. If I won't even say thank you, it would be too ungrateful. Yang Mi was a bit anxious and was busy explaining. In the last few days I can clearly feel a change in the director's attitude towards me. I thought that other than you saying something over there, there's no one else who can influence him, so it's genuinely wanting to say thank you, and if it wasn't for you, I'd already be in deep trouble with public opinion. Gu Chen listened to the slightly anxious tone of the little woman on the other side of the phone, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider and wider. He had only thought that she didn't know how to talk, so he teased her, but he hadn't thought that she would be so serious, and inexplicably a bit cute. Okay, take it easy, I know. Yang Mi blushed even more as she listened to Gu Chen's teasing tone. The feeling that her heart was about to pop out of her throat caused her to be a little dumbfounded, not knowing why she reacted this way, so she stopped talking and only pinched the corner of her coat with her fingers and rubbed it back and forth. Suli looked in her eyes and felt funny. How can you make a phone call and still be nervous like this? How was the shooting? Did it go well? Pretty smooth. Finally finding a topic. Yang Mi let out a long breath and hurriedly answered. Everyone treated me pretty well before the accident, and then after the public opinion passed, plus you said hello, they all treated me better, especially the director. He even came to me just now to say that he would give me an extra scene, which I rejected. How did you reject it? Gu Chen was a bit surprised. Didn't she want to make a comeback? Why would you turn down the chance to show your face? Yang Mi skimmed left and right to make sure no one was around, and covered her mouth and whispered. Last time, that magic modification of his. I'm just incapable of accepting it. Gu Chen snorted out a laugh. I didn't expect her to be quite humorous. In fact, Yang Mi was just using the director's magic change as an excuse. She knew in her heart that this flipping change in the director was all because of Gu Chen, but it made her feel uneasy inside to accept it without credit. Okay, then when will you be back? Meng Bao and Good Boy miss you. A bit too. Since Yang Mi flew to Tianjin to shoot a movie, Gu Chen felt more and more that the apartment was slightly cold with only him and his child, and finally ignited that small flame in his heart, except that the flame was hazy and he only understood it roughly. He should have a good feeling about her, right? Yang Mi had just been full of joy to share with him the things of the theater group. Coldly hearing him say such a sentence, did not react for a moment. It shouldn't be for a few days. It was only after saying this that she reacted to what Gu Chen had said, and her face, which had only just dropped in temperature, directly burst into red this time. I'll go back soon. Suli sat on the sidelines listening to the conversation between the two. Seeing Yang Mi's face blushing like it was about to burst into flames, she really couldn't help but bend over in laughter. Yo, flirting in the morning nah? Coming over to lie beside Yang Mi and said, before Suli had time to withdraw her body, she was covered by Yang Mi's mouth. Sisterly, what did you say nah? I'm hanging up first. The director told me to shoot the next one. You're busy. Bye. Hurriedly finding an excuse to hang up, Yang Mi put down her cell phone and covered her chest and patted it. Suli was covered by Yang Mi's mouth, and held back her laughter, a little out of breath. Will reach out to pull Yang Mi's hand that was covering her to death away, and hurriedly gasped for a few breaths before she continued to open her mouth to snicker. The child is already there. Why are you still acting like a young girl in love? Yang Mi heard this and was scared to death, hurriedly turning her head to look around. No one came over before glaring at Suli with a complaining look in her eyes. Sisterly, you, oomph. Turning around and hugging her arms, Yang Mi ignored Suli. Seeing that Yang Mi seemed to be really angry, Suli hurriedly grabbed her shoulders to coax her, but the result was that Yang Mi directly stood up and walked towards Xiao Tao, who was watching the main character filming with a starry-eyed look on the side. Seeing that the person ran away without coaxing, Suli hurriedly chased after her, grabbed Yang Mi's waist and stuck it on the person. Oh baby, don't be angry. Sis wrong not good? Next time not like this. Forgive me this time? Yang Mi originally did not really angry, just some shyness will escape. See Suli so coax her, also pulled down the face, turn her head to gouge her a glance. Really? Really? No more. Seeing Suli open her palms and swear, Yang Mi finally couldn't help but laugh out. The two of them jostled in one place and walked in the direction of Xiao Tao. Gu Chen looked at the hung-up phone. The smile on his face had not dissipated. He also heard Suli's words, but just before he had the time to tease a couple of sentences, he was hung up. He didn't expect her to turn out to be so timid and easily shy. Also, the last time by the two babies forced to let him hug when the blush into that. Pinching the phone back to the conference room, the crowd remained silent and kept quiet, waiting for Gu Chen to walk back to the main seat before someone noticed the corners of his hooked up mouth, so shocked that he straightened up and rattled the people sitting around him, his eyes signaling them to look. Go ahead and speak. Crossing his legs again, Gu Chen's face did not have the same impatient expression as before. Instead, he kept a smile on his face, patiently listening to his subordinates. The person who originally reported was a bit nervous when he was interrupted, and this time he directly told the wrong data several times. Everyone thought he was dead, but he didn't realize that Gu Chen didn't pick his mistakes, and let him sit down after he finished his speech. Chapter 48, Couldn't it be that you're being adopted? The crowd continued to be shocked. This was their boss? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just putting a smile on his face, and allowing a report to go wrong? This had never happened before. The shock lasted until the end of the meeting, when Gu Chen got up and left the conference room first before everyone dared to discuss it. Someone even grabbed Zhang Fan and asked him what was going on with his boss. Zhang Fan naturally couldn't discuss anything about Gu Chen behind his back, and only told them to take care of their own work with a heavy face, and to be careful of Gu Chen's knowledge. The crowd returned angry. No one dared to talk about it in person, but in the corner of no one, there will still be some rumors circulating. Yang Mi looked at the script on his part does not have too much left, almost 5 or 6 days to finish shooting. Only in Gu Chen asked how long he can go back when he said very soon. But I didn't realize that there were some mistakes in the middle, and this delay was actually delayed for more than half a month. Half a month later, Meng Bao and Good Boy's kindergarten notification to open the parents' meeting. The kindergarten has been half of the semester course, and need to communicate with the parents face to face the child's situation. Gu Chen originally thought that Yang Mi would be able to come back in time to attend, but he didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to make it back until the day of the parent-teacher conference, so he had to go in person. After what happened last time, he didn't want to let Xiao Chen go over there again, so he did everything for the two children himself. The night before the parent-teacher conference, Yang Mi called by videophone after finishing work and apologized to the two children. Meng Bao, good boy. Mommy hasn't finished work yet. Can't go back to give you a parent-teacher conference. Sorry. Although Meng Bao and Good Boy felt sorry, they had always supported Yang Mi's work, understood and appreciated her helplessness in not being able to take time off. It's okay, Mom. My sister and I still have Dad. It's good for you to work in peace. Yes, Mommy. Dad said he's going. Don't worry. Gu Chen nodded his head and laughed softly in agreement from the side, not saying anything. Seeing the two babies in such a state, Yang Mi let her heart go and chatted with them for a while before hanging up the phone to prepare for rest. She had a full day of shooting a fight scene tomorrow, and if she didn't go to bed early, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat. The two babies were also very excited because it was their first time to have a father to give them a parent-teacher conference, and they tossed and turned until very late in the night before falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, following the alarm clock to get up on his own, Meng Bao gently woke up his sleeping sister, dragging her to the restroom to wash up. Good girl is still a little bit not awake. A little bit get up. Bulging little face angry not say anything, but was Mo Bao a sentence to extinguish the fire. Good boy. Today Daddy is going to kindergarten with us. Oh. Seeing her sister's eyes brighten up, Mo Bao snickered. Cut. My own sister. Can't I still hold it? After dinner, Gu Chen called Zhang Fan over to send them to Jinghua. On the way, the two kids were chattering non-stop, enough to see how happy they were. The car was parked in the parking lot in front of Jinghua, and Zhang Fan got out and opened the door for them. Originally intended to follow beside Gu Chen, but Gu Chen knew that Zhang Fan's face basically replaced the Gu group and was too eye-catching, so he told him to wait at the gate. Only he brought the two children in. Zhang Fan took the order and turned around to wait by the car. Meng Bao and Good Boy each held one of Gu Chen's hands and led him around the campus, introducing him to the scenery of the grounds. Jinghua, as Yanjing's #1 aristocratic kindergarten, the buildings in the park were needless to say, and the scenery and facilities were bound to be the best. The last time Gu Chen came here, he only cared about his two children's injuries. He didn't bother to take a look. He followed Xiao Chen and went straight to the office. But now he was dragged by his two babies to wander around the campus, and unexpectedly found that it looked pretty good. Parent-teacher conference will start in half an hour. At this time is to give the parents visit time. Usually the garden management is strict. Usually will not let the parents enter. Taking this opportunity, no one who could attend the parent-teacher conference would not want to follow their children around the yard. Maybe they will even meet some big bosses or something. So parents can be seen walking around with their children everywhere in the park. Meng Bao and Xiao Bao were pulling Gu Chen around, inevitably bumping into kids in their class and proudly telling them that this was their dad. Gu Chen saw that the two babies were unusually excited today, although he did not like this kind of meaningless socializing, but he could not bear to spoil the two babies' fun. Although he was reluctant to do so, but he would also say hello to the others' parents. The children who can come to Jinghua to study are generally rich and powerful children at home, but to participate in the parent-teacher conferences are generally children's mothers, full-time rich wives mostly. Gu Chen, a big man followed by two children mixed in the pile, began to look a little less coordinated, especially since he and his kids were both so bright and eye-catching. They stood out in the crowd, and were noticed by many parents. Why isn't the child's mom here? I'm afraid it's not right to let a big man like you come to the parent-teacher conference, right? Some curious parents asked him during the greeting, and Gu Chen, who was not a talkative person, simply explained that the child's mother was busy at work and couldn't make it. Seeing Gu Chen say this, the other parents couldn't help but get together and whisper about him. What's wrong with this mom? No matter how busy she is, she can't let a man come to the parent-teacher conference. That's what I'm saying. It's so unreasonable. Don't tell me, with his looks and body, he's not being adopted, is he? I don't know. It's really possible when you say it like that. I'm afraid the mother didn't come because she's a strong woman. You look like a soft man. Then in that case, am I also? A few people's teasing words fell into Gu Chen's ears word for word, saying that they were whispering, but in reality, they were speaking louder and louder like no one else. Frowning, Gu Chen led the two children in another direction. Seeing that it was almost time for the parent-teacher conference to begin, Gu Chen told the two babies to go find other children to play with, and went into the class of the cute baby and the good baby himself. The man was tall and leggy, with a sharp, well-cut high-fashion suit, short eyebrows and starry eyes, and clear-cut angles, attracting most of the parents' attention as soon as he entered the class. A few of them, the middle-aged women who had just been talking about Gu Chen outside, saw that he was the only one who came in, exchanged glances, and together they went forward to surround him. This is my business card. Call me if you're willing. The price is definitely higher than what you're getting now. A woman who hated jewelry all over her body directly pulled out her business card from her bag and shoved it into Gu Chen's hand. Don't listen to her. You name your price. I can afford it. Come over and follow me. Another middle-aged woman slapped that business card out of Gu Chen's hand, and her whole body was on the verge of sticking to him. Several other people also opened their prices, one higher than the other. The words all meant to adopt him, believing that he was now also in a state of being adopted, and that it was fine to have one more or to change one more, asking Gu Chen if he was willing to follow them. At this moment, Gu Chen's patience finally reached the extreme. His face had also long since darkened to the extreme when a few women were arguing. Seeing that these few dirt-fat round-like women actually wanted to stick over to him, he almost gritted his teeth and spoke grimly. Scram! Chapter 49, He's a Gigolo? The few middle-aged women surrounding Gu Chen froze in place, not knowing how to react the moment they heard Gu Chen's warning-laden word. The other parents in the class were also attracted by Gu Chen's not-so-small, but implicitly intimidating sentence, and they all stopped chatting and looked toward the few people at the classroom door. The man surrounded in the center was full of anger. His eyes were cold and dangerous, exuding a fearful aura, and for a time, the class was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The class teacher was standing on the podium and other parents are discussing the child's matter. Also by this low roar was also startled, hastily turned his head to look over, subconsciously ready to persuade the fight. But when she saw the man surrounded by the crowd, his hostile aura soared, and she silently moved her legs back. Others didn't know Gu Chen, but she did. She still clearly remembered what happened to Mr. Wang, and before she took office, she was told by the headmaster not to mess with him. At this moment, she saw the atmosphere of the classroom door. A time for the few mouths of the rich wife and the heart lit a lamp. I hope they won't die too tragically. What's with the bull, you little white boy? The woman who stuffed Gu Chen's business card was the first to react, but she completely missed the dangerous aura overflowing from Gu Chen's body, and only felt that she couldn't keep her face from being scolded by him, so she choked back with her mouth open. That's right, you still think you're so tough. Several other middle-aged women also reacted one after another, and the crowd that had already been shocked by Gu Chen's aura saw that he didn't react even when he was scolded, and couldn't help but be emboldened. Being lost face, they are naturally not willing. Their husbands have a dignified character. How can they allow him to be insulted by a white boy in front of the crowd? If it is not that you are a little bit beautiful, do you think there is anyone who can look at you, dress like a human dog? You really put yourself in a person's shoes? If you weren't being kept by someone, do you think you could be here? Don't even look at yourself. Gu Chen was exasperated and wanted to laugh at being called a little white boy in every breath. Him, a little white boy? Ridiculous. He didn't want to be too high profile in this kindergarten before he left Zhang Fan waiting at the school gate, but he really didn't expect to be humiliated like this. Gu Chen couldn't stand it anymore, and took out his cell phone from his coat pocket, dialing Zhang Fan's number. What are Mr. Gu's orders? Come in. The second classroom on the left in the main teaching building. Hanging up the phone and scanning the several shrews in front of him who were still cursing and furious, Gu Chen ignored them and sat directly on the desk behind him. He was already tall with long legs, and now even though he had already leaned back and sat on the desk, he was still a head taller than the several women. Ha! Still shouting for help, right? What kind of people can you call out as a little white boy? I'm afraid it's not a bodyguard, right? This law and order society. You can still hit me what? Cut. I'll just wait here. I'll see what you can do to me. Gu Chen's line of sight was austere, and swept straight to that foul-mouthed shrew, coldly hooking his lips, and did not retort, letting them hurl abuse. Falling on the class teacher who was slightly at a loss for words on the podium not far away, Gu Chen opened his mouth. Call out your headmaster. The voice was cold and hard, and the tone was light, but he heard the homeroom teacher get a jolt and lift his legs to run. I'll go now. You wait a moment. Those women saw this reaction of the homeroom teacher. Their hearts were strange. However, they only thought that she was timid and scared by the scene, and didn't take it into consideration. Instead they continued to scold Gu Chen, with words like white boy and adopted coming out of their mouths. Zhang Fan received a phone call from his boss, and was wondering what was going on, and just as he picked up the phone, he heard that his tone was not right, and his heart tightened. The first time I saw him, I heard his tone of voice was not right, and my heart tightened. A parent-teacher conference could make Gu Chen so angry. Could it be that something had happened to the two children? Not daring to think about it, Zhang Fan hurriedly got down from the car, rushed all the way to the main teaching building, and arrived at the door of the classroom as fast as he could according to the guidelines given to him by Gu Chen. Before entering the class, Zhang Fan heard those unpleasant words and his heart sank. Although it is not the two children out of the matter, but this group of people have eyes not recognized Taishan, even dared to scold his boss like this. Zhang Fan is the heart of the fire. A push opened the classroom teacher to find the director of the door brought, raised his legs and walked in. The solid wood door that was pushed open by Zhang Fan with a strong force bam hit the wall of the classroom, which scared the women who had their backs to the door and were throwing a fit. Other parents' eyes were also attracted by the sudden muffled sound. The sharp-eyed ones among the crowd were instantly stunned to the point where they couldn't complete their words. Ginger. Jiang. How could it be Assistant Jiang? I'm afraid I wasn't shouted at by that man. Look at Assistant Jiang's eyes. It must be. I told you that he has an extraordinary aura about him. Definitely not an ordinary person. The few people who surrounded Gu Chen's outburst also recognized Zhang Fan at the first moment and froze a bit. They stopped their mouths from hurling insults, but they also froze, and for a moment, they remained motionless in the same position of surrounding Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, you're looking for me. Seeing Gu Chen's gloomy face, Zhang Fan greeted him first. Aha. Who? General Manager Gu? Who else could there be? Zhang Fan is not just a boss. Gu Chen Gu Big President Ah. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Zhang Fan call out for Mr. Gu, and finally guessed the identity of that handsome-looking man. For a while, the class resounded with the sound of pouring cold air one after another. Gu. Mr. Gu. The few women who were startled by Zhang Fan turned their heads back stiffly, staring at the grim-faced man in the center, and for a moment, their thoughts were not yet able to turn around. What Mr. Gu? Shouting at him? Then he. Zhang Fan, take care of these people and shout all their family men over to me. Yes. Zhang Fan swept his eyes at the several stupefied women in front of him, memorized their faces one by one, searched out their identities in his mind, and pinched his cell phone to go out and make a call. Those few women who had just threatened to adopt Gu Chen finally reacted when they heard that Gu Chen wanted Zhang Fan to contact their husbands, and one by one, their faces were as colorful as vegetables. Gu, Mr. Gu, we just now, after stammering for half a day, several people couldn't even come up with a decent excuse, anxiously pushing me, all wanting to rely on the others. The first opening of the rich wife at the moment has been white as paper. Beads of sweat from the forehead slipped down, bringing down the face of the exquisite makeup. Looks like the whole person at the moment woeful. Other people can still say a little bit, but she was the first to open up. But also stuffed Gu Chen's business card people. Certainly dead. Plus he let Zhang Fan to contact their own husbands. Then the rest of her life is probably ruined. Away from her husband. Where else would she get the glory and wealth? Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. I was just blinded by lard. Didn't recognize you. Chapter 50, Your wife wants to adopt me. The woman directly kneeled on the ground with a weak leg, shivering in fear. Seeing this, the surrounding people started talking, but no one dared to speak up. Only a few women were left in the center around Gu Chen scratching their ears anxiously, while others retreated to various corners for fear of being affected. The headmaster was writing in his office, and when he saw Mangbao and Good Boy's homeroom teacher rush in, even forgetting to knock on the door, his heart thumped. What's wrong? Running in such a hurry? Garden. Headmaster. The homeroom teacher was anxious in her heart and ran all the way as fast as she could. When she ran to the principal's office on the top floor, she was already tired and couldn't catch her breath. And she didn't say a complete sentence even after gasping for a long time. The headmaster saw her like this and knew that something bad was going to happen, got up from his seat and pulled the person to run directly outside. Speak on the way. The homeroom teacher was yanked and stumbled, almost kneeling on the ground. Her legs already filled with lead were a little out of control. However, being dragged by the headmaster's sleeve, she had to follow and run, and could only scream bitterly in her heart. What kind of sin is this? Head gardener. The class. A few parents of students in the class mistook Mr. Gu for a adopted gigolo, and spoke very harshly, without taking a breath. The class teacher did her best to slow down her heart that was about to jump out of her throat and gulped. What? Just now, Mr. Gu has called someone to deal with it, and asked me to notify you to come over. Finally stumbling over the story, the homeroom teacher ran downstairs after the head gardener while trying her best to adjust her breathing. It's killing me. Who wouldn't be a good person to mess with that god? Want to screw me over? The head gardener was so angry that he cursed outright, even though he knew he couldn't really speak those words out later either. These stupid women. Going downstairs was always easier than going up. The class teacher had already adjusted her breathing and silently followed behind the head gardener, not daring to answer. She's just a small teacher, which she wouldn't dare to offend. Bringing the class teacher all the way down the last set of stairs at a trot. The head gardener looked up and saw Zhang Fan standing outside the class on the phone, and hurriedly accelerated over. Assistant Zhang. Zhang Fan looked up at him while holding the phone. His eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion, and he raised his hand to point at the classroom door. Head gardener, Mr. Gu is waiting for you inside. This is going in. Not even having time to straighten out the few white hairs running askew on his head, the head gardener took a deep breath and opened the door to enter the classroom. Seeing the shivering woman who was already kneeling on the ground, as well as the crowd that was cowering in the corners and constantly whispering, and the impatient man sitting on the desk in the center of the classroom, the little bit of courage that the head gardener had managed to save up was dispersed again. Mr. Gu, I'm here. Gu Chen sniffed, looked up at him, and didn't say anything. I didn't know you were coming over, or I would have definitely gone out to greet you personally. The head gardener wiped the sweat from his forehead, and when he saw that Gu Chen didn't speak, his heart was even more nervous. How did everything get in his way? I don't have 2 years before I retire. First there's the Chi family, and then there's this bunch of stupid women causing me trouble. How can he be so bitter? The heart screamed bitter, face but did not dare to appear, pretending that he did not understand what happened, carefully opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Gu, what are you doing? Your kindergarten is at least a famous one in the city. What kind of crooked dates do you accept? Don't dare, don't be angry. I'll take care of this. As soon as the head gardener heard this, he knew he couldn't pretend anymore and hurriedly made a military order. Gu Chen glanced at him and didn't intend to poke at it. With his hands resting on his folded up legs, Gu Chen tapped his fingers with one hand, his eyes staring at the clock hanging above the large teaching screen without saying a word. Several kneeling on the ground shivering rich wife at the moment which has just overbearing momentum. See the head of the garden came in, are to his side to move, want to ask him to help them. They are also in a hurry. None of them thought that they were clearly the one who caused trouble to the director, and now they are still thinking of asking him to help. how stupid this idea is. The head gardener avoided, hate to drag a few people out, hurriedly took the class teacher to hide a little farther, instructed her to go to his office to fetch some tea for Gu Chen to brew. The class teacher had been in this Shola field is uncomfortable, nervous atmosphere, do not dare to breathe a bit, heard the principal told her to go to fetch things, and hurriedly ran away without looking back. 10 minutes later, received a phone call from Jiang Fan. Bosses rushed over. On the phone, Jiang Fan didn't explain the reason, only said that their wives had messed with Mr. Gu, and rushed them over to deal with it, but no one dared to slow down, and in 10 minutes time, they rushed over from various companies. Seeing that the people were all together, Gu Chen slowly stood up, glanced at the women who had previously surrounded him to offer money for their adoption in turn, and opened his mouth to speak. Several of your wives said that I'm a gigolo and want to offer money to adopt me. A few of you's family matters. Gu Mao is not at liberty to get involved, so please make yourself at home. After putting down his words, and ignoring the wonderfully colorful faces of the few men rushing behind him, Gu Chen took Jiang Fan and left the classroom straight away to find the 2 children to play with. A few men who rushed here were originally surprised how their own wives could mess with a man like Gu Chen, and when they gathered at the door of the class to wait for people to gather, they were still discussing in whispers that Gu Chen was disrespectful, and even told them to wait outside. At this moment, after hearing Gu Chen's words, 1 or 2 of them stood still as if struck by lightning, their sights each falling on their own women. First unbelievable, then shocked and angry. Good, you stinking, hooking up with men outside behind my back, huh? After one of them reacted, the other few also reacted, pointing at the several women on the ground with pale faces and started cursing. I worked hard outside to make money to support you and your son. You don't stay at home peacefully even if it's not enough, but also give me a disgrace to this? To be able to treat Mr. Gu as one of those little white boys. I think you're blind. If my career is ruined by you, take your little bastard and get out of here. Several women originally just saw Gu Chen's good looks and temperament, and thought of spending some money to find him as a companion, but did not expect to directly kick the iron plate, and at this moment they are all remorseful, even if their husbands scolded again unpleasant, but no one dared to talk back, only froze kneeling on the ground crying and weeping, since Gu Chen did not want to listen to them crying at the scene, simply will be directly informed of the matter of their men, after all, was publicly cuckolded. This thing is a man cannot endure, especially this kind of powerful man. Out of the classroom, Gu Chen led Jiang Fan to find the 2 children who were playing with the other children and stood behind them. Mangbao, good boy. The 2 children turned around in surprise, and when they saw that it was really Gu Chen, they looked at each other, their heads full of question marks. Dad, did you finish the parent-teacher conference so soon? Chapter 51. It's the kindergarten's fault. Gu Chen didn't really want to let the 2 kids know about this crap, so he made a random excuse to gloss over it. Well, come out for some air. The classroom not far away had an open window, and the intermittent sounds of women crying and men cursing came from time to time, causing Gu Chen to frown. The 2 children naturally also heard these, and see Gu Chen's face is not good, the heart is a little strange, but did not open the mouth to ask, just put down the hand-pinching toys, one left and one right to run over to find him to hug. When Gu Chen saw the 2 little groups of children swooping over and hugging his legs, his heart felt a lot better, and he bent down and picked up the 2 children one at a time. Daddy, is there no need to go back to class? The good boy blinked his big bright eyes and stared at Gu Chen's face. Aha, then let's go play somewhere else for a little while longer and then go home, blah blah blah. Okay, listen to you guys. Gu Chen nodded his head in agreement when he saw that Meng Bao didn't refute her sister's intentions either. Then we'll leave first. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to the other children they had just played with, Meng Bao and good boy before pointing in a direction and asking Gu Chen to carry them there. After casually strolling around the kindergarten with the 2 children, Gu Chen saw that it was almost time for lunch and prepared to take the 2 children to the drunken immortal residence. So he asked Jiang Fan, who was not far behind, to make a phone call to that place. Through the playground holding the 2 children are walking towards the school entrance. Behind the main school building suddenly came out a lot of parents, including those who rushed over to the man, dragging their respective wives, hurriedly chased towards Gu Chen's side. Gu Chen was walking with his child in his arms, not wanting to pay attention, but he didn't realize that a few people were still chasing after him. Hearing the cries and curses getting closer and closer behind him, Gu Chen's brows furrowed as he turned back with his 2 children in his arms, looking with impatience at the several people getting closer and closer. Jiang Fan naturally sensed his boss's impatience, so he took a step forward autonomously, blocking those rushing over for Gu Chen. I'm sorry, this is Mr. Gu's private time. The few people who were stopped by Jiang Fan's sentence were naturally unwilling to do so, but they didn't dare to get too close to Gu Chen, and were hesitant to open their mouths when they saw that Gu Chen was about to turn around and leave, so they immediately became anxious. Mr. Gu, please stay. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, the family blindly bumped into you. I'm really sorry, she has no quality. Don't bother with her in general. Scram. Gu Chen did not expect that person clearly saw him holding 2 children still dare to say it directly. Directly moved to anger. A word blocked the stupid several people. Holding the children turned around and left. Until he got into the car. Gu Chen was still frowning tightly. Meng Bao and Good Boy could see that he was in an extremely bad mood. Their hearts couldn't help but be curious. And opened their mouths to ask. What's wrong, Daddy? What happened? Who did that uncle just say was blind? Reacting to the fact that the 2 babies were still by his side. Gu Chen finally eased his expression. Raising his hand and pinching his brow before answering. Daddy's fine. Just had a bit of a conflict with a few parents. Uncle Jiangfan will fix it. Good Boy seemed to understand and nodded his head. Seeing that Gu Chen was in a bad mood, he took the initiative to reach out and hug him, and also patted Gu Chen's back like a small adult. Meng Bao's mind was more delicate than Goodyear's, and combined with what she had just heard the man say, as well as Gu Chen's slightly disgusted and impatient expression, she guessed the general idea. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it in detail, he didn't ask, and only sat quietly by his side, not bothering him either. The 2 children are so well behaved and considerate. Gu Chen heart that a little bit of pain also gradually evaporated, picked up the good baby on his lap, waiting for Jiang Fan to come back to drive them to the drunken immortal residence. After lunch, father and son returned to the apartment. Yang Mi took the time to call over the 2 babies holding Gu Chen's cell phone to go back to the room and chat with her. Gu Chen because he did not go to the company, so he sat on the living room sofa to read some of the documents that Jiang Cheng transmitted to him to deal with. Meng Bao took his sister back to the children's room, walked around the corner and glanced at the man who was intently looking at the computer screen, quietly closed the door. Jiang's sister pulled to the small sofa in front of the small sofa, whispering to Yang Mi. First, she and the good boy agreed not to get too excited later, before telling the 2 of them what she had guessed in the morning. Mommy, Daddy gave my sister and I a parent-teacher conference this morning, and it seems that we were harassed by the parents of other students. Yang Mi snorted out a laugh. Little brat, do you know what harassment is? Talking nonsense? Be careful that Daddy hears you and comes to beat your butt. Oh. While Munchkin was a bit anxious, Goody was suddenly understanding. She said why Daddy looked uncomfortable in the morning. He didn't even eat much lunch. Shoo, Mommy, what brother said might be true. Yang Mi saw the 2 babies' serious faces and put away her jokes. Then you guys tell Mommy what's going on. When Daddy took me and my sister around the kindergarten, we heard some bad ants say that Mommy didn't come to our parent-teacher conferences because Mommy. The 2 children whispered and Yang Mi told the ins and outs of the matter. From hearing those bad words in the garden, to the later matter of Gu Chen being stopped by a few uncles before leaving the kindergarten. Word for word, analyzing the situation. Yang Mi gradually frowned as she listened to the words adopt and other words that her 2 babies said. Her 2 children are still small. No one said the situation is naturally not exposed to these. Then this matter is 80% true. Combined with Meng Bao's words that he guessed something, Yang Mi reduced the whole thing to about 8 or 9, and her heart was a bit tasty. Dog man, kinda inviting. Gu Chen happened to have finished handling his work, and seeing the 2 children talking quietly in their room with the door closed, he was curious, so he knocked on the door and walked in. What are they chatting about? Meng Bao and Good Boy instantly closed their mouths and stopped discussing when they saw Gu Chen walk in. Instead it was Yang Mi on the other side of the phone who couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the 2 little clumps instantly serious. The 2 of them told me that you had a conflict with another student's parent in the morning, and were guessing. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, glanced at the 2 children, and didn't say anything. So smart? Couldn't have guessed it all, right? Just as he was thinking, he heard Yang Mi's voice suddenly lower. I'm sorry, I'm the one who troubled you. I didn't realize you were so inviting. Gu Chen looked at the little woman on the screen who had slightly lowered her head. Her heart softened into a peace. It's not a problem. It's not your fault. It's that kindergarten's threshold is too low, and any crooked date is recruited into it. Obviously a little jealous, but hid it from the public. Gu Chen saw Yang Mi's eyes fluttering about, somewhat amused. However, he said that the threshold of the kindergarten was low, but what he had in mind, after experiencing these 2 things, he had already thought about cleaning up under it. After all, it is the best aristocratic kindergarten in Yanjing, and the teacher's strength is not to speak of. In order for the 2 babies can receive the best education, can have a good learning environment, he is ready to improve the quality of the garden, from clean up these people to start the most appropriate. Yang Mi froze when she heard this and laughed out. Why are you still blaming people's kindergartens? Chapter 52, Mommy is coming back. Yang Mi felt funny and a little speechless in her heart as she listened to Gu Chen put the fault all on the kindergarten in one sentence. Dog man, the power of capital is right. Gu Chen's sentence eased the atmosphere, and the sour smell, if any, coming from Yang Mi's side dissipated. After such a mess, Yang Mi and Gu Chen saw the distance drawn a bit closer, and the topic of conversation was finally a bit more. How's the company these days? have Meng Bao and Good Boy been misbehaving? After thinking about it, Yang Mi felt that she should pay more attention to him, so she opened her mouth to ask Gu Chen about the company's recent situation. It was scary that he felt he was being abrupt and even asked about the children. Seeing her desire to cover up, Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled, and didn't poke at it, returning one by one. The company is operating normally. There's nothing wrong with it. Meng Bao and Good Boy obedient very, and good and understand. Today Good Boy can see that I am in a bad mood, but also took the initiative to coax me. Touching Good Boy's head of small soft hair, Gu Chen was in a good mood and talked a bit more. Good Boy blinked his big watery eyes, and suddenly climbed up and hugged Gu Chen's face and kissed him, making Gu Chen and Yang Mi look stunned, and couldn't help but lose a smile. It's good that it didn't cause you any trouble. Naturally not, my child. How could I be too much trouble? But today's parent-teacher conference hadn't even had a chance to get to know the two children's recent situation with the teacher. And then this happened. Gu Chen pinched his cuffs, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed talking about this. It's fine. Then later I'll ask assistant Xiao Chun for their teacher's WeChat. It's the same for communicating on the cell phone. Gu Chen thought about it and nodded. The homeroom teacher was female. It was indeed inconvenient for him to go and add it, and he didn't want to get into any more potential trouble. But on second thought, he immediately dismissed Yang Mi's idea of looking for Xiao Chun, looked at the small face on the screen and said seriously, Xiao Chun, I'll go and notify. I'll send the phone number to your cell phone in a while. Just get busy with your business. Yang Mi froze, a little bit, did not react to this turn of events. But anyway, with him opening his mouth and saving her the trouble, she didn't think much about it and nodded her head in agreement. Good. Only later did she react as an afterthought. How did it feel as if his sentence was a bit of a jealous element in the pinch? So she didn't want her to go to Xiao Chen on her own. At that time, the two had already recognized their hearts and had been together for a long time. And being suddenly brought up by Yang Mi about it still made Gu Chen blush. After chatting about the two children, Meng Bao and Behave Bao came back to the camera, eyeing Yang Mi. Mommy, when can you come back? They hadn't seen their mommy for almost 2 months and missed her a little. Yang Mi did the math, and not surprisingly there weren't many more to shoot. Probably this weekend. When Meng Bao and Good Boy heard this, their two pairs of eyes lit up all of a sudden, happily running around the room directly cheering. Oh, mommy is coming back. Good Boy held Mo Bo and jumped onto the bed, treating his crib as if it was a trampoline. Meng Bao, on the other hand, was carefully protecting his rambunctious sister from falling and getting hurt, and his little face was filled with excitement. Gu Chen saw the two little groups of people jumping around in front of his eyes, also infected by the atmosphere, the corners of his lips with a smile, just like that watching them. In the video, Yang Mi unintentionally glimpsed the man sitting on the small sofa, with a smile on his face, usually cold and hard face, today even ice melted like with warmth. Some stunned. I know he is handsome, but I did not expect to see every day can give her a small impact. See Gu Chen's line of sight to the screen swept over. Yang Mi finally realized that he froze staring at people for half a day, reacted subconsciously, picked up the phone, hung up the phone. Gu Chen, what's wrong? Yang Mi also did not expect her subconscious reaction to be so intense. Feeling a little stupid, lying on the bed to ease her embarrassment, she could still hear her heart beating as fast as it could, and for a moment felt her cheeks burning. Yang Mi, Yang Mi, how can you be so unproductive? It's not even if you're attracted to someone else's male color. You even made a fool of yourself in front of him, rolling around on the bed holding her face. Yang Mi hated to find a place where no one would know and bury herself. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. Yang Mi sat up from the bed with a jolt and ran to open the door without even putting on her shoes. Why is your face so red? Suli looked at Yang Mi, who came to open the door with a puzzled face. What was this little ninny doing in her room that took so long to open the door? Nothing. The air conditioning temperature is a little high. Stuffy, he. Hurriedly taking the back of her hand and compressing her hot cheeks, Yang Mi heatedly smiled and perfunctorily passed. Put your shoes on. Be careful of catching a cold. Glancing at her bare feet walking around on the floor, Suli frowned and opened her mouth to admonish. Although this room is air-conditioned and has a carpet, but how can I say that the floor is still cooler? Why don't you know to take care of your body, day in and day out? I can't stop worrying about it. I know, Mom Su. Yang Mi spits out her tongue and jokes with her, being chased around the room by Suli. It's not for your own good. When the time comes to roll around with a stomachache during physiological period, don't come to play pitiful with me. When the two of them were tired of fooling around and sat on the edge of the bed to rest, Yang Mi finally remembered that she didn't know the purpose of Suli's visit, so she opened her mouth to ask, Sisterly, looking for me what Oh, the director just called me, said that in a few days after your scene Kill Green, we'll give you to do a Kill Green banquet, told you to prepare in advance. By the time the past there will be a lot of media reporters, inevitably photographed you in interviews and so on. Can I not go? Upon hearing this, Yang Ni's face instantly drooped, staring at Suli accusingly. What killing banquet? Might as well go home early to play with my 2 babies. No. Suli stared at Yang Mi with a grim expression. My little aunt. You're just getting ready to make a comeback. What a great opportunity to show your face, do you know? Seeing that Suli was about to nag her again, Yang Mi couldn't be bothered and hurriedly stopped her words. Okay, I'll go. Suli then gave up and told her to rest early, then opened the door and went back to her room, sending Suli away. Yang Mi shuffled back to the bedside with slippers and paste, smashing the whole person directly into the soft bed between the quilts, lying still. The space was so quiet that only the sound of the air conditioner whistling and blowing the wind was heard, and the red on Yang Mi's face had not yet dissipated. Sprawled between the bed tied loose pillhead head gently shook, unconsciously thinking about the man who had just made her deepen the phone call. The temperature seemed to be a little high, and the warm wind hit her straight on, making her feel as if she was hot all over, and that light smile in her mind always lingered. The next day at 4 o'clock in the morning, Yang Mi rushed to the theater group in a muddle. Last night some insomnia. Get up so early in the morning her brain is not very clear. In the car also slept all the way. After rubbing her sore neck, Yang Mi asked Xiao Tao to order herself a cup of thick ice American style, and asked her and Suli to buy whatever drinks they wanted. Her treat. After an hour and a half, finally completing the war-damaged version of the female general's makeup, the makeup artist slapped Yang Mi, who couldn't open her eyes from shaking. Awake, sis, the makeup is done. Wake up, there are still 10 minutes before the sun comes out. Chapter 53, she's the one who gave her face away. At 5:40, the moment the fiery red sun jumped out of the horizon, the crew started on time. This was a scene where a female general fought bloody battles on the sands and tried her best to wait for the hero and heroine to arrive with reinforcements. Smoke-filled battlefield, corpses everywhere, blood flowing into the river. The female general held on to her last breath, and finally waited for the reinforcements at the moment of the rising sun. In the center of the battlefield where it was too late for the hero and heroine to rescue her, she no longer had the strength to swing her sword to block the rain of arrows coming from the enemy, and was hit by dozens of arrows and died on her knees. This is also the last single shot in Yang Mi's drama. The reason it hadn't been filmed was that the director intended to let her basic shot be finished, and after completely deciphering the connotations of the characters and the drama, she would show this most perfect side in front of the camera, which is why it had been delayed until now. In addition to a few rival scenes with the male and female leads, there was only this one left to shoot, and even though Yang Mi was disgruntled about the matter of getting up early, she still felt happy. She would soon be able to go home to accompany her 2 babies. Facing the sun, the warm light shone on Yang Mi's bloodless but still with a trifle heroic face, swinging away a sword to block the sharp arrows from the enemy camp towards her heart. Sweat slipped from her forehead as she saw reinforcements arriving from the southeast. She smiled miserably and slowly closed her eyes. The tears that flowed from the corners of her eyes contained bitterness and reluctance. Smashing into the dusty ground, dozens of sharp arrows pierced through her body, and the beauty facing the sunrise tilted her head slightly. No longer alive. Ka, the director, filled with tears, ended the strip, and the crowd on the set couldn't return to their senses for a long time, having long since been completely absorbed in the tragic end of the female general. The director was worried that after that incident, Yang Mi would not be able to quickly enter the role, but did not expect that only this article has stunned the crowd. The heart cannot help but secretly think, according to this momentum, she will definitely be a big hit, then his drama will certainly also be on fire. Thankful that he didn't miss such a good opportunity, the director immediately greeted her and opened his mouth to praise her. Mr. Yang, this shot is simply divine. Another one over. Look at this mood. The post-production doesn't even need editing. It's amazing. Mr. Yang. Yang Mi quickly detached herself from her role, sniffled, raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and smiled towards the director. Director Fallacious, I still have many shortcomings to improve on and many things to learn. The director was still about to open his mouth when he caught a glimpse of the male lead of the drama, Chang Xin, walking over, so he greeted Yang Mi and went back to the studio to continue filming other scenes, leaving space for the 2 of them. Teacher Yang has worked hard. A drink of water? Thanks. Is there something wrong? Yang Mi nodded and took the water, but didn't drink it, her heart a little strange. On weekdays, except for the necessary footage, the 2 had almost no contact. What was this drama today? Chang Xin didn't care, and chatted directly with Yang Mi. It's fine, it's just that there's a rival scene to be filmed later, to discuss the plot with you. Oh, good. You were particularly handsome just now. Shooting this one is quite tiring. Right, the waya is hanging quite tight. Do you want to take a break? Fine, no need to rest. Just start. Yang Mi saw that he kept smiling at himself, and even asked for warmth, feeling even more strange. What for is this? But she only thought that he was coming over to discuss the scene with herself, so she didn't care. But his eyes make Yang Mi feel not very comfortable. Subconsciously, just want to hurry to finish walking again so as to stay away from him. Unexpectedly, as the two of them chatted, Chang Xian suddenly took a step forward and approached Yang Mi, scaring her so much that she immediately took a step back. Mr. Yang, you have leaves on your head, can I help you take them off? No, I can do it myself. Chang Xian's eyes darkened for a split second, and without waiting for Yang Mi to notice, she resumed her gentleness. Sister honey, what are you hiding for? As a co-worker caring about you, it's not too much to help you pick a leaf. Although the corners of his eyes were still smiling, Yang Mi felt that he was hiding a knife in his smile. There was also the sudden concern that made Yang Mi feel only a little diaphragmatic in her heart. No need, then we're almost right. I'll go find a makeup artist to touch up my makeup. Make yourself at home, Mr. Chang. Truly unable to stay here any longer, Yang Mi turned around and left after saying this. Without giving Chang Xian a chance to refuse, she fled back to the makeup room. For some reason, Chang Xian's smiling but not smiling eyes made Yang Mi's heart panic, so much so that she fled as fast as she could, and didn't turn back on the way, so she didn't realize that behind her, Chang Xian's line of sight was full of impatience and annoyance. Staring at Yang Mi's back, Chang Xian's eyes were shadowy, until that back disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the hidden place, and as he walked, he took out his cell phone and answered a string of unsigned numbers. Hello, not maid, voice deep and cold. Chang Xian glanced around to make sure no one was there before continuing back. Who'd have thought she'd be pretending to be innocent? If it wasn't for her recent bit of traffic, I wouldn't have agreed to tie a CP with her. It's my problem? She herself gave her face away. At least she's been in the entertainment industry for so many years. She didn't even want to give her a chance. Who is she pretending to be? Okay, I know. Need time. Leave me alone. Not wanting to listen to the other party's demands anymore, Chang Xian directly hung up the phone and turned it off. A series of actions in one go, not dragging her feet at all. Teacher Chang, your one is going to turn on. Coming. Hearing the groundskeeper call out to himself from a long distance away, Chang Xian loosened the expression on his face, replaced it with his usual gentle countenance, and walked out of the corner. Who dash? Yang Mi, who ran back to the dressing room in one breath, let out a long breath and paralyzed on the chair. Looking at the agent, the little assistant and the makeup artist, all three of them were stunned. What's wrong? Didn't you just chat with Chang Xian quite well? Why this look of having seen a ghost? Su Li was full of doubts, and Xiao Tao and the makeup artist also stared straight at her. It's okay, I'm in a hurry. Hurry up, change your outfit, we're about to start shooting the next strip. Seeing that Yang Mi didn't want to talk about it here, Su Li didn't insist on asking her, and took the water she brought with her in a thermos cup, handing it to Yang Mi to drink. You drank iced coffee in the morning, and after shooting outside for so long, now drink some hot water to warm up your body. Yang Mi took it and smothered a mouthful. Only then did she feel a little reprieved, but thinking about that expression on Chang Xian's face, she was still uneasy in her heart and always felt that there was something wrong. But he was in a hurry to change the makeup, but did not think about it, only to keep an eye out for more. Thinking about today after the scene to go back and Su Li to discuss it. After filming a full day of rivalry, Yang Mi tired fast off. See the time close to the evening, they told Su Li with small Tao first to go to the parking lot of the nanny car and wait for her. Their own makeup removed and changed clothes on the pass to find them. Out of the studio door, the sky is already dark. The parking lot street lamps just lit. Yang Mi gathered the coat, lift the shoulder straps of the backpack. This weather is still hot in the daytime, but without the sunshine, it's actually cold. Chapter 54 Yang Mi on the hot search. Originally intended to hurry into the car to warm up, Yang Mi was about to step light trotting, when she heard someone behind her called her. A moment did not really hear, thought it was a fan to visit the class. She stopped her footsteps and looked back. Sister honey, wait for me. Chang Xian came out from the front door of the theater group and jogged all the way over towards Yang Mi, shouting as he ran. Yang Mi watched the distance between him and herself get closer and closer, and the sense of unease in her heart grew heavier and heavier. Subconsciously, she took out her cell phone from her bag, wanting to call Su Li to come and pick herself up, but before the phone could be dialed out, Chang Xian had already run to Yang Mi's side. Sister Mi. Chang Xian stood beside Yang Mi and gently called out to her. The moment Yang Mi looked up at him in confusion, Chang Xian dodged and stood to her side. The distance between the two also instantly closed. Less than a fist. Chang Xian also opened his hand as if he was holding Yang Mi in his arms, having already guarded against any small moves from him, as well as that sudden ambiguous leaf-picking maneuver in the morning. Even though Chang Xian was faster this time, Yang Mi reacted as fast as she could. With a push away from the tall man leaning over, Yang Mi instantly took a large step away from him, her eyes wary. Mr. Chang, please respect yourself. After saying that, Yang Mi immediately turned around and ran towards the car waiting for her around the corner. Chang Xin smiled openly behind Yang Mi, her eyes full of smugness. Humph, isn't it just firing the CP? As long as there was a topic of conversation, there would naturally be fans who would automatically associate with it. Pretending to be noble? I'll see how else you can pretend. Looking to the corner of a dark place, seems to have the wind blowing through, the leaves rustling, Chang Xin smiled even more arrogantly, turned around and paced away in another direction. Yang Mi ran all the way back to the car, brought the car door before a long sigh of relief, heart because of running beat extremely fast. Suli saw her flustered look in the heart more doubt, but did not open the mouth to ask, thinking of returning to the hotel. After all, there is a driver in. Some things are not good to speak. After a day of filming, plus the 2 times that Chang Xin made trouble, Yang Mi was a little tired, so she leaned on the back of the chair and closed her eyes to rest. Suli sat in the seat next to her, with a laptop on her lap, wearing headphones out, dealing with the team. Xiao Tao sat in the passenger side, brushing his cell phone while secretly giggling, until he brushed a new tweet, and after reading the content, his face instantly froze, and hurriedly turned back to shout at Yang Mi, Sister honey, something's wrong. When Yang Mi heard this, her heart thumped and she brushed her eyes open. Suli also raised her eyes at the same time and looked over, her eyes full of inquiries. What's wrong? Xiao Tao passed her own cell phone back, looking anxious. It says that Sister Honey has just been photographed out of the theater set having a private meeting with a mysterious man, and the kiss was captured on camera, and now some people have guessed that the man is Chang Xin, and the fans of the 2 families have already started cursing. You see, it's already on the hot search list. Yang Mi took the phone and Suli briefly browsed through that tweet. Although the photo was slightly blurred, like a frame taken from the video, it was still enough to see that it was Yang Mi and the male lead in the drama, only with a different angle. Yang Mi naturally know what is going on, cannot help but heart straight nausea, this angle to find really hard, like 2 people hugging and kissing together in general. Fear is not less effort to design. Exit browsing to look at the location of the hot search list. Ranking is relatively backward, but the 2 fans seem to be more powerful. According to this rate of development continues, it is estimated that not out of tonight, Yang Mi will have to account for the top of the list to go. Suli frowned tightly. She knows Yang Mi 2 children in Gu Chen's existence, naturally know that she would not do such a thing, but still some puzzled. The co-pilot of the Shout-Out also blearily watched, full of worry. What's going on here? Looking at the time, it should be what just happened in the parking lot? Well, that's it. Just now I told you guys to come over and wait for me first. When I came out myself, I was called by him. I've been guarding against him during the day, but I didn't expect to still be put on the spot. Yang Mi and dish out. Itself, this matter has nothing to do with him. Presumably Chang Xin want to rub the heat, only to make such a thing. Yang Mi cannot figure out. Chang Xin, a face with money and acting skills of the popular flow of students. Usually heat is not low. In the circle of reputation has been very good. How will suddenly engage in this kind of thing? Heart cannot help but some resentment. She does not want to have these things, but cannot resist always someone set her up. During the day? During the daytime he looked for you? When Suli heard this, she noticed that something was wrong, and when she thought of Yang Mi's hurried rush into the dressing room during the day, she had a rough guess in her heart. Well, after I finished shooting that one during the daytime, he came over to bring me water. I didn't drink it. He took the opportunity to use the time when he was acting with me to suddenly approach me, saying that he wanted to help me pick the leaves that were swept on my head, which I dodged, and then he ran back to the dressing room. I originally thought that he would not be so quick to find things, thinking to come back to the hotel in the evening to talk to you, but it turned out that I didn't expect him to move so quickly, and still not survive the next day. Just now, I'm afraid that he has already found a good paparazzi, hiding in the dark just to film this part. Xiao Tao was amazed to hear this. Normally she still ate Chang Xion's face, plus he was humble and courteous to everyone on the set, so she had always had a good feeling in her heart, thinking that he was quite good and didn't play big names. As a result, when she heard about such a thing today, her whole body was bad, and she felt sorry for Yang Mi while hating herself for being blind. According to reason, you usually do not have any interactions. This is about to kill the green. How could he make such a thing out? Suli some cannot figure out. Yang Mi also do not know why. The 3 people in the car thought all the way did not come up with the reason. Can only go back to the hotel to find the team to discuss how to solve. Only in this all the way time, the 2 fans tear each other war intensified. Yang Mi's rumors and black powder attack. A variety of obscene language endless, once again into the public opinion. Yang Mi pondered for a long time, feeling that he and Chang Xian have no faults. So is he deliberately targeting himself at this time? Seeing this news spread very fast, Suli finally found that this matter is not like ordinary public opinion fermentation, should be behind the scenes to manipulate everything. Then think of Chang Xian's approach. It should be someone wants to rub Yang Mi's recent heat intentionally out. The heart is a little annoyed. Suli once the car with small Tao went straight to the room to contact the team to release a statement to go. Yang Mi went back to her room and simply washed her hands, lying on her bed for a while, thinking that she should give Gu Chen a call, lest he misunderstand herself. Gu Chen has a lot of things to do in the company today. It's already 8 o'clock in the evening, and he hasn't returned to the apartment yet. The two babies were handed over to Xiao Chen to take them to play after he picked them up, and now he's in the office approving the documents. The office door was knocked. A few seconds later Zhang Fan pushed the door and walked in, looking a little anxious. Mr. Gu, something happened on MS. Yang sighed. Chapter 55, I'll settle this matter. Gu Chen instantly raised his head from his desk, his hostile aura skyrocketing as he stared dead at Zhang Fan's figure at the door. What? MS. Yang was photographed with the male lead of their crew. It's now climbing extremely fast at the end of the hot search list. It should be someone pushing it. Zhang Fan almost couldn't withstand the icy cold line of sight that looked like it was trying to kill, and hurriedly told what he had seen and guessed. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the person was fine. Call the bodyguard. With his sight back on the computer, Gu Chen instructed Zhang Fan to contact the bodyguard while continuing to process the documents. How come there's not even a single message back after all this time? What do they do for a living? When the phone was connected, the bodyguard's surprised inquiry came from the other side. Does Mr. Gu have any new orders? You didn't know that MS. Yang was just photographed in front of the theater? The bodyguard captains were all confused. They were only responsible for protecting MS. Yang's safety, but just now MS. Yang wasn't threatened. It seems like she just spoke to someone and pushed them away with a hand. Do they need to be on it? Besides, the hot searches are all on cell phones. How dare their bodyguards look at their cell phones during working hours? Assistant Jiang, just now MS. Yang just said a few words to that man, and pushed the man to run away by herself. The two contact time is not more than 5 seconds. We thought it was fine. The phone was on speakerphone. The bodyguard captain and Zhang Fan explained. Gu Chen also knew. Screwed together eyebrows have not been loosened. After hearing that Yang Mi and Chang Xian is that close, it seems that also screwed a little tighter. Got it. As soon as the deep, cold voice came out, the other side of the phone was obviously silent for 2 seconds before picking up. Mr. Gu, is it because you don't want another member of the opposite sex to approach MS? Yang? This can be described as a very euphemistic question. The captain of the bodyguards originally wanted to ask Gu Chen if he was jealous. The words came to his lips and instantly turned around, feeling that he should not be so blunt. Take care of her side. Gu Chen didn't say yes or no, but the bodyguard captain inexplicably heard a threat in it, and his heart was clear. Yes. The phone hung up. Gu Chen continued to deal with work matters while instructing Zhang Fan without lifting his head. Go check. Start with Chang Xian. See who he's been in contact with. Okay, Mr. Gu. Zhang Fan picked up his own cell phone that was sitting on the table and turned around to go out and turn on his computer. Zhang Fan had just left in less than 5 minutes when the private phone in Gu Chen's coat pocket rang. The ringtone was the unique one. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, took out his cell phone to see, but still the video, clicked on the answer button to pick up, will be the cell phone leaning stand in front of a pile of documents stacked in front of the table. Gu Chen, back to the hotel? Just came back. Did you see the hot search thing? Gu Chen was surprised in his heart. Could it be that he came to him to explain? The heart could not help but be a little pleased, but the face did not show, pretending that he had not seen it. No, what hot search? This time Yang Mi did not know how to speak, hesitant and stammered for half a day, but also did not say a general. What should she say? Did she say that she was photographed kissing with Chang Xian? In the end, she simply forwarded that message directly to Gu Chen, telling him to read it himself. Oh, then what? Seeing that Gu Chen didn't have much of an expression, and his words were cold, Yang Mi thought that he was angry, and anxiously wrinkled her little face together as she hurriedly explained. Me and him, it's nothing. This photo was taken in a borrowed position. During the day, he came to me to play opposite me, then suddenly said he wanted to pick the leaves on my head. I didn't let him pick me and ran away. At that time I felt that the way he looked at me wasn't right. Now I'm thinking that it should be the way to look at the eyes of the prey. And then, I thought he was just on a whim, or even if he intentionally looked for trouble, he wouldn't look for it twice a day. But I didn't expect him to come back at night to chase me out. Yang Mi was so anxious that she was close to tears, and directly explained to Gu Chen from the morning's events. At that time, after I finished filming, I told Sisterly to go to the car and wait for me. I thought that the car was comfortable, so I let her take Xiaotao to go over first. I didn't expect him to come over and stop me. I also didn't expect him to call out to me. Directly rushed over. I was still defending him. Not yet, but I didn't let him touch me at all. I pushed him away with one hand. That picture should have been recorded in advance by someone he found and then screenshotted. And lent a bit. It looks like the two of us. The two of us. We said for half a day. Yang Mi never said the word kiss, looked up at Gu Chen on the screen, and saw that he was looking at her and smiling. Her face burned up. This time it is not because of shyness, because I feel too ashamed of myself, only to feel wrong after finishing the sentence. What is her identity to explain to him about it? Yang Mi was about to say hello and hang up the phone quickly when Yang Mi heard Gu Chen's voice with a smile. Well, I believe you. Looking at the little woman on the other side of the video who had reddened her face in an instant and her head was about to be buried under the table, Gu Chen understood that she was embarrassed before she finally opened her mouth. This time it was Yang Mi's turn to be surprised. What did he say? Believe in her? She didn't hear wrong, right? I heard right. I believe you. I know what's going on. You work at ease and eat at ease. I'll solve this matter. Do you understand? Oh, dully nodding her head. Yang Mi hasn't reacted yet. She just subconsciously wanted to agree with him. This man just had the ability to make people inexplicably willing to believe. Could this be the so-called sense of security? But what did he just say? He knew what was going on? Then he just lied to her when he said he didn't see the hot search. A bit of a grumpy line of sight shot through the screen to Gu Chen. Yang Mi's eyes accusing, but was clearly seen by Gu Chen. The corners of her mouth smiled even more, pinching the customized fountain pen that he had just casually brought to play with while listening to Yang Mi explain what happened. Gu Chen opened his mouth to explain. Didn't mean to lie to you, just wanted to see how you'd explain it to me so I could figure out how to help you out. Surprised by his attentiveness, Yang Mi was a little ashamed of what she had just guessed, but after hearing him say this, she also finally let go of her embarrassment, and her heart was more or less moved. At least someone is willing to help her. At least there is him who can help himself. Looking at the scene behind Gu Chen, not her apartment, some surprise. You're still at the company? So busy today? Well, there are still some things to deal with. Meng Bao and Good Boy called Xiao Chen to help bring it. Don't you worry. Yang Mi was a little embarrassed to open her mouth. I'm not worried about them either. You're busy at this hour. Have you not eaten yet? Not yet. I'm not very hungry. Okay. Yang Mi understood and didn't say anything. Just chatted with him about the children and recent interesting events. Then she took the tablet and contacted her friend in Yanjing, ordered dishes from the restaurant they often went to, and asked her to help herself to Gu's front desk. Chapter 56, received a warning letter. When Jiang Fan came in with the food box, Gu Chen was listening to Yang Mi's broken thoughts while dealing with his work, and when he saw Jiang Fan push the door in, his face was still a bit unhappy. Mr. Gu, MS. Yang's friend sent the food box to the front desk. Why don't you eat something first? Seeing that Gu Chen was about to get angry, Jiang Fan hurriedly showed the food box he was carrying as a shield. He naturally knew his boss's temperament, and he would definitely get angry if he was disturbed at this time. Sure enough, the original still wrinkled together eyebrows suddenly loosened up, raised an eyebrow, looked at the screen bright little woman. You bought it for me to eat? Yes. Quickly open it to see if it's your favorite food? I think you should be hungry. You need to eat on time. The excitement on her little face was already overflowing through the screen. Gu Chen looked amused. I didn't think she had such a girly side. The first time I've seen it. It's kinda cute. Good. Getting up from the desk, coming to the sofa in the lounge area to sit down. Jiang Fan had already taken out the meals one by one and set them up. There were meat and vegetables, a good mix of nutrients, and a cup of soup that had been brought over in a thermos pot, and the aroma could already be smelled as soon as the lid was opened. Gu Chen smelled the aroma. Really is a little hungry. Also not polite. Will be the phone leaning on the thermos pot, while watching the video and eat up. Yang Mi felt that he should hang up the phone and ask him to have a good meal, but for some reason, just can't say goodbye to him, thinking that as long as he doesn't mention it, then watch him finish eating before hanging up. She can't let go. Just think of herself as eating with him through the screen. She consoled herself in her heart. Gu Chen ate this meal is very satisfied. This restaurant, although he had eaten before, but then did not think the taste is much better, must be compared to his drunken immortal residence, but today is exceptionally delicious, appetizing, without thinking too much, will be a small portion of exquisite dishes eaten, and even finished drinking the soup in the thermos pot, but Gu Chen still feel that it is not enough. Looking at the person who had already turned from the table to the bed and rolled around, Gu Chen's mood was also carried by her a lot better. Back to the table to continue working. The time is already close to 11 o'clock. Yang Mi called Gu Chen at the same time. Did not forget to tell Suli this matter. Gu Chen will help. Told them not to worry too much. Suli heard this news is also relieved. Cannot help but banter her in the chat box. Will be said to blush again. Good thing Gu Chen did not notice. Seeing that he finished his meal and returned to the table to sit and work, without the intention to hang up the phone, Yang Mi was a little hesitant. If she hangs up, she is definitely unwilling in her heart, but if she doesn't hang up, will it affect his work? Otherwise, just don't talk? Glancing at the man who was working seriously, Yang Mi gradually looked mesmerized, and also forgot to dwell on the matter of hanging up the phone or not. It is said that men who work seriously are the most handsome. Yang Mi now feels that this is not true at all. It is indeed very handsome. The high nose, the clear jawline, the eyebrows, the perfect side face. It was killing her. Yang Mi just stared at Gu Chen as he worked, the two of them, one watching, the other busy, only the sound of each other's breathing coming through the cell phone, inexplicably peaceful. After staring for a long time, Yang Mi was sleepy, and fell asleep on the bed with the video on, with a warm yellow bedside lamp on, the light and shadow just like that straight on her quiet sleeping face. When Gu Chen finished his last job, he turned around and saw this picture, and his heart softened. After staring at Yang Mi for a while, he really couldn't hang up the phone. Turning his microphone into silent mode, he put his cell phone into his coat pocket, went downstairs to find the two children who had already fallen asleep from playing, and drove back to the apartment. It was only when Yang Mi's cell phone ran out of battery and automatically hung up that the two finally ended their video call for the night. Gu Chen didn't sleep the whole night, and when he closed his eyes, it was Yang Mi's gentle frown. Yang Mi, on the other hand, slept until dawn, and waited until Suli knocked on the door to wake up, but at the cost of borrowing a rechargeable battery from the front desk of the hotel, before rushing to the set. Realizing that Gu Chen didn't hang up the phone, Yang Mi's heart was a little jumpy and a little nervous, and she wondered if she would look ugly when she fell asleep. This matter was resolved by Gu Chen on the second day of the incident, but Chen Intervenes side of the fans still have some fans to Yang Mi's private messages to attack indiscriminately. All were ignored by her to ignore. Time passes very quickly. In the days of the drama group did not have any more conflicts. Yang Mi is also happy to be peaceful, and finally came to the day of the scene to kill the green. Early in the morning, Yang Mi rushed to the drama set. In the dressing room received an anonymous delivery of flowers. Is a bouquet of crushed ice blue roses. Very beautiful. Is Yang Mi usually like the type of flowers? Originally thinking that it was sent by her fan, Yang Mi happily hugged it over and wanted to smell it. But in the end, the moment she put her nose over it, she found a touch of green hidden between the blue and white colors, and stopped her head from moving. Carefully turned over the petals. Is a green worm? Still wriggling. Will be close to the makeup artist. Startled, Yang Mi is a little speechless. Opened the small card clipped inside. Is a warning letter. Written content is roughly told her to stay away from Chen Intervenes. She is not worthy of her brother. The heart is a little diarrhea. Yang Mi told Xiao Tao will be this flower in this letter thrown out. Xiao Tao threw the flower on the way to meet the Suli over. Will be this matter to add oil and vinegar and said again. She really can't stand to see those brain-damaged fans to bully Yang Mi. Yang Mi's efforts since she followed her in the eyes. She is very heartbroken. When Suli heard this, her fire went straight to her head. Understanding that this must be someone's deliberate act, snatching the flowers from Xiao Tao's cell phone and holding them in her arms to keep the evidence, pulling Xiao Tao straight back to the dressing room. Honey, let's go. All told to bully to the doorstep. Do not know what their whole group do for food. Suli was truly furious, pulling up Yang Mi and leaving the dressing room, but on the way out she ran into the director who happened to be looking over. Hearing that Yang Mi had suffered, the director persuaded Suli's anger down, and arranged for several people to rest in the lounge. In the lounge, Suli saw Yang Mi mood is not very good, took a lot of effort to pacify people, and then called back to the company, ready to find someone to solve this matter. The nature of this matter is considered to be intimidation, very serious. She is Yang Mi's agent. It is impossible to be kind, otherwise in the future there may be many other bad things to bully their head. Finally, after the cooperation of the crew, as well as in the company's tough attitude, got the flower delivery time monitoring, investigation out of the flower delivery. That person is just an errand boy. In the back of the investigation, the trail leads to the back of the person who let the flowers sent, is a big fan of Chen Intervenes. The identity is not to say prominent, but some money and status. It is said that Chen Intervenes fan support will be the vice president of the Chapter 57, waiting to be hidden. Gu Chen's side also knew about this matter, but he didn't take it all in. He only found out the fans' hidden past for Yang Mi, including some secret dealings with Chen Intervenes, as well as the rumors of smashing money to promote Chen Intervenes. Suli told Yang Mi about all these things after handing over to Jiang Fan and her own company, wanting to see what she thought. Yang Mi is not surprised. That flower with a letter has long explained everything, even if you do not go to investigate, but also certainly in Chen Intervenes cannot get involved. But she did not expect this brainwashed fan identity is not low. I heard that she and Chen Intervenes unclear relationship. Yang Mi more and more from the bottom of the heart against Chen Intervenes. She did not expect to look at that gentlemanly people behind the scenes will do these unproductive things. Some bad luck just. I do not know her fans know. Will not be chilled. After checking out the situation, The director naturally got the news and rushed back to appease Yang Mi's emotions. Teacher Yang, you see this drama has just finished filming. It's the most critical moment. How about? Yang Mi naturally knew what the director meant, and she didn't want her comeback work that she had worked hard to prepare for almost a year, and got up early and shot for 2 or 3 months to have these scandals at this time. After all, just finished, Yang Mi does not want to make too much trouble, so she agreed to the director's proposal to suppress the first to talk about it later. But she didn't intend to let Chang Xin off the hook just like that, and only made a deal with the director to let him restrain Chang Xin from making small moves to annoy her. The director knew he was in the wrong, and seeing that Yang Mi's request was not excessive, he immediately nodded his head and agreed, and immediately went to Chang Xin to give her a warning. I thought the director gave a warning. At least Chang Xin will not engage in any irrational action, but did not expect that night's final banquet. He prepared a huge surprise for everyone, and ultimately his own future to send a clean break. After all the processes were completed, all the crew members gathered in the banquet hall. Yang Mi was a little anxious from the time of the group photo, and finally dealt with the process, rushed to the restroom. Chang Xin saw Yang Mi alone, followed her to the restroom door, and when Yang Mi came out, she directly stepped forward and blocked her way. Yang Mi washed her hands and just came out of the restroom door. She almost ran headlong into Chang Xin, who rushed over, and she was so scared that she dodged to the side for a while. It took a lot of effort to stabilize her figure in 10-centimeter heels, glared up at him, and staggered her body in preparation to cross him. Unexpectedly, Chang Xin grabbed her wrist and threw it back. Yang Mi ate the pain and almost broke her ankle again, and the fire in her heart was completely stifled. You are sick. Do I have a grudge against you? How much trouble have you caused me and you still come to me? Didn't bother with you, what else do you want? You deserve it. Don't you just want to make a CP with you? Why are you pretending to be so noble? You've been in this circle for a few years. It's impossible that you don't know such a common thing, right? If you had agreed to me earlier, would you have gotten into so many things? Yang Mi was simply laughed at by his words. She did not take advantage of the situation and hit him back, understanding that she could not talk to him at all. Yang Mi directly raised her leg, took her small fine heel and stepped hard on his high leather shoes, turned around and was ready to leave. Chang Xin bent over in pain, his face turning red, but reacted very quickly to rip Yang Mi back and slammed him against the wall. Damn stinking! You dare to step on old me? The high-raised slap was about to land on Yang Mi's face, frightening Yang Mi so much that she inclined her head to dodge. The expected pain did not come, but instead, Chang Xin's miserable scream came from her feet. Ah, who dares to hit me? Chang Xin's hand that was ready to hit Yang Mi was vigorously thrown away, but his own face was hit hard by a force, causing him to directly fall and fly out, lying on his back beside Yang Mi's feet for half a day without being able to get up. He could only cover his face and look up, cursing as he did so. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? You wait. I'll kill you. Eyelashes fluttered gently. Yang Mi put down the 2 arms protecting her face, slowly inclined her head, and that familiar back appeared in her sight. Yang Mi's entire body was protected by Gu Chen behind her, staring blankly at the tall and broad back of the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, somewhat unable to react. Gu Chen? How could he be here? The man's 5'8" height was like that as he condescendingly looked at Chang Xin, who couldn't get up from the ground, his complexion icy cold and his jawline taut. Chang Xin was shocked by the sight and shrank back, but still not dead. Who are you? Gu Chen ignored it, and the moment he turned back to look at Yang Mi, the icy coldness on his face instantly melted and turned into eyes full of worry. How is it? Did you get scared? Any injuries? No. Yang Mi was already too shocked to speak, stumbling back to him. Gu Chen sighed in relief and nodded, redirecting his sight to Chang Xin, who instantly turned back to ice cold. He had already struggled to get up, and his face was swollen like he had a stone in his mouth. The noise from the several people's side was loud, causing those close by to have noticed the difference and gradually gathered around. Zhang Fan with the hotel manager through the crowd rushed over. The manager saw the scene. Forehead has been sweating, face like dirt. Come in after Gu Chen compensation. The director also heard the wind rushed over, far from looking at the crowd of men out of the group height. The heart is cold a cut. He rushed to take the screenwriter and other staff all the way jogging rushed over, set aside the crowd into the center of the circle. Without even caring about Chang Xin standing next to him, the director rushed directly to Gu Chen and apologized. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, it was my negligence. I didn't expect him to be so. I'm really sorry. I didn't take care of Mr. Yang. Next to her, Chang Xin looked at the manager and the director's lowly appearance. Her heart was a bit of a big drum, and she slowly moved to the director's side and pulled on his clothes. Director, who is he? Why are you so afraid of him? The director hated to turn back and strangle this bottle of dissatisfied half bottle of messy waste, gritted his teeth and turned back, shaking off the corner of his shirt that was pinched by him. Who are you talking about? Father, the Gold Master Father, Gu Chen, the man in charge of the Gu Group. Chang Xin was shocked by the director's words, and not caring about the fiery pain of the wound on his face, he turned his head to stare blankly at the man who was considerably taller than him. He was Gu Chen? That Yang Mi. Falling her eyes onto Yang Mi, who was being protected by Gu Chen with a stupefied face, Chang Xin finally reacted to what stupid thing she had done. If Mr. Gu was protecting her like this, his relationship must be extraordinary. Why did he listen to that person's bull and go to rub off on her traffic, and to hype up a CP with someone else? Gu Chen glanced at the director. His eyes were icy cold. He didn't say anything, pulling Yang Mi, who was still in a state of rigidity behind him, and left the banquet hall. The director looked at that look and his heart went completely cold. Chang Xin also finally came to her senses and grabbed the director in hindsight. Director. I can still. The director rolled his eyes and shrugged him off without any goodwill. Waiting to be snowed in you. Chapter 58, His Heartacher? Chang Xin heard these words as if struck by lightning. Her mind was instantly blank. Her eyes were empty. The hand that covered the wound on her face gradually dropped to her side, and she stood in front of the bathroom, not knowing how to react. Seeing Yang Mi was taken away, the crowd gathered around also dispersed a bit, but there are still some still gathered around whispering, discussing the consequences Chang Xin will face. Do you think Mr. Gu will really block him? Keep your voice down. Look at the way he looked just now. I'm afraid he's not a psychopath. How can someone who usually looks like a gentleman do such things? I don't get it. That's right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Chang Xin's agent and her assistant came over, looking unhappy, but with so many people present, they planned to pull Chang Xin back to the car and talk about it. Unexpectedly, the agent's hand just pulled Chang Xin's suit sleeve to pull out, but was Chang Xin threw away. His whole person as in a manic general rushed to the agent shouted, "Don't touch me. I'm going to find the director. Don't pull me." The agent was not aware of the sudden outburst of Chang Xin's action. He stumbled, almost fell, was followed by a small assistant to help stabilize his body, instantly face worse. Seeing Chang Xin going crazy in public regardless, the agent only felt that he could not be more incorrigible, so he did not give him any more face. Chang Xin, the company just called and suggested that you take some time off after this movie. The crowd's faces changed, and their murmurs grew louder. What? The company knew so quickly? That is to say, still calling it a rest in the beautiful name. It must be that General Manager Gu has taken action to clean it up. It's only right that he's ready to block it. Chang Xin, who was still grimacing, instantly froze the moment she heard this, looking incredulously at the agent who was full of impatience. For a period of time? Rest? And then there will no longer be a place for me. Chang Xin, in this circle, is that it? Lying to me? Ahahaha, you all lied to me. Chang Xin's eyes were full of madness as she looked at her manager, and her eyes became red from excitement. The wounds on his face swelled up high, and with his grimacing expression, it was terrifying, scaring the onlookers into taking an involuntary step back for fear that he would go crazy and hurt himself. Brokers see his mental state is not quite right. Called the hotel manager, contacted the security over. Will be dragged and dragged away. The onlookers see no longer lively to see, only gradually dispersed, without the hero and heroine of the final banquet in the usual. But the atmosphere is filled with a weird. The people look at each other, but no one dares to chew the root of the matter, only silent exchange of eyes. Yang Mi was let out of the hotel by Gu Chen, and even though it wasn't a short walk, she still couldn't recover from the shock and horror. Why was he here? Wasn't he still in Yanjing yesterday? And how could he have saved her by such a coincidence? Seeing the woman who was still standing frozen and refusing to move even after being pulled to the car by himself, Gu Chen smiled helplessly, flexing his fingers and gently tapping Yang Mi's head. Get in the car. Well, Yang Mi suffered pain, covering her head with a muffled grunt and glaring at Gu Chen before turning around and getting into the car. Gu Chen looked at Yang Mi's feet wearing those small 10-centimeter heels and frowned, but didn't say anything. He respected her work. However, Gu Chen was actually very glad that he arrived in time today and didn't let Chang Xin's so heavy slap land on Yang Mi's face. Otherwise he really didn't dare to imagine how serious the consequences would be. Gu Chen had taken the force of Chang Xin's slap for Yang Mi at that time, which he still remembered clearly, plus the heel of Yang Mi's shoes. It was not easy for her to support herself to stand still. If he wasn't there, didn't arrive in time, she was afraid that the whole person would be thrown out directly, and by then the injury was not only to her face, maybe her legs would have to be fractured. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's heart was filled with fear, and his line of sight couldn't help but fall on Yang Mi's palm-sized face. Different from the video of that night's clean, she came to participate in today's killing banquet to be photographed. Makeup slightly thicker, but not vulgar, appearing to the whole face more exquisite, not to mention, in Gu Chen's eyes there is a kind of indescribable sense of seduction. Perceived Gu Chen fell in his face line of sight some long. Yang Mi turned his head to ask him what to see, but did not expect to directly into the bottom of his eyes, where there is a strong heartache. Heartache? It's an illusion, isn't it? Yang Mi is a little strange. Do not know whether he will be Gu Chen's bottom of the eyes of the emotions interpreted out of the wrong. Raised his head to take a closer look but found that the line of sight has become different again. Then just think that it is their own eye blurred, and did not think too much about it. Why are you here? Weren't you still in Beijing last night? Yang Mi was actually scared just now, but the moment she saw him blocking in front of her, her heart was more surprised and touched. Looking at Yang Mi's small face with doubt, incomprehension and inquiry, Gu Chen hooked his lips. I came over here on a business trip this morning. There was a project to be docked, and the person in charge of the project asked me to talk about cooperation there. Oh, heart inexplicably a little lost. Yang Mi turned back her head, no longer looking at him. Originally, I planned to find you after negotiating the cooperation down, but I didn't expect to meet unexpectedly, but I'm still glad that I could be there. Otherwise if you had gotten hurt, I really don't know how I would explain it to my two children, that I'd be heartbroken that he had wanted to say out of his heart. Just as it reached his throat it spun around and made him swallow it, replacing it with the two children as an excuse. Gu Chen was afraid that he would scare her if he was too abrupt. Luckily I came in time to help you block that slap. Gu Chen's eyes resumed taking on heartache, but Yang Mi only lowered her head and didn't look at him, so she didn't notice. She knew that he was actually just defending himself, and was touched in her heart, but she couldn't be happy, and only felt a sour and numb pain in her heart. She should be happy, right? Gu Chen cared so much about his children's feelings, and could always be concerned about their feelings, which meant that he had a mangbao and a good baby in his heart, so she should be happy. But why couldn't she stop feeling sad, isn't it? His goodness to her is also only because of the deficit to mangbao and good boy, so now take all kinds of ways in making up for it, only to her. Startled by her own thoughts that came out of nowhere, Yang Mi instantly returned to her senses, but after running through what she had just thought in her mind, she was a little confused again, thinking back to the past few days between the two to get along with the pattern. He worked, she watched, do not want to hang up the phone, she seems to, kind of like him? Yang Mi figured out this point, and then thought of the words he just said. Her heart was even more sad. She liked him, but what about him? Yang Mi looked up at the man next to her and wanted to ask something, but hesitated. She would like to ask more clearly, but listened to his hint of, the words are not clear. Open mouth closed mouth for the child. Then in the end because like her or just for the child. Chapter 59, taking her to a room. Gambling not to look at Gu Chen. Yang Mi turned her body sideways, her back to Gu Chen and tried not to look at him. Gu Chen saw that Yang Mi was not in a good mood and thought that Chen Xian's harassment over the past 2 days had scared her, so after thinking about it, he turned over a few pages from the folder and shoved them into Yang Mi's hand. Yang Mi just wanted to calm down on her own when something was shoved into her hand, scaring her so much that she sat up with a jolt, thinking she had been caught in the act. Gu Chen froze a bit when he saw Yang Mi, who was overreacting beside him. What's wrong? Did he move too much to scare her? Looking up at Gu Chen and then at the paper in her hand, Yang Mi was a little embarrassed. Cough. Eyes fluttering about on the pages. Yang Mi wanted to use this to hide her panic, but gradually her attention was drawn to the content. It was Chen Xian's background information, but what was different from the usual was that all those dirty and unpleasant things that had been deliberately hidden away, this had it all. Yang Mi looked up, her eyes full of disbelief, and looked at Gu Chen beside her in confusion. Aha! Her neck turned back stiffly. Yang Mi's eyes returned to the pages, reading them one word at a time. This information was so detailed that it encompassed Chen Xian's inappropriate dealings with fans, tricking female fans into transferring money and sending remittances, as well as the fact that he had an underground girlfriend who had been hiding in the shadows for years. The shock that this information brought to Yang Mi was called an explosion of 3 views. Chen Xian's actual personality and the company's gentlemanly persona for him is completely different. Contrary, on the surface looked bright and shiny, talk elegant, but in fact, staring at that information seems to be to see through a hole. Yang Mi rationalization for a long time of thoughts before finally stroked clear. If exposed, the rest of Chen Xian's life will be ruined. Only Yang Mi didn't have time to think about that. The image of Gu Chen protecting himself and knocking Chen Xian down with a single punch just now flashed in her mind, and her heart was filled with worry. If something happens to him, will it affect your side? When Gu Chen heard this, he only looked at her fixedly and didn't reply. Yang Mi was a little anxious, and hastily pressed the question again. Will it? She could tell that Gu Chen's identity wasn't simple, and she heard them say that he was the capital behind this drama. So she was worried that if something happened to Chen Xian at this time, it would affect him. It will, but don't worry, do what you want, I'll handle the follow-up. To say that there is no impact, Gu Chen knew that Yang Mi would not believe it, so he didn't lie to her. and directly told Yang Mi that he would stand behind her to help her deal with everything, and that she was more important than all those revenues he had. Yang Mi looked at Gu Chen's eyes firm, said this expressionless, but let her heart greatly touched. He was defending her. Yang Mi did not speak again, silently leaned back into the seat, eyes a little sour. Since the debut, no one so firmly defended her. Moreover, this matter needs to be thought about. She does not want Gu Chen's side to be affected because of her, and she does not want to put in so much effort for so long to go down the drain. But she is even more not wanting to let Chang Xin go. Time passes slowly. The space inside the car is unusually quiet. Yang Mi did not speak. Gu Chen did not disturb, leaning on the back of the seat to rest his eyes. In order to come here to talk about cooperation, he rushed to the plane late last night, sleepless all night, and busy all day, really some tired. In fact, Yang Mi's heart had already made up its mind, but the two roads in her heart called her to hesitate for a while, but preferred not to reveal Chang Xin first. After all, this is the first play of their comeback, but also related to Gu Chen. He helped her so much, she cannot bear to this play has not yet aired. It was down. Moreover, the entertainment industry is very deep, mixed. Chang Xin such a villain often cannot tell Gu Chen has been protecting themselves, right? Yang Mi made up her mind. She can't always rely on Gu Chen. She also needs to have her own problem-solving ability. This matter won't stop, but at least it seems, this time is not suitable. The car stopped before Yang Mi came back to her senses and looked out the window. It was the best restaurant in Jin City. Looking back at Gu Chen, seeing that he was also looking at her, Yang Mi was a little embarrassed and turned her face away. I've been busy talking about cooperation. I didn't have time to eat. Ms. Yang, please show your face and accompany me to eat a little. Gu Chen saw through Yang Mi's small action, and with a smile in the corner of his eye, he opened his mouth in a teasing manner. As soon as Yang Mi heard this, she knew that he was purposely giving her a leg up, and she couldn't help but blush with her small face. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. I'm a bit hungry, so I'll join Mr. Gu. The two of them got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. Yang Mi was still a little worried that she would be recognized, some cover-up, until she entered the door and realized that this restaurant, in addition to the waiter, there was actually no one guest. This man, wrapped up, a little defeated, touching her nose, although Yang Mi's heart is slandering, she is somewhat moved by his meticulousness. After finishing the meal, Gu Chen took Yang Mi to the mall, told Yang Mi to wait in the car, let Zhang Fan bought a pair of shoes to send over. He looked at Yang Mi wearing those high heels walking is really a little tired. Back to the car, Yang Mi ate a full meal, coupled with a full day of things busy down. She was a little sleepy, unconscious directly in the car fell asleep. Originally thought that Gu Chen will send himself back to the hotel. Yang Mi did not even ask. Wait until the dazed and confused open eyes only to realize that it is another more luxurious 5-star hotel. Thinking that it was with Gu Chen, the scene of that night 5 years ago instantly appeared in Yang Mi's mind, and her whole body looked a little flustered. Awake? Then get out of the car. Isn't it not good to go out like this? I didn't bring anything here. If someone recognizes me, something will happen, right? Although she wasn't a conservative person, but with her current status, it would probably be troublesome if she was photographed, and Gu Chen's side should not be spared either. This hotel is mine. You don't have to be afraid of revealing your identity. Don't worry. Gu Chen saw that she refused to get out of the car and turned his head over to explain to her. I just saw you sleeping quite soundly in the car, so I didn't call you, and contacted your agent to tell her that you're on my side, and told her to pack her bags and come over. Oh, okay. Hearing Gu Chen say this, Yang Mi finally put her heart at ease and followed him out of the car. Only she was still a little scared, so she let her whole body hide behind Gu Chen, lowering her head to carefully cover it up. Gu Chen saw that probing look, and thought she was a bit funny, but didn't say anything, and led the people into the hall. Yang Mi followed behind Gu Chen, and only after entering the hall did she realize that none of the staff had ever rested their eyes on her, and even treated Gu Chen with extreme respect. Only then did she finally put her heart back into her stomach, and graciously followed Gu Chen up to the presidential suite on the top floor. However, when the two people really entered the suite room, Yang Mi's embarrassment was again committed. The whole person nervous hands do not know where to put, grabbed together rubbing to and fro, and from time to time to sneak a glance at Gu Chen. Chapter 60, let's look at the stars. Although Gu Chen didn't deliberately pay attention to Yang Mi's small movements, he also deciphered where the embarrassment that was already overflowing from her body came from. After all, 5 years ago, the two of them had that accident, so it was only natural for her to be a little embarrassed. In order to allow Yang Mi to relieve her nervousness, Gu Chen took the initiative to go wash himself first, telling Yang Mi to rest in the living room for a while. But when the sparse sound of water rang out in the bathroom, Yang Mi was confused. Wasn't it washing up? How did he even take a shower? Picking up the water that Gu Chen had poured on the desktop and taking a big gulp, Yang Mi reached out and slapped her face, forcing herself to calm down. Wasn't it just a shower? Who doesn't take a shower before going to bed? What are you so nervous about? Like she hated herself for not having any talent. Yang Mi fiercely pinched her thighs and let go only after eating the pain. Looking around at the furnishings in the house, she thought it would be better to turn her attention for a while, and it so happened that Su Li called, telling her that she and Xiao Tao were packing her bags, asking if there was anything she should be instructed to bring with her. After chatting with Su Li for a while, Yang Mi's heart was not as flustered as it was at the beginning, and she hung up the phone and swiped her cell phone, but after less than 5 minutes, she heard the sound of the bathroom door opening. Yang Mi subconsciously raised her head to look over, but her line of sight was suddenly intruded by the sight of a man walking out with only a towel around his lower body, wiping his wet hair, wheat-colored skin, perfect 8-pack abs with water droplets crossing them. Deep into the towel's mermaid line leads one's eyes to explore downward, wanting to get into the wrong. This body proportion is so standard of the beautiful man out of the bath picture can be Yang Mi look silly. The line of sight stayed in the man rubbing his hair body does not move. Gu Chen looked amused and opened his mouth to flirt. How? Greedy for my body ah? Yang Mi's face flushed red, and she hurriedly moved her eyes away to glance elsewhere. The tension that she had just managed to suppress flared up again, concentrating on the nerves of her brain and making her scalp numb. No, no, no. Seeing the little girl sitting on the sofa pretending to be busy in a moment of embarrassment, Gu Chen was playful. It's okay, I'm so good. It would be a shame if you didn't see more of me. Don't you talk nonsense. MS. Yang, didn't you touch everything 5 years ago? I think I've practiced well. I should be better than 5 years ago. This atmosphere is so good. MS. Yang is sure you don't want to try your hand? How could Yang Mi not hear the meaning of these words? She was so flustered that her face was about to turn red behind her ears. She stood up and rushed to another room without paying attention to the direction. And when she passed by Gu Chen, she almost fell on the ground, and was held up by him. Be careful, there's no carpet on the floor. It'll hurt if you fall. The skin that was held by his big bony hands seemed to be burning up. It was hot as hell, and Yang Mi, who had a strong sense of existence, simply couldn't ignore it, and directly shook off his hand and panicked into the restroom. I'll go wash up. After the whole person rushed into the restroom, Yang Mi suddenly reacted to the fact that this was the master bedroom's restroom, and Gu Chen had just taken a bath in it. With her eyes closed, Yang Mi wanted to snap out a 3-room basement on this floor and bury herself. It's too embarrassing. Someone save her. Gu Chen's low, deep laughter sounded behind her, and Yang Mi instantly turned back, gritting her teeth. No laughing. Gu Chen managed to stop laughing, but the tail of his eyes still had some upward curvature. Yang Mi's heart tightened as she prepared to go out and enter the guest bedroom's restroom to wash up, but she didn't expect to be pushed back by Gu Chen, closing the door. The environment over there is not as good as here. You can wash at ease. I won't tease you anymore. Yang Mi looked at the door that had been closed. Her heart was hardened, thinking that if she had to go out again at this time, it would be pretentious. Anyway, the door could be locked, so she washed. In the middle of the day, Gu Chen came over and knocked on the door, telling Yang Mi to put her change of clothes at the door, and that he was going to sleep in the guest room, telling her to sleep in the master bedroom after she washed up. The bed in the master bedroom is newly changed. I haven't slept in it yet. Oh, thanks. Yang Mi weakly replied back, listening to the sound of Gu Chen's footsteps outside walking away, silently relieved. After washing up as fast as she could, she ran to the door and opened it to bring the clothes in. Open a look. Inside is a new set of pajamas, and intimate apparel. See Yang Mi face red again a point. How did this dog man even prepare intimate apparel? But she really didn't want to wear the dirty one. Having this new set to change into did make her a lot more comfortable. After putting on her pajamas and blow drying her hair and coming out, Yang Mi realized that there were a few bags by the window, and curiously glanced at them, which contained some clothes, and her heart warmed. Quite meticulous. She participated in the killing banquet wearing a dress, although it is not the kind of particularly complicated long skirt class, but in the end wearing uncomfortable. Gu Chen actually wanted to take her to buy clothes to change after dinner, but in the way not in Yanjing. He was afraid that Yang Mi was photographed and would cause trouble. The air conditioning in the room was turned on, and Yang Mi burrowed under the soft quilt, but she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. In her mind, she thought about the events of that night 5 years ago, and then she thought about the daily routine of the two of them in the past few days. Even though she wasn't sure what Gu Chen really thought of her, she still couldn't help herself from thinking about him, especially just now. Dogman. To not be so good at flirting. The room that only had a small light left on was a bit dim, probably because the air conditioner was blowing a bit dry. Yang Mi only felt her mouth dry. Coincidentally, insomnia cannot sleep, so she got out of bed and opened the door to the living room to find water to drink. but did not expect Gu Chen is standing in front of the coffee table end of the water cup. Noticing Gu Chen's line of sight shooting over towards her, Yang Mi had to walk out stiffly. Drinking water? Well, maybe the air conditioning is a bit dry, and there's still some insomnia that I can't sleep. Yang Mi paced over, took the cup of water Gu Chen had poured and took a few sips. The two of them looked at each other without words, and only the sound of Yang Mi swallowing water was unusually clear in the dimly lit living room. Thinking about what just happened, Yang Mi was a little embarrassed again, thinking that it's not a good idea for the two of them to remain silent like this. Yang Mi found a topic to speak. You can't sleep either? Aha! Gu Chen looked at Yang Mi's eyes shining brightly with the light on her back, and quietly gulped. Then, let's go to the balcony and look at the stars? Yang Mi wanted to strangle herself the moment she said this. Such an adult. Who would want to look at the stars with you in the middle of the night? Okay. Seeing that Gu Chen nodded, Yang Mi was a bit stunned, not expecting him to really agree to herself, and her heart was also a bit unspeakably happy. The two of them walked to the balcony one after the other. Yang Mi leaned on the railing and looked up. Gu Chen followed behind her, only holding a cup of hands on the outside of the railing, but the line of sight was cast on Yang Mi's body. With the action of tilting her head, Yang Mi's slender and white neck became more clear, and a few strands of her hair slipped down and were brushed away by her hand, an unintentional small action that really provoked Gu Chen. Chapter 61 Balcony Night Talk. Gu Chen couldn't help but freeze, and brought the cup of water held in his hand up to his mouth, secretly suppressing the strange emotions inside. Yang Mi knew nothing about this, looked up at the night sky, although it was already late at night, but I do not know if it was too much light pollution in the city, but could not see a star. Slightly embarrassed, Yang Mi turned her head to look at Gu Chen. Seems like I can't see any stars. Gu Chen was still a bit stunned, and when he heard Yang Mi's words, he looked up at her. It's okay, it's just as well to look at the scenery. Next time, I can take you. Go camping and look at the stars with Meng Bao. Good boy. Originally planning to say that he'd take her camping alone, Gu Chen didn't say it so directly after all and brought along the two babies. Okay. Yang Mi didn't think about it that much. Hearing him say this, her mind relaxed a bit and chatted about other topics. How was your business talk today? It's okay. Negotiated. That's good. You're so good. Your family should be happy too, right? Yang Mi was unintentional and asked this out in passing, but she didn't expect the color in Gu Chen's eyes to suddenly darken. I am an orphan. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Sorry. Yang Mi kind of wanted to sew her mouth shut. How could it be so coincidental? Net poking at people's sore spots. It's okay. I don't care anymore. Seeing Yang Mi's instantly cautious movements and the slightly apologetic look she gave him, Gu Chen pretended to smile indifferently, intending to comfort her. Then for so many years, you should have worked very hard, right? To be able to do so well, you must have put in more effort than others. When Gu Chen heard this, he froze a bit and couldn't help but look at Yang Mi, the woman's perfect side face instantly breaking into view. I don't know how many years I haven't heard anyone ask him if he's tired. At this moment, suddenly hearing Yang Mi's inquiry in a very normal tone, Gu Chen's heart was somewhat moved. It wasn't until he met the woman's slightly puzzled eyes as she turned around that he finally reacted, lowering his head and losing his smile. Seeing that he didn't answer, Yang Mi suddenly became nervous. Did she say the wrong thing again? This mouth. Just as she wanted to open her mouth and apologize to Gu Chen, she heard the man's low, deep voice come through. Well, hard work, very tired. Yang Mi didn't expect him to answer like this, and her heart couldn't help but flood with dense heartache. She stared at Gu Chen's lowered head, forgetting to reply for a moment, with only the normally thunderous man's warm and soft face with some hurt in her eyes at the moment. The two stood on the top floor of the hotel, in front of the lights, behind the cozy room with a dim nightlight, a half lying on the railing to look back, a cup of water leaning against the wall. The atmosphere is a little low. The two people look at each other for a time without words, but there is no longer the first time I saw that tense. Only the inexplicable feelings left in the two people who do not know the flow between the entanglement. Yang Mi finally opened his mouth again, breaking the calm, but really do not know what he should say. Down good. Simply turned back his head and closed his mouth, looking at the distant night scenery. I'm fine. I'm already used to it after so many years. It's just that everyone else is just praising me for being young and successful. Only you, asking me if I work hard. Gu Chen also raised his head, looking at the back of the somewhat saddened emotions lying on the railing for a moment, before speaking softly. When Yang Mi heard this, the sourness in her heart worsened, and her eyes also accumulated tears at some point, only that even she didn't realize how difficult it was to try to suppress this emotion. Gu Chen placed the cup of water on the small tea table set up on the balcony, and slowly walked over, also bending over the railing, half a person's distance away from Yang Mi, following her line of sight into the distance. At 1 o'clock in the morning in the city of Tianjin, the lights were on, but the cars and pedestrians on the streets were very few, and the night was silent, adding a touch of sadness to this half-sleeping city. What about you? What? Gu Chen's sudden question pulled back Yang Mi's thoughts that were wandering, but she didn't read the meaning of his words. You should have been very tired these past few years as well, right? Bringing up 2 children, and covering up your identity. It's not easy to crawl around in the entertainment industry. I'm okay, there are always 2 little witches with me. It's worth it even if I'm tired. Besides, when I first came out to act, Mom and Dad didn't agree very much. They were afraid that I would suffer, but they still didn't argue with me. Thinking of her stubborn appearance at the time, Yang Mi smiled helplessly with some emotion. In these few years, she has matured a lot more than she did at the beginning, and she has also seen the dirtiness of this circle thoroughly, but she has never regretted sticking to her own preferences. It was also fortunate that she didn't fight with her parents at that time, and just reason to convince them. After the 2 children were born, why didn't you send them back to your aunts and uncles to raise them, instead of bringing them up yourself? Wouldn't sending them back give you more energy to focus on your work? Gu Chen was a bit puzzled, originally seeing that she was personally involved in the affairs of the 2 children. He thought that Yang Mi was similar to him in terms of her life, but he didn't realize that she had parents. They still don't know that I already have 2 children. I haven't told them. This time it was Yang Mi's turn to lose her emotions. Thinking of the first few years when she brought her 2 children with her, she hadn't even dared to go back to her home, and had always lied that she was too busy at work, deceiving her parents. She was a little sad, but the good thing is that now that she has found Gu Chen, the 2 children have a father, and if it develops a little better, maybe Gu Chen will be with her by then, and then she will go home and tell them. Gu Chen frowned. I did not expect Yang Mi to answer in this way, thinking that the 2 children's origins are not clear. She cannot explain at home. In his heart, he calculated that he should put the matter of chasing her on the agenda as soon as possible, so that she can live a more reckless and unrestrained life with him behind her, and not be afraid to do so. But it's okay, now that Meng Bao and Good Baby have you, I'm a bit more relieved. All these things are okay la. And look, I'm not preparing to make a comeback, and the 2 babies are so sensible, so there's definitely no problem. It's getting better every day. When I'm able to support everything, I'll bring the 2 babies home to visit them. Then they won't worry that I'm not doing well out there anymore. It won't be, will it? Yang Mi was already doing her best to make herself look more relaxed, but she still couldn't control the loss and sadness that bubbled up in her heart, and could only continue to look into the distance and stare at the wind, trying to hold back the tears that were swirling in her eyes. Gu Chen watched silently beside her, emotions surging in his heart, secretly swearing that he will protect them in this life. Mother and son, perhaps tired of standing by the railing, Yang Mi eased her emotions and turned back to sit in the rattan chair beside the small tea table, hugging her legs and resting her chin on her knees as she gazed at the scenery below. Chapter 62, Then we go home? Gu Chen noticed that the wind was a bit strong, returned to the living room and took out the small thin blanket on the sofa and draped it over Yang Mi, then made hot tea and poured a cup for her, handing it into her hand. Yang Mi holding a warm cup of tea sip, the heart of that gloomy boy with curls of tea incense heat ironed out, and began to talk with Gu Chen some daily minutiae. This night the 2 talked about many things, including Gu Chen's childhood in the orphanage, from the beginning of the business to expand Gu's step by step to the current scale of things. Yang Mi a few years of acting road, the 2 babies from childhood to adulthood of the growth of the course and so on. 2 people from the early hours of the morning has been chatting to the east rising fish belly white. Yang Mi finally cannot support the drowsiness, lying on his knees and fell asleep. Gu Chen looked at the hazy morning scenery in the distance, perceived Yang Mi has been a long time did not talk back, only to turn his head to look at. Yang Mi nestled in the rattan chair in that small ball, tightly embracing his posture for a moment pierced Gu Chen's heart. How insecure was she that she would fall asleep sitting in such a posture of hugging herself? After quietly looking at Yang Mi's quiet sleeping face for a while, Gu Chen was afraid that he would catch a cold on the balcony, and it was not comfortable to fall asleep in the rattan chair. So he got up and walked around the tea table, and carefully picked up Yang Mi and sent him back to the master bedroom. The light is not like the words of the person gently placed on the bed to lie down. Pull over the scattered quilt to cover her. Gu Chen, before getting up, stood at the edge of the bed. Yang Mi seemed to be sleeping uneasily. Her small face was wrinkled together, and her mouth was muttering something in a low voice. When he got close enough to hear it, it was calling his name. Gu Chen was a little surprised. Could it be that she was with me in her dream? Gu Chen stroked her hair and coaxed softly. I'm here, finally placating that tiny mass under the covers and relaxing her emotions. Gu Chen sighed in relief, staring at her worn little face, still not controlling his emotions, gently dropping a kiss on her forehead. Good night. At 12 o'clock the next day, Yang Mi, who had slept for 8 whole hours, woke up from the blanket, rubbing her eyes. She was still a little confused, not reacting to where she was. What was that for last night? Oh, I talked with Gu Chen for a long time, and it seemed like it was almost dawn. But how did she fall asleep? And how did she get back under the covers? Yang Mi had no recollection of that at all. Could it be that Gu Chen carried me in? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Mi's heart thumped, just as Gu Chen knocked on the room door, his low voice coming through the door panel. Up yet? Do you want to order some breakfast up for dinner? Yang Mi was startled by the knock, subconsciously wrapping the quilt tightly. Seeing that the man didn't directly open the door and come in, only then did she react to the fact that she was actually wearing clothes. Okay, get up now. Answering at the door, Yang Mi pressed her cell phone while walking in towards the restroom. Picking up the toothpaste and toothbrush prepared by the hotel, she washed her face and brushed her teeth, using less than 10 minutes to settle the battle, changed into the clothes that Gu Chen had prepared last night, and walked out of the master bedroom. Gu Chen saw the person come out and beckoned. Come on, I don't know what's good to eat, so I asked them all to send some up. So long no food hungry, right? Yang Mi is really hungry. She just saw the time of 12 and 8 on her cell phone and she was dumbfounded. She didn't think that she had slept until this point. However, last night she did sleep very comfortably, as if she didn't even dream, and slept until noon. Taking a step to the coffee table, seeing a dozen or so small dishes on the table, and some congee and pastries, Yang Mi was directly confused, incredulously looking up at Gu Chen. Isn't it just the two of us eating? Ordering so many? Can't finish eating it. It's fine. Jiang Fan and the others will come over. Just take what you can't finish later to him. Hearing Gu Chen say this, Yang Mi put her heart down and sat on the sofa, eating face to face with Gu Chen. Yang Mi's scene has been finalized, and Gu Chen finished breakfast, went to Su Li's side to hand over some things, and when Gu Chen finished talking about the cooperation, the two and a few assistants directly booked the nearest air ticket and flew back to Yanjing. When the plane landed it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Chen brought the two babies to pick up the plane, and the moment they saw Yang Mi and Gu Chen appear in the line of sight, the two babies' eyes instantly lit up. Daddy! Mommy! Pouncing on her little legs from Chen. Good boy couldn't wait to get off the ground and jump into the arms of the two, but the door to the lounge was in the way, so she didn't get her wish. It wasn't until Gu Chen brought Yang Mi out of the passageway and into the VIP lounge that Goodyear led Meng Bao to rush directly to the two, hugging the legs of the two one by one. Mommy! Good boy misses you so much. Auntie Lily! Good boy misses you too. Good boy's sweet little mouth was so powerful that he didn't even need Yang Mi to say it, and took the initiative to greet Su Li, and Meng Bao's side also greeted Jiang Fan, cocking his head in Yang Mi's arms. Good boy looked towards Xiao Tao who was following Su Li and looking at her and her brother with stars in his eyes, somewhat curious. Auntie Lily, who is this pretty sister? Meng Bao followed his sister's line of sight and looked over, and the moment he saw Xiao Tao, he was also a bit puzzled. Babies, this is mommy's assistant, just call sister Xiao Tao. Yang Mi turned around holding the good baby and looked at Xiao Tao to explain to the two babies. Little Tao's sister good. The two babies greeted in unison. Xiao Tao originally looked at the two Munchkins and loved them. Hearing them greet themselves, instantly their cute hearts melted, and agreed in a loud voice. Xiao Tao, this is good boy. The boy's name is Meng Bao. He's and Gu Chen's child. The two children also found Gu Chen just before I filmed River of Stars. Yang Mi paused for a moment and glanced at Gu Chen, bringing him along to introduce him to Xiao Tao. Aha, Sister Li and I have talked about it, all the way to saying that the two children are well-behaved and smart. I've long been anxious to meet them. Yang Mi put down the good boy, looked at the two children over and Xiao Tao together, a slight smile. Then we go home? Looking towards Gu Chen, Yang Mi had a smile on her face as she asked him if he wanted to go back to the apartment with her. Good. Gu Chen watched as she was in a much better mood after seeing the two children, and followed suit, leading several people out of the airport and taking a car back to Yang Mi's apartment. After the shooting of this movie ended, Yang Mi didn't take on any new scripts, and usually only took on some advertisements and such that were shot in Yanjing, so she was ready to stay at home with her two babies. Chang Xian still has some shots to shoot after the banquet, but after his behavior on the day of the banquet was known by the company, he was informed to rest for a while after the shooting of this movie, and he has been out of shape for a long time, and he has been in a state of confusion. Finally, a lens shot a dozen times did not pass. Angered the director, he scolded him. The crew of the staff also know what he is. He also did not have the old days of respect and enthusiasm. Chapter 63, Mr. Gu is too bossy. Chang Xian was scolded and neglected every day on the set, and his entire state became worse and worse, and he also suffered from insomnia after returning home, unable to sleep all night, to the point that he could only rely on alcohol to paralyze himself, leading to a vicious cycle of the entire process. Since his face dark circles under the eyes even with foundation cannot cover, was photographed by fans sent to the internet roadmap, but also by the netizens scolded more and more difficult to hear, but also some doubt that he suddenly transformed so big will not be a drug. a time online rumors. Many fans are off the powder, but Chang Xin himself delayed to explain. The netizens will feel that many rumors are true. Scolded more hard. Suli called the rumors circulating on the internet often. Xin told Yang Mi when she was making dinner for the two babies. After listening to Suli's tirade, Yang Mi did not think, only that he is a sin cannot live. According to my opposite character set up a persona, sooner or later will be overturned. Shin'iru and Chang Xin are the best antithesis. The two children go to kindergarten during the day, and only eat at home in the morning and evening. Yang Mi can only try to give the two children in the evening to do something they love to eat, waiting for them to come back from school to eat more. Since Yang Mi returned home, Gu Chen did not come every day as usual, but also did not put aside for a long time, maintaining the state of 3 or 4 times a week, and often go to Jinghua to pick up the two children after school. See Gu Chen often come over to the apartment to sleep. Yang Mi will be the guest bedroom of the soft furnishings to re-engineer a bit, replaced with a more comfortable bed, added a desk, so that Gu Chen can stay in the room more comfortable. In the company did not complete the work can also be better in the room to complete. Every time I see him with long arms and legs hunched over the sofa looking at the computer, Yang Mi feels tired for him. Gu Chen did not make a fuss about it, and after accepting it gladly, he bought a lot of clothes and toys for Yang Mi and the two children. Meng Bao and Xiao Bao often receive new gifts, naturally happy, more like to stick to Gu Chen to play with them. Yang Mi just sat on the sofa to watch the father and son three together, and occasionally will also join them. The family was as sweet and joyful as a small family that had been together for several years. 2 months later, River of Stars was finally finalized, and after airing a few episodes, Chang Xin, who originally had face and acting skills, was sprayed by the netizens the most, saying that his acting was pompous and devoid of emotion and skill, as if he hadn't studied. Chang Xin undoubtedly became the most crotch part of the whole drama. The company saw him like this, also really feel that there is no need to cultivate, gradually give up on him. The circle really no longer his news out. However, Yang Mi's role as the second female general in the drama was widely praised by netizens, who said that she and Chang Xin acted in a drama. As for the previous comments that Yang Mi in order to stick to Chang Xin, pass out ambiguous photos of those comments, directly by the netizens to disprove. Those keyboard warrior by Yang Mi's fans once again pulled out of the flogging of the side, but also indirectly lead to Yang Mi again of fire. Yang Mi stayed at home and enjoyed the free publicity, but also do not respond to the internet, only at home to take care of the two children. They have a winter vacation, the whole day at home with her to stay together. Only this drama has not waited for the broadcast to finish. The internet suddenly circulated a paragraph about Yang Mi's black information, with a few blurred pictures. When Yang Mi heard Suli talk about it, she didn't even have to think about it to know who did it. After all, she dabbled with Chang Xin and talked about her pulling the strings, but when Gu Chen calls and asks if she needs to check it out, she still agrees. After all, she's not sure, it's better to check it out, and it's also convenient for her to fight back later. Fans in the discovery of this black material, not at all on the heart, directly see that the rhythm of the Water Army are all Water Army, united to go against the line, press them to continue to black Yang Mi at all too late. Even a big man directly human flesh out behind the person, is often Xin fan backing association that vice president, the internet for a time scolding, and often Xin pushed on the hot search list flogging again. What the people did not expect is that the vice president was burst out after not even the slightest convergence, directly on the number of dislike, and even circled the Yang Mi face open big, which no Yang Mi actually did not respond to the gas like a punch in the cotton. Within half a day, an anonymous user exposed the bouquet of crushed ice blue roses with worms that she once sent to Yang Mi and the content of the threatening letter. The green worms wriggling between the petals on the photo, as well as the clearly worded threatening letter had a remarkable effect, and even a large portion of the passerby fans directly rallied to the attack. Software background also continued to pay attention to this matter, found that some cannot control the rhythm, simply directly blocked the vice president's number. The discerning can see that Yang Mi is the party being oppressed by Chang Xin. There are also people together with Shin Iru's actions, instantly attracted a wave of fans began to sympathize with her. This heat continued, inadvertently gave Yang Mi another wave of fans. Those wavering keyboard warriors this time all stood on her side. Suli was overjoyed when she came over, hugging Yang Mi and not letting go. My little baby, I'm so happy. Yang Mi was strangled by Suli and couldn't catch her breath. She pushed her repeatedly but couldn't push her. Thought she would be excited, but never thought she would be so excited. After hugging her for a while, Suli finally calmed down and pulled Yang Mi to the sofa to sit down. This drama was really the right choice. A big profit not to mention. This comeback of yours is much more successful than expected. Isn't that because Sisterly has a good eye? She found such a good script for me. Yang Mi was sweet-talking and piled all the credit on Suli, coaxing the person to be even happier. Finally, I know who the sweet mouth of the good girl follows. Your genes are not wasted at all. The two of them laughed into a ball on the sofa. Before leaving, Suli told her to get ready. In the future there will definitely be more directors to find her. After sending Suli away, Yang Mi returned to the sofa and sat down, thought for a moment, picked up her cell phone and called Gu Chen. Gu Chen was busy checking the company's accounts, picking up the cell phone clasped on the side, and without even looking at it, he scratched to answer. Hello? Busy? Not busy. What's wrong? You tell me. Yang Mi's eyes rolled and she opened her mouth wryly. There's not much to it. It's just that this drama River of Stars is not a big hit lately, so I want to ask you if your investment has made any profit? When Gu Chen heard this euphemism, he laughed in the bottom of his heart, understanding that Yang Mi was deliberately beating around the bush to get him to admit that this drama was indeed invested by him. Well, quite a lot. The cool voice with a smile fell on Yang Mi's ears, unexpectedly good to listen to. When I invested it, I didn't think it would be profitable. I just used it to test the water. But it's still because of you, bringing up the traffic, that the first drama I invested in had such a big profit. He, that's good. Yang Mi heard him say this, her heart was clear. Since there was a profit, then she didn't make a mistake in casting. As for whether it was her who brought up the traffic, whatever. But you're also too bossy, aren't you, Mr. Gu? Suddenly remembering something, Yang Mi exclaimed. How so? Chapter 64, then add fire to his fire. Gu Chen hooked his lips in a shallow smile, raised his hand and pinched his brow, listening to Yang Mi's startled voice on the other side of the phone and finding it amusing. What do you say? That's an investment of tens of millions of dollars. You just bring it to try your hand at it? Yang Mi was somewhat speechless. This person was still asking her? This drama has several investors, adding up to tens of millions of dollars of investment. Not to mention he's the biggest one. Tens of millions of dollars he didn't even consider or didn't make a profit? He's practicing. It's okay, and it's not you. Bring me such a big surprise. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. With one sentence, Yang Mi blushed slightly, and her just active mind gradually calmed down. It should be me thanking you, helping me solve so many troubles and allowing me to successfully receive this drama. Yang Mi understood that if she hadn't happened to run into Gu Chen at the entrance of the hotel, who was bringing his two babies to dinner, she probably wouldn't have been able to negotiate this cooperation, and that she was able to make a comeback that was more successful than expected, all thanks to this man on the phone. In that case, how about mess? Yang treating me to dinner tonight? Gu Chen intentionally eased the atmosphere and opened his mouth to tease. Yang Mi knew that he was doing it on purpose and didn't squirm, replying with a smile. I wonder which restaurant Mr. Gu has his eye on? You can find something with good taste, or else it will seem like I'm not sincere enough. The restaurant is not fancy. Ms. Yang personally cook can be good? The tone was gentle. Gu Chen's tone had a smile in it. I didn't expect him to answer like this. Hearing Yang Mi's heart itch, her face turned even redder, but her mouth was unforgiving. Then naturally, what Mr. Gu says is what he says. I'll be waiting for you with my mangbao good boy. The little woman's choking voice of wanting to be strong came from the phone. Gu Chen was in an extraordinarily good mood, got up and fished out the suit jacket that was resting on the back of the chair, called Xiao Chen to go out of the company directly. He couldn't wait to see the three of them. The company's employees saw their boss once again go out during working hours, expressionless, having gotten used to the Gu Chen who had suddenly become less dedicated to his work during this time. After most of the broadcast of Xinhua, in addition to Chang Xian being scolded by netizens for getting more and more vicious, the heat of this drama has also continued, and Yang Mi's fans have also risen and risen. Finally, after another plot node was aired, Suli knocked on the door of Yang Mi's house. Sisterly, why did you come over so late? Have you eaten yet? I'll cook you a bowl of noodles? Yang Mi was a bit surprised. It's already past 9 o'clock. Sisterly wouldn't have worked overtime at the company until now and didn't go home before coming close to her, right? No. Can you pay attention to the online hotspot, my little ancestor? Suli entered the door on the face of excitement, ran to the table placed in the tea tray, grabbed a cup out, self-centered to pour themselves a cup of water, took the time to pluck out Yang Mi a glance. For her to their own little knot on the matter of some complaints. It's not that you're helping me keep an eye on it. What's wrong? See Suli face of excitement, should not be out of the black material. Yang Mi is not in a hurry, closed the door slowly holding arms paced to the dining room table side of the bar, leaning on the cabinet, picked up a cup and filled it with a big mouthful. Suli heard this and went up and gently pinched Yang Mi's waist, her eyes full of laughter. You, really, did you see that segment broadcast today? Now the platform is blowing up again. How long has it been? Less than 2 hours. What gold? But Chang Xian's side. It seems that Chang Xian's side isn't very honest. Internal news says that he wants to find connections to make a comeback, and he's still looking for someone to pressure you. What do you think? Yang Mi frowned when she heard this and thought a little. What other small moves did he want to make? That evidence that Gu Chen found out is still sitting in her study, and this drama is almost finished airing, so if she takes it out now, it shouldn't have any negative impact. Finally making up her mind, Yang Mi pulled Suli towards her study. Sisterly, come here. I'll show you something. Suli was a little curious when she saw her instantly serious. What else was this little girl hiding from herself? Following Yang Mi to the study, after seeing her pull open the bottom drawer with a lock and take out a craft paper file bag from inside, Suli's heart grew more and more puzzled. What is it? Take a look. Gu Chen gave it to me in the car on the day of the greeting banquet. Since Chang Xin doesn't want to give up yet, let's add fire to this drama while it's still hot. Seeing Yang Mi's firm eyes, Suli reached out and took the document bag, wrapped the string around it, and took the pages out from inside. Seeing the cover was Chang Xin's identity background, she looked up at Yang Mi in surprise. Yang Mi didn't move, signaling her to read on, before Suli continued to turn over the pages. This, my God. As the pages flipped further and further back, Suli's face became more and more shocked, and after looking at it several times over and over again, she directly and excitedly hugged Yang Mi, who had turned the table over. I'm sorry, I take back what I said at first about not being able to see him myself. This is simply, it's just, stuck for half a day. Suli couldn't remember how to describe Gu Chen properly, so she simply stopped caring. When did you say you can't look at it? Yang Mi heard Suli's words and tried to think back for a while. She really hadn't heard her say that, but it seems like she's always been quite unimpressed with him. Don't care. Anyway, now I agree. You, marry. Patting Yang Mi's shoulder, with a look of a mother marrying her daughter's unwillingness, Suli began to tease Yang Mi again. Sisterly, what are you babbling about? When Yang Mi heard this, her entire body was startled for a moment, and she hurriedly stepped forward to cover her mouth, her face full of blush. Watching Yang Mi instantly blush, Suli couldn't stop laughing, bringing Yang Mi, who was covering her mouth, to shake together as well. Pulling away the claw that was dead over her mouth, Suli made a surrendering gesture. Okay, I won't say it anymore, okay? Since there is this, to also not afraid of his side have any small action. I now first go back to the company. You stay at home. Remember to eat melon on the internet. Okay, I know. Go now. Remember to eat first. Rest early. Suli sent to the door. Yang Mi did not hold back to urge her a sentence. No way. She knows too much about Suli. Proper workaholic one. They do not urge this sentence. Afraid of all night busy tomorrow morning she cannot think of eating. The next morning, Yang Mi unsurprisingly in the everyone is working to catch up with the time to play the phone. Brush to this shocking revelations, due to the timing of the card is very accurate, but also just broadcast the River of Stars hotter episodes. Often Xin this black information spread very fast, without waiting for his side to react. It has directly rushed to the first platform hot search list, and even due to too many views and retweets, the number of comments is too large, but also let the platform paralyzed for a period of time. After Yang Mi got up in the morning, after eating the breakfast that Gu Chen hired the nanny to do well to leave her and the two children, joyfully nestled in the balcony on the rattan chair swing, hugging the soft little body of the good baby to eat melon. Chapter 65, surrounded by fans, rescued by Gu Chen. Good boy was playing with the little educational toy that Gu Chen had bought for her, and seeing that mommy was very happy, she picked at her cell phone and wanted to come over and look at it too. Mommy, what are you looking at? Give good boy a look too. Yang Mi laughed out loud when she saw the impatient face of her little daughter, whose little body was twisting around in her arms, and handed her cell phone in front of good boy's eyes. Baby, mommy is eating melon. The bad guy who bullied mommy is being punished. Oh. Good boy lost interest as he watched mommy's phone densely packed with text, but when he heard her say that someone was bullying her, he remembered the time when he and his brother had been bullied by Qian, and his little face scrunched up tightly. Until I heard that the bad guys have been punished, only finally relaxed again. Come up and kiss Yang Mi a mouthful, before turning back to obediently play with their own toys. Yang Mi rested home. The two babies happen to be also on vacation. She will be at home with the children, occasionally eat melon. Days of leisure cannot, since Suli exposed these unfavorable information, Chang Xin's reputation directly to a sharp decline. Many die-hard fans and old fans have also off powder back to tread. Of course, there are some brainless fans still want to give him whitewash. By the majority of netizens scolded autistic, and then no one dares to come forward to speak for him. Chang Xin saw these black material when the whole person is confused. Pick up the phone also want to find once and their own good boss contact. Did not expect the phone has not been called out. The broker's phone first called him to go over to the company a trip. No matter how Chang Xin asked, the broker did not say what the company looking for him to do. Angry Chang Xin will be on hand to smash things smashed all over, but had to disguise himself to drive to the company. After seeing the agent at the company, Chang Xin was furious. What the hell are you doing? Can't you say something on the phone? You have to call me over. Unexpectedly, the broker did not even give him a look. The whole icy indifference, directly took out a few copies of the proposed contract, slapped on the desktop. This is your endorsement of all the cooperation brand overnight sent over the termination contract, and the company's termination contract. You do not come over. Do you still want me to send over to you to sign? Still think you're a top tier? You think you're a top tier? Don't take a piss and look at yourself. Chang Xin had already guessed what it was when he saw those contracts. He didn't expect things to be so serious. The whole person stood dumbfounded at the door, and he didn't listen to what the agent said behind him. Coincidentally, the company's boss pushed the door in, saw him in, then told him to hurry up and sign the contract to pay the liquidated damages and get out. Chang Xin then woke up like a dream, but the whole person fell into a frenzy. Terminate the contract? And pay compensation? What are you? Does Mrs. Chang know if you guys are doing this? Believe it or not, I'll ask her to help screw you over. Nevertheless, the boss was full of cold smiles when he heard this. You don't even look at what you've done. The company has already considered your face by not sending you a lawyer's letter. You're still looking for Mrs. Zhang? You're looking for Mrs. Zhang. Seeing that the entire company had gathered around to watch him cause a scene, Chang Xian's face turned red and white with anger, and he directly picked up his cell phone and dialed the number in his address book that he knew so well. Mrs. Zhang is one of Chang Xian's old fans. Usually not a lot of transfer to him to send gifts, but never said to adopt him and so on. Chang Xian is also happy to leisure peace of mind to receive those. At the moment he felt aggrieved. Remembered her. Hello, Mrs. Zhang. These losers in our company are bullying me one by two and want to terminate my contract. They even said they want me to pay compensation. Before the person on the other side of the phone could say anything, Chang Xian directly began to furiously accuse, wanting to call Mrs. Zhang to make a decision for him. The boss just smiled coldly and squinted at him, holding his arms and waiting for the moment he was punched in the face. Chang Xian I'm divorced. When Mrs. Zhang saw that the caller was Chang Xian, she didn't want to pick it up, but thinking that she was divorced, disliked by her ex-husband, and didn't have anyone to talk to, she picked it up anyway, but didn't even listen to what Chang Xian was saying, only wanting to cry to him about what she was going through. When Chang Xian heard this, her entire body stuttered in place, as if struck by lightning. What? I'm divorced, and when I gave my son a parent-teacher conference, I accidentally offended Gu Chen, the president of the Gu Group, and for the sake of the company and for the sake of face, my ex-husband. Not waiting for Mrs. Zhang to finish her sentence, Chang Xian directly cut off the phone. The whole person is in a trance. His biggest backer is also gone. Waiting to finally realize this, Chang Xian finally panicked, full of despair, and then no longer just the overbearing, humble kneeling down and crawling to the side of the boss wanted to hold his legs, but was the boss back a step to avoid away. Chang Xian's force was extremely strong. This pounced, but he could not break himself, and fell directly into a dog. Could no longer hold back his emotions, and bawled in the agent's office. The two babies' vacation is over, but Yang Mi is still resting at home. This day is lazily lying on the balcony sunbathing. Was Suli a phone call called up? The company asked her to come over, saying that a famous sports brand named her as a spokesperson. Hang up the phone, Yang Mi thought, Gu Chen is not in. From the two babies after school there is still a period of time. Simply went directly to the company. Intends to talk about things out of the incident to pick up the child. Originally with a mask with a hat, but also wearing a very thick, but did not expect, in the immediate fast to the company when Yang Mi was actually recognized by the driver master. Yang Honey even more did not expect, after he got off the car, the company downstairs, there are squatting fans, see him get off the car, from all around the wildly, while running while calling her name, not waiting for her to react. The whole person has been surrounded by enthusiastic fans in the middle, those fans excited, surrounded to ask for her signature or photo. Will Yang Mi caught off guard, but cannot escape, can only be anxious. Coincidentally, Gu Chen has just come back from the cooperation talks, passing by Yang Mi's company. Perhaps the two have a heart-to-heart. The car stared at the computer all the way to the Gu Chen did not look up, but in the moment Yang Mi looked at his car, raised his eyes to see the people surrounded in the middle of the people. With a frown, he instructed Xiao Chen to stop the car, opened the door with Jiang Fan and stepped out of the car. Gu Chen directly pushed through the crowd and walked in. How's it going? Is it okay? Ignoring the chattering voices around her, Gu Chen came directly to Yang Mi's side and asked how her state was. I'm fine. I just came here in a hurry. I didn't dress up. I'm not good for the camera. And the fans are too enthusiastic. I can't hold back a bit. Yang Mi whispered the reason for her embarrassment, but she didn't realize that her whispering in Gu Chen's ear was also captured by the fans who had already adjusted their cameras. Gu Chen realized, and after returning to his senses, He directly asked Zhang Fan to bring someone to stop these excited fans, and then led Yang Mi out of the crowd and into the company's front door. Chapter 66. Aren't you leaving? Yang Mi was actually a little worried that if she left with Gu Chen like this, would she be mistaken for playing a big game? More importantly, would rumors spread about her and Gu Chen? Her career was on the rise, and Gu Chen's side of the family had a very low profile. If she and Gu Chen left like this, and was photographed by some people who had bad intentions, then wouldn't it be more trouble than it was worth? But right now, it was really inappropriate for her to show her face, so she had no choice but to follow Gu Chen's side and go straight into the company, leaving the fans to be dealt with by Zhang Fan, who was guarding the outside. The crowd watched Yang Mi along with this tall and imposing but courteous man left, not only did not lose, but even more excited, have lifted up the cell phone to take pictures. Zhang Fan saw the crowd did not seem to have any impatient performance, then put down the heart to follow the instructions of Gu Chen told the crowd to wait in place. Afterwards, he went to the nearby shopping mall to buy exquisite small gifts, and on the way, he also ordered some hot milk tea for these fans. This move undoubtedly made these fans who were crazy about Gu Chen and Yang Mi even more excited, and even secretly took pictures after getting the small gifts. Yang Mi and Gu Chen walked into the company and closed the glass door to isolate the hustle and bustle outside, but Yang Mi was still a little apprehensive in her heart. It's okay, Zhang Fan has experience and will handle it well. Gu Chen could see that the little woman beside him was a little nervous, and even though her mask and sunglasses covered her entire face, he was still able to accurately capture any trace of her little emotions. Yang Mi nodded, suddenly reacting to what Gu Chen had said, and raised her head again in surprise. How did you know what I was thinking? Probably because I have a heart-to-heart with Miss Yang. Seeing her dumbfounded little look, Gu Chen hooked his lips in a shallow smile and raised his hand on the back of Yang Mi's head and gently pushed. Let's go. The elevator is here. Startled by the sudden movement of the man at her side, Yang Mi instantly froze, as if the blood in her entire body had frozen. What had he done? Without waiting for her to think about the connotations of this gentle push, the elevator doors slowly opened in front of the two of them, and her stiff body was pushed into the elevator by Gu Chen. What floor? 12. Gu Chen pressed the floor button and turned around to see her stiff body, somewhat amused. Is Ms. Yang being shy? You. What are you babbling about? Who is shy? What do I have to be shy about? The moment Yang Mi heard Gu Chen speak, like a frightened deer, she immediately raised her eyes to retort, but when she bumped into Gu Chen's smiling eyes, she instantly understood the teasing in his words, and couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Solely to the corner and no longer pay attention to him. Yang Mi thought anyway, he will be gone later, as long as they are not embarrassed. That is not embarrassing. The elevator quickly dinged to the 12th floor. The elevator door opened. Yang Mi stepped out. Originally thought that Gu Chen sent here will leave, but saw him also shelved which came out. Yang Mi some strange. You're not leaving? Waiting for someone. The man who was no longer flirting with her resumed his reticent state, and also resumed his cold aura, as if the person who was just in the elevator was not him. Yang Mi skimmed her mouth and didn't care about him, walking ahead of herself to the lobby's lounge area and sitting down. Gu Chen also followed behind him and slowly walked over, pulling out the cell phone in his coat pocket, sitting down and fiddling with it in his hand. Yang Mi only thought that he was waiting for someone, but there was some doubt as to who he would be waiting for here. Could it be any of the actresses in his company? Thinking of this, Yang Mi heart some taste, no longer look at him, self-concerned with their own cell phone to brush the platform to continue to eat Chang Xian's melon. Not long after, the elevator door opened. Zhang Fan brought a group of people over. Those people saw Gu Chen sitting on the sofa. Some surprised, came over to greet him. Mr. Gu, why are you here? Gu Chen never talked to his subordinates when he could, so at the moment, his tone was light and didn't have any emotional ups and downs. Yang Mi saw the respectful and fearful attitude of these people brought by Zhang Fan towards Gu Chen, and only afterward did she realize that they were all Gu Chen's employees. However, she was even more curious at the moment. What were these people doing in her own company? Without waiting for her to figure it out, the elevator doors opened again, and her boss Li Ming and Su Li walked out of the elevator together. The moment Su Li's eyes landed on her and Gu Chen, her face instantly changed drastically, and she immediately walked from the elevator side to the rest area, pulling Yang Mi up and protecting her behind. After looking at her own boss, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Before she sighed in relief, her eyes grudgingly looking at Yang Mi. You don't know how to avoid people. Yang Mi looked at Su Li's slightly reproachful expression and smiled, secretly touching her nose to ease her embarrassment. Glancing at Li Ming and seeing that his eyes had been on Gu Chen, Yang Mi reacted with an afterthought. It seemed that the one who named herself as the spokesperson was Gu Chen. For some reason, there was a sudden loss in her heart. There was also an indescribable complexity. Yang Mi thought that she had received the endorsement by her own strength, but she didn't realize that it was Gu Chen who helped her out. No wonder. Thinking through all this, Yang Mi instantly lost interest. Her expression was faint, her fingers unconsciously pinching and rubbing the corner of her coat. Gu Chen caught a glimpse of Yang Mi's small movements. His heart was clear, but he didn't show it on his face. Li Ming walked over quickly from the elevator, sizing up the young man sitting on the back of the sofa with his legs folded. Glancing at Zhang Fan, who was standing respectfully at the side, Li Ming guessed that the one sitting there was the president of Gu Group. Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard that the president of Gu Group is thunderous, and has organized the company well. I thought that he was a middle-aged man with a lot of experience, but I didn't expect you to be so young when I saw you today. Mr. Li is too kind. Gu Chen got up and shook the hand handed over by Li Mingxian without any expression on his face. I'm really impressed that Mr. Gu is young and successful. Shocked in his heart that such a young man had such a powerful aura, Li Ming couldn't help but become more and more terrified. Just feel free to be more casual. Mr. Li. Gu Chen slightly hooked his lips, causing Li Ming to slightly relax. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Ming finally circled the topic to the main topic of calling Yang Mi over today. I wonder if Mr. Gu is. Hearing Li Ming ask this, Yang Mi's heart also vaguely carried a hint of curiosity. Was this matter really his idea? It was a proposal brought up by the people below. I looked good and agreed. Gu Chen opened his mouth to explain, incidentally mentioning what had just happened outside as well. Originally, I was going out to talk about cooperation today, and happened to pass by the entrance of your company. I met Ms. Yang surrounded by fans in the middle and was a bit rushed, which is why I took it upon myself to help relieve the situation. Chapter 67 Security system is not very good. I heard Ms. Yang say that she came over to talk about cooperation, so I had the impromptu intention to come up here and listen. It doesn't bother Mr. Li, does it? Not disturbing, not disturbing. It's an honor for you to come over in person. Li Ming figured out Gu Chan's attitude towards this cooperation, and finally let go of his heart. Yang Mi's mind was also active after hearing this, but what he just said, was he explaining it to himself? Did he see his own disappointment and told me in this way that it was all due to my own efforts? It must be so. The expectation in Yang Mi's heart was recognized by Gu Chen himself, and the loss in her heart was swept away. Before Li Ming could bring up the details of the cooperation, Gu Chen suddenly opened his mouth again. Mr. Li, let's not mention the cooperation first. There is a sentence in this company management. Junior may have to offend you. Dare not dare not dare. You can manage Gus so well. You definitely have a higher opinion than me in terms of management. Just say it straight. Li Ming's heart instantly seized up again, afraid that Gu Chen would pick on him. If I hadn't happened to pass by just now, Ms. Yang might have clashed with a fan. The security system that your company arranges for its artists. I'm afraid it's not quite up to par, right? Li Ming instantly heard something in Gu Chen's words, insinuating that he didn't protect his artists well, but there was no way to refute it, so he could only accompany the smile. Yes. What Mr. Gu said is right. I'll go back and make arrangements. Yang Mi read that Gu Chen was intentionally backing himself up, and some softness flashed through her heart. Seeing Li Ming's terrified appearance, Suli really couldn't hold back and came over to Yang Mi's ear and whispered to her with a smile. Baby, do you know, when I mentioned this matter to Mr. Li, he was still indifferent. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to come over and he was scared like this. I'm afraid this is a sure thing today. Yang Mi saw Suli happy like this and passed her a look over, telling her to at least be more restrained. In any case, it is still in front of the boss. You like this? Really good? Suli sat up straight, but the expression of excitement on her face could not be hidden. Yang Mi looked a little helpless, but also did not care. Suli is really for her good. Everything is thinking of her first. Finally got out of the head. She wants to laugh, just laugh. The two have worked together for so many years. The relationship has long surpassed ordinary colleagues, and has become bosom friends. Mr. Gu, let's go to my office to talk. Aha. Li Ming guided the crowd to take the elevator to the top floor. Walking from the break to the elevator, there were more people and one elevator couldn't fit, so Gu Chen took the initiative to speak. Ms. Yang, after you. Yang Mi was pulling Su Li's hand deep outside the sky when she suddenly heard Gu Chen call herself and snapped back to her senses. No, you go first, I'll just make a trip later. The two of them, in order to appear less familiar in front of outsiders, soared directly in front of the elevator. That's right, Mr. Gu, you're a guest when you come, how can I make you wait? It's better for you to go up with me first, right? Li Ming heard Yang Mi's words and also added a sentence. No need, my subordinates and you can discuss all the cooperation matters. I won't go up. When you're done talking with them, I'll just take them to a get-together. Gu Chen added another sentence, causing Li Ming to instantly close his mouth that was still trying to be polite. Unable to retort, The few employees behind Zhang Fan heard Gu Chen's words and secretly looked at each other. When did his boss become so humane? A potluck dinner? That was something that he didn't even dare to think about before, and Li Ming's side continued to be shocked inwardly. I didn't expect a big boss like Gu Chen to be this approachable and treat his employees like this. Zhang Fan and Su Li glanced at each other, both seeing the other's expression as they tried to hold in their laughter. They were afraid that they and those two protagonists were the only ones in the entire room who understood what Gu Chen intended with those words, right? Noticing Gu Chen's intentions, Su Li spoke up at the right time. Mr. Li, it just so happens that Yang Mi has time, so let her take Mr. Gu around the company? Then I'll trouble MS. Yang. Li Ming was still a bit hesitant, but he didn't expect Gu Chen in front of him to directly open his mouth and agree, so he couldn't say anything else and could only nod his head in agreement. Then you entertain Mr. Gu. Okay boss. Yang Mi agreed. Her eyes secretly glanced at Gu Chen. Seeing that he was staring at her with a hooked lip and a light smile, she hurriedly moved her eyes away. Su Li is Yang Mi's agent. She must be present to talk about cooperation, so she went upstairs with Li Ming and secretly threw Yang Mi a look before leaving. I've got a chance to give you a chance to make the most of it. Yang Mi glared at her and ignored her. The elevator door closed, and only Gu Chen, Yang Mi and Zhang Fan were left in the 12th floor lobby. The space was a bit quiet, and a few people silently walked back to the sofa. Yang Mi and Gu Chen sat down by themselves. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan used the excuse of going to the restroom to directly slip away, leaving the two alone. Zhang Fan, boss, cheer up. The two sat face to face. Gu Chen's line of sight kept falling on Yang Mi. Seeing her awkwardly lowering her head and not daring to speak, he felt amused in his heart. Not to visit the company? Why don't you introduce me? MS. Yang? Oh good. Taking Gu Chen to stroll the company roughly once, the upstairs cooperation was not yet finished. Seeing that there was going to be no place to go, Yang Mi's mind flashed and she blurted out without thinking. Almost finished shopping, want to go to my office to see? As soon as the words left her mouth she regretted it. Nothing to flash what aura. Okay. Didn't expect Gu Chen to agree. Yang Mi even wanted to give herself 2 slaps, but she said the words, there is no way to back out again, and only had to bring him to walk towards her office with a stiff upper lip. Take 2 people in Yang Mi's office around. Just sat down and drank a cup of water. Su Li sent a message, asked her where, said the cooperation has been negotiated. Yang Mi let out a sharp sigh of relief and looked up to talk to Gu Chen that it was over there. Shall we go down? Good. Before leaving the door, Yang Mi glanced at the art clock hanging on the wall. Long past the time for the 2 babies to be released from school. Her heart was a little anxious, and she looked up just in time to bump into Gu Chen's inquiring eyes. What's wrong? It seems like it's past the time to pick up the 2 kids from school. Yang Mi was a little despondent. The 2 babies were afraid that they would have to stay at the kindergarten for a while. When Gu Chen heard this, he let out a giggle, causing Yang Mi to frown and look over at him. I knew you wouldn't be able to make it. I already told Xiao Chen to go over and pick them up. Don't worry. Only then did Zhang Mi put her heart down and went downstairs with Gu Chen, looking for Su Li and the others to gather. When they arrived downstairs, Li Ming had already brought people waiting in the hall. Seeing the late arriving Yang Mi, she gave her a reproachful look and turned her head to face Gu Chen with a smile. Mr. Gu, how was the stroll? There's no room for bad hospitality, right? It was fine. Why don't you and MS Yang join us for this gathering? As a celebration of the successful conclusion of the cooperation. Chapter 68, Drinking at Night Hurts Your Health. Li Ming still didn't get past Gu Chen, and went to the party with Yang Mi and Su Li. The lights in the private room were dim. Gu Chen sat with his legs folded in the corner of the sofa and watched the crowd having fun. Yang Mi and he had Li Ming in the middle. MS Yang, let me toast to you. I hope we can work together happily in the future. Someone at the table brought a wineglass to Yang Mi's side, wanting to toast her. When Gu Chen heard this, he frowned and turned his head, his line of sight shooting straight at that person. Drinking at night is detrimental to your health. Tell the waiter to switch to tea. The man was holding his wine glass, feeling his boss's suddenly bad mood, and the line of sight that fell on him as if it had frozen into substance. He stiffened in fear, not understanding what he had done wrong. The people present also did not dare to play around. The whole room was silent. Zhang Fan gave a wink to Su Li, who was sitting next to Yang Mi. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. This scene cannot be. Su Li received Zhang Fan's eyes for help, looked at Yang Mi who was at a loss for words, and spoke stiffly. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to know so much about health. Right. Drinking at night can hurt the stomach. Let's switch to tea. Tea instead of wine is the same. Come on. Waiter, remove the wine and replace it with tea. Seeing that Gu Chen's demeanor had loosened up quite a bit, the crowd quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and all of them cast a grateful gaze at Su Li. The gathering continued, but no one dared to come up to toast Yang Mi's wine. even if it was tea. The person who originally came over with great interest also slipped back to his seat in embarrassment. On the night of the gathering, those fans who had taken photos of Yang Mi and Gu Chen posted the photos on the platform, once again causing a sensation on the platform. However, due to Gu Chen and Zhang fans' unusually popular approach to handling the issue, no one said that Yang Mi was playing a big game. One of the back photos of the two of them looking at each other as they left the crowd and walked down the road stood out in the many hot lists, and the comments below all exploded. These two are so good together. I don't know what their relationship is, but this side suggests getting married in place. This is proper hegemonic literature shining into reality. Okay, bow. Marry if it's a good match. We agree. Yang Mi didn't know any of these things. She was a bit tired after returning home from the gathering and accompanied these two children to play for a while before going back to her room to sleep. The next day when she woke up, Su Li's phone almost broke Yang Mi's cell phone, but not to ask questions, but to gossip. Yang Mi just woke up. The consciousness has not returned to the cage. Pick up the phone to see the dozens of missed calls from the same person. The whole person is blinded. Just wanted to call back. Su Li's phone had already taken the lead. Hello, Sister Li? With a thick nasal voice ringing out, Su Li heard that this person must have just woken up. You ancestor, why are you still sleeping? You were photographed in front of the company yesterday and you're on the hot search again. Is that so? But I didn't show my face. Yang Mi couldn't figure it out. She was this popular? How can she be on the hot search even if she's covered up like this? What? It's you and Mr. Gu. Hearing Su Li mention Gu Chen's name instantly sobered her up, remembering that the moment he took himself away from the crowd yesterday, there did seem to be quite a few people behind her who raised their cell phones to take pictures. Yang Mi was a bit flustered, but listening to Su Li's tone, it seemed like it wasn't a bad thing. Without waiting for Yang Mi to think about it carefully, she heard Su Li pick up another sentence. You still don't know? The netizens are all saying that overlord literature shines into reality. Yang Mi, are all netizens so irrational nowadays? She was a bit speechless, yet she was really glad that things didn't go in the direction she imagined, and she also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. I'll take a look. After saying a few words to Su Li, Yang Mi hung up the phone, got up from the bed and went to the restroom to wash up, and in the meantime opened the platform and swiped up the hot search list. That photo appeared on her phone screen just like that out of nowhere, so harmonious that even she didn't realize at first that it was actually herself, holding a toothbrush in one hand and a cell phone in the other. Yang Mi froze staring at that photo, smiled slightly, and long pressed her finger on the screen to save the photo. After doing this, she was a bit vain, and exited the page again, found the photo album, and set that photo to private, entering the password to be visible, before letting go of her heart. After finishing breakfast with the two babies, remembering that Meng Bao and Good Boy were about to go on summer vacation, Yang Mi thought that she should take them to have some fun. Although Meng Bao and Xiao Bao are young, they remember things early and are not as stubborn as children of the same age, but more often than not, they are considerate and understanding. Besides, Yang Mi thinks that she can accompany the children to grow up to see more. More companionship is also a good thing, so she always have time to accompany the two children to go out to play. Seeing that the summer vacation is approaching, Yang Mi thought of asking the two children where they want to go to play, so she can prepare in advance. Babies, is there any place you want to go during summer vacation? Mommy will take you guys to play. Meng Bao and Good Boy were attracted by Yang Mi's words, and they put down the block models in their hands and ran towards her with their short legs. Regarding the matter of where to go and play, the two babies had already discussed it a long time ago. Since Daddy recognized the two of them, the family hadn't gone to an amusement park to play, although Mommy had taken them to that place a few times, and they had already played there almost all the time. But if Mommy and Daddy went there together, it might be able to enhance the relationship between them. So the two children decided a long time ago that they wanted Mom and Dad to take them to the amusement park to play together. At this moment, finally heard Yang Mi mention this issue, the two little group instantly excited up, one side of the other lying on the sofa on his face blinking bright crystal eyes to look at her. Mommy, let's go to the amusement park. Mommy, it's been ages since we last went. Yeah. The kindergartners often say they were taken to play by Mom and Dad. My brother and I are envious. This time we'll go blah blah blah. Yang Mi looked at the two little groups of powdered jade staring at her with such anticipation. In the end she couldn't bear to refuse. But, Yang Mi was in a bit of a dilemma. Thinking of the scene where she was surrounded by fans downstairs at the company, she was a little worried that she would be recognized, although she had brought her two babies to the amusement park before. But at that time, she wasn't hot yet, and she had also made a disguise, so she didn't have to worry about being recognized. However, since the last time she was disguised so tightly and was still recognized by the general public like the driver, who were hardly stargazers, she was more or less still a bit scared. What's more, the amusement park was a place where young people gathered. If she brought her 2 children there like this, she probably wouldn't be able to hide that she would be recognized. Otherwise, let dad take you there. Mom is now like this. Not good to appear under the public eye. Yang Mi opened her mouth with deliberation, telling her worries to the 2 babies. How smart are Meng Bao and Good Boy? Hearing Yang Mi say this, they naturally knew what she was worried about, but there was nothing they could do at the moment. Oh, good blah. Chapter 69, Going Camping for the Weekend. Looking at the 2 babies' little faces that had clearly become lost, Yang Mi's heart tightened, but there was really no way for her to let the 2 babies appear in the public eye right now. On one hand, it was to protect the 2 babies, and on the other hand, once her and Gu Chen's identities were raked over the coals, the consequences, she didn't dare to think about it. Although Meng Bao and Goody Boy were showing sadness on their faces, they were calculating little plans in their hearts, thinking of finding Gu Chen to figure out what to do. Good boy, daddy is so powerful. Surely he can think of a way for mommy to come alone. Meng Bao secretly observed Yang Mi's expression, seeing her brows clustered, knowing that she was also uncomfortable in her heart. After thinking, she opened her mouth to comfort. Mommy, it's the same if we go with daddy. You don't have to be sad. Good Boy listened to his brother's words, also noticing that Yang Mi was in a bad mood. He was busy nodding his head in agreement. Yes mommy, daddy accompany me and brother to play with Good Boy is also very happy. Yang Mi, how can she not know that this is the 2 babies' understanding behavior? Will the 2 of them into the arms tightly embrace? For their understanding feel pleased. Thank you babies for understanding. Mommy loves you so much. The mother and son 3 cuddled in front of the sofa for a while, and Mo Bao and Good Boy didn't move, letting Yang Mi hold them, holding her peacefully without speaking. The ringtone of the cell phone that was fastened on the coffee table rang, interrupting the warm moment between mother and son. Yang Mi raised her hand and secretly rubbed her eyes before letting go of the 2 babies to answer the phone. Gu Chen? What's going on? Nothing. Sitting on the sofa, just chatting with Meng Bao's Good Boy. Gu Chen was a little surprised to hear her slightly nasal accent. Have you been crying? But seeing that Yang Mi intended to hide it, she didn't open her mouth to ask. The babies are going on vacation soon, right? Any arrangements for the vacation? Hearing Gu Chen's words, Yang Mi turned the phone on speakerphone and called the 2 babies over to sit beside her. I was just about to talk to you. Meng Bao Good Boy wants to go to the amusement park. Gu Chen was a little surprised. Going to an amusement park? A crowded place. She can go? Are you taking it with you? Thinking of this, Gu Chen asked politely. No, I was just discussing this with my 2 babies. It's not very suitable for me to show my face at this time, especially with my 2 babies. It will be troublesome if I'm recognized. Gu Chen naturally knew this and didn't answer. Listening to Yang Mi continue. I've taken them to play a few times before when they weren't on fire, and the disguise was pretty tight, but last time I was covered up like that and was still recognized by fans. So if I go to an amusement park, I'm afraid they'll all come around to look at me, so I don't dare to take that risk. Well, that's indeed the case, so I'll take Moon Boy Good Boy? I thought about it. I still have to trouble you. Yang Mi was a little embarrassed, since Gu Chen recognized the 2 children. It seemed like everything big and small was bothering him. Gu Chen understood, and realized where that subtle misalignment she just had originated from. Dad, is there any way you can get mommy to come with us too? I also want mommy and daddy to stay with my sister and me together. All the kids in kindergarten have mommy and daddy with them, and my brother and I want to, too. The 2 children couldn't help but say what you said and I said, scrambling to say what they thought. Yang Mi didn't expect the cute baby Good Boy to ask directly, froze for a split second, wanted to stop but it was too late. Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh lightly when he heard the 2 babies gabbing away. Okay, daddy, come and think of a way. We can definitely get mommy to come with us. The Munchkin and Good Boy instantly cheered with joy when they heard Gu Chen make a promise, while Yang Mi was a bit constricted as she sat in the middle of the 2. Gu Chen, no need. It's already troublesome enough for you to bring the 2 kids. I can just not go. It's fine. Meng Bao and Good Boy want you to go. I'll arrange it. Don't worry, babies. Daddy has a meeting later. Let's not chat for now. You take care of mommy. Without giving Yang Mi the chance to refuse again, Gu Chen directly found an excuse to hang up the phone. The 2 babies were happily running around in the living room. Yang Mi didn't care if Gu Chen was telling the truth or not. Worrying about the children bumping into each other, she hurriedly came forward to protect them from playing around. Gu Chen hung up the phone, sat on the chair and thought for a while, picked up his cell phone and flipped through Jiang Fan's chat box. I remember that there is a large shopping mall with an amusement park under the group. How are the preparations going? Jiang Fan's side was running out. Heard the message ringing, picked up the phone and looked at it, called the person in charge, learned about the progress and messaged Gu Chen back. General Manager Gu, the person in charge said that it will be completed within the next 2 days, and next week it will be ready for trial operation. Arrange it. I'll bring my kids for an early trial on the weekend. Good boss. Zhang Fan called to contact the person in charge again. Gu Chen exited the chat box, thought about it, and instead of calling again, dialed the video call. The mother and son who were playing around were all stunned when they heard the video ringtone, and Meng Bao ran from the balcony to the living room to pick up the cell phone on the coffee table and answered it. Dad, didn't you go to a meeting? I haven't gone yet. I learned about the amusement park with Uncle Zhang Fan. Daddy asked about it. Let's take you and Mommy camping first on the weekend, then go to the amusement park, okay? Yeah. Meng Bao had already walked back to the balcony with her cell phone, and mother and daughter were sitting in the hanging chairs to rest, when she happened to hear Gu Chen's words. Without waiting for Meng Bao to reply, Goodyear climbed down directly from the hanging chair, and even answered while climbing. Finally, we have a mom and dad to go out and play with us. Yang Mi stretched out her hand to support the little body of the good little girl for fear that she would fall down, and when she heard this, her heart was a bit sour, and Gu Chen also had a bit of a bad taste in his ears. He lacked the two children's childhood for too long, and now just accompanying them to the amusement park to play once already let the good little girl get such a great sense of fulfillment. In the end, it is still his responsibility. When Good Boy had completely gotten off the ground, Yang Mi also got up from the hanging chair and squatted beside the two babies, taking the cell phone that Good Boy handed over. Since we're going camping, why don't you two go pack up your things? Go now. Meng Bao pulled behavioral baby's little hand and would go to the children's room. Yang Mi had thought that Gu Chen's previous promise that the two babies would work it out was just words, but he didn't think that he would have packed everything so quickly, and was also a bit surprised, watching the two children enter the room before resuming his seat back in the hanging chair, gently swaying. Thank you. Do not know how to thank Gu Chen. Yang Nijikan gently said thank you, the voice as gentle as water, along the cell phone to Gu Chen's ears. Looking at the screen, Yang Mi, whose skin is as white as a little girl's, said thank you to him with a smile in the corner of her eye under the setting sun, but Gu Chen was slightly uncomfortable. How and I have been so polite. Glancing at the serious person in the screen, Gu Chen opened his mouth, said many times, no need to say thank you to me, why can't you remember? Yang Mi saw Gu Chen's somewhat helpless face, her heart moved, and a smile rippled across her face. Chapter 70, Let Jiang Cheng be your female companion. Well, I won't say it in the future. Only then did Gu Chen relax his furrowed brow, and the two chatted in this relaxed atmosphere. Before long, Gu Chen's office door was knocked on from outside. It seems like someone is here to find you, so why don't you get busy first? Yang Mi heard that knocking and didn't want to disturb Gu Chen's work, and took the initiative to hang up the phone. Good. After saying goodbye to Yang Mi, Gu Chen hung up the phone. After receiving permission, Zhang Fan pushed the door in, looked at the man behind the desk who was still in a good mood, and sighed in relief. He had just finished knocking on the door, appeared to have heard the boss and Ms. Yang chatting. Fortunately he hadn't disturbed them, or else he was afraid that today would be over. Boss, there's a banquet tonight. It's organized by the Chen family. It says that the Chen family's youngest master wants to use the banquet to make amends to you. Got it. At the mention of making amends, Gu Chen thought of Chen Liyuan again and was somewhat repulsed. Do I need to help you call Jiang Cheng over to attend as your female companion? Gu Chen shook his head without hesitation. No, tell her to follow you and be your female companion. He is now also a person with children. Before is before. Some occasions need female companion, and it happens that Jiang Cheng is a secretary. Work can bring help. Choose her can also avoid some people to come to annoy themselves. Zhang Fan was a little surprised. This time as his female companion? After thinking about it, he also thought about it. Before Mr. Gu only brought Jiang Cheng to attend. This time not only bring him, but also let Jiang Cheng as his female companion. Think it should be in the intention to avoid suspicion, right? Yes, boss. Bring me a cup of coffee, then you go out, and come back to call me before you leave. Yes. Zhang Fan went to the lounge area and made Gu Chen a cup of hand-ground coffee, easing his steps and leaving the president's office. Jiang Cheng had long known that Gu Chen was going to the banquet tonight, and her heart was a little happy. According to Mr. Care's previous arrangement, he should also be attending the banquet tonight as his female companion. Jiang Cheng was waiting with great anticipation to get off work and go to the banquet with Mr. Gu, but she waited for Zhang Fan. Seeing Zhang Fan walking straight towards her, Jiang Cheng had a bad feeling for no reason, and it was true. Jiang Cheng, we're going to the banquet with the boss tonight? You'll be my female companion. Good. Hearing Zhang Fan's words have been exported, Jiang Cheng basically a little stiff, but did not say anything, nodded in agreement. Zhang Fan saw her like this, heart is clear, but she did not refute. In front of so many colleagues face their own cannot say anything, then only a deep look at her, turned to leave. Seeing Zhang Fan left, Jiang Cheng's stiff body slowly warmed up, but eyes gradually cooled down. At the last meeting, when she noticed something wrong and went to find Xiao Chen and Zhang Fan to inquire, the two men's mouths were as hard as a stone. How could they not pry open? Jiang Chang was very curious. Now let her go to be Jiang Fan's female companion. This deliberately avoiding suspicion look. There must be some reason. Jiang Chang felt that there must be something big going on. But since the boss had ordered it, she still had to go to this banquet. So even though she was uncomfortable in her heart, she still left work early to do her styling, and then went back to the office to wait for Gu Chen and Jiang Fan to come down and set off with her. Still the hotel where the Zhou family held the banquet last time. The moment the three of them stepped into the banquet hall, all eyes gathered on Gu Chen, who was walking in the front. The Qin family held a banquet. Can be invited over the natural are the upper class. Many have attended the banquet with Gu Chen. See this time Jiang Chang's hand in the arm of Jiang Fan, shocked and exchanged glances with each other. All understand over. Those rumors are afraid to be true, but after all, the Lord is here. No one dares to discuss this matter in front of him, so they all tacitly shut their mouths and greeted him with a natural demeanor. You guys are free to move around. I'll call you if something happens. Gu Chen took the champagne handed over by a passing waiter and saluted an old man who had come forward before turning back to the two men and instructing them. Yes, Mr. Gu. Jiang Fan and Jiang Chang both recognized the man as the Qin family's old man, so they answered in unison and then left. Jiang Chang saw that most of the people's gazes were streaming over her and Jiang Fan's bodies, and clenched her fists fiercely, but had to hold back to make herself look natural. At this moment, when she finally got Gu Chen's permission, she immediately pulled her hand out and away from Jiang Fan, then turned to leave, as if she was hiding from something. Jiang Fan noticed her movements and frowned slightly, realizing what she was avoiding, but he didn't say anything, letting her leave. However, his gaze still focused on Gu Chen from time to time, and when he saw him walking towards another place under the guidance of the Qin family's old man, he subconsciously followed. Jiang Chang approached the banquet hall and looked around, and saw a girl that she had befriended during the weekday banquets, and was also the daughter of a group that ranked high in this Yanjing. Her eyes bright, from the dining table took a cup of drinks, walked towards the girl, want to say hello to her, did not expect that the girl saw her behavior, even as if she did not see her, hurriedly turned around to look for someone else to go. This see the plague-like behavior let Jiang Chang froze for a long time, did not react. What happened? She clearly met my eyes. Why did she just leave? Seeing that she was stuck in the pile of people, Jiang Chang only thought that it was someone in there who called her over, so he didn't care, and continued to look for people he was familiar with. But after several attempts, no matter whether it was a rich family wife or a young lady from a wealthy family that she knew, either they left before she got close, or no one paid attention to her even if she took the initiative to talk to them. However, many of the people present had their eyes fixed on her, seemingly discussing something in whispers. This bizarre atmosphere made Jiang Chang completely puzzled, and afterward realized that the group's daughter was really deliberately avoiding her, seeing herself being cold-shouldered by all the people she once knew. Jiang Chang's heart became weirder and weirder, but no one is willing to talk to her. She had to carry a mouthful of undrinkable juice to sit in the corner alone, depressed. She couldn't figure out why on earth everyone didn't treat her well. Perhaps there is a master blocking. The lights in the corner are dim. Perhaps the existence of Jiang Chang sitting alone is really too low. After she came over to chat, a few people actually did not find her existence, which also includes a once rushed to make friends with her people. Jiang Chang originally did not care, still caught up in their own thoughts, but did not expect that the sound of those people discussing directly into her ears, and that the center of the discussion, clearly is her own. Jiang Chang, who was originally still full of confusion and strangeness, instantly held her breath and pricked up her ears to listen. Did you guys see that secretary beside Mr. Gu today? The originals still do Mr. Gu's female companion to attend. How today followed Jiang assistant? How can I not see? Just now she went around looking for someone to talk to. No one took care of her. That's right. Look at her face, confused look, afraid is still do not know that rumor, right? As soon as she heard the rumor, Jiang Chang's heart was a little nervous, and she tried even harder to turn her ears to their direction, wanting to hear it more clearly. Could it be related to Mr. Gu's recent change? What rumors? The people who are talking about it don't know about it, but they are just watching everyone isolating Jiang Chang, and they follow over to inquire about the situation, but they don't think that they can actually eat the melon. Chapter 71 MS. Jiang, cooperation? You still don't know? It's just that Mr. Gu has a child a few years old, but it doesn't seem to be hers. Everyone is rumoring that it's her who has fallen out of favor. And look at her and assistant Jiang holding hands today. I'm afraid she's asking Mr. Gu to reward assistant Jiang. Reward? Your words are a little hard to hear. This is called avoiding suspicion. Do you understand? Then who? Didn't you used to be quite good with her? Now that you see her like this, how do you feel? Someone derisively laughed and asked that person who once rushed to flatter Jiang Chang, but did not expect that person to shake his head. How can it be? Originally is to think that she followed the side of Mr. Gu, in case it is really the main body. Can make friends naturally no harm? Now look at this appearance, afraid is hanging. Hide. Someone is coming this way. Let's go. A few people laughed and chatted and left, but Jiang Cheng in the corner has heard the body cold, full of anger, angry straight frown. This group of people behind the scenes are talking about her what? But thinking of that rumor they just said, Jiang Cheng was a little lost in thought. Could it be that General Manager Gu had changed so much recently because he had a child? That child's mother. Who is it? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng forced down a fire, intending to go find Zhang Fan and ask him about it. But she didn't expect Zhang Fan to appear on the other side of the pillar where she was hiding, staring at her with eyes full of composure, frightening Jiang Cheng so much that she shivered and froze in place. What's the feeling? Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan suddenly opened his mouth. Jiang Cheng was still a bit unresponsive and didn't understand what he meant. What? I'm asking you what you feel when you hear these people talk. Jiang Cheng finally understood the meaning of his words, and was shocked to understand that Zhang Fan sought his own little mind, but pretended that he couldn't understand. What feeling? Assistant Jiang Yu, what are you saying? I can't understand. Zhang Fan stared at Jiang Cheng's face for a few seconds, seeing her look gradually flustered. He laughed out softly, then changed to that cold expression again. You better really not understand. The deliberately lowered voice made the temperature all over Jiang Cheng's body seem to have lowered quite a bit, provoking goosebumps all over her body and numbing her scalp. Put away your mind that shouldn't be there. Shouldn't have thoughts. Don't have. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Fan, whose face was full of instant grimness, and didn't speak anymore. This kind of Zhang Fan, this is the first time she has seen. Usually the three of them work together, even if he has always been cold and unapproachable, but there has never been a time when he unleashed such a horrifying sense of oppression. Jiang Cheng thought that he was just a little bit cold, but did not expect to have the same attributes with Gu Chen. Today to see, really surprised a hand. Zhang Fan saw Jiang Cheng's face white. Their deterrent power has been achieved. Also no longer care about her. Straight turn around and leave. Leaving Jiang Cheng alone in the original place froze. Jiang Cheng never thought that he hid so secret heart was Zhang Fan see-through. She always thought she hid very well. But today Jiang Fan's sudden warning, let her break all the illusions. Even Jiang Fan can see it. Gu Chen is so smart. It is impossible for him not to see it. How? Then? She had actually always understood that it was nothing for someone as outstanding as Gu Chen to have a woman sitting in this position. Even if there were several, it was even best that way, because there was still a possibility that she would be one of the several. But the way things were looking now, it wasn't that Gu Chen couldn't read her mind, he just never gave him a chance. She had always thought that she had been with Gu Chen for so long that she would be able to understand him better than anyone else. But he even had a child? Who is the mother of that child? She had followed him around for so many years. How could she not hear anything at all? She admitted that she was now so jealous of that woman that she was about to go crazy. Jiang Cheng stood on the spot. Her thoughts were chaotic. Jealousy, anger, fear, all kinds of emotions intricately entangled in her body running around. I noticed that someone is approaching her side. Jiang Cheng alert instantly lifted his head. The eyes of the Qin family's daughter's face. Jiang Cheng had a moment of confusion. This banquet everyone is avoiding her. She as the main family. Come to find her to do what? Miss Jiang, I think I have some words that I can talk to you about. Although Jiang Cheng was overwhelmed by anger and jealousy, her vigilance was still there. To be able to mingle around someone like Gu Chen, it wouldn't do to be brainless. To be able to take the initiative to find her when everyone was avoiding her. This woman's motives were probably impure. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng didn't want to take care of Qin Luan. I'm sorry Miss Qin, I'm not feeling well. I'm going to the restroom. Excuse me. Qin Liyuan didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so vigilant that she could still cope with herself in this state. Surprisingly, she was still a brain? Sure enough, no one around this Gu Chen is simple. That Zhang Fan seems to be a salt and oil, before even causing her to be a person with her tail between her legs for several months. There's also that silly-looking assistant Chen, who can call out a bunch of bodyguards to surround you the second after he smiles. No, this is the last chance. Looking at Jiang Cheng's departing back, Qin Luan clenched her teeth in anger, stomped her foot, and finally took a step to follow, stopping her at the dead center of the surveillance. Since the last time she was clearly photographed by the surveillance, she had checked out the surveillance dead ends of this hotel in advance, just to facilitate her downfall. Ms. Jiang, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. You're a fastidious person. I have something to say. Let's cooperate. I don't understand what Miss Qin is talking about. You're a daughter of a worldly family. I'm just a secretary. I don't know what I can cooperate with you can. Miss Jiang, an enemy's enemy is a friend. There's no need for you to be in such a hurry to refute me. You might as well hear me out. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry to go to the restroom. Please make way. Seeing her tough attitude and even wanting to leave directly, Qin Luan pursed her lips and directly opened wide against her face. Miss Jiang, your heart is not pure towards Mr. Gu. Jiang Cheng didn't expect Qin Luan to see it too. Her spine instantly froze, and the leg she was about to step out also stopped in midair and retracted, staring at her face. What do you want to do? Miss Jiang, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. Qin Luan stepped forward and straightened Jiang Cheng's crooked neckline, her eyes lightly landing on her face that was a little white from nervousness. I just want to cooperate with you. Miss Jiang, you're jealous of the mother of that rumored child. We have the same purpose. Cooperating is the most favorable choice. After Qin Liyuan knew that this tactic worked on Jiang Cheng, she wasn't in a hurry to talk to her about cooperation. I will give Ms. Jiang time to think. This is my contact information. Ms. Jiang, put it away. Call me anytime you figure it out. I'll wait for Miss Jiang's good news. After Qin Liyuan finished these two sentences, she left the spot, leaving Jiang Cheng there to think alone. After Jiang Cheng heard Qin Liyuan's words, she didn't make any moves and only watched Qin Liyuan leave herself behind to leave. A little dazed. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, but I didn't want to see her. But why should I believe her words? Looking at the business card in her hand, Jiang Cheng's reasoning told her that she should have thrown this thing away. Not waiting for her to come up with a result, the cell phone in her bag rang. Jiang Cheng was busy turning it out and answering it. It was Jiang Fan. Jiang Cheng, Mr. Gu is looking for the documents he told you to bring over. Where are you? I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right there. Chapter 72, Missing You. Put the cell phone back into the bag. Looking at the other hand of the business card, Jiang Cheng ghostly will it into the bag of the innermost layer of the sandwich, hurriedly left the original place, back to the banquet hall to find Gu Chen and Jiang Fan, two people. Jiang Fan is the only one in the banquet hall who was waiting for Jiang Cheng on the way to the restroom, and when he saw Jiang Cheng hurrying over, his eyes lightly fell on her and gave her a glance. Jiang Cheng brought Jiang Chen to the door of the box where Gu Chen and others are talking about cooperation. Jiang Fan pointed inside, signaling Jiang Cheng to go in. Mr. Gu is inside. Just send him in. Good. Jiang Cheng agreed, lightly exhaled to ease his emotions, flexed his right index and middle fingers and knocked on the door. Heard Gu Chen's voice coming from inside before he pressed down on the doorknob and pushed the door in. In the box sat Gu Chen and another man. Jiang Cheng will be holding in the hands of the documents handed to Gu Chen after the line of sight secretly placed on the opposite side of the man. Heart surprised. Surprisingly, it was the Qin family's nemesis. Honestly speaking, she actually saw the scene of Mr. Gu and the Qin family's old man talking happily. But how did this turn around and talk to the other side about cooperation? This time the documents or she organized. But she knew that the Qin family is also interested in this project for a long time. Has been wanting to discuss with the Gus. She also thought that today this is the first time to run to the city, but she did not know what to do. She also thought that today this is to cooperate with the Qin family? Noticing that the other party's line of sight had the tendency to turn to look at her, Jiang Cheng immediately retracted her line of sight and looked to her own toes, pretending to look at the floor with her eyes watching the nose and nose watching the heart. Hard work. Gu Chen raised his head, signaling Jiang Cheng to go out. No hard work, then you talk first. I'll wait for you outside. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly at the man opposite Gu Chen and opened the door to leave the box. Jiang Fan is no longer outside the door of the box, which makes Jiang Cheng relieved. Looked around the perimeter of no one. Put his hand into the bag where the business card of Qin Luan is placed, fumbling with the thin small piece of paper, his heart thoughts fluttering. Hesitation again and again. Jiang Cheng made up her mind, walked to the trash can, threw the piece of paper into it. She has her own principles. She can have today's achievements. All rely on Gu Chen's appreciation. Bring her from back to China to the present level. She should be clear how to correct their own identity. After Gu Chen and the man finished talking about cooperation, he chatted for a while in the box, during which he received a message from Jiang Fan, a surveillance video. Originally, Jiang Fan was ordered to investigate the movements of Qin Luan, but accidentally found that she took the initiative to contact Jiang Cheng, so he intercepted the video clip and sent it to Gu Chen's cell phone. Mr. Gu, do you need to investigate Jiang Cheng in the meantime? Gu Chen finished watching the surveillance video and pondered slightly. No need for the time being. Yes. After drinking tea in the box for a while, the two of them got up and prepared to leave. When Gu Chen went out, he found Jiang Cheng still waiting at the door, thinking of the video sent by Jiang Fan. His eyes lingered on her for a moment, his expression flat. Jiang Cheng noticed this glimpse of Gu Chen out of the door. His heart suddenly thumped. For some reason always feel a little panicked. See Gu Chen no other action. Did not ask her what words. Jiang Cheng hurriedly stepped to follow. Face maintained calm. But in the heart of the nervousness, the brain is also in the rapid thinking. This is probably the person who has done something wrong is easy to be weak. When Gu Chen and his team came out of the box, the banquet downstairs was almost over. and the crowd greeted and left in twos and threes. Gu Chen took Jiang Fan and Jiang Cheng out of the hotel and asked Jiang Fan to contact the driver to pick him up, and asked him to send Jiang Chen home. Jiang Fan watched Gu Chen leave before taking Jiang Cheng and calling a taxi to send her away. Gu Chen asked the driver to take him back to Yang Mi's apartment and drank some wine. He had just missed Yang Mi and his two babies a little while he was talking about the cooperation, so he decided to go over there temporarily to surprise them. Jiang Cheng sat in the back seat of the car. Jiang Fan sat in the passenger side. The two looked at each other all the way without words, but each mind. Jiang Fan is actually a little skeptical of Jiang Cheng. After all, she just contacted Qin Li Yuan, but boss said not to use that, then not good. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, is full of Gu Chen's seemingly casual glance just now. She always felt that Gu Chen should know what. The car is quiet as hell. The driver did not even put the music. He also can see that the two people atmosphere is not right, and from such a high-grade place out, they do not dare to talk nonsense. See the two people who did not say anything. He also did not dare to say a gossip. Jiang Cheng is in the back seat looking at the fast receding scenery full of confusion. Suddenly by the cell phone ringing interrupted thoughts. Too quiet environment makes her a bit flustered. Hastily picked up the cell phone from the bag. Is a string of unfamiliar numbers, but some familiar. Jiang Cheng did not think too much. Directly picked up. Hello? MS. Jiang. Xin Luan's voice came from the handset. Jiang Cheng heart shocked. Body shivered. I hang up the phone. Pull black delete a series of flowing action. Never done so skillfully. Looked up and looked at Jiang Fan sitting in the co-pilot. To see that he did not have any special reaction, Jiang Cheng only sighed with relief. Raised his hand and stroked his heart beating extremely fast, silently adjusting his emotions. Gu Chen got out of the car, took the elevator directly to the door of Yang Mi's apartment, took out the key and opened the door to enter the house. The two babies were watching cartoons in the living room, and when they heard the sound of the key turning, they inclined their heads in unison to look over, and when they saw that the person who opened the door was Gu Chen, they instantly exclaimed in shock, "Daddy!" Meng Bao and Good Boy stomped their little legs and jumped down from the sofa, one on each side pouncing into the arms of Gu Chen, who was squatting down to change his shoes. Seeing the surprised expression of these two little dumplings, and feeling the two piles of meat dumplings in his arms that felt so good in his hands, Gu Chen was in an extremely good mood, and gave the two babies a kiss on the cheek. Yang Mi heard the commotion in the living room and rushed out from the kitchen with a spatula, and was a little shocked to see Gu Chen standing in the doorway. "Didn't you go to the banquet? Why did you still come over? Missed you guys." Gu Chen borrowed the wine and blurted out this sentence without thinking, and when he reacted, it was already too late. The two children covered their mouths and snickered on the side, while Yang Mi blushed at an alarming speed. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Gu Chen hurriedly changed the topic. "Didn't you hire a nanny? Why are you still working on your own?" "Oh, just let her leave first. I have nothing to do today. I want to do it myself." "Then I'm in for a treat? The food will be ready soon. You first take the babies to wash your hands." Yang Mi's face burned, and she hurriedly took the spatula and went back to the kitchen to cook. Gu Chen curled his lips into a smile, changed his slippers, holding one on one side as the father and son trio went to the restroom to wash their hands. Just in time, Yang Mi brought the last pot of soup to the table, and the family of four happily began to eat. "It's the weekend tomorrow. Are the camping things ready?" Gu Chen swallowed a piece of meat in his mouth and raised his eyes to ask Yang Mi. I didn't expect the two children to answer first. "Ready, ready, ready, Dad. My brother and I put away our things ourselves." "Oh." The good boy was directly excited and looked at Gu Chen as if showing off, and helped mommy put it away. Meng Bao was also full of anticipation. Yang Mi directly blushed when she heard this. "What should I do? I still need two children to help clean up my own things. Will he think he's lazy?" Gu Chen, however, didn't care about this and smiled as he stroked the two children's heads. "You guys are great then." Chapter 73 Moving. After dinner, Meng Bao took her sister to the bedroom to put together Lego as usual. After a while, Gu Chen and Yang Mi were left in the living room, where the warm sunlight lazily fell through the window sill, leaving a golden glow on the ground. But as for Yang Mi and Gu Chen in the large space, it looked a bit empty. "Do you want to eat some fruit?" Yang Mi cleaned up the kitchen, carrying cut fruits to the sofa and sat down, her eyes shining brightly, casually took a piece of watermelon and handed it to Gu Chen on the opposite side. She usually liked to eat a lot of fruit, and it was also a habit after meals. Gu Chen actually very usually doesn't like to eat fruit, but still took it. "Thanks." He opened his mouth indifferently. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but when Gu Chen's fingertips inadvertently brushed against the palm of her hand, it was as if a seemingly unnoticeable electric current ran through her hand, causing her body to stiffen. Yang Mi's face suddenly and indisputably reddened. When she realized this scene, her toes buckled to the ground in embarrassment. She was relieved when she caught a glimpse of Gu Chen carefully looking at the data report on the computer. However, Looking at Gu Chen's office side face was really a treat. Unimaginable. Gu Chen, Gu general manager, has always been thunderous and serious and rigid in his work, but on weekdays, he actually treats the well-behaved Munchkin with a gentle and calm side. What are you looking at? I have something on my face? Gu Chen, who was working on the computer, suddenly opened his mouth. As soon as he turned around, his good-looking eyes met Yang Mi's direct line of sight. In that instant, Yang Mi had the embarrassment of being caught in the act and was a bit groundless. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but just now she seemed to have seen that flash of laughter in the other person's eyes. No, I'm recalling a scene. Somewhat mesmerized. She was still a bit vain when she said this, her pair of good-looking fox eyes blinking, just wanting this topic to pass quickly. Been busy lately? Filming on a theater set should be tough, right? He suddenly opened his mouth. His short words, each word seemed to happen to land on the tip of Yang Mi's heart, and some sort of unspeakable emotion suddenly surged through his heart. There was even a thought in her mind that was frantically screaming that this man was really radiating charm all the time, even if he might have just asked casually. But Yang Mi shamefully admitted that she did seem to have some face control. It should be okay lately. Haven't heard from, so far the team has any arrangements. If so, Sister Sue's side will all keep me informed. Yang Mi unnaturally averted her line of sight and stammered to finish her sentence. Unbeknownst to her, just this act of wanting to cover up her feelings, in turn made Gu Chen feel amused. Thinking of something, he tentatively asked, if you're not busy, would you mind moving home? Move to my side? This is convenient for me to take care of you and Meng Bao, good boy. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to. I respect any choice you make. At those words, Yang Mi froze a bit and looked at him hesitantly. This isn't too good, is it? If I live in the past, I always feel that something is strange. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, and smiled a little in embarrassment. She might have been a little heartbroken, but the relationship between herself and Gu Chen was only briefly connected by the Munchkin good boy. Other than that, what else was there that was enough to support her living in the mansion of the titular CEO Gu? Gu Chen's expression suddenly turned as if he had thought of something and spoke again. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything else. Don't feel pressured. I'm just thinking that it'll be more convenient to live on my side of the house as it'll be more spacious and closer to my child's school. I didn't rush this before when you were busy filming on the set, and recently thought that maybe it could be on the agenda. He patiently explained. His brows unintentionally lessened a few points of the usual harshness, and a few points of softness. Perhaps it was because the two of them came closer when they spoke. The sudden proximity made Yang Mi's cheeks unconsciously flush, but the more she tried to hide it, the more she wanted to cover it up. That what you said also has some truth. Before I often went into the group and was not at home. You did work hard. Then let's move. After some mental struggle, Yang Mi finally compromised. So the following day, the move officially took place. Wow, Mom and Dad, are we moving? The good boy had just gotten up and learned of this news, rubbing his eyes and looking at the 3 large suitcases already packed in front of him, as well as the little Uncle Chen who had just entered the door. He was very dismayed. Yeah, last night after Mom and I discussed, we decided to let good boy and brother stay at Dad's place. Is good boy happy? Gu Chen leaned down and hugged his little daughter to him, and pinched her little meaty feet without shoes on. His face was hard to hide the doting. I'm so happy. Good girl has a new house to live in, said the good boy. Will go down from Gu Chen, rushed to share his joy with his brother, only to find that his brother has long been informed of this matter. This moment is helping Mommy to collect toys. Sister, you have too many dolls. We might not be able to take them all. With a look of a small adult, Meng Bao looked at his sister and crossed his arms and said, then what should we do? But good boy has to hold them every night to sleep and sleep. Oh. It really is a child's temperament. Just now, because of the longing for the new home of the happy nonstop, this moment will fall golden beans. At the sound, Gu Chen also came in, and Yang Mi looked at each other and smiled helplessly. But in the end, all the dolls were packed away by the movers. Gu Chen and Yang Mi had already left ahead of them. Xiao Chen was in charge of contacting the people from the moving company and watched them load all the luggage onto the car before leading the way out. The reason was simple. Where Gu Chen lived, the moving company couldn't get in without someone in front of them. But Yang Mi and the 2 children didn't know this. When they were in the car, the 2 little ones started to get so excited that they couldn't help themselves. They couldn't wait to fly there right away. Daddy, what does your house look like? Good boy leaned on Yang Mi's shoulder and asked curiously. We'll know when good boy arrives later. Gu Chen always seemed to have unexpected patience with children, as he rubbed good boy's head to show his appeasement. On the contrary, it was Meng Bao, who was still consistently feigning the appearance of a small adult, pretending not to care, but in fact, his heart was also quite hopeful. In fact, Gu Chen did not say that Yang Mi also clear. With these days together to see, Gu Chen lives in a place as certainly not her apartment cannot be compared. However, even though she was psychologically prepared the moment she learned that she would have to move. Yang Mi's heart couldn't help but tremble again as she watched the car drive into the villa area in the center of the city, and even go straight all the way, with a man in a suit driving along the way. Mr. Gu, it's here. Finally, the car pulled into a door and stopped. Yang Mi subconsciously looked out of the car window, and instantly felt that her vision had been greatly impacted. Sure enough, sometimes poverty just limits one's imagination. Chapter 74. Not a villa, but a manor. Having just passed through the tall and imposing gate, as soon as he came in, there was a huge lawn, the stone masonry at the corner of the round arched windows, showing all the elegance and wealth. Even the main building not far away, the perfect combination of Chinese basic flavor and Western architectural style, harmonious and does not appear to be abrupt. Here the environment is quiet and secluded by the mountains and the water, as if the nature as a conversion. Subtle and beautiful, oh secluded elegant. Around the eye cannot see the other buildings, but also like a world away from the world of the garden. Walked a short distance, a few people quickly came to the main building before a glance. A moment actually cannot see the end of the area. Entering the hall, the eye is extremely luxurious. Complex lamps emit cold bright light. 4 high walls and the soft carpet cast dark shadows. Not far away from the corridor, the 2 walls are filled with countless famous paintings. It was no longer a question of whether one had the money to live here, but a symbol of status and power. I'm afraid that this house is the rumored No. 1 manor in this downtown villa area that won't be put on sale to the public. Get off! As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, Good Boy opened his little hand. Daddy, hug! Gu Chen then hugged Good Boy with one hand and pulled Mo with the other. Entering the house, the 3 of them were inexplicably a bit cozy and cute when viewed from behind. Yang Mi had still been immersed in the shock that all this had brought her. Was this the mediocre life of the rich? She didn't understand, but she had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and thought that she had seen a lot of rich people. But like Gu Chen, she really hadn't seemed to have seen any. Or was it that the real big shots were all low profile and reclusive behind the scenes, and everyone in front of people could see that they were all shrimp and crab generals? Wow, it's so big and beautiful. Mommy, look, there's a beautiful fountain over there. The sound of the Good Boys cheering immediately brought Yang Mi back to her senses. She subconsciously turned around, and saw the small garden that Good Boy was pointing at, which also had a fountain, and was surrounded by countless varieties of precious flowers, even many of which Yang Mi had never seen before. Sister, don't be so excited. It's our first time at Daddy's house. We can't. Wow. Meng Bao finished his words, but the scene that came into his eyes directly made him widen his eyes, and he didn't even hold back his exclamation of surprise, only to see the corridor in front of the eyes parked full of all kinds of toy cars. The wall also made hollow design, filled with a lot of precious artifacts, and even the ceiling is also hung full of a lot of model airplanes. It seems to be carefully arranged by the people. Yang Mi looked over along with Meng Bao's line of sight, and could not help but be surprised as well, inclining her head to look at the man on the side whose complexion was always calm. This is what you prepared for Mo? Well, this is the first time they came to my place. I didn't know what to prepare. This is even a little kneading gift. Yang Mi looked at the corridor full of toys, precious hand-me-downs and others, and fell silent, although she wanted to say to Gu Chen that she couldn't be so bottomless even if she spoiled her children. After thinking about it, she ended up letting him be. Good Boy had long since let herself go at this moment, only to see her struggling to get out of Gu Chen's arms, unable to wait to join Meng Bao. A Good Boy. You're a girl. Oh, when you see a big villa, you don't pay attention to your image? Yang Mi and Gu Chen walked side by side towards the front. When she saw this appearance of Good Boy, she purposely gently patted Good Boy's little butt, dotingly teasing. Good Boy don't want image. Good Boy want to play with brother. As for Meng Bao, he had long been attracted by an entire corridor of toys to the point of being unable to extricate himself, and was completely unable to walk. Seeing this, Gu Chen also placed Good Boy firmly on the ground, and after instructing a few words of safety, he let them be. Behind them were the housekeeper and nanny who had been following them from the moment they entered the house, and when they saw the situation, they had the good sense to go forward and take care of them. Yang Mi couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in her heart again. No wonder Gu Chen said that coming here would take better care of her and the child. It seemed like moving here was indeed a better choice. Mommy, this is not a big villa. Oh, this seems like the cartoon that Good Boy watches inside the manor. Good Boy described it colorfully, his words seeming to bubble with happiness. In response, Gu Chen also just smiled, although this should be his own daughter's casual remarks, but I have to say, really let the good treasure said right. When he first bought this piece of land, he specially circled an area, which is where he is now. Not only is the feng shui precious land that Taoist family members talk about, everything is also designed according to the best specifications. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a manor. It's not at all comparable to those additionally constructed villas in the outer circle. In this regard, Yang Mi also did not say anything. After all, she also felt that the good treasure said reasonable. Not to mention the whole manor is so big that people can't imagine. Just the main building and the infrastructure next to it covers an area of at least a few thousand square meters, not to mention the whole manor. Then, do good boy and brother like it? As long as good boy and brother like it, it's fine. Gu Chen's gentle words quickly came, and undoubtedly received a happy affirmation from the two children. Seeing this, Yang Mi also couldn't help but speak helplessly. Gu Chen, if you keep spoiling them like this, the children are going to raise their caprices for you. But although her mouth was saying this, she was actually happy in her heart that the child was able to receive so much attention in Gu Chen's place. When the child was happy, she was also happy. Good boy is living in a big castle, so I'm a princess. Oh, then brother is the prince. So, mom and dad are the king and queen mother? I don't know when Meng Bao also ran up and picked up on the topic of good boy. Sister, according to the fairy tale, then the king and queen are going to have their wedding inside the castle. As soon as the two little ones talked about fairy tales, they began to talk endlessly. The two little heads came together and started discussing it in colorful pictures, and from time to time, they also looked towards Gu Chen and Yang Mi, not to mention how funny that look was. Originally, one good boy was enough, but now there's another cute boy. When Yang Mi heard this, she subconsciously froze, glanced at Gu Chen, who had a faint smile on his eyes, and felt even more embarrassed, her toes buckling, wanting to find a hole in the ground and forget about it. Wedding? It can also be held in other places, such as the beautiful beach by the sea. Gu Chen suddenly chimed in, causing Yang Mi to be surprised again. As a result, the next moment, good boy's jumpy voice rang out. Wow, brother is too good. Mom and dad are going to have a wedding on the beach. Yang Mi instantly sweated, and when Gu Chen's gaze with derision and laughter looked over, she hurriedly opened her mouth. Children's words are not reckless, childish talk. After some playfulness, the four of them went upstairs, and the movers arrived, and some maids helped to take the luggage up, placing them in their respective rooms, to be sorted out by specialized people. Chapter 75 Sunset and Camping. Miss Yang, young master, little princess. After things were finished, the servants stood in a row and greeted Yang Mi and the good boy Munchkin. Immediately, Yang Mi realized that the nanny Gu Chen had arranged in her apartment was also there, and was even so meticulous as to hire a specialized nutritionist to arrange meals for the two children. All aspects of life were really well taken care of. She had to sigh with emotion. Gu Chen, this man is really quite charming in what he does. After lunch, Meng Bao went to rest, leaving Yang Mi in her room to pack up her things, while Gu Chen dealt with company matters in the study next door. In a flash, it was afternoon. Yang Mi accompanied the two children in the toy corridor to play for a while, and Gu Chen came at some point. As soon as the good boy saw him, he jumped into his arms and clamored for a hug. Hungry? Go eat. Good Just now mommy also said she was hungry. It seems like mommy and daddy are really telepathic. It's over. Behavioral treasure, this child is crazy. He really says everything. This was Yang Mi's first reaction when she heard behavioral treasure suddenly come out with this. Gu Chen, however, couldn't help but laugh, and looked at Yang Mi with amusement, realizing that the person's face had already turned red. For some reason, the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to be unable to resist deepening a few more points. Let's go. We won't eat at the restaurant today, to give you a surprise. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi and Meng Bao likewise all began to look forward to it. Inside the small garden, the breeze was cool, blowing on people was very comfortable. Yang Mi also unconsciously stretched out when she came out. Then she saw Meng Bao running towards herself, then hugged her thighs. What's wrong? Yang Mi rubbed his hair, as cute as a little milk cat. However, when she saw that Meng Bao didn't say anything and looked behind her at Gu Chen and the good boy Gu Chen was holding, with that arrogant and envious look, a trace of realization crossed Yang Mi's eyes. Then, she also followed Gu Chen's example and picked up Meng Bao in her arms, smilingly opening her mouth. Let's go, Meng Bao and mommy together. As she spoke, Gu Chen came over as well with good boy in his arms. Aren't we going to eat? Yang Mi couldn't help but ask. Didn't I promise to accompany you on a camping trip? Saying that, as if Gu Chen could do magic, he led the three of them past a corner, and under the tied-up shed was a variety of food laid out. There were also beautiful dining cloths laid out on the soft lawn, that was also filled with fruits that Yang Mi and the children loved to snack on, and next to it was a barbecue grill that was being roasted by a specialized person. Most importantly, is a sight of the swing on the bright flashing lights, extraordinarily dazzling. Thinking about it, although the experience of camping near home is a bit worse, but the child is happy on the line. Yang Mi did not expect that Gu Chen's casual remark earlier would be put into practice so soon. Camping, sister. Meng Bao rarely had such a lively moment. He put down his usual stoic image of a young adult and excitedly bounced around Gu Chen, joining the good boy. A princess is a princess, and she's going to camp out in the castle. Oh, daddy is the best. After behavioral treasure got up from her nap, Yang Mi gave her a little pink dress, which already looked like she was delicate and cute, and this would be spreading out on the lawn, like a fluttering elf. The scenery in the manor is infinite, and the sunset is especially gentle. Not far away, someone picked up a camera and pressed the shutter on this scene. The cozy picture of a family of 4 was completely preserved at this moment. Quite a few servants watched from the side. This was the first time since they came to work here that they experienced a long-lost popularity in this huge house. 1 or 2 of them could not help but be happy for the host family. Halfway through the meal, Yang Mi suddenly received a call from Su, so she went to sit over the bench to connect. Hello, Mom Su. Listening to the delicate female voice on the other end of the phone, Su purposely snorted coldly and asked back, "Where have you been? How come the messages aren't returning?" Speaking of the issue of where to go, Yang Mi felt that she had better talk to Su before it was too late, to avoid a long night and a long dream, and then let her, the agent, have a worrying time. What if I say, I moved? Su on the other end of the phone was suddenly silent for a split second. Moved? Where did you move to? It couldn't be that you moved to Gu Chen's side, right? Yang Mi admitted it readily. I've long anticipated this day. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Say, where's your current address? Don't be in an emergency one day and not be able to find you. Speaking of which, Yang Mi followed by today's moving things one by one said to Su, listen. The end also did not forget to come a sentence. The same person, different life. For the first time to have money and have a new cognition. After listening to these, Su cannot help but heart crazy emotion. Knowing that he is rich, did not expect to be so rich. It's true that people are more angry than people. Ms. Yan we are still working in the company of the bitter people. Really envy you from the bottom of my heart. I don't know when a rich man will come to me from heaven. After joking, the 2 of them quickly got down to business. Speaking of which, you're almost done resting, so it's time to start work. However, at the moment, I don't have access to good scripts, but there are a few good variety shows, as well as some circulars, all of which you can pick from, and it's also considered to increase your on-camera exposure. While talking, Yang Mi's cell phone received relevant information from Su. She opened it and checked them one by one. Sure enough, they were all those variety shows that various platforms had been pushing recently, and the forms of the variety shows were all over the place. There were outdoor adventures, pure entertainment, wilderness adventures, documentaries on traveling, and even romance variety shows. Seeing this last one, Yang Mi froze for a moment, only to find out that it was a vegetarian romance variety show, and she was acting as a behind-the-scenes romance observer, which kind of relieved her, though she didn't know what she was being vain about. Well, they're all pretty good. I'll have to pick them out. Okay, take your time. There's no rush on this one, but next Monday you have to go to Gu's first to shoot a branding campaign. I'll pick you up then. Yang Mi responded as she looked at the variety material. That's Su Ma. I think the last one is just fine. Look, although it's as a relationship observer, but the time is free. It's only recorded once a week, and it doesn't delay our other arrangements. Most importantly, it's recorded right in the city. Upon hearing this, Su couldn't help but roll her eyes on the other end of the phone. What? Not willing to leave someone so soon? Yang Mi was stunned by what was said, and for the first time, she actually forgot to retort. She unconsciously looked at the 3 people not far away. Their happy appearance made her heart warm. Perhaps, she really couldn't bear to part with them, right? I am Su. You will definitely respect my opinion, won't you? What else can I do if I don't respect it? Such a beautiful little ancestor, can only be spoiled. Su didn't say much, so she immediately hung up the phone and went to prepare the contract. Mommy, the roast is ready. Mangbao ran over and pulled Yang Mi over to eat a piece of barbecue meat. Gu Chen was taking care of them and didn't eat a few bites himself. The bustle here continued until late at night, when Good Boy and Mobao got tired of playing and started to feel sleepy. Afterwards, the Good Boy and Mangbao, accompanied by the maid, took a bath separately, and then went back to their rooms. Chapter 76, Crazy Buying. Yang Mi was actually tired after a long day, but when she went back to her room, she found that the light in the study was still on, and she couldn't help but feel that the president wasn't that good. The next morning, the Good Boy personally woke her up. When she woke up she was still a little confused. Maybe it's because of the change of place, some insomnia. The first half of the night Yang Mi almost did not sleep, almost dawned before falling asleep. Mommy, are you dreaming? Good girl, why did you wake up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Yang Mi just woke up. Milky voice to the good baby pampering said. Even have a kind of will carry her over to embrace the next sleep impulse. But Good Boy was not happy about it. With a turn she got out of bed, and said with a godly crossed arms, Mommy, you get up. Today Daddy is going to take us to the playground. You forgot, didn't you? Hearing this, Yang Mi fiercely remembered that it seemed like there was such a thing. Downstairs dining room. Daddy, do you think Mommy could still be awake? Probably, but it's not easy to rest, so Mom can sleep more if she wants to, don't you think so? It was rare for Gu Chen to be at home in the morning, and he was even eating downstairs. Even the maids found it very rare. You're all up so early? As she was talking, Yang Mi's voice came from the corner of the stairs, warm and soft, with some lethargy. She just woke up from a nap, pure vegan face but still able to fight, casually wearing a white tee and wide-legged pants, casually tied up pill head, everywhere reveals the natural beauty. As soon as Gu Chen looked up, he saw Yang Mi with a lazy posture, like a kitten, and Good Boy was close behind. Daddy, my mommy is pretty, isn't she? Good Boy suddenly pouted his little mouth, cute and adorable. Gu Chen was amused. Well, good looking. Yang Mi froze, and suddenly had a feeling of being so shy that she was ashamed. Hurry up and eat, Good Boy. After breakfast, Yang Mi helped them pack for the playground, but she herself said she had to go to the office, so she didn't follow along. But when it was time to go out, Gu Chen temporarily arranged for him to get on the car. Yang Mi was surprised. Not, I'm going to the company. It's fine. Going to the playground with us will be fine. After saying this without waiting for his reaction, Gu Chen also got on the car and sat down. Accompanied by Jiang Fan and Xiao Chen, the group soon drove to a large shopping mall. Underground garage. There are special people to come to receive. The whole privacy is very good. Yang Mi is also considered to be relieved, but on second thought, she should have guessed. This man is so delicate, will not be unable to think of this. Once in the car, the cute baby Good Boy has long been looking forward to. In front of the Run Happy, a pair of short legs run up. More cute very. Wow, this is the new mall, right? I didn't realize that the facilities inside are quite perfect. Good. Yang Mi casually praised a sentence. Jiang Fan followed behind and nodded his head, thinking that his own boss and MS, Yan really have a heart-to-heart. After going in, Mengbao Good Boy is directly flying self. Jiang Fan and Xiao Chen is responsible for the whole process to follow the two children behind. Do not dare to appear half a point of error. Otherwise, their own rice bowls directly lost. Gu Chen and Yang Mi followed at the back, seeing the two children playing in front of them. Suddenly opened his mouth and asked Yang Mi, this place isn't open to the public for the time being. You can also go and accompany your child if you have any items you want to play. Yang Mi looked at the child happy. She was also happy, but to say what she wanted to play, that hadn't really occurred to her. She happened to run into Jiang Fan who led her children over, and the two of them jumped into their mom's and dad's arms respectively. Daddy, just now my sister was scared to sit on the merry-go-round. Mommy, I don't want to play on the carousel. It's so high. I'm scared. I want to play on the go-kart. The two of them were helpless and spoiled, so there was nothing to do. So Gu Chen pulled Yang Mi along. So, Gu Chen and Meng Bao a group, Yang Mi and Good Boy a group. The rest is naturally Jiang Fan Xiao Chen a group. 3 groups began to race. Wow, Daddy's car skills are good. Good Boy looked at Gu Chen directly leading his brother to overtake him. He was instantly envious and couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. You sit still and watch Mommy. We can't be worse than them. At once, this desire to win came up, and immediately turned the steering wheel towards Gu Chen and Meng Bao to chase after them. So on this side of the track, you can only see the two carts chasing one after the other. No one seems to want to let anyone else. Then, a long way away, there were 2 other carts driving slowly behind them in a leisurely manner. Aside from Jiang Fan and Xiao Chen, who tacitly chose not to participate in the fun of their own boss and MS, Yang, who else was there? In the end, Gu Chen and Mo Bao were the first to reach the end of the track without any surprises. Meng Bao, on the other hand, was secretly rejoicing in his heart. This feeling of lying down to win after his dad was simply too good to be true. Under the expectation of the 2 children, Gu Chen and Yang Mi finished a few more rounds with their children. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was noon, and both children were coincidentally hungry. Gu Chen then had someone take them to a nearby restaurant for dinner. After getting on the elevator and entering a certain floor, Yang Mi was surprised, although there weren't many people in this huge mall besides them. But what was never expected was that all these stores in the mall were actually open, and there were rows and rows of shopping guides standing in front of the stores, looking respectful to a fault. Wow, this model is really nice. Meng Bao suddenly stopped, and then looked at a certain exquisite model in the window and couldn't walk away. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen just signaled with a look, and Xiao Chen immediately got the attendant to wrap it up. Then he saw the good baby's eyes staring straight at the doll in the window. Xiao Chen directly pointed to the doll also wrapped up. Good boy Meng Bao, you see what else you like? The 2 children heard, immediately glowing eyes, directly searched and leaped into the people's store. Even in the end, all the staff in the store were mobilized. before the two children picked down the things are loaded, and then directly by their special delivery. When Mangbao and Good Boy saw this, they were so happy that they directly jumped into Gu Chen's arms. Good Boy even barked and kissed Gu Chen. "Thank you, Daddy." Seeing this, Mangbao was also coy, then slowly kissed Gu Chen as well. "Thank you, Daddy." They are happy. Yang Mi looked at this scene, but dumbfounded. At first she still wanted to stop it. After all, more money cannot be so made and the two children are now so small. Spoiled can be how to do. Then, Gu Chen a sentence. "It's okay anyway, our house is big enough. This toy or loaded down." Yang Mi was speechless, and in the end, she could only let them be. After buying these, the two children finally left happily, and the group soon arrived at the eating place. The whole process was arranged by Gu Chen, so Yang Mi didn't even look at the menu, and didn't know that what Gu Chen brought them to today was actually a restaurant that was still built for high-end customers. The lunch was also very sumptuous, and seeing that the two children had eaten almost all of it, Gu Chen pinched Behavioral Treasure's fleshy little cheeks. "Good boy, do you still want to go to the amusement park in the afternoon?" "Good boy wants to go. I also want to play other things with my brother." Speaking of the amusement park, Good Boy instantly lit up with both eyes. Yang Mi could now see that letting Gu Chen take care of his children was one word: spoiled, and it's the kind of trenchless spoiled to death. Chapter 77 Doggy. But looking at the two children who had just eaten their fill and even had some bulging little tummies, Yang Mi pondered for a moment and proposed, "Let's take a walk after the meal." The two of them ate so much, they need to digest it. She just didn't expect that she had still underestimated the extent to which Gu Chen spoiled his children. But any store where the good boy and the cute baby looked a few more times, he directly carried the child inside. Even if the child said that he was just curious to look a few more times, he was also happy to do so. There are some high luxury brand clothing stores. Gu Chen will go in to select some. Simply ask about it. We'll look at the eye and suitable for the two children's clothes and shoes and so on all buy down. Not to mention Yang Mi was stunned. Mangbao Good Boy also stunned. "Dad, actually we can't wear so much." Mangbao still has some rationality, and went up to remind. "It's fine, then we'll change a few more sets a day." Gu Chen's bold statement once again made Yang Mi realize what it meant to be rich and capricious, and so, she didn't stop it. After all, a scene like this might only happen once a year, as long as they were happy. The key is, he not only bought for the children, to Yang Mi is even more generous. At first, he would let Yang Mi try on the clothes she liked. As a result, after finding that Yang Mi excuses, directly all the big hand wave, the waiter introduced those high fashion models and their own eyes on all the selection. It could almost be said that the entire mall was not crowded, but all the staff were busy working for Gu Chen's family. Finally, after finishing sweeping through the last store, they decided it was time to go home. "Xiao Chen, you take Ms. Yang to the office." After Gu Chen instructed, he himself took Mangbao Behave and had Jiang Fan send her home. Yang Mi said goodbye to them and then followed Xiao Chen to the garage. "Miss Yang, please get in the car." She sat up and breathed a sigh of relief. This trip out was really safe, not photographed at all. With the recent tight winds, one really needs to be careful everywhere. Xiao Chen seems to be able to see Yang Mi's worry, and then comforted. "Don't worry Miss Yang, later I will directly send you to the company's downstairs parking lot. The outside paparazzi can't shoot." Hearing this, Yang Mi sighed in relief. "Thank you," she inwardly sighed. The people under this Gu Chen are actually quite reliable. Before when she came out she would always worry about being secretly photographed. This time it was quite smooth. All the way was smooth again. The car drove directly into the parking lot. Yang Mi's hanging heart also put down a lot. "Ms. Yang, get off the car." Xiao Chen opened the car door for her. Although the parking lot was already very safe, but he still always remembered his boss's instructions. He must deliver her safely. After that, Yang Mi was not polite. She put on a mask and got out of the car with her head down. Although this place is relatively safe, but the self-protection consciousness engraved in the bones is still very strong. A moment really cannot change. But they were all this careful, not expecting to get out of the car and still have an accident. Ka-ching! Yang Mi just wanted to raise her eyes. Then she happened to feel a bright light flashing past her eyes. It was the flash of the lens. The other party seems to be all didn't expect there will be this. After the flash flashed, then heard the panic escape movement. "Quickly get in the car first, leave this place to me." Xiao Chen reacted extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the person arrived a few meters away. Recently, Yang Mi's momentum was just right, coupled with Gu Chen silently backing her up behind her back. All of this would naturally cause bystanders to blush, and it wasn't uncommon for her to be retaliated against and counted. It's impossible to say that you're not panicked, and she can even imagine that if this photo is sent out, all sorts of arrangements can be made, such as late-night starlit private meeting with a man, down from the limousine so and so, the cost of a photo, but the rumor can run through the legs. Yang Mi slightly turned sideways and looked out the car window, only to see Xiao Chen running straight towards the front, catching the escaping paparazzo in 3 tries. Not bad you. The camera is still top high-end. Seems to have done enough homework The distance was not too far. Yang Mi could vaguely hear Xiao Chen's slightly mocking voice. He grabbed his collar with one hand. The other party had long been unable to break free. You let go of me. There are cameras here. Do you know that your behavior like this right now is against the law? The other party's forehead was slightly cold sweat. His gaze remained as firm as possible, wanting to counterbalance with it for a longer period of time. It was only a pity that. Xiao Chen laughed, his gaze falling on that camera as he nodded thoughtfully. Well, indeed. Also do not know will this camera to the police. He will be how to convict you of the stalking and clandestine photography crime. Why can't you figure it out? In a flash, the man panicked. I don't know what you're talking about. Give me the camera. Wasting words won't do you or me any good. Why don't we save time? You give me the stuff and I can let you off the hook for now. How? The initiative of the negotiation was completely in Xiao Chen's hands, and the other party was unable to refute it. With no choice but to obediently hand over the camera, Xiao Chen also cleaned up his things thoroughly, and even took a picture of the other party's work permit before this matter was considered finished. Ms. Yang, it's all been resolved. You can rest assured that the photos are deleted very cleanly. There will definitely be no worries, and that person I will subsequently keep an eye on him to see if there will be a next move or other discoveries. Xiao Chen quickly came over to report. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, just now I could hardly imagine. Yang Mi exclaimed while being surprised at Xiao Chen's resilience as well as his calm style of dealing with things. It was true that to be able to work beside Gu Chen, even if he usually looked unreliable, he was by no means simple. On the contrary, Xiao Chen looked unimpressed and smiled. You don't have to care. This is just my job. You are really modest. Then it's fine now. You go and get busy. Yang Mi was much more at ease when she got off again, but Xiao Chen bluntly refused. No, Ms. Yang, I have to wait over here for you to come out. Until I send you home safely, my work is not over. Please understand. His tone was very official and unrefusable, but invariably gave people a full sense of security. But Yang Mi still didn't want to trouble the other party again. No need. I can just take a taxi home after I'm done working. Ms. Yang, this is all what Mr. Gu specifically instructed me to do. My job is to escort you safely. In this way, Yang Mi didn't say anything else. She went up alone, and before she exited the elevator, she didn't take more than a few steps before she happened to run into Suli, who had come out of the office. Why did you come at this hour today? Suli couldn't believe it, but the extremely iconic beauty in front of her was her own artist. I came to sign the contract. My sister, this is a big deal that affects my ability to make money. How can I not hurry up? Right, there's also the issue of tomorrow's promo shooting. We have to understand in advance, Yang Mi said, then pulled Suli towards the office, then got the information from the assistant's side and started flipping through it. Chapter 78 Mrs. Seeing this, Suli was still quite pleased in her heart. Yang Mi had always been quite spirited in her career, which was why, even with the existence of 2 babies, Suli still firmly believed that Yang Mi would have her day to make it big. At that time, everything would be a keeper. I say you're living in a private manner. Do you still care about this small amount of money? Suli stepped forward and smiled, confirming that no one was around before she dared to flirt softly. After all, the company has a lot of mouths to feed. About the artist's private issues has always been a minefield. As an agent will be even more attention. Without mentioning it, Yang Mi couldn't help but blush, and the corners of her mouth inexplicably couldn't stop rising. Sisterly, you're just going to make fun of me. That said, have you arranged for tomorrow's shooting yet? Look at you. As soon as the topic you're shy about is mentioned, you divert your attention. The contract was ready-made. Yang Mi confirmed that there were no problems and signed it. After signing it, she went to check the content of tomorrow's work, and when there was nothing else, she was ready to leave work and go home. Wait, let's go together. Suli got on the elevator with her and reminded, remember the shooting time tomorrow. Oh, I'll pick you up in the morning. Thank you, Mom Sue. Yang Mi smiled brightly. The corners of her eyes were slightly arched like a crescent moon. One couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Thinking about what happened just now, she hesitated to tell Suli. Before she could decide, she arrived at the underground parking lot again. Yang Mi subconsciously took Suli's arm, and the two of them walked forward side by side. There seems to be movement in front? Suli's words caught Yang Mi's attention, and she couldn't help but follow the other's gaze, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Chen? She recognized that the person was none other than Xiao Chen, who was still waiting for her to get off work, so she couldn't help but softly pronounce his name. But beside him, however, there was also a man in black standing beside him, and the two of them looked like they were talking about something mysterious to the extreme. Almost instantly, Xiao Chen also found Yang Mi not far away. You go first. Although the voice was not loud, the parking lot was so empty that Yang Mi still heard Xiao Chen's command to the man in black. As Su Li watched, a meaningful smile flashed across her eyes, and she subconsciously looked at Yang Mi. This is to come to the company. Also do not rest assured, but also arrange to accompany the bodyguard. Yang Mi smiled and did not explain, although she has long been clear in her mind. From Gu Chen's handling alone, his background is certainly not simple, and will never be simply rich, which there must be a lot of things that they can hardly imagine, only did not expect, when she really saw, or feel that she thought a little too simple. Good, then you go back quickly, remember me to pick you up in the morning. Su Li, as an agent, had a strong sense of proportion and left first without saying anything. Right, where's Gu Chen? After Yang Mi got on the car, she thought of Meng Bao good boy, and also suddenly thought of Gu Chen. Miss Young, Mr. Gu, he still has work to do, but the little young master and princess have already settled in at home. Please don't worry. Xiao Chen spoke quite carefully about every point that Yang Mi might be worried about, and couldn't help but make it very reassuring. After tossing and turning all day, Yang Mi couldn't help but be a little tired at this moment, so she took a nap in the car for a while. When she arrived at the villa area, she woke up just in time. Ms. Yang, we're home, Xiao Chen said softly, parked the car and opened the door for her. At home, the Meng Bao good boy had long since fallen asleep. Yang Mi went to the room to take a look at them, and gently dropped a kiss on their foreheads respectively before she left in contentment. At this moment, Xiao Chen was reporting to his own boss in the living room. Mr. Gu, already sent Ms. Yang home safely. What are the arrangements for tomorrow? Agent Su Li will come to pick up Ms. Yang and then go to shoot the promo. Gu Chen was still in the conference room having a meeting with many shareholders at this time. He couldn't help but frown a little when he saw this sentence, then continued to reply to the message with his eyes lowered. Crowd, it can't be blind, right? Everyone, you look at me, I look at you. For a moment I did not understand. This Gu general is most annoying to look at the phone during the meeting. Now how he also returned on the message? Let Ms. Yang rest early, don't be too tired. Xiao Chen, who saw this sentence, was just as winded. He paused and mechanically replied received, but in his heart, he was always puzzled. His own boss couldn't really have a crush on Ms. Yang, could he? Otherwise, how could he be so thoughtful and caring at every turn? This is not like Mr. Gu's style. Yang Mi happened to come out and saw that Xiao Chen was still there, and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Is there anything else? She asked. No, Ms. Yang, then you rest early. I have work to take care of, so I won't bother you. Xiao Chen finished what he had to say and fled the scene at breakneck speed. That night, Yang Mi took a bath and went to bed early, not even sure if Gu Chen came back or not. Early the next morning, she was woken up by her alarm clock. Only after turning it off did she realize that the sun had risen outside, and the sunlight stung her eyes, so she got a chill down her spine and got up violently. Oh no, I won't oversleep and be late. Yang Mi reluctantly opened her sleepy eyes and rechecked the time, only to realize that it was just a false alarm. It was just that the sun was shining today. Although it wasn't so late, the time was not early either. With that, she casually put on a set of white home clothes, and simply washed up before going downstairs to prepare for breakfast. Meng Bao good boy? Yang Mi went downstairs and shouted out of habit, thinking that they might be having breakfast as well, but she didn't expect anyone to respond. Ma'am, the little young master and princess have already gone to school. Mr. Specially instructed us not to disturb your rest, so please come and dine. Hearing this, she subconsciously nodded her head, and then suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right. No, you've misunderstood. What, madam? She did have a pair of adorable babies with Gu Chen, but it wasn't really a marital relationship. For a moment, Yang Mi felt her cheeks redden to the point of burning, wanting to explain but not knowing where to start, and the servant's eyes looking at herself were meaningful enough. There was even a kind of, mistress, stop being shy? The atmosphere was instantly awkward to the extreme. Yang Mi's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Su Li. She was like grabbing a life-saving straw and rushed to the side to connect. Hello? Mom Su, are you here? I'm here, on the way. How do you sound like a thief? What's wrong? In fact, Yang Mi also do not know what happened. Suddenly he was still vain on? The maid just shouted, and I don't know if Gu Chen would misunderstand if he knew, but it really wasn't her who instigated it. Hello? Why don't you say something? Su Li felt something was wrong and asked again. After a long time, Yang Mi's thoughts were pulled back. I'm fine, Mom Su. Come on, I'll just clean up. Okay, hurry up. Don't let people wait for us. Today's promo was very important, and Yang Mi had never treated every job as if it was a vital one. Never perfunctory. Half an hour later, the small woman at home just now had changed into a bright and colorful actress. Madam, be safe on your way. The maid appeared at the right time and even greeted Yang Mi, which caused Yang Mi to be stunned again.